Rumor has it that there exists a realm in the world where one can trace the threads of cause and effect, wielding a modicum of divine power to erase all traces within another's time and space. Here, one can control life and death, with the fate of myriad realms swaying at a mere thought, leading to the obliteration of all beings. In this realm, one stands equal to the heavenly laws, commanding the order of the universe for one's own purposes, dictating the course of eternity. This realm is known as Taishan. The young man Su Xin, destined from birth, shall undoubtedly tread upon the heavens. Chapter 1. Return to the Su family. In the Tianyan Empire, one of the 36 states is Yunzhou, Yeoman County, Su Manor. The young master returns. The voice echoed throughout the entire manor, where a throng gathered both inside and outside the gates of Su Manor, primarily consisting of maids and servants, alongside some key descendants of the Su family. They all gazed at a youth clad in black, escorted by guards as he entered the manor. It is truly Su Xin. Does he still dare to return? These past years, the Su family has fallen, and it is all his doing. This traitor of the Su family. The glances directed at the young man in black were largely filled with anger and resentment. Once, the Su family was a prestigious clan within the Tianyan Empire, boasting a powerful ancestor in the Nirvana realm and numerous formidable retainers. However, a few years prior, the ancestor suffered a grievous injury, teetering on the brink of death. Before his demise, the ancestor had arranged everything, securing an opportunity for a royal marriage with the imperial family of the Tianyan Empire. If Su Xin, the young master and the family's contemporary prodigy, could triumph over a rival genius from the prestigious Sidu family in combat, he would be wed to the ninth princess, ascending to the rank of royal consort. The Su family would then enjoy the protection of the imperial family, solidifying their power and status, perhaps even elevating them further. Yet, on the day of the decisive battle, Su Xin vanished without a trace. He fled without a fight. Had Su Xin given his all in the contest against the Situ family's genius but failed, the Su family would have accepted their fate without placing blame upon him. However, his cowardly retreat resulted in the loss of the opportunity for a royal alliance, leading the Su family into utter decline, and the entirety of the blame fell upon his shoulders. Even the Tianyan emperor was incensed afterward, ordering Su Xin to be imprisoned in the demon sealing prison for 3 years as punishment. Now, with the 3-year term completed, Su Xin emerged from the prison, returning once more to the Su family. Su Xin, amid the crowd, a core descendant of the Su family stepped forward, confronting Su Xin, exclaiming, "You traitor, coward! How dare you show your face here?" Su Ming? Upon seeing the individual blocking his path, the young man in black felt a pang of distress. Su Ming, his younger cousin by 2 years, had once regarded him as a target, always trailing in his wake. But now, young Master Su Ming, the family head has instructed that no one shall obstruct the young master's return. The guard escorting Su Xin interjected coldly. Su Ming gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Su Xin before departing with a huff. Guided by the guard, Su Xin arrived at a secluded courtyard within the Su manor. "Young master, this is the courtyard arranged for you by the family head." He also instructed that, unless necessary, you should not leave this place. The guard informed him. "Does my father wish to avoid me?" Su Xin inquired. The guard shook his head and then turned to leave as Su Xin stood there, clenching his fists tightly, his fingertips digging into his flesh. "Even my father cannot forgive me?" A bittersweet sentiment clouded Su Xin's heart. Yet, he understood. Fleeing without a fight was indeed a disgrace. Moreover, it had precipitated the complete decline of the Su family. But no one knew that his retreat was not born of cowardice. He had been genuinely compelled by circumstances. "I had no choice. I never anticipated that on the eve of the decisive battle, my bloodline would awaken." Su Xin's gaze sharpened, and his hands involuntarily clenched tighter. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Yet beyond ordinary warriors, there exist individuals who wield extraordinary powers, known as awakeners. These beings command the power of bloodline. Every awakener is inherently gifted, yet prior to their awakening, they resemble ordinary people. The awakening itself is often abrupt. For Su Xin, it occurred the very day before his fateful duel with the Sidu family's genius. The agonizing pain accompanying the bloodline awakening forced him into a desolate wilderness, where he buried himself beneath the sand, struggling for 3 days and nights before it subsided. By the time he was found by the Su family, he had already missed the decisive battle. Afterward, he found himself unable to defend his actions. After all, the bloodline he awakened was extraordinary. Bloodline awakenings are categorized into grades. Third and second grade bloodlines, regarded as the dragon among men, appearing only once in several thousand. First grade bloodline, the potential of a Qilin. Such bloodlines are rare, not only in an empire but throughout the entire Eastern Wasteland. There are likely no more than 20 in a single era. Divine grade bloodline, occurring once in a millennium. On average, the divine grade bloodline awakens only once every few hundred to nearly 1,000 years, causing a significant upheaval in the Eastern Wasteland, with countless factions vying for it. Yet, what Su Xin awakened was a bloodline that transcended even the divine. The supreme bloodline. Supreme bloodline. The supreme among mortals, unprecedented throughout history. This bloodline exists solely in legends. In the entirety of Eastern Wasteland history, it has never manifested. Su Xin awakened this bloodline, which rendered him unable to speak of it to anyone, as he shuddered to contemplate the consequences if others were to discover his awakening. He could only remain silent. Bearing the weight of his family's misunderstandings, he entered the demon-sealing prison. Though the Su family fell into decline, his existence granted them infinite possibilities. As dusk descended, Su Xin stood in the courtyard, sword in hand, eyes closed, while a maiden clad in red stood beside him. This maiden, known as Hongshan, had been Su Xin's maid, having grown up alongside him, displaying unwavering loyalty. Upon learning of Su Xin's return to the Su family, she promptly returned to his side to serve him. It has been long since I last saw you practice your swordplay, young master. Watching Su Xin, Hongshan's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Su Xin was the foremost prodigy of the younger generation within the Su family, excelling in swordsmanship. At merely 15 years old, he had reportedly surpassed many sword masters within the family who had reached the Huahai realm. To witness Su Xin practice swordplay was an honor for Hongshan. Suddenly, Su Xin moved. The sword light flickered, resembling a flurry of snowflakes in the air. Yet his speed was astonishingly swift. Snowfall sword technique. Hongshan's eyes brightened. The snowfall sword technique is one of the higher-tier sword arts in the Su family's armory, renowned for its speed and unpredictability. Particularly notable is the ultimate move within the snowfall sword technique, the snow slash, which accumulates power with each strike, allowing for an ever-increasing speed. If mastered to perfection, the snow slash could unleash 9 consecutive strikes, a truly formidable technique. The 9th strike of the snow slash is here. Hongshan watched intently. Su Xin's figure seemed ethereal, the sword light like lightning, piercing forth rapidly, unleashing 7 strikes in an instant, followed closely by the 8th and 9th strikes. The flow was seamless, without a moment's pause. The 9th strike of the snow slash. Indeed, the young master has reached the pinnacle of this technique. Hongshan felt a surge of joy, but her expression suddenly changed. What? To her astonishment, after delivering 9 rapid strikes, Su Xin's hand showed no sign of faltering, seamlessly transitioning into a 10th strike. Subsequently, the 11th sword. And 12th sword followed in swift succession, culminating with the 13th sword that erupted forth with equal vigor. This strike seemed to pierce the very air, producing a sharp sonic boom, at which point Su Xin's figure finally came to a halt. Hongshan found himself somewhat dazed. The most formidable technique of the Piaoshu's swordsmanship, the slash of snow, normally culminates at the 9th sword, even when perfected. Yet you, my lord, have unleashed the 13th sword. The 13th sword. Su Xin responded with remarkable composure that he was, after all, an unequivocal swordsmanship prodigy, and upon awakening his supreme bloodline, his talent and comprehension had been significantly elevated, even endowing him with unique abilities. During the 3 years spent in the Forbidden Magic prison, although he had not practiced swordsmanship, his mind had been continuously engaged in theoretical exploration. Over those 3 years, he had transcended the limitations of the sword techniques recorded in the manuals, allowing him to derive even more potent forms through independent analysis. The slash of snow, recorded in the manual as comprising 9 strikes, had, through his 3 years of contemplation, evolved to the 13th sword. My lord, shall I fetch you a change of attire? Hong Shan stepped forward to present fresh robes to Su Xin. No need. Su Xin waved his hand dismissively. I have not returned in 3 years. Accompany me as I explore the surroundings. My lord, the family head has instructed that if you have no pressing matters, you should not leave this courtyard, Hong Shan replied. Such words must be spoken to me face to face by him to carry any weight, Su Xin replied with a smile, and then stepped beyond the courtyard. The Su residence was enveloped in an eerie silence. As Su Xin traversed the estate, he could acutely sense the atmosphere within the Su family was exceptionally oppressive. Indeed, the changes within the family over these 3 years are quite substantial. Su Xion's gaze turned cold. Since the demise of the Su family's ancestor 3 years ago, the last vestige of their connection to the imperial family had been irrevocably lost, plunging the Su family into decline. The Situ family, having harbored grievances against the Su family, seized the opportunity to strike, severely repressing them. Thus, within a mere 3 years, the Su family had plummeted from the pinnacle of the Tianyan dynasty's elite to a second-rate family, barely managing to maintain a foothold within a single prefecture. Yet, even amid this decline, the Situ family had not relented, covertly supporting another clan within Yongning Prefecture, the Pang family, which had steadfastly opposed the Su family and even sought to obliterate them entirely. Moreover, the internal dynamics of the Su family were far from unified. With the absence of the ancestors' intimidation, the numerous retainers who had once relied on the Su family had departed, leaving only a faction led by a formidable figure named Zhao Tianlei, who had formed an independent clique within the family. They disregarded the Su family's directives, employing various overt and covert tactics to seize the family's scant resources and influence, subtly working towards rendering the Su family entirely powerless. It can be said that the current predicament of the Su family was fraught with both external threats and internal strife. Su Xin had now arrived at a martial arts arena, where he observed a considerable gathering of individuals, 2 of whom were currently engaged in fierce combat. Ha! Su Ming, no wonder you dare challenge me. It appears you have made a breakthrough in cultivation. But do you think that this will make you my equal? What a ridiculous notion. A voice laced with arrogance rang out across the arena. Su Ming? Su Xion's expression shifted as he focused on the 2 combatants. One of them was indeed Su Ming, who had previously intercepted him at the estate's entrance and reprimanded him. As for the other individual, Zhao Qing? Su Xion's gaze hardened. The Zhao surname was not associated with the core descendants of the Su family, but rather with the offspring of the Su family's retainers. Zhao Qing was the son of Zhao Tianlei, the leader of the independent faction within the Su family. Zhao Tianlei had 2 sons. The elder was Zhao Ling, and the younger was this Zhao Qing. The current Su family, under the leadership of Zhao Tianlei, has become a malignant tumor. If I wish to restore the Su family to its former glory, the first obstacle I must eliminate is this Zhao Tianlei and his sons. Su Xion's eyes shimmered with a chilling intensity. The Su family had waned due to his absence, yet he would guide them to resurgence, reclaiming their status as the foremost family within the Tianyan dynasty and even throughout the Eastern Wilderness. The trio of Zhao Tianlei and his sons would serve as the first stepping stones on his path to revival. Chapter 2. Must eliminate him. Bang! With a deep, resonant impact, Su Ming was sent hurtling through the air, landing heavily on the ground before struggling to rise again, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I told you, someone of your caliber could never be my opponent. Zhao Qing laughed triumphantly. Among this generation of Su family youths, only Su Qinghong possesses some ability. The rest are nothing but useless. Even Su Qinghong pales in comparison before my elder brother. Preposterous. Su Ming and several other Su family youths were filled with indignation, yet found themselves unable to counter his claims that in martial arts, there are 5 realms: Ronggu, Jinwu, Huahai, Paksu, and Nirvana. Ronggu is the foundation of martial arts, typically completed within 2 to 3 years before one truly enters the martial path, Jinwu realm. The current generation of Su family youths indeed lacked excellence. The only relatively outstanding one, Su Qinghong, had merely managed to reach the pinnacle of the 10th realm of Jinwu, while Zhao Qing's elder brother, at merely 19 years of age, had already achieved the zenith of the 10th realm of Jinwu, just a step away from Huahai. Such age and cultivation were indeed unparalleled among the current youth of the Su family. Of course, this does not account for one individual. That person had now arrived at the martial arts arena. The Su family's youths, including Su Ming, were taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. "Xiao Ming, are you all right?" Su Xin inquired as he regarded Su Ming. "In no need for your concern," Su Ming retorted, pursing his lips and turning his head away. Su Xin paid him no mind and instead turned his gaze towards Zhao Qing, his eyes growing ICY.SUXN. Upon seeing Su Xin, Zhao Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly scoffed. "I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be the young lord of the Su family who fled." During the confrontation with the Situ family, he deliberately emphasized the phrase fled, laced with ridicule, which was unmistakable to all present. 3 years ago, he would not have dared to speak so to Su Xin. He wouldn't have even had the courage to look him in the eye. But times had changed. "Su Xin, you are the disgrace of the Su family, a coward who wouldn't dare to fight. How dare you return? If I were you, I would have found a wall and knocked my head against it until dead." Zhao Qing laughed, while those behind him joined in mockery. Su Xin coldly regarded Zhao Qing. "Zhao Qing, son of Zhao Tianlei, the Su family's retainer. Over the years, you and your father have undoubtedly reaped considerable benefit from the Su family. Let us not forget, your father, Zhao Tianlei, entered the Su family with merely mid-level high cultivation and relied upon the Su family's resources to gradually break through to the Paksu realm. And you, since your cultivation began, have received ample resources and elixirs from the Su family each month. Have you not?" Zhao Qing's expression shifted. "You and your father are nothing but parasites who have thrived on the resources of the Su family, possessing your current strength and status only because of the Su family's support. In other words, you three are mere dogs who have grown fat on the Su family's fare. When did dogs ever dare to bark at their masters?" Su Xin said coldly. "Su Xin, how dare you insult me? Do you think this is still 3 years ago?" Zhao Qing's fury ignited. 3 years ago, you were indeed the foremost of the younger generation within the Su family, having reached the pinnacle of the 10th realm of Zhenwu at the age of 15. Yet, you have been confined in the forbidden magic prison for a full 3 years. As I understand it, anyone imprisoned in the forbidden magic prison cannot sense a single trace of spiritual energy, and their cultivation not only fails to progress, but also plummets drastically. Now, how much strength do you have left?" Upon finishing his words, Zhao Qing let out a chilling laugh and took a large step forward, his hand, infused with remarkable spiritual energy, clenched into a fist and launched an explosive assault towards Su Xin. Su Xin's expression remained indifferent as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, causing Zhao Qing to stagger back a step, while Su Xin was forced to retreat 3 steps consecutively. This spectacle prompted Zhao Qing to erupt in laughter. "Haha, Su Xin, I knew it, and no matter who is imprisoned in the magic suppression prison for 3 years, their cultivation must regress. 3 years ago, you were at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, yet now you have barely entered the threshold of the 7th realm, falling significantly behind me. With such meager cultivation, you dare to act arrogantly before me? You seek death." Zhao Qing sneered, charging forward once more, his right hand glowing faintly with a blood-like light akin to flames, clearly indicating that he was not only using all his strength, but had also invoked martial techniques. "My lord!" Hong Shan exclaimed in alarm. The expressions of Su Ming and the others nearby were similarly tense. They were worried for Su Xin, having discerned from the earlier clash that his current cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the true martial 7th realm, while Zhao Qing had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th realm, demonstrating a clear superiority in strength. Foolish. As Zhao Qing's fist approached, Su Xin merely chuckled coldly. Just as the fist, radiating a faint blood light and formidable might, drew within half a foot of him, Su Xin deftly sidestepped, allowing the punch to graze past him and crash into the the same moment. Su Xin raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed as it connected with Zhao Qing's face, sending him flying, with a bloodied tooth expelled during the trajectory. Truly foolish. Su Xin looked down upon Zhao Qing, who lay on the ground struggling to rise, a smirk of disdain crossing his lips. "Do you really believe that just because your cultivation is slightly higher than mine, You can defeat me? What a joke. In this world, while cultivation is indeed the foundation of strength, it is by no means the entirety. Point two individuals may possess the same level of cultivation, yet their actual power may differ drastically. In Zhao Qing's case, while his cultivation was indeed marginally superior, his talent was rather mediocre. In the presence of someone like Su Xin, who had awakened the supreme bloodline, he need not even draw his sword. A casual strike would suffice to overpower him. Zhao Qing, consider this a lesson. Remember, you are merely a dog raised by the Su family, feasting on our resources. You cannot turn against us. Should there be a next time, it will not be as simple as this slap. Su Xin spoke coldly. Su Xin, do. Zhao Qing, filled with rage and disbelief, could not articulate his thoughts as he pointed at Su Xin. Without another word, Su Xin turned to leave. Hong Shan, let us return. Yes. Hong Shan nodded obediently, her face betraying an unmistakable hint of joy. The others, including Su Ming, were equally exhilarated, though they suppressed their excitement. However, just as Su Xin was about to exit the training grounds, Zhao Qing finally managed to rise, his face flushed with anger as he growled. Su Xin, you wait. Soon, my elder brother will return, and I shall make him repay this humiliation doubly. Your elder brother? Zhao Ling, you mean? Su Xin chuckled lightly. He had some recollection of Zhao Ling, who was indeed considered a formidable talent among the younger generation, but he paled in comparison to Su Xin. It should be noted that Zhao Ling, at the age of 19, had only achieved the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, while Su Xin had reached that stage at the age of 15, even before the awakening of his supreme bloodline. Even with his current decline in cultivation, catching up to Zhao Ling would not pose a significant challenge. Su Xin, do not feign indifference. I tell you, the Su family's sword order competition will commence next month, and my elder brother will participate. With his strength, the sword order will undoubtedly fall into his hands, and he shall become the leader of the younger generation of the Su family, deserving of reverence from all. You too. Zhao Qing shouted once more. The sword order competition? Su Xion's expression finally shifted. The Su family sword order had always consisted of only two tokens, one held by the family head, symbolizing supreme authority, and the other by the foremost individual of the younger generation, granting them the authority of a minor clan leader. However, the sword order had always been contested exclusively within the Su family, governed solely by those with the surname Su. Outsiders were not even qualified to compete. Now, however, I did not anticipate that Zhao Tianlei's faction had pressured the family to such an extent that outsiders could even stake a claim to the sword order. Su Xion's expression darkened. If the Su family sword order were to fall into the hands of an outsider, it would render the Su family a complete laughingstock. Zhao Qing. Su Xian pivoted, his icy gaze resembling that of a reaper as it bore into Zhao Qing. Listen well. Return and inform Zhao Ling that the Su family sword order can only be wielded by those bearing the surname Su. If he dares to interfere during the competition, I shall be forced to eliminate him. With that, Su Xian strode away. Chapter 3. Techniques and Secret Arts. Before long, Su Xian returned to his residence. Young master, there are less than 20 days left until the sword command competition. According to past conventions, all young disciples participating in the competition must undergo family assessments half a month in advance. The minimum requirement for this assessment is to reach the 8th level of Jinwu. In 3 days, the deadline for the family assessment will arrive, Hong Shan informed him. I understand. You may leave now, Su Xian replied. Hong Shan obediently exited. In his room, Su Xian sat cross-legged, and numerous memories flooded his mind. These were the inherited memories that appeared in his consciousness upon awakening his supreme bloodline, including a unique technique and a forbidden art. The technique was the inheritance of the bloodline awakeners and bore no name. Although Su Xion's bloodline had awakened for 3 full years, he had been trapped in the demon sealing prison, devoid of any opportunity for cultivation. However, he had thoroughly mastered the technique's cultivation method long ago, and now he truly began to practice it. As he cultivated, Su Xian immediately sensed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging towards him at an astonishing speed, making the entire space tremble. In just a moment, Su Xian felt a surge in his cultivation level. How astonishingly rapid this absorption of spiritual energy is. It is indeed several dozens of times faster than before my bloodline awakening. Su Xin marveled, taken aback. Not only that, but he could also perceive that this technique significantly enhanced the quality of his own spiritual power, allowing him to unleash a force far greater than before. If he had previously been at a disadvantage against Su Xin, who was at the pinnacle of the 7th level of Jinwu, now, even though he had just entered the 8th level, he could undoubtedly hold his own against Su Xin. No wonder bloodline awakeners are regarded as exceptionally gifted. Just this technique allows their cultivation speed to surpass that of ordinary individuals by dozens of times. How can one not be amazed? Su Xin. As for the forbidden art, it was named Shun Mia. This technique forcibly ignites the power of one's bloodline, resulting in a temporary surge in strength. Of course, as a forbidden art, it comes with considerable side effects and should only be used in life and death situations. I had once reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Jinwu, but due to an extended period without absorbing spiritual energy, my cultivation has declined. Now, with the ease of cultivation, especially considering my current speed is likely dozens of times faster than ordinary people, 3 days should suffice for me to reach the 8th level of Jinwu. Su Xin gently clenched his hands and began to delve deeply into his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had gone by. The vast training ground was filled with people. Today marked the final day of the Su family's sword command competition assessment. Both direct descendants of the Su family and younger members of various external factions gathered here, hoping for a stroke of luck, especially those who had reached the minimum standard for the assessment. After all, the Su family's sword command competition occurred only once every few years. While most knew they had little chance of truly obtaining the sword command and becoming leaders of the younger generation, merely participating in the competition was already a significant achievement for them. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed. The towering figure over 2 meters tall in the center of the training ground brutally struck Su Xin, a participant from the external factions, sending him flying to the edge of the arena in a disheveled state. Haha, Su Xin, your strength still falls short. Most ordinary Jinwu 8th level warriors can last more than 20 breaths in the hands of this battle puppet, yet you barely managed 18. You embarrassed us. A few onlookers teased as they witnessed Su Xin's defeat. I can't help it. I just broke through to the 8th level yesterday. My foundation is still unstable, so naturally, I cannot compare to you, especially you, Hong Fong, at the pinnacle of the 8th level, Su Xin replied, rising with a hint of displeasure directed at the teasing crowd. The others ceased their banter. Su Xin stepped aside, joining Hong Fong and the others. Deep down, he felt a twinge of regret. If only I had broken through a few days earlier and stabilized my realm, following my brother's advice to refine that palm technique to a rudimentary level. Perhaps I could have passed the assessment today. As Su Xin contemplated, Hong Fong suddenly leaned closer. Su Xin, at this point, do you think Su Xin will show up? Su Xin? At the mention of his name, Su Xin's expression twisted with anger. 3 days prior, he had been defeated by Su Xin, losing a tooth from the force of Su Xin's slap. This incident had spread widely, and Hong Fong and the others were well aware. They had also heard that not only had Su Xin defeated Su Xin, but he also claimed he would participate in the sword command competition and intended to slay Su Xin's elder brother, Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling was undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation in the 2 major factions of the Su family. As for Su Xin, although he had been the most talented individual 3 years ago, surpassing Zhao Ling, everyone knew he had been incarcerated in the demon ceiling prison for 3 whole years, rendering him a waste, especially since it was common knowledge that Su Xin had exhibited only the 7th level of Jinwu during his confrontation with Su Xin. No one took his words seriously. Many, including Hong Fong's group, had come to witness Su Xin's embarrassment. Su Xin is merely an arrogant fool, Su Xin scoffed. 3 days ago, when he fought me, he had barely reached the threshold of the 7th level of Jinwu. The minimum requirement for the Su family sword command competition is the 8th level. He cannot even meet that standard, yet dares to claim he will confront my brother and slay him. Truly laughable. I am now eagerly anticipating his arrival today. If he dares to show up, I will ensure to humiliate him in front of everyone, avenging my previous shame. Su Xin thought viciously. Having now broken through to the 8th level of Jinwu, with a significant boost in strength, he was confident he could defeat Su Xin. Just then, Su Xin noticed a figure slowly walking towards the center of the training ground. Su Xin, he really dares to come. Zhao Qing's expression turned ferocious. At this moment, all eyes in the training ground were fixed upon Su Xin, the once renowned genius who had been imprisoned in the demon ceiling prison for 3 years. Chapter 4, 38 Breaths, Uncle Hang. Su Xin approached the center of the training ground and slightly bowed to a middle-aged man in gray. This man, Su Hang, possessed the cultivation of the complete transformation of the sea and was responsible for overseeing the sword command competition assessment. He was also Su Xin's paternal uncle. Su Xin, are you here to participate in the assessment? Su Hang's expression was rather complex as he regarded Su Xin. Yes, Su Xin replied with a nod. You should be aware of the rules. The minimum requirement to participate in the assessment is to possess the 8th level of Zhenwu, Su Hang stated. I possess the 8th level of Zhenwu. Su Xin responded calmly, and with a sudden surge, an overwhelming aura of spiritual power erupted from him. This aura clearly indicated that he had indeed reached the 8th level of Zhenwu. He truly reached it? How can this be possible? Zhao Qing, observing from the side, widened his eyes in disbelief. It's impossible. 3 days ago, when he fought me, he was barely at the threshold of the 7th level of Zhenwu. How could he have crossed into the 8th level in just 3 days? Feeling astounded, he thought about how ordinary individuals required months, if not half a year, to ascend from the 7th to the 8th level of Zhenwu. Yet, Su Xin achieved this in merely 3 days. What a joke. Zhao Qing, did you not mention that he had only recently entered the Zhenwu 7th layer 3 days ago? Hong Fong beside him also furrowed his brow. How would I know? Zhao Qing's complexion darkened, but he soon sneered. Humph. Even if he has broken through to the 8th layer, what of it? It is evident that he has merely just achieved this breakthrough. Passing the assessment will not be so easy. For the competition assessment, possessing the Zhenwu 8th layer cultivation is merely the minimum requirement. Whether one can pass the assessment remains to be seen. For instance, I, Zhao Qing, also possess Zhenwu 8th layer cultivation, yet I just failed to pass. If I cannot succeed, how can that freshly advanced Su Xin possibly do so? In the center of the training arena, Su Xin held a sword in one hand, gazing at his opponent for this assessment. A humanoid war puppet towering over 2 meters, wielding a long staff. Despite being a puppet, its strength should not be underestimated. It was this very war puppet that had sent Zhao Qing flying with a single strike. Su Xin, your task is to employ all your skills and endure the attacks of this war puppet for as long as possible. As long as you can withstand for 25 breaths, you will have passed the assessment, instructed Su Hang. Understood, Su Xin nodded. Let us begin. With a wave of his hand, Su Hang signaled, and the humanoid war puppet immediately raised its hand, swinging the nearly 2-meter-long black staff directly at Su Xin. Simple and brutal, Su Xin casually drew his sword, colliding with the staff head-on, achieving a balance of strength, even gaining a slight upper hand. Su Xin was not surprised. This war puppet was inherently weak at the outset, considerably weaker than those newly advanced Zhenwu 8th layer cultivators. However, the puppet's strength would continuously improve, steadily growing stronger. Although the puppet did not possess sophisticated techniques or martial arts, merely swinging its staff, the sheer power and speed of the strikes would increase dramatically. Faced with such a clumsy foe that relied solely on brute strength and speed, Su Xin found little interest. After a brief exchange, he opted to evade the battle entirely. Observers around the arena noted Su Xin's remarkable agility. The war puppet's power and speed were on the rise. Yet it could never lay a finger on Su Xin's attire. Zhao Qing's expression turned grim. He had initially assumed Su Xin would falter under the puppet's onslaught, just as he had, but now Su Xin had already endured for over 20 breaths, appearing utterly unperturbed. It is his technique. At this moment, Hong Fong narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that Su Xin was employing the Qinya illusion technique, one of the 6 foremost techniques of the Su family, and it seemed he had mastered it to a significant degree. With such skill, he could likely endure over 30 breaths against the war puppet, making this assessment trivial for him. The rules of the assessment merely stated that one must withstand 25 breaths without defeat. It did not specify the manner in which this should be achieved, although Su Xin relied on evasion, as long as he did not succumb. Enduring to 25 breaths would count as passing. Hong Fong, do me a favor, Zhao Qing whispered. Once this brat's assessment concludes, you go teach him a lesson. Hong Fong glanced at Zhao Qing, noting the latter's face filled with resentment. Originally, Zhao Qing had intended to personally humiliate Su Xin upon his arrival, to reclaim his lost pride. However, he had not anticipated that in merely 3 days, Su Xin's cultivation would also rise to the Zhenwu 8th layer. Witnessing Su Xin's formidable technique, he realized he remained outmatched. Personal retribution was now out of the question. Thus, he had to enlist Hong Feng's assistance. After all, Hong Feng was at the pinnacle of the Zhenwu 8th layer, proficient in several powerful martial arts, and possessed immense strength. Even against weaker Zhenwu 9th layer opponents, he could hold his own. In the sword competition assessment, among all the Zhenwu 8th layer participants from the Su family, Hong Feng had lasted the longest against the war puppet, enduring a full 41 breaths. It would be a simple task for him to teach a lesson to Su Xin. Very well, Hong Feng agreed after some consideration. Their relationship was amicable, and both belonged to the same faction, with Zhao Qing's father and his elder brother Zhao Ling's connections. Punishing a mere Su Xin was a trivial matter. All right, then I shall leave it to you. No need to be too harsh. Just knock out a few of his teeth and break an arm, Zhao Qing said coldly. Not a problem, Hong Feng smiled. In the past, he would not have dared to lay a hand on the young master Su Xin, but now, with Su Xin merely bearing the title of young master, and even the members of the Su family harboring disdain towards him, as long as he did not take Su Xin's life, merely knocking out a few teeth and breaking an arm would not be a significant issue. At this moment, Su Xin finally faced defeat in his confrontation with the war puppet. However, his defeat was a choice to withdraw from the combat area, having withstood 38 breaths. 38 breaths. Quite close to my 41 breaths, but he merely managed to endure this long through evasion. Were it a direct confrontation, he likely would not have lasted even 30 breaths. And I am not a simple brute like the war puppet. His evasive techniques hold little value against me. Hong Feng remained absolutely confident. After Su Xin passed the assessment, he stepped forward. Su Xin, your technique is impressive. Do you have the courage to battle me? Battle you? Su Xin frowned. He did not recognize the man before him. What, Su Xin, are you afraid? Zhao Qing laughed derisively from behind. If you're scared, you can always do as you did 3 years ago and find a place to hide. Ha ha ha. The surrounding disciples from various factions joined in mocking laughter. 3 years ago, Su Xin's retreat was indeed a source of ridicule for many. Su Xin's expression darkened. At that moment, he understood that this Hong Feng had likely been specially summoned by Zhao Qing to reclaim the humiliation of 3 days prior. Su Xin, Zhao Dude, speak plainly. Hong Feng seemed somewhat impatient, unleashing his spiritual aura as he spoke. Zhenwu 8th layer pinnacle. Su Xin secretly shook his head. He did not perceive Hong Feng as strong. Rather, he found him somewhat lacking. Although both possessed Zhenwu 8th layer cultivation, Hong Feng's slightly higher rank did not compare to Su Xin, who had awakened the supreme bloodline. A unique existence with fully realized talent. His battle prowess was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Hong Feng's strength was simply not enough to qualify as his opponent. However, he could serve as a means to test the bloodline power he now wielded. Very well. If you wish to fight, let's engage. Su Xin accepted the challenge. Chapter 5. A clash of strength. He accepted the challenge. Could it be that Su Xin truly dared to engage? How utterly foolish. Did he believe it was still 3 years ago? The training arena erupted into a cacophony. Most spectators deemed Su Xin overconfident, especially the disciples from various factions, who mocked him openly. Let it be known, Hong Feng had long attained the pinnacle of the Zhenwu 8th layer, able to contend even against ordinary 9th layer opponents. From Su Xin's recent encounter with the war puppet, it was evident he had only just entered the Zhenwu 8th layer, managing to endure 38 breaths solely through evasion. In contrast, Hong Feng had fought directly with the war puppet, lasting an impressive 41 breaths. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. This is reckless. Su Bohang frowned as he observed Su Xin's acceptance of the challenge. Although the entire Su family held grievances against Su Xin, the guests' disrespect towards their master united the members of the Su family against a common adversary. He believed that Su Xin had acted impulsively, yet he found it difficult to voice his concerns. After all, within the Su family, the rivalry among the younger generation was a commonplace affair. Meanwhile, Hong Feng wore a chilling smile. After all, he was a young master of the Su family, once acknowledged as the family's foremost genius. It It was said that his talent was unparalleled throughout the entire Tianyin Empire. If he could decisively overpower Su Xin in front of so many onlookers, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. With this thought in mind, Hong Fong unsheathed the battle blade at his waist and declared, Su Xin, I will allow you the first move. Without uttering a single word, Su Xin tightened his grip on the long sword and immediately launched himself forward. With a swift motion, he executed a powerful strike, devoid of any flamboyant flourishes. It was a direct and fierce slash, raw and unrefined. Noi vasi maneuvers? You intend to clash with me head-on? Enfant choqued. Such recklessness. Su Bohang shook his head, observing the scene. To pit someone who had just entered the true martial Eighth Realm against one who had already reached the pinnacle of the Eighth Realm was tantamount to courting death. Hong Fong, with a cold smile, swung his battle blade, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual power. The clash of blade and sword resonated, and for a brief moment, neither side gained the upper hand. With a series of strikes echoing through the air, the combatants found themselves evenly matched. How could this be? Enfant's surprise deepened. He had exerted nearly 80% of his strength, which should have easily overwhelmed an ordinary true martial Eighth Realm practitioner. Yet, in their head-on confrontation, he found himself at a standstill. After the initial shock, anger surged within him, and he unleashed all his might. The violent spiritual energy erupting from his arms as he wielded the blade with renewed ferocity. However, even then, he could not secure a decisive advantage. What was happening? Hong Fong's cultivation level was clearly superior to Su Xin's. In a direct confrontation, he should have dominated, yet here he was, struggling to gain the upper hand. Su Xin's strength was unexpectedly formidable. The onlookers were equally astonished. Even Su Bohang, a master at the Transformation C stage, wore a perplexed expression. They discerned that Su Xin was employing the Pashan Jian Shu, a rather ordinary sword technique of modest rank, while Hong Fong's blade technique was evidently of a higher tier, logically yielding greater power. At this moment, Su Xin, with a subtle smile in his heart, recognized the enhancement from his bloodline inheritance. The quality of his spiritual power had evidently improved, allowing him to unleash a strength that, despite being only at the initial stage of the true martial Eighth Realm, surpassed that of this pinnacle practitioner before him. As Su Xin's gaze sharpened, Hong Fong, consumed by rage, resembled a frenzied beast, disregarding all caution. A crackling energy enveloped him, and with both hands gripping the blade, he swung down with ferocity, as if summoning a thunderstorm. Lei Yuan Jing, Qi Lei Dao. This was Hong Fong's most powerful strike, an earth-shattering blow. Su Xin, however, executed the mightiest technique from the Pashan Jian Shu, and at the moment of his attack, a surge of bloodline power harmonized with his spiritual energy. A deafening boom erupted, and, as the two forces collided, Hong Fong felt an overwhelming force akin to that of a primordial beast surging towards him. With a violent cough, blood erupted from his mouth, and his battle blade was sent flying. His body crashed to the ground like a cannonball. The Ninth Realm. Such power can only belong to a Ninth Realm practitioner. A fleeting thought crossed Hong Fong's mind before his consciousness faded into darkness. The training ground fell into silence as all gazes turned in disbelief towards Su Xin and the unconscious, severely injured Hong Fong. Clearly, Hong Fong had exerted his utmost, even employing his strongest technique. Yet he was still defeated by Su Xin in a direct confrontation, leaving him gravely wounded and unconscious. How could this happen? They could not comprehend how Su Xin, just entering the true martial Eighth Realm, could so thoroughly dismantle Hong Fong, who was already at the pinnacle of the Eighth Realm. Even Su Bohang was left with a furrowed brow. Only Su Xin understood the reason behind it all, and within him, a wave of elation surged. The power of the bloodline. This was the power of the bloodline. Gripping his fists tightly, his eyes sparkled with intensity. He had merely tapped into 2 or 3/10 of his bloodline power, yet the potency of his strike had increased nearly tenfold, resulting in Hong Fong's grievous injury. If this was the result of a mere fraction of his potential, what would happen if he unleashed his full power? Taking a deep breath, Su Xin noticed that everyone was watching him. He said nothing further, composed his expression, and departed. Throughout the encounter, he had little regard for Hong Fong. Considering him no true adversary, their confrontation was merely to test the might of his bloodline power. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, who had summoned Hong Fong to confront Su Xin, wore a dark expression. This Su Xin, he managed to defeat Hong Fong head-on. It seems I must wait for my brother's return to teach him a lesson. Zhao Qing clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Su Xin's retreating figure. Just wait, Su Xin. Though you possess some strength, it means little before my brother. When the competition for the sword order begins, my brother will show all the disciples of the Su family what true despair is. Chapter 6. Qi Long Lu at night. The moonlight shone brightly. Young master, news of your victory over Hong Fong has spread throughout the family. Many of the younger members, along with some elders, hold you in high regard. Some even say that despite your 3-year delay in the demon sealing prison, your innate talent has not diminished significantly, Hong Shan said, somewhat excitedly. Su Xin could not help but smile. Defeating a mere Hong Fong held little significance for him. What truly mattered was the family's attitude towards him. The events of 3 years ago had left a lingering resentment within the family, and while this battle could not entirely dispel that animosity, it would at least improve their perception of him to some extent. After all, in this world, respect was reserved for the strong. To have successfully defeated Hong Fong, who stood at the pinnacle of the true martial 8th realm, with his own meager cultivation at the initial stage of the same realm, was an accomplishment that garnered admiration from many within the Su family. A mere Hong Fong before this. He had not even known his name. He was inconsequential. However, Zhao Ling caught Su Xin's attention. Zhao Ling, at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, was considered a genius with formidable combat prowess, reportedly comparable to those of the Transformation C stage. The disparity in their cultivation levels was vast. Unless he resorted to the forbidden Shun Mia secret technique, he presently held no confidence in defeating Zhao Ling. To emerge victorious in the sword order competition, or even to kill Zhao Ling, Su Xin would need to attain at least the true martial 9th realm, or perhaps even the pinnacle of the 9th realm, to have a chance. As the competition for the sword command drew nearer, only half a month remained. Even though he cultivated the bloodline inheritance technique at a pace several times faster than ordinary individuals, it would still be quite challenging for him to elevate his cultivation to that level. Perhaps with the assistance of elixirs, there might have been a possibility. Su Xin murmured to himself. The following dawn, Su Xin made his way to the Su family's treasure pavilion, overseen by an elder of the clan. Young master, I sincerely apologize. While I could provide you with a few ordinary gathering spirit pills, we scarcely possess any premium ones. Given the imminent sword command competition, the family head has already instructed me to distribute our limited stock of premium gathering spirit pills to those few disciples with the strongest abilities, who have a greater chance of contending with Zhao Ling. The elder explained. Distributed already? Su Xin's brow furrowed slightly, though he felt no surprise. Since the decline of the Su family, their resources had dwindled significantly compared to 3 years prior. During the family's heyday, they could procure numerous premium gathering spirit pills each year, but now they could barely gather a mere dozen. Moreover, with the upcoming sword command competition, the upper echelon of the Su family, including his father, placed immense importance on it, promptly allocating the few premium gathering spirit pills to the most formidable and promising disciples. As for Su Xin, no one considered a person recently released from the confines of the forbidden magic prison capable of competing with Zhao Ling. Even after defeating Hong Fong yesterday, who was merely at the peak of the true martial 8-fold realm, the clan members merely regarded Su Xin as impressive and possessing considerable talent. Yet none believed he could pose a threat to Zhao Ling. Without premium gathering spirit pills, Su Xin contemplated he must resort to that location. Soon after, he departed the residence alone. In the heart of Yongning County's capital stood 2 towering black spires, resembling colossal giants surveying the entire city. These black towers were none other than the renowned Qilong Tower of the Tianyin dynasty. Established by the founding monarch of the Tianyin dynasty several centuries ago, Qilong Tower is scattered throughout the nation. Each of the 36 states of the Tianyin dynasty possesses a Qilong Tower, serving 2 primary purposes. Firstly, to monitor the realm. Any disturbance within the Tianyin dynasty's territory would be reported to the monarch by the Qilong Tower without delay. Secondly, to gather the world's talents. Within Qilong Tower are the well-known True Martial Pavilion and the Seeking Dragon Tower. The True Martial Pavilion primarily assesses the skills of true martial realm warriors, consisting of 15 levels. Any true martial realm warrior who can conquer the 10th level is deemed a genius throughout the Tianyin dynasty. The Seeking Dragon Tower, aimed at the Huahai realm warriors, evaluates their comprehensive strength. Though it consists of only 3 levels, any Huahai realm warrior who can surpass the first level is considered a first-rate genius. Those who can conquer the second level are deemed top-tier geniuses, with only 30 or so such prodigies appearing in the entire dynasty during the same era, averaging 1 per state. As for those who conquer the 3rd level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, they are regarded as an unparalleled monster, appearing in the Tianyin dynasty only once every few years or even decades, rarer than the legendary Bloodline Awakeners. Before the 2 imposing towers, the Seeking Dragon Tower was seldom challenged due to its high difficulty, whereas the true Martial Pavilion saw a multitude of challengers. At that moment, the area before the true Martial Pavilion was crowded with over 100 individuals, predominantly confident true martial realm warriors, aside from a few onlookers. Currently, a true martial 9-fold realm warrior was attempting the challenge, having successfully passed the 7th level, yet he was swiftly defeated shortly after ascending to the 8th level. Achieving the 7th level with a 9-fold cultivation is commendable. Many true martial 10-fold warriors cannot even reach the 7th level, the crowd murmured. The true Martial Pavilion's assessments primarily focus on skill rather than cultivation level. For an ordinary true martial realm warrior, passing the 5th level is considered normal. Surpassing the 6th and 7th levels indicates considerable skill, while overcoming the 8th and 9th levels signifies a truly formidable contender. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared beneath the true Martial Pavilion. With a tall stature clad in fitted attire and wielding a long sword, she exuded an air of elegance, drawing the attention of all present with her stunningly cold beauty. It was she, Su Xin, the proud young lady of the Su family. This marked her 6th attempt at the true Martial Pavilion this year. In her previous attempts, she had successfully passed the 8th level but struggled for an extended period at the 9th, ultimately failing. Did she return this time to conquer the 9th level? Many in the crowd recognized her and couldn't help but tease her. The requirements to challenge the true Martial Pavilion were merely to be at the true martial realm, attracting many challengers from Yongning County, some of whom aimed to hone their skills or practice regularly, with Su Xin being one of them. Nyangxia. In a corner of the crowd, Su Xin, donning a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face, slightly lifted his gaze to observe her figure. Su Xin was his cousin, 2 years his senior. They had shared a close bond in their childhood, but due to the pressures of factional divisions within the family, she had spent the past few years training outside to enhance her strength. Currently, she had evidently stepped into the true martial 10-fold realm. Among the direct descendants of the Su family, besides the widely recognized Su Qinghong, Su Xin was the only one qualified to compete with Zhao Ling in the sword command competition. As she gazed at the towering spire of the true martial pavilion, Su Xin thought to herself, after training outside for a month, I have improved my swordsmanship. This time, I must conquer the 9th level. How can I defeat Zhao Ling in the sword command competition if I cannot even surpass the 9th level of the true martial pavilion? Zhao Ling had already achieved the peak of the true martial 10-fold realm and, a year ago, had successfully conquered the 10th level of the true martial pavilion, earning the recognition of the Qilong Tower and receiving a yellow grade token. Although she too was at the true martial 10-fold realm, she still lagged significantly behind in strength. If her skills fell short of conquering the 9th level of the true martial pavilion, the gap between her and Zhao Ling would be insurmountable. Su Xin soon entered the true martial pavilion, and, as before, she effortlessly passed from the 1st to the 7th level. Upon reaching the 8th level, she invested some time and eventually succeeded, only to step into the 9th level. There, she exerted all her strength and fought fiercely for an extended period, yet ultimately faced defeat. As she exited the true martial pavilion, Su Yuning's figure trembled slightly, her lips pressed together, her face marked by frustration. I gave it my all, yet I still failed. If I cannot pass the 9th level, how did that monster Zhao Ling conquer the 10th level? The many true martial realm warriors gathered outside the true martial pavilion side at Su Yuning's defeat at the 9th level. Just as she prepared to leave, a figure brushed past her. Su Yuning instinctively glanced over, her heart stirred. Despite the figure being obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, passing by evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity and even closeness within her, leaving her puzzled. Who is this person? They seemed to possess only the cultivation of the true martial 8-fold realm, And we're also here to challenge the true martial pavilion. Originally intending to depart, Su Xin hesitated, drawn to the familiar figure who had already entered the true martial pavilion. Inside the true martial pavilion's first level, Su Xin stood observing 10 battle puppets arrayed in front of him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 5 years ago, I first ventured into Zhenwu Ge at the tender age of 13. Despite my utmost efforts, I faltered at the 10th level. In the subsequent 2 years, my swordsmanship improved significantly, leading me to believe that surpassing the 10th level would be a relatively effortless endeavor. However, during these past 3 years, my bloodline awakened, and my comprehension underwent a remarkable enhancement, allowing me to independently derive more profound sword techniques from single martial art. Now, my swordsmanship has transcended the capabilities of my earlier self. If I were to exert my full strength, I wonder how many levels I could ascend. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Su Xin. The trials of Zhenwu Ge assess not one as cultivation, but solely one as skill. And this skill, in essence, is the embodiment of Su Xin's swordsmanship. Chapter 7. Tremor atop the imposing black tower of Qilong Lu. An elderly man with silver hair and a long beard leisurely sat before a tea table, sipping tea while perusing a recently acquired intelligence report. The martial arena's contender had been assassinated by enemies? The elder shook his head in silent disapproval. Such carelessness was unbecoming. Given his prowess, with a few more years of secluded cultivation, he should have been able to conquer the first level of Xuanlong Tower. Alas, what a pity. Qilong Lu, a bastion of exceptional talents, does not interfere with their growth. This implies that regardless of the adversities these prodigies face, even knowing that one is on the verge of assassination, Qilong Lu remains indifferent. The martial arena's contender, as mentioned by the elder, was indeed a genius who had previously conquered the 10th level of Zhenwu Tower. Qilong Lu had been monitoring his progress, but regrettably, his talent had not yet fully matured before being struck down. Sudden hurried footsteps echoed as a black-clad steward appeared before the elder. Director, the individual currently attempting Zhenwu Tower has successfully overcome the 8th level, the steward reported. Really? The elder furrowed his brow. Merely reaching the 8th level hardly warranted such notification. The steward, having accompanied him for many years, should have known his temperament. Director, the esteemed overseer stationed at Zhenwu Ge has stated that this individual has a significant chance of surpassing the 12th level. The steward added, "What did you say?" The elder was taken aback. Surpassing the 10th level already categorized one as a top-tier genius, eligible for a yellow grade token from Qilong Lu. To ascend to the 12th level, that would indicate an unparalleled talent in craftsmanship, a rarity even within the Tianyan dynasty. In Yongning County, there were currently no geniuses capable of traversing the 12th level of Zhenwu Ge. Furthermore, this proclamation came from the overseer, whose insight, despite a slightly lower status, was not to be underestimated. If he asserted that this individual had a high likelihood of conquering the 12th level, it was most likely true. Let us observe. The elder promptly set off. At the base of Zhenwu Ge, numerous martial artists still congregated. The recent contender had also breached the 8th level. Su Xin, amidst the crowd, gazed upwards at the illuminated 8 tower lamps. Each level of Zhenwu Ge was marked by a lamp, which lit up to signify successful ascension. However, the time he took to overcome the 8th level evidently surpassed my own, indicating that he had likely reached his limit, with little hope for the 9th. Su Xin mused. In that moment, a figure suddenly surged forth from the pinnacle of another tower, effortlessly floating in mid-air, surveying the entire Zhenwu Ge from above. It was Lord Yuanqing, the overseer of Qilong Lu. What transpired within Zhenwu Ge to warrant Lord Yuanqing's attention? A stir rippled through the crowd below. What is happening? Su Xin furrowed his brow. In the Tianyan dynasty, the overseer of Qilong Lu held a position of power comparable to that of a county governor, making him a paramount figure in Yongning County. Such elevated individuals rarely made appearances, and even if someone managed to conquer the 10th level of Zhenwu Ge, it would not guarantee a personal audience with Lord Yuanqing. Yet now, it was evident that Lord Yuanqing had come specifically for the ongoing trial within Zhenwu Ge. Could it be for the contender currently engaged in the challenge? That seemed implausible. The individual had yet to breach the 9th level. Su Yuning's expression turned peculiar. Meanwhile, high above, the silver-haired Yuanqing, arms folded behind his back, surveyed the tower below, where every detail unfolded before his eyes. Within the 9th level of Jinwu Tower, a young man clad in black, wearing a conical hat, was locked in combat against 10 formidable battle puppets wielding silver spears. The opponents in the Jinwu Gu trials were these puppets, each level presenting 10 adversaries. As the levels progressed, the puppets' spear techniques and coordination became increasingly sophisticated. Their strength, from the very first level, was matched to that of the challenger. By the 9th level, the puppets exhibited remarkable skill. Many experts at the Huahai realm found it challenging to prevail against them solely through technique. Yet, as Su Xin faced the onslaught of 10 puppets, his movements resembled a wraith, appearing at various points on the battlefield. His seemingly casual strikes were, in fact, astute and precise, effortlessly neutralizing the puppet's lethal spear techniques. Too easy. Yuan Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. He now understood why the overseer believed Su Xin had a substantial likelihood of surpassing the 12th level. The seamless amalgamation of his agility and swordsmanship was virtually flawless, rendering the 10 puppets, proficient as they were, akin to infants wielding firewood. It was an entirely disparate realm. This youth was practically toying with the puppets, Yuan Qing mused. Indeed, from the 6th level onward, Su Xin had begun to toy with the puppets, never once employing any sophisticated sword techniques. He simply wielded his sword with casual precision, effortlessly defeating the puppets. Soon, he overcame the 9th level, followed by the 10th and 11th. Despite the heightened spear techniques of the puppets in these 2 levels, particularly in the 11th, where each puppet's skills approached those of peak Huahai realm experts, Su Xin still navigated through with ease. How remarkable that he could remain so composed. His understanding of swordsmanship had reached such heights. Yuan Qing marveled continuously. Upon reaching the 12th level of Jinwu Gu, the puppet's strength escalated once more, forcing Su Xin to abandon his previous nonchalance and finally unleash his sword techniques. With his swordplay unleashed, he swept through the 10 puppets with overwhelming force, conquering the 12th level. As he approached the 13th level, each puppet's spear technique surpassed that of over 99% of Huahai realm experts, reaching the pinnacle of the realm. The simultaneous assault of 10 puppets unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, effectively sealing Su Xion's movements and leaving him with no avenue for escape. At this juncture, Su Xion finally exerted his full capabilities. With his long sword in hand, he became one with the weapon, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows that resembled towering mountains, standing firm against the relentless onslaught of spears. The Hunyuan sword technique. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Yuan Qing's brows shot up. The Hunyuan sword technique, renowned as the foremost defensive technique among the Su family sword arts. Could it be that he is a descendant of the Su clan? Just as this thought crossed Yuan Qing's mind, it was immediately dismissed. No, he observed intently as Su Xion battled the puppets. The sword technique he had just executed bore an uncanny resemblance to the Su family's Hunyuan sword technique, creating an impenetrable barrier against the fierce storm of attacks surrounding him. This is a martial art focused on defense. However, with the manifestation of Su Xion's swordplay, what appeared to be a formidable mountain was, in fact, a colossal grinding wheel, mercilessly crushing the battle puppets beneath it. He broke through the 13th level, and at the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, Su Xion unleashed his full potential. His swordsmanship transcended mere forms and became enigmatic and unpredictable, striking with the swiftness of thunder or delivering a lethal thrust akin to that of an assassin, or executing a terrifyingly rapid strike that left no trace of the blade. The 10 battle puppets attempted to unleash their spear techniques in a frenzied assault, yet they were unable to withstand the terrifying swordplay of Su Xion. After a fierce battle, he conquered the 14th level. Could it be that he has taken that crucial step? The astonishment within Yuan Qing was beyond the capacity for words, and his gaze towards Su Xion was akin to that of one observing a monster. The battle puppets at the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion were already skilled enough to be comparable to ordinary practitioners of the Broken Void realm. A combined effort from 10 battle puppets, relying solely on skill, could thwart many Broken Void realm experts. Yet this young man, merely at the Jinwu 8th realm, had conquered the 14th level. How could a practitioner at the Jinwu 8th realm surpass the abilities of an ordinary Broken Void realm expert? Which ancient master has imparted such terrifying prowess to this prodigy? He was also preparing to challenge the 15th level, the final level of the Jinwu Pavilion, leaving Yuan Qing in eager anticipation. Yet, regrettably, at the 15th level, Su Xin merely exchanged a few blows with the 10 battle puppets before decisively withdrawing from the battlefield. The 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion was significantly more challenging than the 14th. If I were to unleash my most powerful strike without reservation, I might have a chance to break through, but that strike would be far too conspicuous. Once executed, my identity could no longer be concealed. Moreover, relying solely on skill to conquer the 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion would be utterly astonishing. Not only would it shake the Yongning County, but the entire Tianyin Empire would surely be affected. My current strength is still too weak. It is best to avoid drawing attention. Su Xin was self-aware. He soon exited the Jinwu Pavilion, having successfully conquered the 14th level, halting at the 15th level. Chapter 8. Guidance. Outside the Jinwu Pavilion, hundreds had gathered, including Su Yuning, all fixated on the lights illuminating the Black Tower. Upon witnessing the astonishment of even Lord Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower, they realized that the one challenging the Jinwu Pavilion must be achieving something extraordinary. Indeed, one by one, the tower lights began to illuminate the 9th level, the 10th level, the 11th level, and ultimately, the lights for the 14th level shone brightly. Everyone was left in awe. The vast square fell into a profound silence, enveloped in an atmosphere of wonder and disbelief. The 14th level, Su Juning gasped. Initially, she had observed Su Xin taking longer at the 8th level and instinctively thought he would struggle at the 9th level. Little did she know that before reaching the 12th level, Su Xin had merely been toying with the battle puppets, which accounted for the extended time taken. To conquer the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion indicates that his skills have reached a level comparable to, if not surpassing, that of ordinary Broken Void Realm experts. Such an unparalleled talent in martial skills is unlikely to be found again in the contemporary Tianyin Empire. Others nearby gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the 14 tower lights that had illuminated the Jinwu Pavilion simultaneously extinguished, and the tower doors swung open. Look, he is coming out. All eyes turned in unison towards the direction of the tower door. With a swoosh, a figure descended from the void, landing before the entrance. As Su Xin stepped out of the Jinwu Pavilion, he immediately felt countless fiery gazes upon him. These stares were indeed fervent, brimming with unmasked shock, awe, and envy. For a practitioner of the Jinwu realm, to conquer the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion was simply unfathomable. Young friend, greetings. A white-haired Yuan Qing stood before Su Xin, his expression gentle and inviting. I am Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Red Dragon Tower in Yongning County. Yuan Qing, overseer. Su Xin nodded. May I ask for your name, young friend? Yuan Qing inquired. Jin E. Su Xin replied, a name he had thoughtfully chosen before deciding to challenge the Jinwu Pavilion. Vini? Yuan Qing's heart stirred, quickly comprehending that this was merely a pseudonym. Realizing Su Xin did not wish to reveal his identity, and thus refrained from further questioning. You have successfully conquered the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, and such an accomplishment grants you the right to receive a ground-level token from my Red Dragon Tower. Yuan Qing presented a gilded token to Su Xin, the words Red Dragon elegantly inscribed upon it. A ground-level token? Su Xin raised an eyebrow. The Red Dragon Tower categorizes its tokens into 4 distinct levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, each representing varying degrees of authority within the tower. The yellow-level token holds the lowest authority, but still allows one to request minor assistance from the Red Dragon Tower. In contrast, the highest tier, the Heaven-level token, grants significant privileges, enabling its holder to directly request entry into the Tianyin Empire's most advanced training facility, availing themselves of abundant resources without charge. However, acquiring a Heaven-level token is exceedingly difficult, necessitating a successful challenge of the 15th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, or, during the Huahai realm, conquering the 3rd level of the Xuanlong Tower. Such geniuses are rare, appearing only once every several years, if not decades, within the Tianyin Empire. Although Su Xion's conquest of the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion was astonishing, it still fell short of the requirements for a Heaven-level token. The ground-level token was already more than sufficient. Su Xin accepted the token, his heart brimming with joy. Young friend, according to our regulations, Having obtained the ground-level token grants you considerable authority within the Red Dragon Tower. Should you require assistance or seek resources, do not hesitate to make your requests. As long as they fall within your level of authority, the Red Dragon Tower will accommodate you. Yuan Qing smiled, adding, however, the Red Dragon Tower will not interfere in your growth process. This means that if you encounter dangers or adversaries during your journey, the Red Dragon Tower will not intervene. You understand, Su Xin nodded. The Red Dragon Tower indeed refrains from intervening in the growth of its prodigies. In truth, for the Red Dragon Tower, some appropriate dangers or potential enemies serve as vital training for these talents, which is why they remain indifferent. I find myself in need of some premium gathering spirit pills. Su Xin stativ. Premium gathering spirit pills? Yuan Qing chuckled. Due to their high grade and low refinement rate, premium gathering spirit pills are indeed rare and precious. However, they are primarily beneficial for practitioners of the Jinwu realm. Their effectiveness diminishes for those above the Huahai realm. Thus, to the higher echelons of the Tianyan Empire, premium gathering spirit pills are not considered particularly valuable. Given your current ground-level authority, requesting some should pose no issue. How many would you like, young friend? Yuan Qing inquired. 20 will suffice, Su Xin replied. He did not wish to ask for too many. 20 premium gathering spirit pills would be ample for his indulgence in the Jinwu realm. And by the time he advanced to the Huahai realm, their utility would have diminished. Yuan Qing promptly instructed the attendants of the Red Dragon Tower. Please wait, young friend. I have already sent someone to prepare them. The pills will be delivered shortly. Thank you. Su Xin smiled slightly. At that moment, a graceful figure approached. Master, came the voice of Su Yuning. Su Yuning? Su Xin's expression was peculiar. The newcomer was indeed Su Yuning. From a Su family, I humbly request your guidance. Su Yuning said, cradling her sword as she bowed deeply, adopting a posture of utmost respect. A stir of admiration rippled through the crowd. They couldn't help but praise Su Yuning for her remarkable courage. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that the enigmatic swordsman known as Jian has recently conquered the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. His swordsmanship is unparalleled within the entire Tianyan Empire's Jinwu realm, while Su Yuning has yet to surpass the 9th level, revealing a significant disparity between the two, spanning several tiers. Such a vast chasm would typically instill a sense of reverence. Yet Su Yuning boldly approached him, seeking his guidance. With a graceful bow, her exquisite face betraying a hint of determination as she bit her silver teeth, Su Yuning understood that her advance might seem abrupt, yet she summoned her courage. After all, she too wields a sword, and the caliber of Jian Yi's technique is something she has never encountered before. Within the Su family, no other possesses such exceptional prowess. She was resolute not to forfeit this opportunity for direct instruction. Observing her peculiar demeanor, Su Xin regarded Su Yuning curiously for a moment before nodding, lowering his voice, and conceding, very well, I shall assist you. A wave of elation washed over Su Yuning. The onlookers, including Yuan Qing, were taken aback, not anticipating that the illustrious Jian Yi would indeed agree to provide guidance. With a soft exhalation, Su Yuning stepped back a respectful distance, drawing her long sword. Sir, your cultivation is at the Jinwu 8th layer. I shall restrain my strength to this level as well. Please proceed. Su Xin appeared relaxed and untroubled. In an instant, Su Yuning unleashed her sword, a resplendent shadow dancing forth, causing the surrounding air to shimmer as if snowflakes were cascading down. The snowfall sword technique? Su Xin mused with a smile. This was indeed the renowned Su family technique, and he was well versed in countering it. A series of sword shadows, akin to fluttering snowflakes, surged toward him. Su Xin stood firm, effortlessly wielding his sword without any elaborate technique, merely executing simple cuts that precisely struck the vulnerabilities of the snowflakes, causing them to dissipate. Impressive. Su Yuning gasped, immediately following with her most powerful strike, the snow slash technique, consisting of 9 rapid blows. Having trained in this technique for several years, she could unleash 8 strikes in succession. Fully aware of Jian Yi's formidable prowess, she unleashed her full strength, delivering all 8 strikes simultaneously. Yet, Su Xin remained unmoved, standing resolutely in place, executing simple strikes that effortlessly countered each of her rapid slashes with a series of resonant clashes. Is it truly this simple to deflect my 8 snow slashes? Su Yuning thought, astonished. Use your strongest technique, Su Xin prompted. Sir, please be cautious. Su Yuning's cheeks flushed as she soared upward, her graceful figure resembling a phoenix descending upon the earth. With a flourish, she struck, and a brilliant light erupted. Exquisite. The onlookers were entranced by her display. The phoenix descends sword? Su Xian's eyes narrowed, but regrettably, it was merely the initial move. Clang! A sharp clash resonated as Su Yuning's sword slipped from her grasp. A lethal edge now poised against her delicate throat. Is this how I am defeated? She felt the chilling blade and was left in shock. Meanwhile, Su Xin coldly remarked, rudimentary, far too rudimentary. The technique itself is potent, yet your execution is utterly lacking. You focus too heavily on form, neglecting the essence of swordsmanship. While it may appear beautiful and captivating, it serves no purpose. Reflect on this. With that, Su Xin sheathed his sword and turned to depart, focusing on form while disregarding essence. Su Yuning's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. After a moment, she regained her composure and respectfully bowed to Su Xin, expressing, "Thank you for your guidance." Hearing this, Su Xin, with his back turned, absent-mindedly touched his nose, a playful smile gracing his lips. He recalled how, as a child, Su Yuning would often pat his head, promising to emulate him in the future. Now, if Sister Ning were to discover that the Sir she spoke of was the very boy she once patted on the head, one could only imagine her expression, he mused. Chapter 9. The contest begins, my young friend. Here is the exquisite gathering spirit pill you requested. Yuan Qing handed a delicate jade box to Su Xin, who opened it briefly before storing it away. Thank you, he replied before taking his leave. A multitude of martial artists gathered before the Jinwu Pavilion, filled with awe and reverence as they watched Su Xin depart. Director, shall we send someone to follow him and ascertain his identity? Inquired a black-clad steward. No need. Yuan Qing shook his head. Since he has chosen to use an alias, he clearly wishes to keep his identity concealed. Our mission at the Qiang Tower is to befriend exceptional talents like him, fostering their gratitude toward us, which may lead to their future service to the Empire. If we were to investigate too deeply or send spies, it might backfire if he becomes aware. Moreover, a Jinwu 8th layer cultivator who can conquer the 14th level of the Jinwu Pavilion is a prodigy who cannot remain obscure for long. Sooner or later, he will make a name for himself in Tianyan. We simply need to observe. Su Xin proceeded cautiously, taking considerable time to ensure no one was tailing him before returning to the Su family. Inside his chamber, Su Xin gazed at the jade box containing 20 fragrant, milky white pills, his heart swelling with joy. The exquisite gathering spirit pills are vastly more effective than ordinary ones. With 15 days remaining until the sword order contest, I can consume one each day, coupled with the accelerated cultivation speed of my inherited techniques. Achieving a breakthrough to the Jinwu 9th layer within half a month is certainly feasible, and even the 10th layer is not beyond reach. Su Xin smiled. From this day forth, he devoted most of his time to cultivation. With the assistance of the exquisite gathering spirit pills and the accelerated pace of his inherited cultivation, his prowess was advancing at an alarming rate. As days passed, within the Su family, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. Notably, the young prodigies Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and others returned home after intensive training aimed at enhancing their strength for the sword order contest against Xiaoling. Each had made notable progress during their time away, particularly Su Qinghong. Rumors circulated within the Su family that Su Qinghong had reached the pinnacle of the Jinwu 10th layer, rivaling Xiaoling. This sparked a wave of hope among the Su family members, many believing he could genuinely defeat Xiaoling in the upcoming contest. However, within a few days, Xiaoling returned as well. On the very day of his return, he went directly to the Qiang Tower and surpassed the 11th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. This news sent shockwaves through the Su family. It is understood that to conquer the 10th level of the Jinwu Pavilion already marks one as a top-tier genius, and such individuals are exceedingly rare throughout Yongning County. Surpassing the 11th level is even more remarkable, though word had spread recently about a swordsman named Jian, who astonishingly conquered the 14th level. He is not a member of the Su family, and thus, the commotion surrounding him was relatively muted. In contrast, Zhao Ling hails from the Su family, amplifying the excitement surrounding his achievements. Everyone in the Su family was astounded. The followers of the guest faction were ecstatic, cheering with joy, while the core members of the Su family felt a heavy weight of pressure. Those who had previously supported Su Xin, believing he could triumph over Zhao Ling, fell silent upon hearing this news. There was little to be done, even with comparable cultivation levels. Su Xin had only conquered the 9th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, still a notch below the 10th. In contrast, Zhao Ling had surpassed the 11th level, highlighting a significant disparity in their respective skills. This has led to a profound sense of despondency among the younger generation of the Su family, with many already succumbing to despair. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the inevitable has arrived. The day of the Su family sword decree contest has come. Creak! Su Xin opened the door and stepped out. Young master, Hong Shan had been waiting outside. The contest for the sword decree is today. Su Xin raised his gaze toward the distant horizon. From your expression, it seems your cultivation has progressed? Hong Shan quailed. Progressed? To some extent, yes. Although I have not fully achieved my expectations, it is still satisfactory, Su Xin replied with a slight smile. Over the past half-month, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Initially, he had hoped to reach the 10th realm of true martial within this time, but ultimately, he remained at the pinnacle of the 9th realm, merely a half-step away from the 10th. Given an additional 2 or 3 days, he was confident he could directly break through to the 10th realm, but alas, the contest for the sword decree was about to commence. Of course, even if it were not perfect for Su Xin, possessing the pinnacle of the 9th realm was already sufficient. Although he was merely at the 9th realm, the inherited martial arts he practiced allowed his power to erupt with greater strength, not significantly weaker than that of an average 10th realm practitioner. Moreover, he possessed the power of his bloodline, which, once harnessed, would unleash a force that could rival the peak of the 10th realm, if not surpass it. Su Xin clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. Zhao Ling, an outsider, dares to covet the sword decree of the Su family. He must be eliminated. I have delayed for 3 years, and the Su family has lost the respect due to me as the young master. Today, I shall use him to establish my authority. The Su family's martial arts garden was an expansive estate with a training ground at its center. Once deserted, it was now teeming with people. Each year, the Su family held a grand competition for their descendants within the martial arts garden. But this year's contest was of paramount importance as it determined the ownership of the sword decree. The core lineage of the Su family, along with numerous strong disciples and a multitude of maids and servants, had gathered. Over 1,000 souls converged in this place. On the elevated platform above the training ground, 3 seats were arranged, with 2 already occupied by the elders of the Su family. Below the head of the family, there were 3 senior elders. The Grand Elder, Su Boyong, was the only one among the core lineage aside from the head of the family to have achieved the void-breaking realm, currently stationed elsewhere. Presently, the second elder, Su Taitong, and the third elder, Su Baihu, both peak practitioners of the Sea Transformation realm, were seated. The third elder, Su Baihu, was the younger brother of the head of the family, making him Su Xion's uncle. Before the 2 elders stood 4 of the strongest Su family disciples, all of whom had reached the 10th realm of true martial. Among them were Su Xin and Su Yuning. To allow an outsider to participate in the contest for the Su family sword decree is a disgrace. If that outsider were to triumph and seize the sword decree, it would render the Su family a laughingstock. The second elder, Su Taitong, a robust figure with eyes like copper bells, bellowed furiously. You four are the last hope of the Su family. Whether you can defeat Zhao Ling and restore our family's honor lies entirely upon you. Remember at all costs. Bring him down, even if it costs you your lives. Yes. Su Xin and the others nodded solemnly, fully aware of the significance of today's battle. The Su family, once a noble lineage within the Tianyin dynasty, held a deep-seated pride and dignity that must not be trampled upon. Should an outsider take control of the sword decree, their pride and dignity would be utterly obliterated, a fate far more unbearable for many in the Su family than death itself. On the opposite side of the training ground, a multitude of strong disciples from the guest factions had gathered, among whom stood a defiant young man with a battle knife slung over his shoulder, towering above the rest. He was Zhao Ling, having already reached the pinnacle of the 10th realm of true martial and having directly passed through the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, exerting tremendous pressure on the younger generation of the Su family. Brother, look, everyone around is watching you, especially those young disciples of the Su family. Just look at their expressions. It's as if they want to devour you whole, Zhao Qing remarked, standing beside Zhao Ling, noticing the fiery gazes directed at them. Oomph. These fools. What does it matter if they are unwilling? After today's battle, you will be the master of the Su family's sword decree, and from now on, the younger generation of the Su family will revere you. Even the position of head of the Su family may very well belong to you, brother. Hearing this, Zhao Ling smiled, but lamented that his father, Zhao Tianlei, was embroiled in a critical conflict with the Grand Elder Su Boyong in Tianshui City and could not return. If only his father could witness him dominating the younger generation of the Su family, he would surely be delighted. By the way, brother, about that Su Xin, Zhao Qing suddenly interjected. Xiao Qing. Zhao Ling frowned, somewhat displeased. I told you to broaden your perspective. Su Xin was indeed a figure 3 years ago, but now he is no longer worth considering. Such a character is hardly worth your attention. Understood. Zhao Qing lowered his head. Zhao Ling glanced at Zhao Qing again and added, nevertheless, since Su Xin has insulted you and made such arrogant claims, I shall not let him off easily. If the opportunity arises during the contest, I will take action. Thank you, brother, Zhao Qing exclaimed joyfully, knowing that his brother was still quite indulgent of him. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures suddenly descended from above, drawing the attention of all present. It is the head of the family. The head of the family has arrived. The Su family members erupted with excitement. Father, Su Xin, standing in a corner of the crowd, also looked up towards the platform. Greetings to the head of the family. In the training ground, everyone bowed to the figure that appeared on the platform, including the powerful members of the guest factions. A middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe, handsome and refined, stood there with a gentle smile, exuding warmth and approachability. He was Su Xin's father, the current head of the Su family, Su Baichun. Following the death of the family patriarch, Su Baichun had become the pillar of the Su family and their greatest support. In his youth, Su Baichun was a renowned genius in Tianyin, though he gradually became more subdued and low-key in his actions. Yet, those who knew of him dared not underestimate him. His father had once remarked that among the current strong members of the Su family, even the Grand Elder Su Boyong, who had reached the void-breaking realm, was not held in high regard by him. However, he held a profound respect for Su Baichun, which Zhao Ling pondered deeply. Within the Su family, the guest faction led by Zhao Tianlei had grown increasingly powerful, overshadowing the core lineage in many respects. Nonetheless, even today, Zhao Tianlei did not dare to completely sever ties with the Su family, largely due to his apprehension towards Su Baichun. Please rise. Su Baichun gently raised his hand, and the crowd stood. This gentleman beside me is Mr. Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Qilong Tower in Yongning County. Please pay your respects. Su Baichun announced. We pay our respects to Lord Yuan Qing. The crowd bowed once more. I have merely come to take a look. Yuan Qing chuckled. Brother Yuan, we had an agreement, Su Baichun said. Rest assured, Yuan Qing waved his hand. Come, provide a seat for Mr. Yuan Qing. Su Baichun commanded. Immediately, someone brought over a chair and placed it next to Su Baichun's seat, allowing the 2 formidable void-breaking realm experts to take their places. Meanwhile, whispers began to ripple through the crowd in the training ground. To everyone's surprise, during this competitive contest, the family head had invited Lord Yuan Qing, the overseer of Qilong Lu. This was no ordinary family competition, but one that concerned the coveted sword order. Thus the family placed greater emphasis on it. Su Xin was among the crowd. Lord Yuan Qing of Qilong Lu. Su Xin's brow furrowed slightly. This presented a predicament. Previously, under the alias Jian Yi, he had breached the Qilong Lu, ascending through 14 levels, and Lord Yuan Qing had witnessed the entire process. In the forthcoming contest for the Sword Order, should he reveal his prowess in swordsmanship, it was highly likely that Lord Yuan Qing would recognize him at a glance. Concealing his identity again seemed improbable. It's about time, brother, Su Bai said solemnly. Indeed, Su Bai, who, seated to the side, nodded slightly, then with a flicker, he appeared at the center of the training ground. A grand voice echoed from Su Bai Hu. Immediately, the many young disciples who had passed the family assessment stepped forward. Those who have qualified for this contest, from both factions, come forth, he commanded. A glance revealed around 60 to 70 individuals, most of whom were only at the 8th level of Zhenwu. This family competition would allow only one individual to emerge victorious, and that person would wield the sword order of the Su family, becoming the leader of the younger generation and acting as the clan leader outside. Su Baihu's voice was deep as his gaze swept over the young disciples before him. It was evident that excitement and anticipation adorned their faces. To wield the sword order of the Su family was a supreme honor for its disciples. Yet this honor could ultimately be claimed by only one. This competition consists of 2 rounds. Prepare yourselves, for the first round will commence shortly, Su Baihu declared. Instantly, the participating disciples grew tense. This competition, being related to the sword order, was unlike any previous family contests, and they were unaware of the rules that governed it. Meanwhile, in the stands, Brother Yuan, "It's your turn," Su Bai-chun smiled. Yuan Qing shrugged and rose. Without any warning, he appeared above the training ground, hovering over the young competitors. "Younglings, your opponent for the first round is none other than myself," Yuan Qing announced with a calm smile. "What? Is this a joke?" The expressions of the young disciples shifted dramatically. Yuan Qing was a genuine expert of the Pasu realm. It was absurd for such a formidable figure to face them. Mea Xin Wu practitioners. Rest assured, it won't be as daunting as you imagine, yet it will not be easy, Yuan Qing continued. "I possess a technique that can unleash a widespread, dense attack, targeting all of you simultaneously. Your task is to withstand this attack. If you succeed, you will pass the first round. If not, you will be eliminated." Though his tone was relaxed, the tension among the participants was palpable. Even Zhao Ling and Su Qinghong appeared grave. After all, this was a Pasu realm expert, and while it was but a single technique affecting everyone, it would not be easy to endure. Yuan Qing offered no further explanation and launched his attack. He gazed down at the throng of young disciples and pointed. A vast surge of spiritual power rapidly converged in the air, forming a layer of energy several feet long, resembling a colossal mirror. From this mirror, countless beams of light shot downwards. The sheer number and speed of these beams were astonishing. To the young disciples below, it was as if a torrential downpour had suddenly commenced, with these beams resembling a multitude of raindrops descending upon them, each drop presenting a significant threat. The young disciples erupted into action, powerful auras surging forth as they summoned all their strength to meet the onslaught. However, these beams were not only swift but also densely packed, containing immense power. Most of the young disciples could barely fend off a few beams before being overwhelmed. With a cacophony of sound, the storm of light rained down and dissipated in less than a breath. Yuan Qing withdrew his hand, and of the nearly 70 participants, only 10 remained standing. Su Xin was among them. "To withstand my attack, you few are commendable," Yuan Qing remarked with a faint smile before returning to the stands. "Su Bai stepped forward. Those who fell, assist them in resting. As for the 10 of you still standing," he observed, noting that some were still gasping for breath, "you have half a stick of incense to regain your strength. After that, the second round will commence." The participating disciples immediately dispersed, some recovering while others exited the arena, leaving a buzz of astonishment. "Is it over already?" No one anticipated the first round would conclude so swiftly. Although it ended quickly, the number of those eliminated was substantial. In the stands, "Brother Su, you must have witnessed that." Yuan Qing glanced at Su Bai-chun. "Indeed," Su Bai-chun nodded slightly. "When I executed that technique, I had already taken your advice to give Zhao Ling special consideration. The beams he faced, while equally speedy and dense as the others, contained 3 times the power." Yuan Qing's expression turned serious. Under such circumstances, even a peak Zhen Wu 10 could suffer some injuries, potentially affecting their performance in the subsequent rounds. Yet, Zhao Ling had effortlessly withstood the onslaught, not revealing any powerful techniques. Clearly, his abilities surpassed their expectations. "Brother Su, your Su family may face difficulties this time." Su Bai-chen fidsaident. Zhao Ling's strength was formidable, and there was no one among the younger generation of the Su family capable of countering him. To prevent the sword order from falling into the hands of an outsider, the Su family might resort to underhanded tactics. The reason Su Bai-chun had invited Yuan Qing was to have him discreetly apply pressure on Zhao Ling. However, this interference could not be overt. It was unthinkable to have Zhao Ling eliminated or severely injured in the first round, as it would be blatantly obvious. Moreover, Zhao Ling had already cleared the 11th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion and held yellow-level privileges in Qilong Lu, making it impossible for Yuan Qing to truly antagonize him. Yet, as a favor to Su Bai-chun, he would subtly increase the difficulty for Zhao Ling, perhaps causing him minor setbacks that would slightly hinder his performance in the second round. Nonetheless, it was evident that Yuan Qing's efforts bore little fruit. as Zhao Ling's combat prowess remained unaffected. After all, he had surpassed the 11th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion, and it was unsurprising that he could so easily withstand Yuan Qing's beams. Suddenly, Yuan Qing's gaze fell upon a young swordsman with closed eyes in the training field. He recognized the boy, Su Xin, the young master of the Su family, once a prodigious talent. Among the 10 who had endured Yuan Qing's rain of beams, 9 were above the 10th level of Zhenwu, while this young lad stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level, effortlessly fending off the beams. Notably, several of the 10th level practitioners gasped for breath after their encounters, clearly having struggled immensely. Yet Su Xin, he remained composed, his breath steady. In the process of resisting, Yuan Qing discerned that Su Xin appeared rather nonchalant. Aside from Zhao Ling, Su Xin was undoubtedly the most relaxed among the other contenders. Yet he merely possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of Zhenwu. This was intriguing. Yuan Qing's expression became somewhat peculiar. Chapter 11. 1 against 4 before long. Half a stick of incense had passed, and the 10 who had withstood the raindrops stepped forward once again. The second round would be a series of one-on-one elimination battles. You 10 shall draw lots to determine the order of combat, Su Baihu announced loudly regarding the rules for the second round. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a somewhat defiant voice interjected. There's no need for such trouble. Zhao Ling stepped forward. What does Zhao Ling intend to do? Everyone in the training grounds, including the 9 who had advanced to the second round, turned their attention towards Zhao Ling, third elder. The purpose of this clan competition is merely to select the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family to wield the Jianling. The rankings of others are insignificant. Therefore, there is no need for unnecessary complexity in this second round, Zhao Ling stated. What exactly do you mean? Su Baihu asked coldly. Quite simply, I intend to claim the Su family's Jianling. Among this generation of young disciples in the Su family, none are qualified to be my opponents. One-on-one is far too mundane. Instead, let those who wish to compete for the Jianling attack together. I will take them all on myself. Zhao Ling's voice resonated coldly across the training ground. Upon hearing his words, an initial silence enveloped the arena, but it was soon followed by an uproar. Zhao Ling actually intended to challenge everyone alone. Arrogant, excessively arrogant. Who does he think he is? Does he regard the talented disciples of the Su family as mere weeds? The core descendants of the Su family were incensed. Even the high-ranking experts of the Huahai realm bore grim expressions. To demand that everyone attack together while he stand alone? This was an outright insult, completely disregarding the prowess of these talented disciples. Su Baihu furrowed his brow and glanced at Su Baichun. After receiving a nod from the latter, he announced, "Since this is your own request, we shall proceed as you suggest. The second round will be a battle on the stage. You will be the champion, and the other 9 disciples entering the second round who wish to compete for the Jianling may join forces to challenge you. If you can triumph against their combined efforts, the Su family's Jianling will be yours." A cold smile crept upon Zhao Ling's lips. We have no lofty aspirations for that Jianling. We shall not contest it with young Master Zhao. As soon as the rules were announced, 4 individuals immediately chose to withdraw. These 4 hailed from the guest faction and naturally had no intention of competing with Zhao Ling. Excluding Zhao Ling and those who had withdrawn, 4 figures among the remaining 5 qualified to contest stepped forward. Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and 2 other disciples of the Su family who had reached the 10th layer of Zhenwu. They had earlier been called to the stands by 2 elders and were regarded with high hopes. Zhao Ling, you are far too arrogant. With a roar, Su Qinghong, standing among the 4, glared fiercely at Zhao Ling, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an unquenchable fire, as an overwhelming and violent aura of spiritual energy surged from him. This aura unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Zhenwu. The other 3, including Su Yuning, also erupted with formidable spiritual energy. Su Qingon, Zhao Ling cast a glance at Su Qinghong, followed by a disdainful smile. Your cultivation has indeed reached the peak of the 10th layer, but alas, you are alone. If the other members of your Su family were of your caliber, perhaps I would take you a tad more seriously. Arrogant. Su Qingon shouted angrily. Yet his gaze turned to Su Yuning and the other 2. We bear the honor of our family upon our shoulders. According to the second elder's previous instructions, we must defeat him, even if it costs us our lives. One-on-one, perhaps none of us are his match, but 4 against 1, all at the peak of the 10th layer and of similar age. If we cannot overcome him, we might as well take our own lives. Su Xin spoke solemnly. This Zhao Ling is far too arrogant. Today we shall make him pay for his hubris. The other two disciples of the Su family nodded in agreement. Onward, the four sprang into action, and the battle erupted instantaneously. Su Qinghong and Su Yuning each wielded a long sword. Su Qinghong, being the strongest, charged forward first, unleashing a ferocious strike, intending to engage Zhao Ling in direct combat. Meanwhile, Su Yuning positioned herself at Zhao Ling's side, wielding her cold sword in a graceful arc, executing the most powerful move from the snowfall sword technique. The remaining two disciples of the Su family also charged at Zhao Ling from different angles. However, facing the four simultaneous attacks, Zhao Ling merely smiled coldly and stepped forward, his right fist gathering immense power as he struck towards Su Qinghong's sword shadow. He didn't even draw his weapon? The spectators gasped in astonishment. To take on four opponents was one thing, but to engage in battle without unsheathing his weapon? What utter disdain! Yet, even so, a deep thud echoed as Su Qinghong felt an overwhelming force crash against his longsword, causing his hand to tremble violently, nearly losing his grip on the weapon, and he was forced to retreat. How is this possible? Though they were both at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Zhenwu, Zhao Ling's strength was evidently superior by at least a factor of 2. Su Qinghong's face was filled with disbelief. After forcing him back with a powerful punch, Zhao Ling turned and waved his hand, creating a series of clangs as he effortlessly dismantled and repelled the simultaneous assaults from Su Yuning and the other three. Hold nothing back. Unleash your most powerful techniques. Su Qinghong shouted fiercely as he charged again, his sword brandishing with incredible force. As if a formidable mountain stood before Zhao Ling. The Hunyuan sword technique, primarily defensive, was not employed for defense this time, but rather to withstand Zhao Ling's onslaught and entangle him, creating an opportunity for the other three. Indeed, as Su Qinghong clashed with Zhao Ling, the other three unleashed their ultimate moves. Su Yuning leapt high into the air, executing her most powerful move, the Phoenix Descends sword. Though it lacked the previous elegance, its power was amplified. After half a month in front of the Zhenwu Pavilion, under the guidance of Swordmaster Yi, Su Yuning had reflected upon and rectified her shortcomings in swordsmanship, significantly advancing her skills and successfully conquering the 9th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion. The other two at the 10th layer also unleashed their most formidable techniques. Yet the outcome was a farce. Zhao Ling's figure trembled as powerful spiritual energy surged forth, and he struck like lightning. Boom! 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 A series of crashing sounds erupted as the four disciples of Su Yuning were instantly blasted away, and even Su Qinghong, who was engaged in direct combat, was likewise sent reeling by Zhao Ling's punch, leaving the four of them in a disheveled state. Could he truly be this strong? Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and the others were incredulous. They had exerted their utmost effort. Su Qinghong had created opportunities through direct combat, while the others coordinated their ultimate techniques. Yet, they were effortlessly repelled by Zhao Ling, who had still not drawn his weapon. Is this truly the full extent of your strength? Zhao Ling crossed his arms, looking disdainfully at Su Qinghong and the others. I initially thought that your combined efforts might pose some challenge, but it seems you are still utterly ineffectual. Given this, there is no need for me to waste any more time with you. As he spoke, Zhao Ling raised his hand and slowly drew the battle blade that had been resting behind him. The hearts of Su Qinghong and his three companions trembled in unison. Even without drawing his weapon, he had effortlessly repelled them. Now that Zhao Ling had unsheathed his sword, a palpable tension filled the air. With a swift motion, he cleaved the air, sending forth a resplendent arc of light, infused with a staggering force that appeared before Su Qinghong's group, despite a considerable distance between them. Shock flashed across their faces. Quick, everyone, strike together to block this blow. Su Qinghong shouted, immediately executing the most formidable defensive move from the Hunyuan sword technique. Su Yuning and the other two joined forces with him, putting forth their utmost effort to withstand the incoming attack. However, the brilliant sword light seemed utterly unstoppable, crushing their combined efforts with overwhelming might. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they were sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. As they struggled to rise, their faces were ashen. They understood all too well that this battle had been a complete defeat, an utterly devastating loss with no room for resistance. The onlookers from the core lineage of the Su family fell silent at the sight. Even a single strike couldn't be met. Truly a bunch of worthless fools. Zhao Ling's disdainful voice echoed across the arena as he sheathed his blade once more. The Su family's strong members felt a surge of indignation, humiliation, and despair rise within them. They had placed all their hopes on Su Qinghong and his companions. Yet even their united strength was no match for Zhao Ling's single strike. From the center of the training ground, Zhao Ling surveyed the crowd with an arrogant gaze. From this day forth, the Su family's sword decree will be under my control. Zhao Ling, the younger generation of the Su family, shall honor me as their superior. Who dares to defy? His proclamation pierced the hearts of those present, causing anguish to ripple through the ranks of the Su family. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. To wield the sword decree? You are not worthy. Chapter 12. One sword, one blade. The abrupt voice silenced the entire arena, and all gazes converged on the young swordsman near the center. Su Xin, young master? Most spectators wore expressions of astonishment. Su Xin had also passed through the first round of the competition and was one of the 10 to advance, a fact that had not gone unnoticed by the crowd. Yet, with his cultivation at the 9th level of Zhenwu, many had not placed any expectations upon him. When Zhao Ling had declared his intent to challenge all, Su Qinghong and the others had not included Su Xin in their ranks, as he seemed unlikely to offer any assistance. Now, with Su Qinghong's group defeated, how could Su Xin dare to step forward? Was he courting death? Zhao Qing, watching from the edge of the arena, felt a rush of excitement at the prospect of Su Xin impulsively confronting Zhao Ling, hoping it would lead to his brother avenging him. Su Xin, you cannot match him. Retreat. Su Yuning, pale and having moved to the edge, called out. Being Su Xion's cousin and having shared a close bond in the past, she wished to spare him the humiliation of an unnecessary confrontation. Zhao Ling regarded Su Xian with a sneer, shaking his head. 3 years ago, you might have been a worthy opponent, but now. Disregarding the gazes around him, Su Xian advanced step by step, his cold gaze fixed not on Zhao Ling, but on the 4 individuals gathered behind him, those who had chosen to withdraw from the second round, all at the 10th level of Zhenwu. What was Su Xian planning? The expressions of the 4 grew peculiar. Was he intending to take on all 4? With a moment's contemplation, Su Xian unsheathed his sword. In the next instant, he appeared before them in a flash, his sword slicing through the air, a breathtaking and brilliant arc of light erupting. Is he coming for us? Is he mad? The 4 masters of Zhenwu were taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief. They had already withdrawn from the competition. Why was Su Xian attacking them? One of the stronger members among them suddenly turned pale. Be careful, he shouted. It was too late. The sound of swords penetrating flesh echoed simultaneously as Su Xian maneuvered behind them. Terror filled their eyes as they felt a sharp pain in their chests, witnessing blood spilling forth. With a collective gasp, they were hurled backward, their vitality swiftly waning. In one strike, Su Xian had severely injured 4 masters of Zhenwu. Turning to face Zhao Ling, his icy gaze bore the weight of death itself. Zhao Ling, draw your blade. Show your swordsmanship. Unleash your full strength. Use every trick at your disposal to contend with me. For after this battle, you shall perish. Silence enveloped the arena, which had previously been abuzz with over 1,000 spectators. All eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the young figure at the center. One strike had incapacitated 4 masters of Zhenwu. What kind of power was this? Just moments ago, Zhao Ling had triumphed over Su Qinghong and his 3 companions with a single blow. Zhao Ling had wielded one sword. Now, Su Xian had achieved the same feat, and with far greater finesse. Coupled with his audacious words, draw your blade, show your swordsmanship, unleash your full strength. You shall die after this battle. The hearts of the Su family members were ignited with renewed hope. All eyes turned to Su Xian. Su Baijian elder Sutia Thong. And even Yuan Qing from the Qilong Tower cast their gazes upon him. He had become the absolute focal point of this competition. Zhao Ling frowned slightly. He was well aware of the strength of the 4 masters of Zhenwu. Despite not having a peak-level opponent like Su Qinghong among them, their combined power was formidable. To simultaneously injure all 4 with a single strike was no easy feat, even for him. It seems I underestimated you. Zhao Ling finally regarded Su Xian with a more serious expression. Su Xian's recent display of power had indeed proven his worth. Now this is getting interesting. Zhao Ling chuckled as he slowly unsheathed his battle blade. He had drawn his sword. How could he not? When Su Xion's earlier strike had showcased a strength that was hardly inferior to his own, the surrounding crowd engaged in hushed discussions, but soon fell silent, holding their breaths in anticipation. In the center of the training ground, Su Xian and Zhao Ling faced each other, one wielding a sword and the other a knife, their gazes clashing fiercely from several dozen meters apart. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and in the next moment, both figures moved simultaneously. They vanished like phantoms, colliding with the force of meteors. A thunderous sound echoed, causing those nearby to shudder. In the center of the field, Su Xian and Zhao Ling engaged in a fierce clash, one bending low while the other arched his body, their weapons colliding head-on. The terrifying force erupted from their bodies, creating shockwaves that reverberated through the air, producing piercing sound bursts. The ground beneath them began to crack, fissures spreading outwards, and the immense power sent fragments of stone into the air, causing them to hover. In an instant, both combatants were knocked back. But as soon as they regained their footing, they surged forward again with an explosive intensity, their weapons clashing once more. The cacophony of their fierce collisions rang out continuously, devoid of any embellishments or techniques, purely the raw power of their brutal confrontation. Each impact was so potent that the ground beneath them shattered, sending gusts of wind sweeping in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged numerous ferocious blows. Such astonishing speed, such terrifying strength. This power seemed far beyond what a true martial artist could unleash. The battlefield was already in a frenzy. Young master, Su Xion's maid, clad in red, could not contain her excitement as she witnessed her master's formidable prowess and began to cheer. Su Xin. The younger generation of the Su family roared in unison. They had long forgotten the events of 3 years prior, the decline that had befallen their family. In their eyes, Su Xian was now embodying the pride and glory inherent to the Su lineage, fiercely battling Zhao Ling and showcasing a power that left them utterly in awe. In this world, strength reigned supreme. So powerful, one need not even engage directly. Merely listening to the commotion would lead one to believe it resonated from a pinnacle of the 10th level of martial mastery. Standing together, Su Qinggong, Su Juning, and the others, who had previously been defeated by Zhao Ling, were now transfixed, their gazes riveted upon the two figures locked in a frenzied clash. It was only now that they truly grasped the depth of Zhao Ling's might. During their earlier encounters, he had not revealed his full strength. While they could comprehend Zhao Ling's formidable prowess, what left them stunned was Su Xion's ability to match him in sheer strength, despite being merely a 9th-level martial artist. Su Qinghong felt a sense of bewilderment. Little did they know, Su Xian was indeed at the peak of the 9th level, having cultivated a profound martial heritage. His spiritual energy, once unleashed, rivaled that of an ordinary 10th-level martial artist. However, the most crucial factor was his bloodline power. The power of a supreme bloodline, once awakened, exponentially enhanced Su Xion's strength, propelling him beyond the pinnacle of the 10th level. With another earth-shattering collision, the two figures finally came to a halt, maintaining their standoff from several dozen meters apart, both radiating an aura of formidable spiritual energy. A 9th-level martial artist who can withstand my onslaught without faltering. Su Xian, you possess a remarkable degree of skill. Zhao Ling's voice, cold and clear, echoed across the training ground. Initially, he had dismissed Su Xian, the prodigy imprisoned in the forbidden magic prison for 3 years. However, after witnessing Su Xian's devastating strike against 4 martial artists of the 10th level, Zhao Ling began to regard him with newfound respect. Now, Zhao Ling considered Su Xian a true rival. Just the fact that a 9th-level martial artist could compel him to unleash his full technique was enough to merit recognition. Su Xin, I shall now begin to demonstrate my knife techniques. A 9th-level martial artist capable of forcing me to reveal my skills. Take pride in that. Zhao Ling's voice rang out once more. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, filled with anticipation at Su Xian's prowess, felt a tremor of excitement. They recalled that Zhao Ling had previously conquered the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. His skills were undoubtedly at an exalted level. How potent must his knife techniques be? Could Su Xian truly stand against him? Knife techniques, you say? I am most eager to witness them. Su Xian replied with a cold smile, pointing his sword toward Zhao Ling. In an instant, Zhao Ling unleashed his blade, appearing before Su Xin with astonishing speed, his body emanating a faint aura of thunder. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck, and he swung his knife with force. Thunderstorm 36 styles, the most recognized and powerful knife technique in the Su family's arsenal. The surrounding onlookers, particularly those at the Transformation C level, were struck with awe. Mastering the Thunderstorm 36 styles to such a degree indicated that Zhao Ling had reached an extraordinary level of skill. No wonder he had conquered the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. As Zhao Ling continued to strike, waves of blade light descended upon Su Xin like a cataclysmic storm. Su Xin's eyes glimmered with intensity, although the speed of the incoming blade light was breathtaking. In his mind, time seemed to slow. This was a unique ability he had acquired after awakening his supreme bloodline. He could discern the flaws or shortcomings in his martial techniques and enhance them, even deducing more powerful moves. Similarly, during combat, he could identify weaknesses in his opponent's techniques as long as their power did not vastly exceed his own. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds of their weapons colliding echoed repeatedly. Su Xin's swordplay appeared casual, lacking in overt strength, yet he consistently dismantled the onslaught of Zhao Ling's lightning-fast strikes. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully parried all 36 strikes, retreating only a few steps. How is this possible? Zhao Ling's breath became erratic. Disbelief etched across his face. The spectators were equally astonished, especially the Transformation C warriors, who understood the terror of the Thunderstorm 36 styles. Typically, one could only counter such a technique with an equally formidable move or evade through speed and agility. To witness Su Xin effortlessly parry all 36 strikes was unprecedented. This scene felt strangely familiar. Among the onlookers, Su Yuning's expression turned peculiar. She recalled her encounter with a master who had passed the 14th level of the true martial pavilion, who had similarly parried her numerous sword techniques with casual ease. "Is this your knife technique?" Su Xin remarked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he gazed at Zhao Ling rogue. Zhao Ling, evidently incensed, felt his aura grow increasingly volatile. Boom! Once again, a surge of energy erupted from Zhao Ling, the faint sparks of thunder enveloping his body as if they were about to coalesce into something tangible. Thunder. With a fierce shout, Zhao Ling gripped his sword and struck down violently, as if cleaving mountains and splitting peaks with a terrifying blow. This was indeed Zhao Ling's ultimate technique. Su Xin remained calm, observing intently until the formidable sword technique reached him. In a flash, he countered with a direct thrust of his sword, the tip precisely meeting the point where the sword's power converged. Zhao Ling felt an unusual force acting upon his weapon, causing the terrifying momentum of his strike to dissipate instantaneously. As Su Xin twisted his wrist, the blade glided eerily along Zhao Ling's arm. With a swift motion, the sword sliced across Zhao Ling's shoulder, leaving a distinct scar. While this mark was not deep enough to significantly impair Zhao Ling's combat prowess, it inflicted an unprecedented humiliation upon him. Just moments ago, Zhao Ling had boasted with confidence that Su Xin's ability to compel him to wield his sword was already commendable. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Xin effortlessly countered his technique, dismantling even his strongest move and leaving him injured. How could he possibly accept such a result? "Su Xin, you have enraged me," Zhao Ling growled, his eyes flickering with seething fury. In the next instant, he charged forward again, unleashing a ferocious onslaught of his sword technique upon Su Xin. Yet again, with a clang, Su Xin effortlessly neutralized his assault, allowing his blade to glide along Zhao Ling's waist. With each exchange, Su Xin precisely identified the weak points in Zhao Ling's technique, leaving behind a trail of minor scars across his opponent's body. In mere moments, 13 distinct sword marks adorned Zhao Ling, each insignificant in depth and not critical to his combat abilities. Yet collectively, they represented a profound humiliation. The spectators surrounding the training ground were utterly astounded. Just moments prior, when Zhao Ling announced his intention to employ his sword technique, many from the Su family had been sweating bullets in concern for Su Xin. After all, Zhao Ling had conquered the 11th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion. However, as the fight unfolded, the disparity in their abilities became glaringly evident. The difference was monumental. They were not even in the same league. Zhao Ling, who had triumphed over the 11th level, was being so thoroughly dominated by Su Xin. The onlookers from the Su family, including the young disciples, felt their spirits lift as they witnessed Zhao Ling's downfall. For 3 years, the Su family had languished under the oppressive rule of Zhao Tianlei and his faction, who had usurped authority and treated the Su family with contempt. Yet now, in their moment of despair, Su Xin emerged, showcasing his formidable prowess in direct confrontation with Zhao Ling, even mocking him with ease. The Su family disciples erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Well done, Su Xin, young master." Meanwhile, the 3 figures seated in the stands exhibited varied expressions, particularly Yuan Qing from the Qilong Tower. This young man, I sensed a familiarity the moment I laid eyes on him. Indeed, he is Jian Yi, Yuan Qing mused. Half a month ago, Jian Yi had infiltrated the Jinwu Pavilion, and though he had obscured his features with a hat, his stature remained unmistakable. Now, as Su Xin displayed his prowess by effortlessly overwhelming Zhao Ling, Yuan Qing was certain of his identity. After all, Zhao Ling had conquered the 11th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, and for Su Xin to toy with him so casually suggested that his skills were at least sufficient to breach the 13th level. In the entire Yongning County, only Jian Yi had been recorded as having surpassed the 13th level, and since Su Xin wielded a sword, combined with Yuan Qing's recognition of his form, there was no doubt that Su Xin was indeed Jian Yi. Given his ability to so easily dominate Zhao Ling, it was not surprising. However, what exactly were his intentions? With such skill, he could have decisively defeated Zhao Ling at any moment, yet he chose to merely leave superficial marks upon him. Was he truly only seeking to vent the frustrations of the Su family? On the battlefield, Zhao Ling's eyes burned with rage. The 13 clear sword marks on his body still oozing blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. Su Xin, you wretch, Zhao Ling bellowed, his already volatile aura surging to an astonishing level, ascending to a new realm in the blink of an eye. This was the transformation into the Huahai realm. The onlooking disciples of the Su family, previously filled with excitement, were now stricken with shock and anger. Huahai them, Suking Gonan Su Juning. The talented members of the Su family wore expressions of despair. Su Xin had seemed to have the upper hand, yet at this critical juncture, Zhao Ling had achieved a breakthrough. Having elevated his cultivation from the 10th layer of Jinwu directly to the Huahai realm represented a significant leap in power. Su Xin, do you know that I could have reached the Huahai realm long ago? I simply chose to suppress my own cultivation. Zhao Ling's icy voice echoed across the training ground. Not long ago, I received a formidable technique from my father, and I intended to use it as a foundation for my breakthrough into the Huahai realm. However, because of you, I am now compelled to advance prematurely. Su Xin, you are truly cursed, Zhao Ling roared, his words making it clear to those around that he had long been capable of reaching the Huahai realm, but had chosen to hold back. No wonder his strength was so formidable. He was already on the cusp of the Huahai realm, Su Qinghong thought. Brother, do you see this? This is my brother's true strength. Nearby, Zhao Qing beamed with pride, shouting enthusiastically. In the stands, Yuan Qing furrowed his brow. The young man had previously had the opportunity to defeat Zhao Ling outright, yet had chosen to hold back, allowing Zhao Ling to break through. Moreover, upon witnessing Zhao Ling's ascent, the young man's expression remained largely unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Did he truly possess the confidence to face a newly ascended Zhao Ling in the Huahai realm? In the center of the battlefield, Zhao Ling, now firmly in the Huahai realm, radiated an overwhelming aura. He glared at Su Xin, his eyes filled with cold resentment. With a surge of hatred, Zhao Ling swung his sword with deadly intent. A terrifying flash of a blade swiftly coalesced, striking towards Su Xin with an unstoppable force. He was acutely aware that he could not compete with Su Xin in skill. Thus, he refrained from engaging in a contest of techniques and instead relied solely on raw power to crush his opponent. Having ascended beyond the high realm, the might contained within this strike had increased at least several-fold compared to before. The surrounding members of the Su family sensed the dreadful power imbued in this strike, their hearts trembling with apprehension. The young master, Hong Shan, felt her heart lodged in her throat. The third elder, Su Baihu, closest to the battlefield, wore a grave expression, prepared to intervene at the first sign of Su Xin's defeat, determined that Su Xin should not perish at Zhao Ling's hands. However, In the face of Zhao Ling's terrifying strike, there was no trace of panic on Su Xion's face. As the blade approached, he suddenly lunged forward, his long sword slicing through the air, choosing to engage in direct confrontation once more. Seeking death, Zhao Ling could not help but sneer. Boom! An earth-shattering sound erupted. The collision was far more intense than before. The debris beneath them was pulverized by their overwhelming forces. This clash lasted only a moment. Yet the onlookers witnessed Su Xian retreating 3 steps, each footfall heavy upon the ground, causing it to crack beneath him. What? Zhao Ling looked up. Disbelief etched across his face. Despite having broken through to the high realm, and thus amplifying the might of his technique, the result was that Su Xian had merely retreated 3 steps after such a formidable strike. The spectators were equally bewildered. A mere 3 steps of retreat during a head-on clash suggested that the disparity in power was not as great as they had anticipated. But Zhao Ling had already surpassed the high realm. Was there still a difference? Su Xian's expression remained remarkably calm, showing no surprise at the outcome. Although Zhao Ling had surged in strength, who could have predicted that Su Xian had retained his own power? His greatest advantage over ordinary individuals was his innate bloodline strength. During the foundational assessments of the grand competition, he had only just attained the 8th level of the Jinwu realm, yet he had managed to contend evenly against Hong Fong, who was at the pinnacle of that level. When he activated his bloodline power, even a slight exertion had allowed him to overwhelmingly defeat Hong Fong. Now, facing Zhao Ling, Su Xian had also activated his bloodline power from the outset, but only to 50%. This level of bloodline power was sufficient for him to stand his ground against Zhao Ling. At this moment, Zhao Ling's cultivation had risen, yet during their earlier clash, Su Xian had momentarily heightened his bloodline power to 70%, causing his own might to surge as well. Hence, it was no wonder that he had only been forced back 3 steps in their exchange, were he to unleash his full strength and activate his bloodline power entirely. He would be confident in completely overwhelming Zhao Ling, who had already broken through to the high realm. As a practitioner at the 9th level of Jinwu realm, to match Zhao Ling, who had ascended to the high realm, was already extraordinary. If he were to utterly overpower him with sheer strength, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Many would surely suspect that he had awakened a formidable bloodline. Su Xin used. He did not wish to fully unleash his bloodline power. Moreover, there was a more crucial reason. 70% was already more than adequate. Zhao Ling, your techniques and swordplay have been showcased sufficiently, have they not? Su Xian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Ling. Now, allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship. Zhao Ling's expression darkened. The onlookers suddenly recalled that since the onset of the battle between Su Xian and Zhao Ling, apart from their initial clash, Su Xian had not truly revealed his sword techniques. Indeed, he had not. Even when countering Zhao Ling's strikes, he had merely swung his sword casually. Yet it was evident to all that his swordsmanship far surpassed Zhao Ling's techniques. The Sword 1 technique. On the viewing platform, even Yuan Qing, who had reached the Pasu realm, was now completely focused on the spectacle. Su Xin tightened his grip on a long sword, and then his figure moved. A flurry of sword light erupted, as if countless snowflakes were dancing through the air. In reality, these snowflakes were cold, lethal blades of light. The Snowfall Sword Technique. The audience instantly recognized this technique. Just recently, when Su Qinghong and his companions had besieged Zhao Ling, Su Yuning had also employed this very technique. However, the way Su Xian executed it was entirely different from Su Yuning's. It was astonishingly swift. The frenzied, flickering snowflakes were far too numerous and dense. A typical practitioner at the 10th level of Jinwu realm would likely be pierced through in an instant if caught within this flurry. Yet Zhao Ling, having surpassed the high realm, experienced a significant boost in both power and speed, and most importantly, his awareness and perception had considerably enhanced. As he found himself amidst the cascading snowflakes, he swiftly wielded his blade, dispersing the incoming snowflakes with lightning speed. Su Xian, you are humiliating me. Use the snow-cutting technique. Zhao Ling shouted fiercely. As you wish. Su Xian promptly altered his sword maneuver. Whoosh! A chilling blade shadow emerged. The 9th cut of snow cutting, the mightiest strike among the snowfall sword techniques, consisted of 9 successive swords, each faster than the last. Yet, as Su Xian executed the first sword of the snow cutting technique, Its speed surpassed even the ninth sword previously displayed by Su Yuning. Clang, 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 clang. Zhao Ling focused intently on wielding his battle blade. Although the speed of the sword's shadows escalated, he was still able to defend against them with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he had blocked the ninth sword. Haha, Su Xin, your swordsmanship is nothing extraordinary. Zhao Ling laughed heartily, but his expression suddenly shifted. What? After blocking the ninth sword, a faster, more ferocious 10th sword emerged. The 10th sword. The spectators widened their eyes, some even gasping in astonishment. The snow-cutting technique, as recorded in the scriptures, contained only 9 swords. Yet Su Xin had unleashed a 10th. Although startled, Zhao Ling reacted quickly, struggling to block the 10th sword. However, just as he managed to deflect it, the 11th sword appeared. This time, Zhao Ling found himself in a dire predicament. With the 12th sword, his scalp nearly exploded from the effort, and he barely managed to withstand the blow. With the 13th sword, he could only hastily position his battle blade before him, and was subsequently sent flying, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Then came the 14th sword. This was the most powerful strike Su Xin had currently derived from this technique. This blow was one Zhao Ling could not hope to block. Whoosh! The icy blade sliced past Zhao Ling's face, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in its wake. Zhao Ling stood frozen, feeling the chill on his face. Instinctively, he touched it, only to find his fingers coated in warm blood. Clearly, a deep sword mark had appeared on his face, far more pronounced than the 13 others, and it would likely remain with him permanently. Zhao Ling could no longer maintain his composure. Su Xin, I will kill you. I will kill you. Echoes of his frenzied roars and howls reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. Zhao Ling's eyes turned crimson, and the veins on his neck and forehead bulged violently, accompanied by waves of blood, mist emanating from his body. He had completely succumbed to madness. This was perilous. He had unleashed the frenzied blade. The surrounding experts of the Huahai realm were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The frenzied blade was a unique sword technique practiced by Zhao Ling's father, Zhao Tianlei. This technique could plunge its user into a state of frenzy for a brief period, thereby significantly enhancing their combat prowess. However, the side effects were exceedingly severe. Zhao Tianlei, being a formidable expert of the Pasu realm, could maintain a sliver of rationality while using this technique. In contrast, Zhao Ling, who had just recently broken through to the Huahai realm and possessed a fragile will, would lose all sense of reason upon its execution, fighting until either he or his opponent lay dead. Zhao Tianlei had imparted this technique to Zhao Ling as a trump card for life and death situations. Yet now, in a fit of rage, Zhao Ling had invoked it without restraint. The deployment of this technique signified a fight to the death. Master, as the judge, Su Baihu turned his gaze toward the stands, seeking to inquire whether Su Bai Chan wished to intervene. Su Bai Chan furrowed his brow, contemplated briefly, and ultimately shook his head. Big brother, Zhao Qing, witnessing Zhao Ling's complete descent into madness, grew anxious. Lord Long Yuan, you must act quickly and stop my brother. Long Yuan, a peak expert of the Huahai realm within the guest faction, had taken charge of the faction following Zhao Tianlei's departure to Tianshui City. Do not rush. Long Yuan waved his hand and spoke solemnly. While the frenzied blade has dire repercussions, and your brother will undoubtedly require weeks of recovery, it will not jeopardize his life or future. In this situation, your brother can only match Su Xin by employing the frenzy blade, and may still have a chance to seize the sword order. If I intervene now, your brother will surely lose. Hearing this, Zhao Qing could only remain silent. Death! Death! They must all die. In his frenzied state, Zhao Ling had entirely lost his sanity. Yet his aura surged tremendously. With each step, he resembled a living beast, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he lunged toward Su Xin. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, a smile crept onto Su Xin's lips. So it has come to this. It shall end now. On the battlefield, Su Xin gripped his sword tightly and, at that moment, suddenly closed his eyes. In an instant, he reopened them, but this time, a terrifying killing intent surged forth. Whoosh! Su Xin unleashed his sword. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary strike. Yet, the moment the sword light burst forth, the entire world seemed to darken. With only this beam of light radiating brilliance, a solitary luminescence amid the night. This sword, from the stands, The ever-composed Su Xin's eyes suddenly sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. That was, as the overseer of the Qilong Tower, Yuan Qing, possessing vast knowledge, stood up in shock upon seeing the glowing sword light. Both of these Pasu realm experts recognized the sword's significance. Those who did not recognize it could still perceive the immense terror contained within Su Xin's strike. This is troublesome. Long Yuan, who had previously believed Zhao Ling could contend with Su Xin using the frenzied blade, now paled, his form swiftly darting onto the battlefield. Su Xin, halt! Su Baihu, too, sensed the terrifying killing intent radiating from Su Xin and rushed to intervene. Yet it was too late. Swish! The cold blade sliced through Zhao Ling's neck, severing his head in an instant. Zhao Ling's eyes remained blood red, filled with unparalleled madness, and his body continued to grip the battle blade, charging forward for a brief moment. However, as his head fell, his body collapsed onto the ground. Those who betray their masters, even attempting to encroach upon their authority, deserve death. Su Xin's icy voice resonated across the training grounds. Zhao Qian is el destin. The most talented youth of the guest faction, having broken through to the Huahai realm, sought to seize the Su family sword order. Zhao Ling is dead. Chapter 15. I come to kill. The vast martial arts arena had plunged into an eerie silence. Not a sound was heard. Everyone stared blankly at the rolling head and the fallen body, their astonishment beyond the capacity for words. That was Zhao Ling. Moreover, he had already reached the Huahai realm and had even resorted to the frenzied blade, enhancing his power, yet he was still slain by Su Xin's sword. Zhao Ling is dead? After a brief silence, a wave of uproar followed. Su Xin, Su Xin. Young master, the young members of the Su family erupted in frenzy, particularly the younger generation. For the past 3 years, Zhao Ling had been a looming mountain over them, rendering them powerless. Now, that mountain had crumbled, swept away by Su Xin's sword. Furthermore, the words Su Xin had spoken lingered in their minds. Those who betray their masters, even attempting to encroach upon their authority, deserve death. Indeed, for 3 years, the guest faction had grown, brazenly seizing resources and influence from within the Su family. The young members of the guest faction, buoyed by Zhao Ling's presence, had remained atop the Su family youth. Unable to find a match for Zhao Ling among their ranks, they had endured immense humiliation. And now, Zhao Ling was finally dead. Well done. Hao Ling deserved to die. The young members of the Su family glared at Zhao Ling's corpse, their teeth clenched in fury. At that moment, a furious shout resounded. Long Yuan had appeared on the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming killing intent as he charged towards Su Xin. Halt! Su Baigu, one of the elders present, immediately stepped forward to confront Long Yuan. Long Yuan, what do you intend to do? Su Baihu's gaze pierced like lightning, locking onto Long Yuan. Will you obstruct me, Su Baihu? Long Yuan's murderous aura surged, his presence radiating an uncontrollable ferocity. When Zhao Ling had invoked the frenzied blade, he had refrained from immediate intervention, hoping Zhao Ling could defeat Su Xin. However, he had never anticipated that Su Xin would dispatch Zhao Ling with a single strike. Recognizing the murderous intent unleashed by Su Xin, he had moved to act, but it was too late to save Zhao Ling. This was the Su family's grand competition. Direct confrontations and casualties were expected. Furthermore, Zhao Ling had already resorted to the frenzied blade, signifying a fight to the death. Under such circumstances, Su Xin was not expected to hold back. This was something you must understand, Su Baihu stated emphatically. Hearing this, although Long Yuan was furious, he found no grounds for rebuttal. The frenzied blade was indeed a desperate measure. Its deployment signified a fight to the death. Zhao Ling had chosen to employ such a tactic against Su Xin, and thus, Su Xin could not possibly show mercy. Su Baihu, you must realize this is Zhao Ling, the son of Zhao Tianlei. Long Yuan gritted his teeth. Su Xin is still my family's young master, the sole son of my elder brother, Su Baihu retorted directly. Long Yuan seethed with indignation. At that moment, Su Baichun, who had remained seated in the stands, finally rose, exuding the formidable presence of a Pasu realm expert, sweeping over the arena and restoring silence. Let this end here. Su Baichun's gaze was indifferent as he surveyed the entire arena. In this grand competition, Su Xin emerged victorious. Henceforth, the sword order of the younger generation of the Su family would be under the stewardship of Su Xin. Although Su Xion's excessive force resulted in Zhao Ling's demise, and despite the justifiable circumstances, he was still subject to punishment, which entailed 10 days of confinement as a form of reprimand. After stating this, Su Baichuan paid no heed to the reactions of those present, and, after exchanging a courteous gesture with Yuan Qing, departed with a flick of his sleeve. The formidable members of the Long Yuan and the faction of retainers, upon hearing this outcome, felt a profound sense of discontent, yet dared not confront Su Baichuan directly. Accepting the sword order from Su Baihu, Su Xian intended to take his leave. Elder brother! Elder brother! Zhao Qing cried out in despair, cradling Zhao Ling's lifeless body, his voice filled with anguish. Su Xian, you have killed my brother. My father will not let you go. He will surely kill you. I am waiting. Casting a cold glance at Zhao Qing, Su Xian turned on his heel and walked away. As he navigated through the crowd, numerous members of the Su family regarded him with fervent admiration. In their eyes, there was a profound respect. 3 years prior, the Su family had descended into decline because of him. Yet, in today's battle, he had preserved the dignity and pride of the Su family. His identity as the young master of the Su family had regained its respect within the clan. On the viewing platform, Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Qilong Tower, fixed his gaze upon Su Xian, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. That last sword strike was unmistakably the shadow form from the Bei Song sword technique. Yuan Qing reflected on Su Xian's stunning display of skill. It seemed my previous conjectures were correct. He has indeed crossed that threshold and grasped a fragment of the realm of intent. Yuan Qing pondered. Martial arts emphasize form, yet they place greater importance on intent. No matter the weapon or secret manual one practices, initially, practitioners are confined to mere forms of technique. It is the realm of intent that serves as the true essence of a weapon. For instance, when a person wields a sword and executes sword techniques, possessing intent equates to infusing thought into the swordplay, transcending the rigidity of traditional techniques. Achieving this stage signifies a qualitative leap, elevating one's swordsmanship to an entirely new level. Previously, when Yuan Qing observed Su Xian conquer the 14th level of the Zhenwu Pavilion, he had harbored doubts about whether Su Xian had indeed crossed that threshold and grasped a fragment of intent. Now, witnessing Su Xian execute the Bei Song sword technique, Yuan Qing was acutely aware that it was recognized as the premier sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty. Its origins are significant, yet the manual is not particularly rare. Many prestigious families or factions within the Tianyin dynasty possess copies of this technique, and naturally, the Su family does as well. However, despite having a manual, the threshold for cultivation is exceedingly high. Comprehending a fragment of intent is the minimum requirement for practicing this sword technique. Su Xian's ability to employ the shadow form of the Bei Song sword technique naturally indicates his understanding of a fragment of intent. In the Tianyin dynasty, even among those at the transformation stage, including peak experts, being able to comprehend a fragment of intent is considered a hallmark of extraordinary talent. If he were to challenge the long-seeking tower, he could easily surpass the first level, with slightly higher comprehension or some other formidable means. He might even conquer the second level. Yet, here was Su Xian, a practitioner of the Zhenwu stage, capable of grasping a fragment of intent and executing the shadow form. Simply astonishing. Yuan Qing marveled. Not only was his talent and strength formidable, but so was his temperament. As the overseer of the Qilong Tower, Yuan Qing recognized that Su Xian's intention from the very beginning had been to eliminate Zhao Ling. However, he refrained from striking immediately. Instead, he gradually revealed his prowess, escalating Zhao Ling's fury until he was pushed to the brink, ultimately compelling Zhao Ling to unleash the frenzied demon blade. Once the frenzied demon blade was in play, Su Xian effortlessly dispatched Zhao Ling. It was truly remarkable. This young man who had meticulously planned his actions without leaving his opponent any room for reprisal. Yuan Qing chuckled softly, lamenting that Su Xian remained at the Zhenwu stage and had yet to break through to the transformation stage. Otherwise, he could have participated in this year's Imperial City Hunt. Regrettably, having missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 5 years to partake. Upon returning to his courtyard, Su Xian was met by a guard bearing a summons from Su Baichuan, requesting his presence. The dim study was shrouded in shadows, with only faint rays of light penetrating the gloom. "Father," Su Xian spoke respectfully, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He had returned to the Su family from the confinement cell half a month prior, and it was only today that his father was willing to see him. With his back turned, Su Bai-chan was engrossed in painting a scroll, seemingly oblivious to Su Xin's presence. Su Xin remained silent, observing without interrupting. From a young age, he had known of his father's passion for painting and had often watched him create. In his memory, every painting his father produced embodied a sense of wildness, freedom, and defiance. However, today, as painting depicted a soaring eagle, surveying its prey from the sky, a work that conveyed not only a sense of arrogance, but also a profound loneliness and a ruthless intent towards its quarry. After a considerable pause, Su Bai-chan finally set down his brush and turned to regard Su Xin. "You seem to have matured considerably after enduring 3 years of hardship." Su Bai-chan scrutinized Su Xin's visage, finally revealing a hint of a smile. This smile, imbued with affection, eased Su Xin's heart, and a smile graced his face in return. "Please, take a seat," Su Bai-chan gestured. Su Xin complied and settled down. "You need not speak of the events from 3 years ago, nor shall I inquire. However, regarding today's matter, I would like to know why you felt compelled to kill Zhao Ling." Su Bai-chan zitgo Su Xin witgam in densi. Su Xin was not surprised by the question. Zhao Ling's practice of the frenzied demon blade was well known within the Su family, and it was clear that his actions during the battle had systematically driven Zhao Ling to the brink, ultimately resulting in his demise. With a moment's reflection, it was evident that Su Xin had harbored the intention to eliminate Zhao Ling from the very start. Zhao Ling, a retainer, dared to encroach upon the authority of the Su family. He deserved to die, Su Xin stated. And then, Su Bai-chan prompted. 3 years ago, the family held significant prejudice and resentment towards me, and as the young master, I was no longer regarded with respect. Slaying Zhao Ling not only preserved the dignity of the Su family, but also served as a means for me to establish my authority anew and regain respect and standing within the clan. Su Xin laberatif. Is there anything more? Su Bai-chan inquired, maintaining his composed demeanor. "I have heard that Zhao Tian Lei has gone to Tianshui City to contest with the Grand Elder for our family's interests there, and they are currently at a critical juncture. That asset is crucial for the Su family at present. If Zhao Tian Lei were to be incensed by Zhao Ling's death and return to the Su family seeking vengeance against me, that asset would be safeguarded," Su Xin explained. At this, Su Bai-chan finally smiled. "Your third point is commendable. However, you underestimate Zhao Tian Lei. From what I know of him, while Zhao Ling's death will certainly infuriate him, it will also further spur him to contend for our family's possessions. If this news reaches his ears, he will likely choose to bide his time, waiting until he secures that asset before returning to the family to seek retribution against you. Zhao Tian Lei can choose to endure even the death of his son." Su Xin frowned, then solemnly replied, "Father, forgive my candor, but the faction of retainers led by Zhao Tian Lei has long ceased to be an asset to the Su family. It has instead become a malignant tumor. If we allow it to continue to fester, by the time it has seeped into our very bones, any attempt to rescue the Su family may be too late." "I'm aware of what you speak," Su Bai-chan nodded slightly, sighing. "The Su family has long since fallen. The faction led by Zhao Tian Lei possesses formidable strength, and ridding ourselves of this malignancy is no simple task. The foremost step must be to eliminate Zhao Tian Lei. However, he broke through to the mid-level of the void-breaking stage a year ago. Within the entire Su family, I alone possess the capability to slay him. Fate has rendered it inconvenient for my father to take action at present." Inconvenient to take action? A flicker of realization sparked within Su Xin. He had long been pondering why his father had refrained from eradicating the faction led by Zhao Tian Lei. Perhaps it was due to apprehension regarding external forces or a concern that it might weaken the overall strength of the Su family. However, it now appeared that the truth was otherwise. His father indeed wished to eliminate Zhao Tian Lei, yet he found it unsuitable to act personally. Understanding this, Su Xin immediately rose. "Father, I shall take on the task of killing Zhao Tian Lei." Chapter 16. Divine Annihilation. You will take on this task? Su Bai-chan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, nodding slightly. "Your ability to comprehend a trace of intent at the true martial realm and your capacity to slay Zhao Ling despite being at a lower level indeed exhibit remarkable talent. Given you a few more years, it would not be impossible for you to eliminate Zhao Tianlei. However, I wonder if her Su family has that much time left. Su Xion's expression grew solemn. The crisis facing the Su family extends beyond merely the malignant presence of Zhao Tianlei. A more significant threat looms from external sources, such as the Pang family, who shares the same county, and the Situ family, who has covertly supported the Pang family, employing various means to suppress the Su family over the past 3 years. The Situ family is a top-tier aristocracy within the Tianyan dynasty, possessing greater foundational strength than the once prosperous Su family. Had it not been for the fear that the Su family's elder might possess hidden cards, the Situ family would likely have eradicated the Su family long ago. Enough of this. You need not dwell on such matters. Focus solely on your cultivation. Su Xin advised gently. During today's competition, you struck down Zhao Ling at the moment he wielded the frenzied blade, thus executing a counterattack. Regardless of Zhao Tianlei's disdain, he would not dare to confront you openly. What you must be cautious of are the covert tactics. Your father will also keep a watchful eye, ensuring that within the family, he will not find an opportunity to strike. Thank you, father, Su Xian replied. Very well, return and stay in your room. Su Xin gestured submissively. After Su Xian respectfully saluted and departed, a meaningful smile appeared on Su Baiqian's face. This young man conceals his depths quite well. He has awakened his bloodline, yet remains silent about it. Su Baiqian chuckled softly. The reason Su Xian was able to slay Zhao Ling today, aside from his exceptional swordsmanship, was primarily due to the power of his bloodline. However, the power of the bloodline is invoked from within, a subtle force that even the numerous spectators, including Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Qihong Tower, could not discern, merely attributing Su Xian's astonishing explosive power to some unique technique. After all, in the martial world, various fortuitous encounters exist, some extraordinary techniques, rare treasures, or peculiar external artifacts can significantly amplify a martial artist's explosive potential. Only Su Baiqian could see through to the fact that Su Xian relied on his bloodline power. The strength unleashed by a peak 9th layer cultivator suddenly surpassing that of a peak 10th layer cultivator, nearly reaching the threshold of the sea transformation realm, suggests that this bloodline must at least be of the 2nd-tier pinnacle. It remains uncertain whether his bloodline has ascended to the 1st-tier ranks. Yet suddenly, Su Baiqian's brow furrowed, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes, the veins on his forehead pulsing ominously, his expression stricken with pain. He hastily produced a jade vial from his sleeve, from which rolled a crimson pill exuding a foul odor. After consuming the pill, Su Baiqian's expression finally eased somewhat. Upon exiting the study, Su Xian let out a heavy sigh of relief. After returning to the family, he had not seen his father, which had made him worry whether his father bore resentment towards him for the events of 3 years prior, and whether a rift had formed between them. Yet today, S. encounter clarified that his father remained the caring figure he had always been, unchanged. Indeed, what father in this world does not love their child? Regardless of the mistakes a child may commit, a father's reprimand is but a fleeting shadow. How could they harbor resentment? Upon returning to his quarters, Su Xian instructed, Hongshan, my father has asked me to remain confined in my room for 10 days. For these 10 days, you need only deliver my meals to the door at the appointed times. Understood, young master, Hongshan replied obediently. Inside his room, Su Xian sat cross-legged on the bed. Zhao Tianlei has already reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. My father believes that to kill him will require several years of preparation. However, he remains unaware that even now, I may possess the power to annihilate him. Su Xian's eyes glinted with fierce determination. Zhao Tianlei, I shall come for you. This declaration was not made lightly. Even now, after awakening my bloodline, I have acquired a bloodline inheritance technique and a forbidden art. The bloodline inheritance technique has not only altered my meridians and enhanced the quality of my spiritual power, allowing me to unleash greater strength, but it also enables a better integration of my spiritual power with the power of my bloodline. However, the forbidden art, throughout history, many bloodline awakeners have emerged in the eastern wilderness, and while several have been endowed with bloodline inheritance techniques, I have never heard of anyone receiving a forbidden art. It must be unique to supreme bloodline awakeners. I wonder how effective it truly is. Su Xian felt a surge of anticipation within. The next moment, the forbidden art, divine annihilation, With the activation of the forbidden art, the bloodline power within Su Xin, both the forces he could control and those he could not, ignited with terrifying speed. His complexion reddened as he endured excruciating pain, as though his very organs were being scorched by raging flames, his body trembling uncontrollably as the bloodline power burned. His cultivation soared. Originally at the peak of the true martial 9th layer, in an instant he ascended to the pinnacle of the true martial 10th layer, directly breaking through the barrier to the C transformation realm. Yet even upon reaching the C transformation realm, this enhancement did not wane. From initial success in the C transformation to great success and finally achieving complete mastery, only then did his ascent come to a halt. At this moment, Su Xin still felt as though fierce flames were raging within him. Yet the pain had dissipated, and his consciousness remained exceptionally clear. Complete mastery of the C transformation. Upon sensing his current cultivation, Su Xin could not contain his elation. From the true martial 9th layer to complete mastery of the C transformation, it surged up several tiers. This is the divine annihilation forbidden art. Moreover, Su Xin could sense that although this enhancement relied on burning his bloodline power, it did not diminish the bloodline power's enhancement of his overall strength. Now, at the complete mastery of the C transformation realm, aided by the bloodline inheritance technique, his power could rival that of peak C transformation experts, and once he activated his bloodline power, his strength would be on par with the void-breaking realm. With the invocation of this forbidden art, my current combat prowess is undeniably at the void-breaking realm level, Su Xin chuckled. However, he was also aware that this forbidden art could not be sustained for long. After taking a moment to familiarize himself with the powers of the complete mastery of the C transformation realm, he patiently awaited the natural cessation of the forbidden art. Before long, the divine annihilation forbidden art ceased its operation, and Su Xin had been calculating the time. From the moment I invoked the forbidden art until now, roughly 50 breaths have passed, after which the forbidden art will naturally stop. Su Inés Brauperud. This is still without any combat, purely relying on the passage of time. Should I engage in a life-and-death struggle, employing my sword techniques and various methods, the consumption would be significantly greater. This divine annihilation forbidden art would likely last no more than 30 breaths. 30 breaths, somewhat brief. Yet Su Xin felt satisfied, for this was a power enhancement of several tiers. The only trouble was that after the forbidden technique came to a standstill, Su Xin discovered that the spiritual energy within him, including the power of his bloodline, had completely dwindled, leaving him in an unprecedented state of weakness. Side effects? Su Xin sighed inwardly, having been mentally prepared for this. It was not until an hour later that Su Xion's condition showed some signs of recovery. At present, after employing the divine annihilation forbidden technique, relying solely on his swordsmanship, he should be able to contend with Zhao Tianlei. However, to kill him, Su Xian shook his head. Zhao Tianlei had already reached the mid-stage of the Break Void realm, and a practitioner of that caliber possessed extraordinary abilities. Even with the divine annihilation forbidden technique, under one-on-one circumstances, he lacked the confidence to slay Zhao Tianlei. Moreover, he only had 30 breaths of time. After that, he would succumb to weakness. This meant that if he could not kill Zhao Tianlei within those 30 breaths, it would be his own demise. Fortunately, Zhao Tianlei would not return to his family for some time, allowing Su Xian to exert himself to enhance his strength and cultivation. For the next 10 days, Su Xian remained in his room, diligently engaged in seclusion and practice. Remarkably, just on the 3rd day of his confinement, his cultivation broke through as anticipated, ascending from the peak of the true martial 9th layer to the true martial 10th layer. With this elevation in realm, his power naturally grew stronger. Soon, 10 days passed. With a creak, Su Xin stepped out of his room, squinting against the glaring sunlight, unable to resist stretching. Young master, Hongshan stood respectfully to the side. During your 10 days of seclusion, Miss Yu Ning and young master Su Ming both visited, wishing to see you. They left upon learning you were in seclusion. Additionally, Zhao Qing from the guest faction departed on the 1st day of a retreat, reportedly carrying Zhao Ling's body to Tianshui City to find his father, Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Qing took Zhao Ling's body to Tianshui City. Su Xin is mirkiv goldly. Has Zhao Tianlei returned? No. Hongshan shook his head. Just as father said. Su Xian sighed lightly. Zhao Tianlei indeed had remarkable restraint. Hongshan, accompany me for a stroll, Su Xian said. Yes, Hong Shan nodded. Within the Su family, Su Xin and Hong Shan ambled about freely. Young master, Gassen Su Xin, you have completed your seclusion? As they walked, they encountered numerous servants and young disciples of the Su family, including several elders, all greeting Su Xin with smiles. Compared to the indifference he faced upon returning to the Su family over half a month ago, the change was striking. This filled Su Xin with immense warmth. It had been a long time since he felt the familial affection. Before long, he arrived at a martial arts arena, where many Su family disciples were gathered, honing their skills. Among them, he immediately spotted a strikingly graceful figure. Hong Shan, let us hurry, Su Xin urged. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp voice rang out. Su Xin stopped. Su Xin stiffened and turned awkwardly to face the speaker. Ning, sister Ning, Su Xin sleeps thi. Currently, within the Su family, he dreaded encountering this particular cousin the most. In the martial arts arena, Su Xin stood with his head lowered, obediently awaiting his fate. Su Xin, my dear cousin, no, I should say Mr. Jian is doing splendidly, isn't he? You've hidden quite well. How did I not notice before? Su Yunin cerca l'around Su Xin, wearing a fierce expression. Su Xin forced a smile, aware that with his display of strength during the family competition, particularly his swordsmanship, his identity as Jian, he could no longer be concealed. Su Yuning had previously sought advice from Jian, and Su Xin's swordsmanship exhibited during the competition was undoubtedly of the level beyond the 13th floor of the true martial pavilion, confirming that he was indeed Jian Yi. Sister Ning, I was merely trying to conceal my identity. Su Xin could not help but respond. Silence. Who allowed you to speak? Su Yu Ning admonished, causing Su Xin to promptly shut his mouth. Following this, she launched into a reprimand. Su Xin listened quietly without retorting, while several Su family disciples nearby stifled their laughter. After a considerable time, Su Yuning finally concluded her lecture and approached Su Xin, patting his forehead. Although you put on an act in front of me, which is rather unbecoming, your actions in the competition, killing Zhao Ling, certainly avenged many of our Su family disciples, and for that, you have done well. Su Xin grinned. All right, do not revel too much. Although you dealt swiftly with Zhao Ling, the aftermath will not be trivial. His father, Zhao Tianlei, will undoubtedly seek retribution. I understand. Father has already warned me. I will be cautious, Su Xin replied. That is good. With the family head around, Zhao Tianlei cannot stir up too much trouble. Su Yuning nodded, then suddenly leaned closer. Cousin, I remembered what you told me before at the true martial pavilion. During this time, my swordsmanship has improved significantly. Shall we have a spar? If she were facing the esteemed Jian Yi, Su Yuning would show utmost respect and trepidation, mustering great courage to approach for guidance. However, now facing her childhood companion, Su Xin, she felt much more at ease. Certainly, Su Xin nodded, casually picking up a twig. Sister Ning, feel free to attack. You truly are audacious, Su Yuning remarked, her teeth gritting as she observed Su Xin wielding merely a twig. Yet, she was well aware that her cousin possessed the strength to back it up. Soon, the two engaged in combat. Clang! In their first exchange, Su Yuning's sword was struck from her hand by the twig. Is that it? Su Yuning exclaimed in disbelief, but after Su Xin gestured, she retrieved her sword and re-engaged. Clang! 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 Each encounter saw her sword repeatedly sent flying. Unlike before at the true martial pavilion, where Su Xin had waited for her to unleash all her abilities before defeating her, he was now fully aware of her capabilities, making it unnecessary to go through such lengths. After several exchanges, they came to a halt. Sister Ning, your swordsmanship has indeed improved since before. It is steadier and less flamboyant, yet your foundational skills remain insufficient as you struggle to maintain a firm grip on your sword. Su Xin pointed out some flaws in Su Yuning's technique. Su Yuning nodded silently, having recognized the truth in his words. Despite wielding a twig, Su Xin's explosive power was comparable to hers, yet each time they clashed, her sword was effortlessly disarmed. Meanwhile, the spectators from the Su family were left astonished. A mere twig can repeatedly send Sister Ning's sword flying? Incredible! Sister Ning's swordsmanship is already quite remarkable, but in front of cousin Su Xin, it seems as though she is nothing more than an infant learning to walk. Cousin Su Xin is exceptionally strong. One Su family girl approached timidly and asked, I also wield a sword. Might you offer me some guidance? Of course, Su Xin smiled, glancing around. All of you are welcome to come forward if you wish to spar with me. Wonderful. The Su family disciples erupted with excitement. Just then, a voice filled with remorse called out, "Cousin, Xiaoming?" Su Xin turned to the newcomer. "Cousin, I apologize for what happened before," Su Ming said earnestly. Upon his return to the Su family, Su Xin found himself confronted by Su Ming, who admonished him vehemently. In subsequent encounters, Su Ming continued to display a cold demeanor towards Su Xin. "Ha ha, we are brothers. There is no need for such formality," Su Xin chuckled, gently patting Su Ming on the shoulder. "Moreover, regarding the incident 3 years ago, I indeed owe the family an apology." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Shall you not join me in this endeavor, Xiaoming?" "Of course," Su Ming replied eagerly. What followed was a series of sparring sessions on the training grounds, where Su Xin engaged with the younger generation of the Su family. While described as sparring, it was more akin to guidance, yet Su Xin relished every moment. He could distinctly sense the respect, admiration, and even reverence these young members held for their elder cousin. 3 years prior, as the most talented of the Su family, he had often been sought after for practice, and he had enjoyed imparting his knowledge, for it evoked a warm sense of belonging. After an hour of offering insights, Su Xin was finally allowed to depart. He approached his uncle, Su Baihu, and bowed respectfully. "Su Xin?" Su Baihu smiled at his nephew. "Is there something on your mind?" "Uncle, I wish to ask for your help in keeping an eye on Zhao Tianlei. Please inform me as soon as he departs from Tianshui City," Su Xin requested. "Certainly," Su Baihu agreed, even though he was unaware of Su Xin's intentions. In the days that followed, while Su Xin devoted most of his time to his own cultivation, he still managed to carve out moments to practice with the younger Su family members. His standing among them had nearly returned to what it had been 3 years ago, bolstered by the strength he now possessed. Consequently, word of his frequent guidance spread, drawing numerous disciples to the training grounds daily, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Even some of the more accomplished members of the family, who had reached the realm of Huahai, expressed interest in participating. Suddenly, a shadowy sword flickered with blinding speed, striking a spear with tremendous force, before gliding along its shaft to strike the wrist of the wielder. The middle-aged man in gray felt a searing pain radiate from his wrist, causing him to drop the spear and stagger back several steps. "Impressive, truly remarkable," exclaimed the onlookers, their eyes gleaming with admiration. "Thank you, Uncle Hang," Su Xin replied with a smile, still wielding nothing but a branch. "The young master's swordsmanship is truly commendable." Subulhang Chakalaitli. Nearby stood Su Xin, previously regarded as the only one capable of challenging Zhao Ling, now watching with fervent astonishment. How could Su Xin, using merely a branch, defeat a top-tier expert like Su Bohang, who had achieved Huahai's pinnacle, in a single exchange? Su Qinghong's mind was ablaze with tumultuous thoughts. He understood Su Xin's exceptional swordsmanship, yet he had not anticipated it to reach such heights. Days passed, and Su Xin continued to engage in sparring sessions, offering invaluable insights after each encounter. Many disciples experienced significant advancements in their skills thanks to Su Xin's guidance. Su Qinghong, having been instructed 3 times, diligently refined his techniques after each session, noticing tangible improvements. He was determined not to squander such rare opportunities. As the sun dipped low, a multitude of Su family disciples gathered at the training grounds. Just then, Su Baihu appeared. Upon seeing his uncle, Su Xin paused his practice and approached him. "I have just received news from Tianshui City. The elder has suffered defeat in his confrontation with Zhao Tianlei, who now fully controls our family's assets there. After making his arrangements, he has set off, bringing a coffin to transport Zhao Ling's body, and he, along with his entourage, are dressed in mourning attire. He is expected to return in 3 days," Su Baihu relayed. 3 days, you say? Su Inez Gazenerut. "Thank you, uncle. Do not worry excessively. The Su family remains under the control of our own. Besides, with your elder brother present, Zhao Tianlei cannot harm you," Su Baihu reassured him. "Indeed, Su Xin acknowledged." Yet as he turned to leave, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Clad in mourning garb and transporting a coffin, Zhao Tianlei, do you truly believe you can return to the Su family and pay tribute to Zhao Ling in front of all our kin? But will you even make it back? In the courtyard, a resounding roar echoed as a torrent of sword shadows erupted with ferocity, reminiscent of a long-dormant volcano finally awakened. Each strike was imbued with unparalleled power. After a prolonged display, the tempest of sword energy gradually subsided. Panting, Su Xin stood at the center, reflecting on the formidable North Song sword technique. Heralded as the finest in the Tianyin dynasty, I have contemplated the Thunderfire scroll for several days, and I have only just grasped the basics, he murmured. The North Song sword technique comprises 3 scrolls: the Shadow Scroll, emphasizing speed; the Thunderfire scroll, focusing on might; and the Mountain Sea scroll, centered on defense. The synthesis of these 3 forms constitutes the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Tianyin dynasty. Among them, the Shadow Scroll presents the lowest threshold, which Su Xin swiftly mastered after comprehending a fragment of sword intent. Recently, he began to delve into the Thunderfire scroll, achieving a rudimentary understanding in just a few days. Though he felt it insufficient, to others, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Although the Mountain Sea scroll is technically easier to comprehend, its defensive nature was unsuitable for Su Xin's intent to eliminate Zhao Tianlei swiftly. He required an aggressive offensive, pouring every ounce of strength into obliterating him. Even at its nascent stage, the Thunderfire scroll's destructive potential was indeed terrifying. That night, Su Xin remained in his chamber, holding 2 premium spirit gathering pills. Previously, he had acquired 20 of these coveted pills at the Qilong Tower and had consumed 18. These were the last 2. Without hesitation, he swallowed both and activated his bloodline cultivation method, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. As time passed, the night before Zhao Tianlei's return arrived. With the cultivation method in full swing, the surging spiritual power within Su Xin reached a state of saturation, the peak of the true martial 10th layer. Su Xin's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. After days of relentless effort and consuming the premium spirit gathering pills, he had finally elevated his cultivation to this remarkable level. At the pinnacle of the 10th realm of Jinwu, once the divine annihilation forbidden technique is unleashed, my cultivation can instantaneously ascend to the peak of the sea transformation level. Relying on my bloodline inheritance and the power of my lineage in sheer strength, I am certainly not inferior to that Zhao Tianlei, and may even surpass him. In terms of skill, Zhao Tianlei's talent is rather mediocre. His breakthrough to the void-breaking realm was largely due to luck. His skills are merely at the mid-level of the void-breaking realm, likely allowing him to conquer the 14th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion. However, I have comprehended a fragment of intent. Should I unleash my full power, I could easily surpass the 15th floor. I have also practiced the Beizong's sword technique's Phantom Scroll, and the Thunderfire Scroll is already at the entry level. With these 2 formidable techniques at my disposal, I am 90% certain I can eliminate him. Su Xin rose to his feet, fists clenched, his eyes gleaming with determination. The members of the Su family, including his father Su Baichun, his second uncle Su Baihu, and the younger generation such as Su Yuning and Su Qinghong, are all concerned that Zhao Tianlei might retaliate upon his return from Tianshui City. But who knows that he had never intended to allow Zhao Tianlei to return alive to the Su family. Tomorrow, Zhao Tianlei must die. Under the night sky, Su Xin left the Su residence alone. The following day, at noon, the sky was overcast. Returning from Tianshui City to the county town, there is a mandatory official road. At this moment, a convoy was slowly making its way along this road. The convoy consisted of only 2 horse-drawn carriages, one of which carried a pitch-black coffin. Surrounding the carriage were over 10 riders clad in mourning attire, unmistakably Zhao Tianlei and his companions returning to the Su family. In the other carriage sat Zhao Tianlei and his surviving son, Zhao Qing. Father, in 2 hours we will return to the Su family. Once we arrive, you must crush Su Xin to ashes, sever his head, and place it in my brother's mourning hall for 49 days as an offering. Zhao Qing declared fiercely. Silence. Zhao Tianlei, also dressed in mourning attire, had a gaunt face with striking hawk-like eyes, sharp and cold. Despite enduring the pain of losing his son, he remained far calmer than Zhao Qing. I have told you, upon our return to the Su family, you may cry and cause a scene. The more noise, the better. But you must not show any disrespect towards Su Xin, nor utter a word about killing him to avenge your brother. It must be known throughout Yongning County that it was the young master of the Su family who killed my son, that it was the Su family's injustice that came first. Zhao Tianlei's gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixed on Zhao Qing. As for Su Xin daring to kill my son, I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death. However, we must wait for the perfect moment to act. Do you understand? Yes. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and nodded. At that moment, a subordinate's voice called from outside the carriage. My lord, someone requests an audience. Zhao Tianlei opened the carriage curtain, glanced outside, and beckoned for them to come up. Soon, a figure cloaked in black ascended the carriage. Once the curtain was drawn, he removed the hood, revealing the face of an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s, with graying temples. Brother Tianlei, it has been months. I hope you have been well, the old man said with a slight bow, then sighed. I have also heard of your son's death. Please accept my condolences. Condolences? Spare me your empty words. My son is dead, and the Su family will not have it easy either. I want everyone in the Su family, from the young to the old, to pay for my son's life. Zhao Tianlei's voice was icy. Pang Shan, there is no need for pleasantries. You must have guessed why I summoned you here. I will not beat around the bush. Your Pang family has been secretly in contact with me, wishing for our alliance to annihilate the Su family. Previously, I found your terms lacking in sincerity, so I did not agree. But now, I accept your proposal. As you suggested, I will only take 30% of the Su family's resources afterward, but I have one condition. What condition? The elder Pang Shan inquired eagerly. After the Su family's downfall, I wish to obtain a copy of their most elite scriptures, Zhao Tianlei stated. Scriptures? Pang Shan laughed heartily. No problem. The two reached an agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, seated in the carriage, wore a look of shock. From their conversation, he realized that Pang Shan was an elder of the Pang family. Long ago, the Pang family had secretly contacted his father, wishing to collaborate against the Su family. But his father had deemed their terms insufficient and hesitated to agree. Now, it was clear that his father had made concessions due to the death of his brother Zhao Ling, brother Tianlei, with your alliance with my Pang family. The annihilation of the Su family is imminent. However, the Su family was once a top-tier noble house of the Tianyan dynasty. As they say, a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Pang Shan began, but was interrupted. I know your concerns. Zhao Tianlei waved his hand dismissively and stated seriously. Your Pang family is merely worried that the Su family's Nirvana realm ancestor may have left behind some formidable trump card. However, I can assure you there is none. The ancestor of the Su family left no trump card? Pang Shan queried, intrigued. First, if that Nirvana realm ancestor had truly left a trump card, the Su family would not have fallen to such a state in just 3 years. Second, when the Su family first encountered their crisis, I know that the strong members of the clan, including many retainers who had not yet departed, had secretly inquired with Su Baiqian, and the answer was always no. Because of this, those retainers, including several void-breaking realm experts, realized that the Su family was doomed and chose to leave. Third, and most importantly, during the Su family's calamity, a powerful individual broke into the Su family, seizing more than half of their resources and killing many of their strong members. Even the family head, Su Baiqian, nearly perished at the hands of this individual. At that point, the Su family did not produce any trump cards, Zhao Tianlei elaborated. A powerful individual broke into the Su family, seizing more than half of their resources and nearly killed Su Baiqian. Pang Shan's heart stirred. He was aware of the first 2 points Zhao Tianlei mentioned, but this third piece of information was new to him. That incident occurred at night, and the strength of the assailant was overwhelming, completely devastating. Thus, it did not attract much attention. Most of those who knew of this event were killed by that individual. And I was among the few who survived, Zhao Tianlei explained. Is that so? Pang Shan's eyes brightened. If many strong members had perished and resources had been taken, and no trump cards were revealed, it seemed the Su family truly had no hidden power left. Brother Tianlei, if that is the case, we can now discuss and set a time to strike against the Su family, Pang Shan suggested. Must we set a time? Zhao Tianlei frowned. Brother Tianlei should know that my Pang family has the support of the Sidu family in the shadows. Since we are about to act against the Su family, we must consult the Sidu family. They may even send strong individuals to assist us, which will increase our chances of success, Pang Shan explained. Very well. Zhao Tianlei nodded slightly. Inside the carriage, Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan discussed the details of their impending assault on the Su family. Meanwhile, not far ahead on the official road, atop an unnamed hill adjacent to the road, Su Xin donned a fitted black attire, wielding a long sword. His face obscured beneath a wide-brimmed hat. At last, they have arrived, Su Xin thought, his gaze icy beneath the hat, fixated on the convoy that had come into view at the edge of his sight. As this was his first attempt at an ambush, a hint of tension crept into his heart, prompting him to ease his grip on the sword. Suddenly, Su Xin raised his head. The already dim sky had grown completely dark. Thunder rumbled ominously. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, accompanied by arcs of lightning flashing before one's eyes, immediately followed by a torrential downpour that descended with great ferocity. The raindrops pounded against the ground, instantly saturating the earth. As the rain began to fall, Su Xin extended his palm, feeling the relentless assault of raindrops against the back of his hand. Since the heavens have favored me, let me indulge in a grand slaughter amidst this tempest. With that, Su Xin leaped down from the hillside. Chapter 19. The Rainstorm Assault on the Official Road. The convoy continued its journey. Just moments ago, the weather was fair, yet suddenly a deluge poured down. Some of the loyal followers accompanying them began to grumble. Take care of the other carriage. Do not let the rain touch the coffin. Yes, Zhao Tianlei commanded, then resumed his conversation with Pang Shan. Brother Pang, if the Sidu family truly sends strong warriors, could your Pang family introduce me? Zhao Tianlei inquired. What, do you wish to join the Sidu family? Pang Shan glanced at Zhao Tianlei, then nodded. Very well, if the opportunity arises, I shall assist you. Though the Sidu family holds lofty aspirations, Brother Tianlei, you are nonetheless a mid-stage Pisu realm expert. Even upon joining the Sidu family, you would attain a certain standing. Thank you very much, Zhao Tianlei replied, elated. At that moment, the carriage abruptly halted in the rain. What is happening? Zhao Tianlei frowned. My lord, someone is blocking our path, came the voice of a loyal follower from outside the carriage. Zhao Tianlei slightly lifted the curtain, and even amidst the downpour, he could see a figure clad in black, wearing a straw hat, standing in the center of the road, wielding a sword. Who dares to obstruct our way? A loyal follower, mounted on a warhorse, stepped forward. May I inquire if the carriage contains Lord Zhao Tianlei? Came the slightly hoarse voice of the sword-wielding man from beneath the hat. You recognize my lord? The follower asked. I was entrusted by young Master Zhao Ling to convey a message to Lord Zhao, the man replied. Young Master Zhao Ling? The follower was taken aback. Could it be that Linger left a message before his demise? Zhao Tianlei furrowed his brow within the carriage. However, the sword-wielding man then smiled. Young Master Zhao Ling appeared in a dream, expressing his sorrow and loneliness in the netherworld, wishing to invite Lord Zhao and young Master Zhao Qing to join him for a family reunion. Impudent. The loyal follower was instantly enraged. Zhao Tianlei's gaze darkened within the carriage. Who is this madman? Kill him. With that, Zhao Tianlei pulled down the curtain. On the official road, the loyal followers prepared to take action, but Su Xin was evidently quicker. With a clang, he drew his sword, and spiritual energy surged forth. True martial 10th realm? Upon Su Xion's move, the followers immediately recognized that his cultivation was merely at the true martial realm, causing them to scoff in derision. There truly are those who seek death. A mere true martial realm dares to come and intercept us, unaware of their own mortality. Most of the followers remained mounted on their war horses, unwilling to engage, except for the one who had just spoken, who dismounted and approached. It was well known that Zhao Tianlei, as the leader of the Su family's faction, was a mid-stage Pisu realm expert, and the loyal followers around him were also formidable, with the weakest among them having reached the great accomplishment of the Transformation Sea realm. The one currently taking action was at the great accomplishment level. Killing a true martial realm expert would be as simple as crushing an ant. Yet, just as this follower was about to engage the black-clad swordsman, he unleashed a forbidden technique, divine annihilation. Boom! Without any warning, the black-clad swordsman's aura, previously at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, surged at an astonishing speed, elevating him in an instant to the peak of the Transformation Sea realm, nearly attaining its utmost level. A flash of sword light erupted, instantly severing the approaching follower in half. What? The previously mocking followers were now struck with terror. A true martial 10th realm's cultivation surged to the peak of the Transformation Sea? What manner of sorcery is this? This is bad. He has concealed his strength. Everyone, attack together. In an instant, over a dozen figures leaped down from their war horses. 13 figures in total. the weakest among them at the great accomplishment of the Transformation C realm, alongside 4 at the completion stage, and 1 at the peak level of the Transformation C realm. Each drew their weapons, converging from different angles to assault Su Xin. Beneath the straw hat, Su Xin's eyes were cold and razor-sharp. Once the divine annihilation technique is initiated, I have only 30 breaths of time. Not a moment may be wasted. Kill! With a low shout, his murderous intent soared to the heavens. The 13 loyal followers, accustomed to working alongside Zhao Tianlei, were well-coordinated, effectively sealing off every corner around Su Xin. If they were truly facing an ordinary peak transformation C realm expert, they would likely eliminate him with a single encounter. However, they were up against Su Xin. A hazy sword shadow abruptly illuminated the scene. Imbued with a uniquely peculiar and mysterious force, a manifestation of an insight Su Xin had comprehended. This insight instantaneously endowed Su Xin's sword with a soul, resulting in a qualitative transformation. In a mere moment, the indistinct sword shadow ruthlessly swept across the throats of the 13 men. Swiftly they fell. The 13 loyal followers, their eyes wide with horror, had not even managed to execute their techniques before succumbing to death. Simultaneously, they collapsed. After slaughtering the 13 followers, Su Xin furiously slashed at the carriage ahead. With a fierce arc, the sword light cleaved through the carriage, severing both the horse and the vehicle in two. 3 figures burst forth from the splintering carriage, landing on the adjacent official road. Zhao Tianlei positioned himself protectively in front of Zhao Qing, staring at the lifeless bodies of the loyal followers sprawled on the ground, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock. He was acutely aware of the prowess of his followers. Even a typical Su realm expert would find it challenging to eliminate them all in such a short span. Yet just moments ago, in an instant, without him having the chance to intervene, all his loyal followers had perished. The incoming assailant possesses a Su realm strength, and there appears to be another one. At that moment, Su Xin's gaze fixated on the elderly figure in a black robe who also lay on the official road. This elder was evidently another Su realm expert, an unexpected presence that Su Xin had not anticipated. Though he knew not who this person was, since he was entangled with Zhao Tianlei, he too must be eliminated. A fierce glint flashed in Su Xin's eyes, and he swiftly produced a talisman from his waist. After infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy, he cast it into the void before him. The talisman dissipated into nothingness in midair. Yet a peculiar force began to spread, rapidly enveloping the surrounding space. This is a restriction? Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan's expressions shifted as they sensed the presence of that intangible force. It is a sky restriction, Zhao Tianlei quickly deduced. In comparison to the true martial and transformation C realms, Su realm experts possess a unique advantage, the ability to traverse the air. If Su Xin aimed to kill Zhao Tianlei, he naturally needed to curtail that capability. Thus, prior to the ambush, he had visited the Qilong Lu and procured a sky restriction talisman from Yuan Qing. This talisman could temporarily prevent Su realm experts from flying within a designated space. In terms of value, a single sky restriction talisman surpassed the 20 premier spirit gathering pills Su Xin had previously acquired, yet it remained within the confines of his earth-level authority. Tianlei, be cautious. This individual has prepared for aerial restrictions, indicating he comes well prepared. We must not suffer a mishap. Pang Shan's expression grew solemn. Indeed, let us act in unison. Zhao Tianlei nodded gravely. Zhao Tianlei, today you shall meet your demise. Su Xin's voice thundered with authority, his aura surging as he lunged forward, sword in hand. Zhao Tianlei's gaze was frigid as he brandished an imposing broadsword, weighing perhaps 100 jin, wielded with both hands, his steps resonating like thunder. The broadsword swung with ferocity, cleaving toward Su Xin, leaving a trail of phantoms in its wake, the overwhelming force compressing the air, producing a series of deafening sonic booms. In a flash, Su Xin countered, his sword slicing through the air, infused with a hint of profound intent. As he swung the sword, the power of his bloodline surged within him, awakened to its fullest potential. Even during his previous fierce battle with Zhao Ling, his bloodline power had only reached 70%, but now it erupted to its zenith. In the land of Dongwang, a bloodline of unparalleled supremacy manifested itself as he unleashed the mightiest technique of the Beizong sword art, the thunderfire roll. Boom! Su Xin's sword struck the broadsword as if it were a colossal meteorite, unleashing a terrifying force that sent tremors through Zhao Tianlei's grip. The glint of astonishment flickered in Zhao Tianlei's eyes, quickly replaced by a muffled grunt as he was compelled to retreat, each step shaking the ground and splashing rainwater and mud. After staggering back more than 10 paces, he barely regained his footing, just as Su Xin intended to pursue. A figure cloaked in black appeared beside him like a wraith, a lethal claw darting toward his throat. This was Pang Shan, seizing the opportunity with merciless intent, his speed astonishingly swift. Seeking death, Su Xin reacted instinctively, unleashing a sword strike that erupted into a cascade of sword shadows amidst the torrent of falling raindrops, resembling flurries of snowflakes. The snowfall sword art, Snow Cut, guided by intent. The snowflakes moved with incredible velocity, repelling the lethal claw while enveloping Pang Shan entirely. Pang Shan was gripped by terror, the incoming sword shadows too swift to comprehend. He desperately attempted to counter them, but each shadow outpaced the last. In the blink of an eye, 10 sword shadows had sliced through the air, and by the time the 11th approached, he found himself utterly defenseless. With a chilling slash, the icy sword shadow pierced through his throat. The early-stage break Void Realm expert, Elder Pang Shan of the Pang family, was slain. Chapter 20, Annihilation. How could this be? Zhao Tianlei, who had just regained his stance, looked up to witness Su Xin's terrifying swordsmanship, annihilating Pang Shan in an instant. His mind reeled, though the opponent was merely at the peak of the sea transformation realm. In a single exchange, he was utterly overpowered and injured, while Pang Shan lay dead. Though Pang Shan was only at the initial stage of Break Void, he was still a genuine Break Void realm expert. He died in a single encounter? Such formidable swordsmanship, such terrifying power. Zhao Tianlei's heart quaked, and without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate trump card, the Mad Demon Blade. A surge of chaotic, violent energy erupted, enveloping Zhao Tianlei in a mist of blood, his eyes turning crimson with madness. Unlike Zhao Tianlei maintained a thread of rationality even in the throes of the Mad Demon Blade, avoiding complete descent into madness. Kill! Zhao Tianlei charged forth, blade in hand. Su Xin responded in kind, channeling the power of Thunderfire, merging the force of his bloodline with his spiritual energy, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion through his sword. Boom! A resounding blast reverberated as if the very air threatened to shatter. Zhao Tianlei stumbled back, retreating 3 more steps. I have unleashed the Mad Demon Blade, yet I still find myself at a disadvantage. Zhao Tianlei's face contorted in disbelief, but Su Xin's sword showed no signs of yielding. Waves of sword shadows erupted forth, akin to an erupting volcano or a lightning strike on a clear day. Swift, frenzied, each strike bore the terrifying power of relentless destruction, crashing towards Zhao Tianlei in succession. Zhao Tianlei expended every ounce of strength, yet beneath the onslaught of such formidable sword shadows, he struggled to resist, finding it increasingly arduous. He is too powerful. His strength surpasses mine, and his swordsmanship far exceeds my own. The realization of intent struck him. Within Su Xin's swordsmanship lay a hint of profound understanding. Zhao Tianlei's heart raced with shock, awe, and dread, reaching a pinnacle of fear. Intent, a mid-stage break Void Realm expert, had failed to grasp even a semblance of it throughout his years. Yet this individual had not only perceived it, but also wielded it flawlessly through his swordsmanship. In that moment, he had no choice but to unleash every means at his disposal to withstand the onslaught of those terrifying sword shadows. Fortunately, he had acquired a formidable defensive sword technique, which he had mastered to perfection. He silently thanked his past self. The Mad Demon Blade, while a technique, primarily served as a unique conduit for power, propelling oneself into a fleeting state of madness, thus amplifying strength. In this manic state, Zhao Tianlei could execute his most adept defensive technique. It was this defense that allowed him to endure against Su Xin's tempestuous barrage of sword shadows thus far. However, Su Xin continued to strike with relentless precision. In this true life-and-death battle, every swing of his sword felt immensely fluid and exhilarating. Each strike was a manifestation of ultimate power and unparalleled release. The might of his swordsmanship grew increasingly astonishing. as he became fully immersed in the fervor of this frenzied assault. Suddenly, another strike was unleashed, this time naturally invoking the power of Thunderfire. The Thunderfire roll could only be harnessed at a certain level of mastery, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. If previously Su Xin had merely grasped a hint of sword intent to execute the Thunderfire roll, now, having reached a higher plane, the difference was monumental. Boom! The sword light, imbued with boundless might, collided brutally against Zhao Tianlei's battle blade. But this time, no. Zhao Tianlei let out a desperate howl as the terrifying force instantly disarmed him, sending his broadsword flying, while the sword light continued to strike with overwhelming ferocity, crashing into his chest, shattering it, and obliterating his organs in an instant. I am dying. Zhao Tianlei's face bore a hint of confusion. Just moments ago, he had been discussing with Pang Shan how to retaliate against the Su family and avenge his son. He had aspired for the Pang family to introduce him to the Sidu family. Yet in the blink of an eye, death loomed before him. Zhao Tianlei, do you know who I am? Su Xin's voice returned to its original tone as he lifted his hat, revealing a remarkably youthful and austere visage. Although 3 years had passed, Zhao Tianlei recognized him instantly. Su Xin, impossible. Zhao Tianlei's mind screamed in turmoil. Yet his body succumbed to weakness as he collapsed. In his final moments, he could not comprehend that the one who had slain him was none other than Su Xin, the very individual who had just killed his son during the Su family's grand competition, and who was still merely at the true martial realm. Father. Zhao Qing stood at the edge of the battlefield, witnessing his father's demise at the hands of the black-clad swordsman, particularly as the swordsman lifted his hat, revealing his face. Su Xin? In that fleeting moment, Zhao Qing appeared as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, utterly bewildered and dazed. With a swift flash of icy sword light, his head was severed from his body before he could even register the event. Even in death, he remained in a state of confusion. Following Zhao Qing's demise, the entire caravan, including Zhao Tianlei and his son, as well as the unexpectedly present old man in black, Pang Shan, were annihilated by Su Xin. Not a single soul was spared. Having completed this grim task, Su Xin swiftly collected the valuable possessions from Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan, and then vanished into the shadows of the official road, while the torrential rain continued to pour. The once tranquil road had transformed into a veritable sea of blood. Half an hour later, Su Xin silently returned to the Su residence. Inside his chamber, he shed his garments and immersed himself in a large bath. The consequences of employing the divine annihilation technique were more profound than he had anticipated. He felt exceptionally fatigued and weak, finding solace only in the warm waters surrounding him. I had previously underestimated Zhao Tianlei. A strong practitioner of the Broken Void realm was indeed much more formidable than I had imagined. Su Xin mused, reflecting on the experience of this ambush. He had initially believed that after utilizing the divine annihilation technique, it would be effortless to eliminate Zhao Tianlei. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zhao Tianlei possessed an incredibly powerful defensive sword technique, which allowed him to narrowly withstand Su Xin's Thunderfire roll for a brief period. Fortunately, during their confrontation, Su Xin had gained insight into the essence of his swordplay. Otherwise, he might not have been able to kill Zhao Tianlei within 30 breaths. With Zhao Tianlei's death, the faction of retainers was left leaderless, and the Su family would no longer face significant turmoil from that quarter. The internal strife had been resolved. Now, the focus turned to external threats. The Pang family and the formidable Sidu family loomed ahead. Su Xin is sharpest. He understood that while Zhao Tianlei was relatively easy to deal with, the Pang family and the even more powerful Sidu family would not be so easily vanquished. He still required time. The family must have received news of Zhao Tianlei's demise by now. They would surely be taken aback. Su Xin chuckled softly. Alas, no one would ever suspect him. After all, he was merely a practitioner of the true martial realm. Shortly after Su Xin returned to the Su residence, news of Zhao Tianlei and his entourage's corpses being discovered on the official road spread rapidly to the county town and subsequently to the Su family. The entire Su family was thrown into turmoil. Zhao Tianlei was dead. Su Baihu, who had been painting, paused in astonishment upon hearing the news. Who could have done this? The Pang family? That seemed unlikely, as Pang Shan had also perished at the scene, and it was evident both had been slain by a single, exceptionally skilled swordsman. Su Baihu stated gravely that it could be concluded that a formidable swordsman, at least of the Broken Void Realm, was responsible. A swordsman of the Broken Void Realm? Su Baihu furrowed his brow, rapidly cycling through names in his mind, only to dismiss each one, regardless of who had acted. It was a significant boon for the Su family, and they would forever remember this act of kindness. Su Baihu chuckled lightly. Atop the towering Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing pondered. Within Yongning County, there are only a handful of Broken Void Realm experts capable of slaying Zhao Tianlei, and nearly none specialized in swordsmanship. Who could it be? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Earlier that morning, the young lad from the Su family had come to request a void-binding talisman, specifically designed to deal with Broken Void Realm experts. Could it be possible? That young man was merely a practitioner of the true martial realm. It was inconceivable that he could kill a Broken Void expert. It was more likely that a powerful figure was guiding him. Yuan Qing had long suspected that Su Xian's extraordinary swordsmanship, despite being merely in the true martial realm, indicated that he had been taught by a top-tier expert. The death of Zhao Tianlei today only confirmed his suspicions. In Yuan Qing's view, there must be an exceptionally skilled swordsman backing Su Xian, who anticipated Zhao Tianlei's desire for revenge against his son and sought to protect Su Xian by providing him with the talisman, ultimately leading to Zhao Tianlei's demise. Yes, it must be so. Yuan Qing smiled. The death of Zhao Tianlei brought about rejoicing within the Su family, while Yuan Qing of the Red Dragon Tower was left questioning the identity of Su Xian's mysterious benefactor. Meanwhile, the Pang family, upon receiving this news, erupted in fury. How dare they? They had initially hoped to ally with Zhao Tianlei to eradicate the Su family, but instead, they had suffered a setback, losing Elder Pang Shan in the process. Pang Shaoqing, the head of the Pang family, smashed the tea table in a fit of rage. The Su family, what a formidable clan. Who would have thought they still harbored such strength? Losing one elder was not the end. But Pang Shaoqing was more concerned about the hidden power within the Su family. If they could conceal one expert swordsman, could there not be a second? He immediately sent word to the Sidu family, advising them to temporarily shelve their plans against the Su family and to proceed with caution. The entire Yongning County was shaken by Zhao Tianlei's death. Yet, despite the turmoil, as Su Xian had anticipated, no one suspected him. Even Yuan Qing merely speculated about the identity of his supporter, never realizing that it was Su Xian himself who had acted. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the faction of retainers had been completely dismantled. Zhao Tianlei's subordinates and confidants had all been eliminated, leaving the Su family free of its malignant presence. Su Xian continued his training, relying on the bloodline inheritance technique. Over this period, his internal spiritual energy had accumulated to the pinnacle of the true martial realm, on the cusp of breaking into the sea transformation realm at any moment. He frequently appeared in the training grounds, engaging in sparring with the younger members of the Su family, including some powerful individuals, subtly showcasing his strength, which garnered increasing respect from the younger generation. His prestige within the Su family continued to rise. One day, while still on the training grounds, Su Baihu arrived, accompanied by a man clad in purple. Second uncle, Su Xian greeted with a slight bow. "This is Yi Luo, a retainer of our Su family," Su Baihu introduced. "Greetings, young master," Yi Luo acknowledged. Though the Su family had fallen for grace, they had still managed to gather a number of retainers, and not all were disloyal. Yi Luo had consistently remained loyal to the Su family. "Su Xian, a little over a month ago, you were at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the true martial realm, able to face and kill Zhao Ling, who had broken into the sea transformation realm and possessed remarkable skill. Now that you have reached the peak of the 10th level, can your combat prowess compare to that of a fully realized sea transformation expert?" Su Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Baihu would come to him with such a question, but he nodded affirmatively. "I believe so. Yi Luo, please give it a try." Su Baihu commanded. "Understood," Yi Luo replied, stepping forward to face Su Xian. "Young master, please instruct me. Feel free to go all out." Su Xian responded with a confident smile. Soon, the two engaged in combat. In the briefest of moments, Su Xian unleashed only 3 strikes. The first forced Yi Luo into a hasty retreat. The second sent Yi Luo's weapon tumbling from his grasp. The third saw Su Xian's sword poised against Yi Luo's shoulder. The disparity in their abilities was stark and undeniable. In the present moment, Su Xin exhibits a formidable prowess, his spiritual energy surging to a level comparable to that of a minor transformation into the sea. With a slight stimulation of his bloodline power, the strength he unleashes can rival that of a major transformation into the sea. Consequently, employing his swordsmanship to vanquish an ordinary major transformation into the sea is indeed a trivial task. The prowess of the young master is truly admirable, and Yi Luo is thoroughly impressed. Previously, he had only heard tales of the Su family's young master being exceptionally gifted, capable of defeating foes beyond his level. But today, he has witnessed it firsthand. Su Xin, in just over a month, your swordsmanship has advanced remarkably, Su Baihu remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. In terms of swordsmanship, no one in the entire Su family can surpass your strength. While the most powerful member of the Su family is the patriarch, Su Baichun, his expertise lies not within swordsmanship. Uncle, you have not come merely to assess my strength, have you? Su Xin inquired, locking eyes with Su Baihu. Of course not. Su Baihu chuckled, then produced an envelope. Inside is a letter. Take a look. Upon opening the envelope, Su Xin quickly scanned the contents of the letter. Gong var foda? His expression turned somewhat peculiar. The letter was from Wan Chong, the leader of the He Yin gang. Over the years, the He Yin gang has shown respect towards the Su family, sending tributes annually. Now, in their time of need, Wan Chong has sent a substantial gift, requesting the Su family to dispatch strong individuals to assist them, to which I have already agreed. Su Waigu explained. Su Xin understood immediately. Yongning County, though merely a county, boasts numerous cities and a population of millions. Such a vast populace gives rise to various gangs and factions, each with their own territories. To ensure stability within these territories, a powerful ally is essential. The Su family, being one of the two strongest families in Yongning County, naturally serves as a significant pillar of support. Thus, many factions present tributes to the Su family annually. And by accepting these tributes, the Su family acknowledges the existence of these factions, allowing them to thrive. The He Yin gang, evidently generous in their tributes, has made a special effort this time. Wan Chong initially wished for me to send 2 major transformation into the sea experts, but I ultimately decided to send you along with Yi Luo, Su Baihu stated. With Zhao Tianlei's demise, the threat from the guest faction has dissipated, and considering your strength, it is time for you to broaden your horizons. Broaden my horizons? Su Xion's heart stirred, fully aware of what Su Baihu meant by that. Su Xin, do you wish to go? Su Waigu Yingwei. Certainly, Su Xian nodded, albeit with a hint of concern that Wan Chong might not be pleased to see him. Wan Chong desires 2 major transformation into the sea experts, yet he himself is merely at the 10th stage of the Zhenwu realm. Although the young master's cultivation is modest, his strength far exceeds that of an average major transformation into the sea. Wan Chong would be fortunate to have the young master at his side. Would he dare to express dissatisfaction? Ye luo support Koldi. Then after lunch, you two shall ride swiftly to depart. You ought to reach Dongyang City, where the He Yin gang is located, before nightfall, Su Baihu instructed. Shortly thereafter, Su Xin and Yi Luo set off. Dongyang City, situated in the western part of Yongning County, is not far from the county seat. As night approached, Wan Chong, the leader of the He Yin gang, sat in a reclining chair, shifting restlessly, unable to find comfort. His countenance was clouded with worry. Originally a bandit, he had climbed the ranks through sheer determination, eventually becoming the leader of the He Yin gang in Dongyang City, commanding thousands of followers and establishing himself as a formidable force. Despite the need to allocate considerable resources annually to pay respects to influential figures in Yongning County, the remaining profits still afforded him a comfortable life. However, not long ago, another powerful faction, the Lu Shui gang, suddenly rose to prominence. The leader of the Lu Shui gang, a former bandit leader, established the gang in the city and rapidly gained strength, achieving parity with the He Yin gang in less than 2 months. Moreover, the Lu Shui gang boasted a greater number of formidable warriors among its ranks. Following several altercations, the He Yin gang found itself at a distinct disadvantage, with only 2 of the 4 original Hall Masters remaining. In a few days, the conflict between the He Yin gang and Lu Shui gang would reach its climax, culminating in a decisive battle. Wan Chong had little confidence in his gang's ability to prevail, which is why he spared no expense in seeking assistance from the Su family. Leader, a gang member rushed in urgently, exclaiming, "The strong one from the Su family have arrived." Finally, Wan Chong exclaimed, rising with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Quickly, summon the strategist. Let us go welcome them." Soon, a large group made their way to the entrance of the headquarters. In addition to Wan Chong and two hall masters, there was an elderly man with a goatee, the strategist of the He Yin gang. From a distance, they spotted two figures standing at the entrance. "Wan Chong, greetings." "My lord." Wan Chong approached Yi Luo and immediately bowed respectfully. "I am Yi Luo, a guest of the Su family." "Wan Gong, leader, this is your domain. And as a major transformation into the sea expert, there is no need for such servility. Please, rise," Yi Luo stated. Only then did Wan Chong lift his head and quickly scan Yi Luo's form, a surge of joy blossoming within him. Even without Yi Luo displaying his abilities, Wan Chong could sense an incredibly subtle yet overwhelming aura emanating from him, one that was certainly not inferior to his own. Then Wan Chong turned his gaze to the other individual beside Yi Luo. Wan Chong's brow furrowed, not for any other reason, but simply because the individual appeared remarkably youthful. He looked to be no older than 20. How strong could he possibly be at such a tender age? "Lord Yi Luo, may I inquire who this is?" Wan Chong asked cautiously. "This is our young master, Su Xin, the master of the Su family's sword decree among the younger generation." Yi Luo repeated. "Young master?" Wan Chong was taken aback. The mere title of young master indicates an extraordinarily esteemed status within the Su family. "I have heard that only the strongest among the young generation of the Su family are qualified to wield the sword decree. If the young master holds such a position, then his cultivation must be." "Wan Gong, leader, I am aware of your curiosity, but I regret to inform you that I have yet to enter the realm of transformation into the sea," Su Xin interjected directly. "Yet to enter the realm of transformation into the sea?" Wan Chong's expression shifted, a wave of dissatisfaction swelling within him. "What? Does the young master of the Su family come here, personally, and you do not extend a warm welcome?" Ye luo kuishinit siterni. In his view, given the young master's illustrious identity and strength, Wan Chong should feel honored that Su Xin agreed to come and assist the He Yin gang. How could he dare to belittle Su Xin's cultivation? And no offense intended. Wan Chong quickly apologized, forcing a smile. "I have already made arrangements for a banquet to welcome the young master and you, Lord Yi Luo. There is no need for a banquet. Simply send some food to our quarters," Su Xin replied. Of course," Wan Chong nodded repeatedly. Su Lao San, quickly escort the two lords to their quarters. The individual named Su Lao San immediately bowed respectfully and led Su Xin and Yi Luo into the headquarters. Once they departed, Wan Chong's demeanor instantly darkened. Not long after, in a completely sealed chamber, Wan Chong erupted with fury. "Damn it, cursed Su family. How foolish of me to show such reverence to the Su family before and even prepare a grand gift this time, only to request them to send two major transformation into the sea experts. Who would have thought they would only send one major transformation into the sea expert and this insufferable young master? What does this young master think of me? Does he regard the survival of the He Yin gang as a mere game?" Wan Chong seethed with rage. He believed that the young master of the Su family, who had not even entered the realm of transformation into the sea, possessed no true strength, considering the decision to send him merely a means of training. However, to use the survival of the He Yin gang as a training exercise was something he could not accept. Yet, he dared not voice his displeasure openly, only allowing his frustration to be vented in private. "Leader, please calm down," a subordinate urged. The strategist with the goat beard consoled. Although the Su family was unable to send two formidable experts of the Hua High Grandmaster level this time, they have at least dispatched one. Moreover, the identity of that young master from the Su family holds significant weight. He may prove useful in a critical moment. The most crucial point is that while the Lu Shui gang has risen swiftly, they lack a solid foundation. Unlike us, who have long established connections with the Su family and can summon their experts in advance, the Lu Shui gang has no such avenues. Thus, when the decisive battle arrives, the support of this Hua High Grandmaster from the Su family will undoubtedly enhance our chances of victory. With a sigh, Wan Chong expressed, "I hope your words ring true." Meanwhile, as Wan Chong poured out his grievances several miles away at the Lu Shui gang's base, The handsome silver-robed leader awaited the arrival of the Su family stronghold. He was not surprised by their arrival, nor did he feel any anxiety. Per intelligence reports, two individuals from the Su family were present, one being a Hua High Grand Master and the other a certain young master whose cultivation seemed to fall short of the Hua High realm. A single Hua High Grand Master dispatched? The handsome silver-robed leader turned and shook his head. It appears the Su family is not genuinely intent on aiding Wan Chong. I had prepared for a grand spectacle, but it seems that will not be necessary. Since this battle holds little suspense, let us commence without delay. Inform the brothers to be ready. 3 days hence, we shall engage the He Yin gang in battle. 3 days later, on the morning of the decisive conflict, a broad street in the southern part of Danyang City lay deserted, with shops closed. At both ends of the street, a throng of figures had gathered densely. With the sound of a signal arrow, the command rang out, "Kill! Annihilate them!" A multitude surged into the street, colliding fiercely at its center. The fateful clash between the two great gangs, He Yin gang and Lu Shui gang, had begun. On the second floor of an inn overlooking the street, Su Xin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the large-scale carnage below. My uncle wanted me to witness the world. This must be the scene he intended for me to behold, he murmured. He had taken lives before, even ambushing Zhao Tianlei's convoy. Yet he had never witnessed the frenzy of a battle involving over 1,000 combatants, many of whom were common townsfolk employing various underhanded tactics, hidden arrows, lime, and toxic mists. Su Xin was indeed enlightened. In typical confrontations among strong experts, the emphasis lay on genuine strength, eschewing such vile methods. Yet these despicable tactics, if successful, could even slay a Hua High Grandmaster. He sighed inwardly. Strategist, does the He Yin gang not boast of thousands of members? Why do fewer than 1,000 engage in this decisive battle? He glanced at the He Yin gang strategists behind him. Indeed, while our numbers are vast, most are ineffectual. The true core of our power consists of these 890 fighters, the strategist replied. Su Xin understood. Although the He Yin gang boasted a larger number of members than the Lu Shui gang, the latter's higher-tier forces were evidently stronger. As the battle raged on, both gangs had already suffered significant casualties. The street ran red with blood, and the high-level experts from both sides had now joined the fray. Wan Chong, the leader of the He Yin gang, was a Hua High Grandmaster, flanked by 2 Hall Masters, both of whom were at the Hua High Minor Master level. Conversely, the leader of the Lu Shui gang was also a Hua High Grandmaster, but commanded 4 Hua High Minor Masters, outnumbering the He Yin gang's higher-tier fighters by 2. Ye Luo, Zumai Poset, Su Xin Institute. Understood, Yi Luo nodded and leaped from the second floor, plunging into the battlefield. The arrival of a Hua High Grand Master shifted the tide of battle. However, Su Xin preferred to remain uninvolved unless absolutely necessary. His attention suddenly shifted. From his vantage point atop the building, he surveyed the entire street and noticed an inconspicuous figure leaning against the wall in a corner. Clad in tattered garments, with disheveled hair, he appeared to be a beggar. Yet, in his grasp was a long knife that was clearly no ordinary weapon. While chaos erupted around him, this beggar slept soundly, indifferent to the bodies falling at his feet. This individual is rather intriguing, Su Xin mused, sensing something peculiar about him but not dwelling on it. Ha Von Chong, today yorai yan gong shel shu li perish. A hearty laughter echoed throughout the street as 3 powerful presences erupted simultaneously. The figures charged forward, ruthlessly slaughtering many He Yin gang members in their wake. In an instant, they arrived at the center of the battlefield. Hua High Grandmaster. 3 Hua High Grandmasters. The faces of the He Yin gang members paled in shock. How could you summon experts from the Pang family? Wan Chong stared incredulously at the 3 Hua High Grandmasters before him. Why should I not invite the Pang family while you sought the Su family? The Lu Shui gang leader retorted with a cold smile. He was well aware of the He Yin gang's long-standing ties to the Su family. Yet he dared to challenge their dominance, bolstered by his own confidence. Hailing from the infamous bandit group, the Heishan Zhai, he was one of its chiefs, reliant on the Pang family for survival. The tribute Heishan Zhai paid to the Pang family far exceeded what the He Yin gang offered to the Su family. Recently, internal strife had fractured Heishan Zhai, prompting him to relocate to Danyang City and establish the Lu Shui gang. Although Heishan Zhai had disbanded, His relationship with the Pang family remained intact. For this decisive battle, he had exhausted all his savings to secure the support of the Pang family, who had dispatched 3 Hua High Grandmasters. It's over. The Heiyin gang is finished, Wan Chong despaired. The 3 Hua High Grandmasters stood at the center of the battlefield, 2 of whom appeared strikingly similar in both form and visage, clearly twin brothers. Members of the Su family? The twin brothers fixed their gaze upon Yi Luo, noting his Hua High Grandmaster cultivation. They recognized he was not a significant figure from the Su family, merely a guest. What a pity, the elder twin sighed before instructing. You assist the Lu gang leader in dealing with the Heiyin gang members. We shall handle this Hua High Grandmaster ourselves. The Hua High Grandmaster accompanying the Pang family was merely a retainer, obediently following the twins' command as he charged toward Wan Chong and his men. Do not waste time. Strike together and kill him. The twin brothers, in perfect harmony, needed no verbal communication as they instantly surged forward. With a clash, Yi Luo's weapon trembled, and he was sent reeling backward, barely managing to regain his footing. Each of them feels slightly stronger than me. Together, I stand no chance, Yi Luo realized. Aware of his disadvantage, the twin brothers launched another assault. However, at that moment, a flash of sword light appeared out of thin air. Despite the distance between them, upon seeing the sword shadow, both brothers' expressions shifted dramatically. They retreated without hesitation. The sword's shadow swept through the air and struck the wall of a shop, leaving a terrifying gash half a foot wide. Such formidable power. As they gazed at the crack on the wall, both brothers felt a chill run down their spines. They immediately turned their attention forward, eager to discern the identity of the one who wielded that sword shadow. To their astonishment, could it be that this sword was executed by someone of the Zhanwu realm? The brothers were momentarily stunned. The power of that strike was undeniably comparable to any master of the Huahai realm, yet the young man before them, emanating the fluctuations of spiritual energy, was indeed merely a Zhanwu. Young master, Yi Luo respectfully bowed to the newcomer. Are you well? Su Xin gnanjit at Yi Luo. He had been observing from the tavern, reluctant to intervene, but upon witnessing the arrival of 3 formidable Huahai masters from the Pang family, he knew he had to act. Go osits wan zhong, Su Xin in stu. Understood. Yi Luo, aware of Su Xian's extraordinary strength, did not hesitate and swiftly moved toward the battlefield, leaving Su Xian alone to confront the twin brothers of the Pang family. You are the young master? The elder brother of the twins inquired upon hearing Yi Luo's address. He continued, not long ago, I heard that the young master of the Su family made a remarkable impression in the grand competition, slaying a Huahai master with his Zhanwu prowess, securing the first place, and commanding the Su family's young generation's sword decree. That young master must be you, correct? Indeed, it is I. Su Xian acknowledged directly. That is splendid, the twin brothers chimed in unison. They had initially thought it unfortunate that their outing would only result in the death of a Huahai guest from the Su family. But now they realized the presence of a young master. If they could eliminate him, the Su family would surely grieve deeply. To slay me, you must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength, Su Xian replied calmly. The twin brothers exchanged glances, and in the next instant, they moved simultaneously. Like phantoms, one charged from the left and the other from the right towards Su Xian, both wielding slender swords. Their blades were delicate, swift as the wind, and in an instant, 2 sword shadows lunged toward Su Xian's throat and chest. Unmoving as a mountain, Su Xian merely stepped aside, his long sword sweeping through the air, releasing an invisible realm of intent. In that moment, it was as if he transformed into a towering mountain. Clang, clang, clang. The twin brothers attacked fiercely from both sides, employing their sword techniques, while Su Xian responded with effortless strikes, whether thrusts or sweeps, each infused with an inexplicably subtle and feminine energy, akin to crashing waves that easily shattered the brothers' offensive. What is happening? What kind of power is this? Both brothers were filled with disbelief as they attacked furiously. They realized that their sword techniques, upon clashing with Su Xian's blade, felt as though they were striking a mass of cotton. The power contained in Su Xian's sword was not particularly strong, evidently weaker than theirs, yet upon impact, a significant portion of its might was inexplicably neutralized, allowing Su Xian to easily dismantle their efforts. Mountain Sea Scroll. This defensive sword technique from the Baitsong school had become Su Xion's primary focus after he mastered the Thunderfire scroll. He dedicated the past month to honing the Mountain Sea scroll, which allowed him to absorb the relentless momentum of his opponent's attacks. He did not need to unleash overwhelming power. At present, he had not even activated his bloodline strength, relying solely on pure spiritual energy, which was comparable to that of a minor Huahai master. Yet, throughout this confrontation with the twin brothers, he had not moved an inch. On a street corner, a beggar who had been half lying against the wall, soundly asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze clear yet filled with admiration as he observed Su Xian executing the Mountain Sea scroll. One impressive defensive sword technique, as steadfast as a mountain and as boundless as the sea. I wonder if my blade technique can penetrate his sword defenses. The beggar instinctively tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. Meanwhile, the twin brothers had exhausted all their efforts, deploying every technique they knew. It still could not compel Su Xian to budge. "I shall no longer indulge you," Su Xian declared, no longer wasting time. A cold glimmer of murderous intent erupted in his eyes. Phantom strike. The surrounding ambience shifted instantly as Su Xian unleashed his sword. The power of his bloodline surged forth. Boom! The entire world seemed to dim, with only the sword light he emitted remaining as the sole beacon amidst the darkness. Chapter 23. The Beggar Boy Not Good. At the moment Su Xian unleashed his phantom strike, a figure rushed into the battlefield from afar. The hazy sword light was astonishingly swift. The twin brothers' eyes widened in terror as they realized they could not possibly block this strike in time. Swish! The sword light first sliced through the elder brother, decapitating him instantly. As the sword continued toward the younger brother, a powerful force surged forth, colliding with the sword light and slightly altering its trajectory. With a resounding clash, the younger brother's entire arm was severed. Had it not been for that sudden force, he might have lost his head as well. Another strong presence? Su Xian furrowed his brow, gazing at the figure that had appeared beside the younger brother with the severed arm. It was a bald, middle-aged man clad in a long robe, and judging by the power he had just unleashed, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Huahai realm. This time, the Lu Shui gang had paid a hefty price to enlist the Pang family's assistance. Fully aware that the Su family would also send people, and thus prepared to ensure that the Su family representatives would not leave unscathed. Therefore, the Pang family had dispatched not only 3 Huahai masters, but also a pinnacle Huahai expert, this bald man named Pang Taiyun, who was secretly overseeing the operation. Damn it, I should have acted sooner. Pang Taiyun's expression darkened as he looked at the twin brothers, one dead and one injured. He was well aware of their capabilities. Even when united, they could withstand a Huahai expert for a time. Yet, the young man before him was clearly just a Zhenwu. Although his strength was formidable and his sword technique quite exquisite, it was merely a defensive style. He felt secure and had not anticipated that Su Xian could push them into such a dire situation. However, upon witnessing Su Xian's intervention, he realized he had only managed to save one brother, and even that brother had lost an arm. The young master of the Su family. Pang Taiyun's eyes burned with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Su Xian. A youth who, with Zhenwu cultivation, could slay a Huahai master was a prodigy. Although the Pang family had lost one Huahai expert, if they could exchange the life of such a genius, it would be worth it. Kill me? Just based on you? Su Xin scoffed. Oof. Pang Taiyun ceased his words and drew forth his weapon, 2 crimson gold hammers. Each hammer weighed several hundred pounds, yet he wielded one in each hand with ease. In the next moment, bang! With a single step, the ground shattered as Pang Taiyun appeared before Su Xian in an instant, his 2 hammers spinning like twin wheels of fire. Mountain Smash 18 strikes. Pang Taiyun's face flushed as he unleashed his power to its utmost. Boom! 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 2 crimson golden hammers descended with a furious force, each strike compressing the air and producing a violent sound of rupture. As the hammers came crashing down, Su Xian remained unfazed. The momentum was akin to thunderous fire. Boom! Su Xian's swordsmanship erupted in response, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, shaking the very heavens and earth. Like a heavenly thunderstorm, it annihilated all within miles, stirring the cosmos with its might. Once reaching the pinnacle of the mountain and sea level, every swing of his sword contained an overwhelming force akin to devastating thunder and fire. The bloodline power within him, which had only been slightly stimulated during his previous encounter with his twin brother, now surged to a remarkable 70%. Su Xin had long devised a strategy regarding his bloodline power. In ordinary battles, he would activate 50% of his bloodline strength. When facing formidable foes, he would unleash 70%. As for the full 100%, he would reserve it for crucial battles, never utilizing it unnecessarily. Boom! 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 The thunderous sword light collided fiercely with the two descending hammers. Each collision produced a resounding roar, causing ripples in the surrounding space, with the residual force sending shockwaves that left many allies nearby bleeding from their orifices. After 18 consecutive clashes, the massive hammer of Pang Taiyun halted, and in the next moment, he was sent reeling back, cleaved by Su Xin's long sword. How could I, a true martial artist, be defeated in a direct confrontation against Su Xin's 18 hammers of thunder? Pang Taiyun's expression was one of disbelief. He had just vowed to exchange Su Xin's life for the loss of a powerful member of the Pang family, yet now he found himself in such a predicament. At that moment, Su Xin wore a peculiar smile, although he was merely at the peak of the 10th level of true martial arts. With the aid of his bloodline heritage and the activation of 70% of his bloodline power, his strength was equivalent to that of a fully realized transformation of the sea. In terms of sheer power, he was indeed slightly weaker than Pang Taiyun. However, in swordsmanship and skill, he far surpassed Pang Taiyun. Even in a head-on clash, bolstered by the terrifying momentum of thunder and fire, he felt no fear. Just moments ago, you wish to kill me? Su Xin's eyes turned icy, and now he was eager to see who would perish. He moved forward, fully capable of combining the thunder fire and phantom strike techniques to completely subdue Pang Taiyun. But just then, a voice interrupted. You all are disturbing me. With a resplendent flash, a blade's radiance erupted from a corner of the street. The blade light swept through, enveloping a radius of several dozen meters in an instant. Within that range, numerous members of the two factions who had been engaged in battle were abruptly severed in half by the radiant blade light. In the blink of an eye, apart from the wielder of the blade light, no one remained standing. My goodness! The once chaotic battlefield fell silent in that moment. Members of both factions, without receiving any commands, ceased their actions, all eyes filled with terror and astonishment, turning toward the corner where the blade light had emerged. Even Su Xin and Pang Taiyun could not help but glance over. There, the beggar who had been leaning against the wall had risen, lifting his head to reveal an exceptionally youthful face. Judging solely by appearances, he seemed barely older than Su Xin. This disheveled beggar boy rested a long knife upon his shoulder, grinning widely to reveal a row of pristine white teeth. However, his smile sent shivers down the spines of those around him. An expert, a true master, tenfold, even 100-fold stronger than the balding middle-aged man from the Pang family. Su Xin's gaze sharpened. He had noticed the beggar boy's peculiar presence long ago. The sudden burst of dazzling blade light had even made his heart tremble. Under the watchful eyes of all, the beggar boy disregarded the ordinary members around him, stepping forward until he stood before Su Xin and Pang Taiyun. Hey, Baitsman, the beggar boy remarked, glancing at Pang Taiyun. You have attained the full realization of transformation of the sea. How fortuitous, for I have as well. Kulme, unleash your most formidable technique upon me. The beggar boy, despite revealing his own cultivation level to be at the same stage as Pang Taiyun's, emanated a significantly stronger aura of spiritual energy. It was evident that the technique he practiced was extraordinary, allowing his spiritual energy to manifest with far greater might than his peers. You, sir, are neither from the Su family nor a member of the Hein gang. We are not enemies. There is no need for conflict, Pang Taiyun stammered, unwilling to engage. In truth, the beggar boy's previous strike had already instilled fear in him, leaving him devoid of the courage to act. Yet before he could finish his words, the beggar boy frowned and snapped. When I say to strike, you strike. What are you rambling about? Pang Taiyun's face darkened. Realizing the futility of negotiation, he summoned his courage and attacked directly. Boom! He swung his two crimson golden hammers, unleashing tremendous force as he charged at the beggar boy. However, the beggar boy, witnessing this, merely furrowed his brow. Clumsy, tangible yet devoid of essence, merely brute strength. The beggar boy scoffed and then drew his knife. Whoosh! Once again, a brilliantly radiant slash erupted. The blade light, dazzling, as if gliding upon the void like a delicate boat. Swish! The crimson golden hammers in Pang Tian's hands were cleaved in two by the blade light, and he was bisected from top to bottom without even a scream. Meeting his demise. Waste. Not even able to withstand a casual strike from me. Truly a waste of existence. The beggar boy continued to grumble in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, the members of both factions, as well as the high-ranking experts who had reached the transformation of a sea level, stood in stunned silence upon witnessing this scene. One strike, a mere casual strike, and a fellow practitioner of the same level was dead? At that moment, the beggar boy's gaze drifted lazily towards Su Xin. Su Xin's expression grew grave, his heart filled with vigilance. The beggar boy before him was terrifyingly powerful, and more importantly, his style was utterly reckless. He was clearly not affiliated with either faction, having inadvertently become entangled in this street brawl. Yet with a single move, he had killed dozens, including Pang Taiyun, who had no connection or animosity with him. This beggar boy acted with impunity, without a care in the world. He was nothing short of a madman. Su Xin had no doubt that the next move from this beggar boy could very well be directed at him. Do not be anxious. As if sensing Su Xin's wariness, the beggar boy grinned. That bald man was simply too weak and disappointing, which is why I struck him down. But you are different. Although your cultivation is slightly lower, your swordsmanship is remarkably high. If I'm not mistaken, what you just demonstrated is the Beitsong sword technique, correct? Indeed, Su Xin nodded. Despite his caution, he felt no fear. The beggar boy was formidable, yet should he truly attempt to kill him, Su Xin would not hesitate to unleash the divine annihilation forbidden technique, which would elevate his combat prowess to the level of breaking the void. At that point, it would be the beggar boy who would have to consider whether he could survive in the face of Su Xin's might. Indeed, the first sword technique recognized by the Tianyin dynasty. The beggar youth's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise. Over the past 2 years, I have traversed the world, journeying through the 86 counties of Zheozhou, engaging in combat with countless formidable warriors, including several masters of swordsmanship. Yet, you are the first to wield the Beitsong sword technique. Come, demonstrate your swordsmanship and engage me in battle. Let me see whether your Beitsong sword technique is superior or if my blade technique reigns supreme. Chapter 24. Breakthrough, fear not. I shall temper my strength to match yours, and we shall compete in skill. The beggar youth's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Indeed, he is a madman, Su Xin thought to himself. Wandering the world, challenging innumerable strong opponents, he continually breaks through and enhances his own abilities. Such individuals possess an absolute pursuit of strength, which is both fervent and terrifying. Then, by all means, strike. Su Xin's expression remained impassive. If it were truly a contest of strength, unless he resorted to the divine annihilation forbidden technique, he could never hope to match this beggar youth. However, if both maintained equal power, purely competing in skill, Su Xin had no fear. Then you should be cautious. The beggar youth laughed heartily. With a simple step, he crossed several dozen meters in an instant, brandishing his long knife with a swift motion. Swish, 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 swish. A series of piercing blade lights erupted forth. Swift. The speed was astounding. Many onlookers, including the few present at the transformation stage, were utterly unable to perceive the trajectory of these blade lights. Su Xin transformed into an imposing mountain, his long sword imbued with an unbroken essence, akin to waves upon the sea, sweeping forth in response. Matching speed with speed. No matter how deviously or oddly angled the incoming blade lights were, Su Xin's sword could precisely counter them. Clang, clang, clang. The spectators could only hear the incessant sounds of metal clashing, which echoed over 100 times in the blink of an eye. Delightful, delightful. The beggar youth's eyes glowed with fervor. Among the countless strong individuals I have encountered in these 2 years, you're the first whose cultivation is lower than mine, yet can keep pace with my blade speed and effortlessly counter my technique. Now I shall get serious. Be on your guard. With that, the beggar youth lunged forward. His long knife flashed thrice in a blinding motion, akin to 3 streaks of light slicing through the void. Equally swift, Su Xin employed the mountain and sea scroll sword technique to defend. However, the moment his sword met the first blade light, he sensed the immense power contained within. It was at least double the strength of the previous strikes. The force he unleashed had not increased. Relying solely on technique to amplify his might, Su Xin was inwardly astonished, yet even with this enhanced blade light, he still effortlessly deflected it, following with the second and third strikes, each increasingly powerful. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 exchanges, Su Xin remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. He actually blocked them? The beggar youth furrowed his brow. The first strike was already twice as strong, the second thrice, and the third quadruple. Such consecutive strikes are normally unresistible. Yet Su Xin not only blocked them, but appeared to do so with ease. Undoubtedly, he is recognized as the foremost swordsman of the Tianyin dynasty, and his comprehension of the essence may surpass my own, the beggar youth mused. He then spoke. The Baitsong sword technique must not only be a defensive one. Let me see your offensive prowess. As you wish. Su Xin's gaze sharpest. Boom! His sword technique instantly transformed, growing fierce and fervent. In a flash, the sword light blazed like lightning, casting a terrifying shadow towards the beggar youth. 9-fold waves. The beggar youth immediately countered with his knife technique. The two clashed fiercely, and moments later, the beggar youth retreated, creating distance once more. Let this suffice, the beggar youth said with a smile. In terms of offensive skill, we are likely evenly matched, and your defensive swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Unless I unleash my ultimate move, I cannot hope to breach your technique. Ultimate move? Su Xin's pupils constricted. Does this beggar youth have a hidden trump card? My ultimate move is rather special. Once unleashed, I cannot control my strength, and it may result in a cataclysmic burst of power. You, being merely at the true martial stage, no matter how outstanding your defensive swordsmanship may be, would likely fall to my strike under such a vast disparity of power. It is best to refrain from that. The beggar youth replied. Upon hearing this, Su Xin could only helplessly shrug. He indeed wished to witness the beggar youth's ultimate move, but if the latter could not control his strength post-execution, it was better to avoid it. What is your name? The beggar youth inquired. Su Xin, defies. I am Duan Yinfeng. You must remember this name. Few are worthy of knowing it. The beggar youth smiled, and his words rang true. Over the past 2 years, he has roamed the land, encountering numerous individuals at the transformation stage, most of whom were at the pinnacle of their cultivation. Yet among them, fewer than 5 had earned the privilege of hearing his name. By revealing it to Su Xin, he was acknowledging him, despite Su Xin's current lower cultivation level. Regrettably, your cultivation is indeed too low to meet the minimum threshold for the hunt. Otherwise, I would have relished unleashing my full strength against you in this year's Imperial City Hunt, Duan Yinfeng remarked. Imperial City Hunt? Su Xin Stizet. The Tianyin dynasty holds the Imperial City Hunt once every 5 years, a grand event he had heard of. It gathers the most exceptional talents and warriors from the 36 states and countless counties across the entire Tianyin dynasty. It is a stage that all young cultivators yearn for and aspire to. If one can navigate through the rigorous pre-selection and reach the hunting ground, they are already considered a top-tier genius of the Tianyin dynasty. Moreover, exceptional performances in the hunt will undoubtedly bring them fame across the land. Most importantly, reaching the hunt's finale means one can be absorbed into the Tianyin Palace, a sacred ground established by the founding emperor of the Tianyin dynasty, continuously passed down to this day. It houses over 70% of the cultivation resources of the entire Tianyin dynasty and is home to countless top-tier powerhouses. Only the most exceptional prodigies of the Tianyin dynasty can be welcomed into the Tianyin Palace. It is a place that every young person dreams of. However, participation in the Imperial City Hunt is not granted to just anyone. The minimum requirement is to possess cultivation at the transformation stage or above. Su Xin is merely at the true martial stage, and with less than 3 months remaining until the initial pre-selection for the Imperial City Hunt. Duan Yinfeng evidently did not believe Su Xin could breach into the transformation stage in such a short time. Even if luck favored him, he doubted Su Xin could pass the pre-selection. If given the opportunity, I shall join the Imperial City Hunt and engage you in fair combat, Su Xin stated earnestly. Splendid. I shall await your arrival. Duan Yinfeng laughed. He may not believe Su Xin could catch up to the Imperial City Hunt. Yet he understood that a remarkable talent like Su Xin would inevitably earn renown in Tianyin one day, and they would undoubtedly meet again, perhaps even within the Tianyin Palace. Waving his hand, Duan Yinfeng turned to leave. As he walked down the street, the members of the two rival factions immediately parted to clear a wide path, none daring to obstruct his way. The Imperial City Hunt is a stage that all young people of the Tianyan dynasty, regardless of gender, yearn for, where they can truly showcase their utmost strength. I shall undoubtedly participate. Su Xin clenched his fists, his gaze sharp and resolute. The decisive battle between Han Gang and Lu Shui Gang, although delayed somewhat by the appearance of the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng, ultimately resulted in a clear victor. In this confrontation, Lu Shui Gang suffered a devastating defeat. A significant number of their members were slain, and most of their high-ranking officials were killed as well, leaving the gang leader severely injured and forced to flee. As for the four formidable warriors from the Pang family, the strongest among them, Pang Taiyun, was killed by Duan Yunfeng in a single strike. Of the remaining three, two were eliminated by Su Xin, while only one of the twin brothers managed to escape with his life, having lost an arm to Su Xin. His survival was due to his quick wit. Upon witnessing Pang Taiyun's demise at the hands of Duan Yunfeng, he immediately sought to escape, and at that moment, Su Xin was preoccupied with battling Duan Yunfeng. At the entrance of Han Gang's stronghold, Wan Chong, with a sycophantic smile that belied his position as a gang leader, addressed Yi Luo and the young master. He had already prepared a celebratory feast for them, urging them to take a moment to enjoy a drink before departing. His demeanor had shifted dramatically. The display of Su Xion's power during the battle had thoroughly intimidated him. Just 3 days prior, he had harbored grievances against the Su family and had even muttered insults about them and Su Xion. However, today it was this very young master, whom he had previously underestimated due to his mere Zhenwu realm cultivation, who had saved his life. Had Su Xion not intervened, Han Gang would have been unable to withstand the assault from the 4 members of the Pang family, leading to certain destruction for Wan Chong. Wan Gang's master, we have matters to attend to, Su Xion stated as he mounted a swift steed. Then I shall not detain you further, Wan Chong replied, flashing a smile and signaling to his strategist, who promptly approached with a thick stack of silver notes. Young master, a small token of appreciation, please accept it, Wan Chong said. Oh, Su Xion raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging Wan Chong's adeptness in navigating social dynamics. He accepted the silver notes without hesitation and then departed East Yang City with Yi Luo. As they made their way back to the Su family, night had fallen, and the 2 steeds trotted slowly along the path. Su Xion remained introspective, his gaze fixed ahead. Young master, since we left East Yang City, you seem lost in thought. What occupies your mind? Yi Luo inreaded. Yi Luo, did you see that individual today? Su Xion replied, referring to Duan Unthing. His strength is formidable. Although he has merely reached the pinnacle of the Huahai realm, I'm certain that the vast majority of peak Huahai experts would not stand a chance against him. Yi Luo's expression turned serious. Indeed, it is fortunate that it was you, young master. If it were me, I would surely not be able to withstand even a single strike. Su Xion smiled, continuing, what intrigues me is not merely his power, but rather his journey. According to his account, over the past 2 years, he has traversed the world, challenging countless formidable opponents across the 86 prefectures of the Zhozhou. While this may seem reckless, it undoubtedly reveals a true warrior's heart. He yearns for strength, perpetually seeking to challenge those stronger than himself. I cannot help but wonder, if one day the crises facing the Su family are resolved, and I am free of all burdens, would I too embark on a similar journey? Su Xion's gaze lifted towards the starlit sky. The world is vast, and the Tianyan Empire is merely one among many in the eastern wilderness. The number of strong individuals is countless. His battle with Duan Yunfeng had ignited an extraordinary feeling within him, an eagerness for the unknown and a longing to encounter formidable warriors across this expansive world. He too desires to grow stronger, to stand atop the world and engage in battles with peak experts. Alas, such aspirations feel distant. My immediate priority remains the resolution of my family's crises, Su Xion mused with a faint smile. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. Su Xion's eyes widened, revealing a glimmer of uncontainable excitement. He promptly dismounted and sought a clear patch of ground by the roadside, sitting down cross-legged. Yi Luo, keep watch over me. Ensure no one disturbs my focus, Su Xion instructed. Understood, Yi Luo nodded, dismounting to stand vigil nearby. Su Xion closed his eyes, and within him, a surge of spiritual energy began to coalesce. Time passed. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight graced Su Xion's face, prompting him to finally open his eyes. He had reached the Huahai realm. Chapter 25. Astonishment, the Huahai Realm. Over 3 years prior, Su Xin had been on the verge of this level. But unfortunate events led to his confinement in a magical prison for 3 years, causing his cultivation to regress. Only now had he truly stepped into this realm. In the Tianyan Empire, Jinwu realm practitioners are numerous, but it is only upon entering the Huahai realm that one can truly be considered a master. I have met the minimum threshold for the royal hunting selection, Su Xin thought, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. He had long yearned for the royal hunt. Congratulations, young master. Yi Luo, who had been quietly guarding him, offered his heartfelt congratulations, marveling at Su Xin's progress. How strong must you be now that you have truly broken through to the Huahai realm, especially considering you were already able to engage in combat with peak Huahai experts while still in the Jinwu realm? Yi Luo, let us return, Su Xin said with a smile. The two swiftly remounted their steeds and set off towards the Su family. Meanwhile, within the Pang family estate in the county city, two middle-aged figures walked side by side towards the meeting hall. Brother Meng, do you know why the family head summoned us today? One inquired. I do not know, but it seems significant, the other replied. Both men were esteemed guests of the Pang family, each possessing the strength of the Pasu realm. As Pasu experts, their intervention was rarely required, yet the simultaneous summons of both indicated the occurrence of a grave matter. Upon entering the meeting hall, they found a considerable gathering. In addition to the current family head and several elders, a one-armed member of the Pang family was also present. Mr. Meng, Mr. Chong, please take a seat. The family head, Pang Xiaoqing, gestured slightly. The two guests nodded respectfully and took their seats. Now that everyone is here, Pang Xiaoqing surveyed the assembly, his voice grave. You are all the core strength of the Pang family, the true pillars. The reason for gathering you today is singular. Qingyu, you may explain. He turned to the one-armed youth. The youth, pale-faced, stood up upon receiving the command. Gentlemen, esteemed elders, not long ago, the leader of the Lu Shui gang from East Yang City approached our Pang family, however. He had only begun to recount the events when he was interrupted. What did you say? The young master of the Su family, merely a Jinwu realm practitioner, engaged both of you in combat, and even killed your elder brother? The elders of the Pang family erupted in disbelief. Even the two Pasu realm guests stared in shock at Pang Qingyu, a Jinwu realm practitioner, challenging those in the Huahai realm and emerging victorious. Not only that, Pang Qingyu continued solemnly. Su Xin's sword was terrifying. My brother and I had no time to react. He was slain on the spot. Had it not been for Uncle Taiyun's timely intervention, I might have suffered more than just losing an arm. Furthermore, Uncle Taiyun personally intervened, yet he remained evenly matched against Su Xin, even finding himself slightly disadvantaged. How could this be? The elders of the Pang family present, including the two esteemed guests at the Breaking Void stage, were utterly astonished. A true martial artist facing off against a perfected transformation C expert, and still maintaining an edge? What manner of monster is this? Were it not for the fact that Pang Qingyu had indeed lost an arm, they would have doubted his truthfulness, suspecting him of shirking responsibility. If this matter is indeed true, the head of the family must ensure that this Su Xin does not live. The head must act swiftly to eliminate this youth. If a true martial artist is already this formidable, what will happen when he breaks through to the transformation C? The urgency in the voices of the elder Pang family members was palpable. They were genuinely alarmed. Please, everyone take a seat. Pang Xiaoqing raised his hand, signaling the elders to calm down. Qingyu, please continue. Pang Qingyu then recounted the sudden appearance of the beggar youth, who had slain Pang Taiyun with a single strike. As for what transpired thereafter, he had fled at the first sign of danger, and thus did not witness the subsequent confrontation between Su Xin and the beggar youth. The one who killed our Pang family member must be dealt with. An elder gritted his teeth, filled with rage. Pang Taiyun, a perfected transformation C cultivator, was a core powerhouse within the Pang family, and his death naturally incited their fury. I will send people to investigate the identity of the one who killed Taiyun, and if found, he will certainly be executed to avenge Taiyun. However, the immediate priority is still Su Xin, that young master of the Su family. Pang Xiaoqing's deep-set eyes shifted slightly as his somber voice continued. I had received news previously that this young master of the Su family exhibited remarkable strength and talent during this year's family competition, and the mysterious figure known as Jian Yi who recently ascended the 14th floor of the True Martial Pavilion, is likely this very young master of the Su family. Nevertheless, given that Su Xin had spent 3 years in the magic restraining prison, and considering his previously displayed strength was not exceedingly outrageous, I did not pay much heed. However, it is now evident that Su Xin's talent and potential far exceed my expectations. If a true martial artist can contend with a perfected Transformation C expert, then once he breaks through to the Transformation C realm, or if given time to reach the pinnacle of the Transformation C, would he not be able to easily eradicate Breaking Void experts? When he someday reaches the Breaking Void stage, we may find ourselves unable to withstand him alone, even if we combine our strengths. Moreover, such astonishing talent will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Qilong Tower. In accordance with their past practices, they may very well inform the Tianyin Palace of his existence, leading to Su Xin's special recruitment. Tianyin Palace? Pang Xiaoqing's words sent a shockwave through the hearts of the elders present. The Tianyin Palace is the most prestigious talent incubator of the Tianyin dynasty, a revered sanctuary for all young disciples. To gain entry into the Tianyin Palace, there is not only the path of royal hunting. Should one demonstrate sufficient excellence and immense potential, the Tianyin Palace will seek you out and invite you in. The talent and potential exhibited by Su Xin leave no room for doubt that he possesses the qualifications for special recruitment by the Tianyin Palace. Should Su Xin be invited into the Tianyin Palace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will undoubtedly become a top-tier presence within the Breaking Void realm. Furthermore, if Su Xin chooses to serve the dynasty, he could easily wield immense power within the Tianyin dynasty, potentially achieving the status of a regional governor, making it all too easy for him to deal with our Pang family. We can temporarily set aside our conflict with the Su family. There is no rush to eradicate the Su family. However, this young master Su Xin must be eliminated immediately, without delay. Pang Xiaoqing exclaimed, his eyes reddened with fervor. I have called you all here today to discuss how we can ensure that Su Xin is completely and utterly destroyed in one fell swoop. If we fail even once and allow him to become wary, it will be exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity in the future. How can we ensure the annihilation of Su Xin in one strike? The assembly exchanged glances, beginning to deliberate. First and foremost, since Su Xin can contend with a perfected Transformation C expert, ensuring his death would require the intervention of at least a peak Transformation C expert. As for Breaking Void experts, although the Su family and Pang family have fought fiercely over the years, both sides have exhibited restraint. Most conflicts do not involve Breaking Void experts, as sending one to assassinate the younger members of the opposing family would invite scorn and ridicule for disregarding their status. Furthermore, such actions would undoubtedly incite the Su family to retaliate with their own Breaking Void experts, resulting in excessive losses for both sides. Hence, an unspoken understanding has existed between them. Unless truly pushed to the brink or prepared for a final showdown, neither side would resort to such a destructive conflict. While Su Xin presents a significant threat to the Pang family, he has not yet driven them to such a desperate position. Head of the family, if we are indeed seeking a one-hit kill, then relying solely on our Pang family will be exceedingly difficult unless a Breaking Void expert acts personally. It might be wise to enlist the services of professional assassins, such as those from the Sansha Lu, suggested one elder of the Pang family. Sansha Lu? Pang Xiaoqing's interest was piqued. That organization is recognized as the foremost assassin guild within the Tianyin dynasty, with operations spanning the entire realm. It is said that the assassins within Sansha Lu possess unparalleled skills, and there are virtually no assassination tasks they are unwilling to undertake, even having allegedly targeted superlative experts of the Nirvana realm. That will not do. Pang Xiaoqing shook his head. Sansha Lu is, in fact, also secretly controlled by the dynasty, sharing a similar nature to the Qilong Tower, albeit with differing operations. The Tianyin dynasty places immense value on talent. If we commission Sansha Lu to assassinate Su Xin, they will undoubtedly conduct an exhaustive investigation into him. Upon discovering Su Xin's talent and potential, it is highly likely they will refuse the task, and even if they do accept, the conditions they demand will certainly be exorbitant. The elders of the Pang family nodded in agreement. The fact that Sansha Lu is under the secret control of the Tianyin dynasty is no longer a secret within the dynasty. Head of the family, if we were to send an assassin to eliminate Su Xin, I happen to recall someone. One of the two esteemed guests, Mr. Ming, stood up. He resides in our Yongning County on Baishan Island. The one from Baishan Island? The elders of the Pang family were taken aback, having realized who Mr. Ming was referring to. Indeed, in terms of assassination techniques, the individual from Baishan Island can be considered the best in Yongning County, and even ranks among the top in the entire Yunzhou region. He was once an assassin for Sansha Lu, and it is said that he has successfully assassinated numerous perfected transformation C experts, and even breaking void experts, although he did not kill the latter. He did manage to severely injure them. Should he take action, there is at least a 90% chance he can eliminate Su Xin in one strike. Pang Xiaoqing nodded. However, the temperament of that individual from Baishan Island is quite peculiar, and it is not easy to persuade him. Leave this matter to me, Mr. Meng smiled. I have some acquaintance with the individual from Baishan Island, and, if I am to be honest, he owes me a favor. I will go to request his assistance, and as long as the offered reward is satisfactory, he should not refuse. Then I shall entrust this to you, Mr. Meng. Pang Xiaoqing's eyes brightened. As for the reward, let him demand whatever he wishes, as long as he can eliminate Su Xin in one strike and relieve our Pang family of this looming threat. We will agree to any price. Not a problem, Mr. Meng smiled, promptly setting off. 2 days later, in the dead of night, cloaked by darkness, a shadow akin to a specter scaled the walls and entered the Su family estate. Gliding past numerous dwellings, he made nary a sound. Despite the brightness of the Su residence and the multitude of guards patrolling the night, along with several formidable Huahai realm experts covertly monitoring, not a single soul detected his presence. He followed a meticulously prepared map of the Su family, making his way towards the courtyard where Su Xin resided. Although it was the dead of night and the maid in her crimson attire had long since retired, Su Xin remained bare-chested, diligently practicing his swordsmanship within the courtyard. Buzz! The long sword swung, reminiscent of the surging ocean, as if it could encompass all that surrounded it. It was evident that in just a few short days, Su Xion's swordsmanship had progressed significantly. Indeed, after breaking through to the Huahai realm, both his sword techniques and comprehension of the essence had become markedly easier to refine. Su Xion chuckled softly, feeling the power of his latent bloodline surge forth following his breakthrough. Most importantly, this advancement had greatly enhanced his sensory perception and awareness, allowing him to explore and delve into swordsmanship and its essence with newfound clarity and ease. Exhaling gently, Su Xin ceased his movements, his form relaxing naturally. After wiping the sweat from his body, he prepared to return to his chamber for rest. Yet, at the very moment he relaxed and turned, an unprecedented sense of dread enveloped him entirely. His pores stood on end in an instant. Chapter 26. Bloodshed in the dead of night. This feeling of dread came without warning, a primal instinct triggered by his bloodline, sensing imminent danger. An ethereal figure had appeared behind him without his knowledge. In the moonlight, a streak of darkness, imbued with murderous intent, lunged towards Su Xion's heart. An assassin. A flicker of terror flashed in Su Xion's eyes. It was too swift, incredibly so. There was no hint of warning. The individual was upon him before he could react. Not even a whisper of sound was emitted. It felt as if not a breath was taken. Having just completed his sword practice, Su Xion's body had relaxed. The timing of the attack was nothing short of impeccable. The assassin's strength was equally terrifying. Under such circumstances, even Su Xion could not fully evade that streak of darkness. Fortunately, his breakthrough to the Huahai realm, combined with his bloodline, granted him an awareness of danger that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, providing him with a fleeting instinctual warning. At the brink of life and death, Su Xin twisted his body with all his might, managing to shift just enough to avoid the black light as it grazed his skin. Thud! The icy black light penetrated Su Xion's body, causing one side of his chest to explode, flesh and blood scattering, and a metallic taste filled his throat. Whoosh! Ignoring the searing pain, he retreated hastily. Was he still alive? Under the moonlight, the veiled visage of the enchanting figure rose, her cold eyes betraying a trace of astonishment. With her prowess, such a perfectly timed assassination should have been lethal, even to a peak Huahai realm expert, unless they were among the elite capable of breaching the Xuanlong Tower. Yet, the young master of the Su family, with merely a minor attainment in Huahai, had somehow survived? He must die. A terrifying aura erupted from the enchanting figure. and she surged forward with alarming speed before Su Xin could regain his footing. Swish, swish, swish. The chilling black light reemerged, launching a series of deadly strikes towards Su Xin's throat. In the face of this onslaught, Su Xin finally discerned that the black light was a cold, obsidian dagger. Shanghai volume. Su Xin shouted fiercely, his long sword arcing as he summoned layers of profound essence, reminiscent of the rolling sea. Clang, clang, clang. The successive sounds of clashing echoed as the black light was deflected by Su Xin's blade. Had he actually blocked it? The enchanting figure wasted no time in retreating. As an assassin, especially one of formidable strength, she understood that once her lethal move was revealed without achieving a kill, she had lost the optimal opportunity to eliminate her target. Initially, she had pursued him, believing her chances were excellent given Su Xin's minor cultivation and severe injury. But never had she anticipated that he would so easily thwart her attack with his swordsmanship. She felt no hesitation now. One failed attempt, and she would flee at once. However, could you escape? A fierce shout erupted from Su Xin. Buzz! A hazy sword light abruptly illuminated the night, dreamlike and ethereal, yet palpably real. It glided through the void. The second style of the Baitsong's sword technique, Nongying, not good. The fleeing, enchanting figure's expression shifted dramatically as she swung her dagger in an attempt to parry the impending strike. Yet, the elusive sword shadow rendered her incapable of capturing its essence. Swoosh! The sword light swept past, leaving a slender wound on the neck of the enchanting figure, who then fell, her form collapsing in defeat. The third volume of the Baitsong sword technique, the Leihua volume, emphasized direct confrontation, while the Shanghai volume focused on defense. The Su Xin volume, however, prioritized speed and was also a deadly technique. The Su Xin volume comprises 5 sword techniques, with the first style, and Guang, producing a single beam of light that seemed to consume all else. The second style, Nongying, creates an indistinct shadow that is impossible to capture. Su Xin had only just mastered this technique following his breakthrough to the Huahai realm. Upon its execution, it sealed the fate of his opponent. Thud! After slaying the assassin, Su Xin found himself unable to maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath, blood continually spilling from his mouth. On his chest lay a conspicuous and grievous wound, flesh mangled and torn. However, in that critical moment, he had managed to shift his body just enough to avoid a fatal blow to his heart. Otherwise, he would have perished from that strike. That was close. A shiver of fear coursed through Su Xin. Just then, a figure rushed in from the night sky, landing in the courtyard. It was Su Baichun, Su Xin's father. As the foremost expert of the Su family, Su Baichun had not detected the assassin's infiltration in advance. But he sensed the moment the assassin engaged with Su Xin and rushed over at lightning speed. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground and Su Xin's grievous condition, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Quick, take this pill. Su Baichun knelt down, hastily retrieving a white pill from his sleeve for Su Xin to consume. Upon swallowing the pill, a peculiar energy began to circulate within Su Xin's body, and his pallid complexion improved slightly. Meanwhile, Su Baichun began examining Su Yin's wound. Fortunately, it was merely a stab from a sharp blade that had avoided critical areas, and most importantly, the blade bore no poison. Su Baichun breathed a sigh of relief. Poison? Su Xin et gleam in shock. Indeed, the dagger had pierced his body directly. Had it been coated in lethal toxins, his fate would have been sealed. Your injury is not grave. With the pill consumed, a few days of rest will suffice, Su Baichun reassured him, rising to inspect the corpse nearby. He removed the veil, revealing the assassin's face. It was a woman? Su Xin squinted, his gaze sharpening. Not only was she a woman, but she was also strikingly beautiful, possessing an extraordinary allure. It was her, the foremost assassin of Yongning County, Mei Ying. Su Baichun has recognized the young woman. It is said that Mei Ying possesses a peculiar temperament. Ever since her departure from the Sansha Lu, she has resided on by Shan Dao, rarely interacting with the outside world. Over the years, she has seldom made a move, yet this time, she actually attempted to assassinate you. Su Baichun was deeply shaken. Firstly, it was astonishing that Mei Ying would take action against Su Xin. However, what truly unsettled him was the fact that not only did Su Xin survive the assassination attempt, but he also managed to slay Mei Ying on the spot. Mei Ying is a genuine pinnacle of the Hua Hai realm, having previously assassinated numerous individuals at that level. And it is rumored that she has even taken down a strong practitioner of the Pasu realm. Yet, Su Xin, who has just entered the Hua Hai realm, could kill Mei Ying? What kind of strength must he possess? Is this young man truly the bearer of a first-grade bloodline, or perhaps even a divine-grade bloodline? Su Baichen gazed at Su Xin, who was recuperating, narrowing his eyes slightly. He could only dare to speculate about the divine-grade bloodline. As for the supreme bloodline, that has never been seen in the entire Dong Huang territory and belongs solely to legends, a notion beyond his imagination. At that moment, having sensed the commotion, the Grand Elder Su Boyong, who had returned from Tianshui City, along with several powerful practitioners from the Su family, hastened toward this location. What is this? Su Boyong looked at Mei Ying's corpse and immediately identified that she had been slain by a sword. He quickly understood that it was Su Xin who had killed Mei Ying. Grand Elder, have the body taken care of immediately. We cannot allow anyone to see her wounds. Su Baichen instructive. Understood, Su Boyong native. Soon, the body was discreetly dealt with. Shiner, you shall move to Bai Shui Yuan to reside tomorrow morning. Su Baichen said. Bai Shui Yuan? Su Xin Stizet. Bai Shui Yuan is adjacent to the courtyard where Su Baichen resides, evidently indicating that his father was concerned about the possibility of further assassins targeting him. Half an hour later, in the Su family hall, all the high-ranking members of the Su family gathered, having learned of the assassination attempt on Su Xin. Patriarch, we cannot let this matter go unnoticed. We must retaliate fiercely, exclaimed the irascible second elder Su Taitong. Indeed, we must take revenge. Let's strike them hard, even without evidence, within Yongning County. They knew precisely who had dispatched Mei Ying. The elders and high-ranking members of the Su family were unanimous in their decision to retaliate against the Pang family. After all, this incident occurred within the Su family estate, where the young master of the Su family, the current wielder of the sword order, was attacked. If the Su family were to endure such an affront, they would be the laughingstock of the world, and henceforth, anyone would dare to send assassins to the Su family. Furthermore, it would demoralize their own members. The Su family acted swiftly, and by dawn the next day, their retaliation against the Pang family commenced. This revenge encompassed various aspects, including industrial impact and struggles over interests, but most importantly, it involved fierce battles between the two families' powerful practitioners. The Su and Pang families are the two strongest clans in Yongning County. While the Pang family had a slight edge in high-level combat power, they could not match the Su family's foundational strength. The clash between these two formidable families stirred a storm throughout Yongning County. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Within the Su family estate, Second Elder. Greetings, Second Elder. Second Elder Su Taitong walked through with his hands clasped behind his back. The young members of the Su family bowed in respect, their gazes aflame with enthusiasm. Have you heard? Just yesterday, during a skirmish with the Pang family in the southern part of the city, our Su family was initially at a disadvantage. However, upon the arrival of the Second Elder, not only did he turn the tide, but he also decisively executed a Pang family elder who had reached the pinnacle of the Hua Hai realm. That elder was at the pinnacle of Hua Hai, second only to those of the Pasu realm. Despite being a pinnacle Hua Hai practitioner himself, the Second Elder was able to slay that elder in a one-on-one confrontation. Over the past few days, it is said that nearly 10 Hua Hai practitioners from the Pang family have perished at his hands. 2 days prior, the Second Elder also personally intervened, killing 2 Pang family members who had reached the completion of the Hua Hai realm in one fell swoop. Young members of the Su family, including maids and servants, whispered amongst themselves. The skirmish between the Su and Pang families unfolded cautiously, with neither side willing to deploy their Pasu realm practitioners. In this context, the pinnacle of the Hua Hai realm represented the strongest combat power on both sides. The Su family had only a few pinnacle Hua Hai practitioners, and, among them, Second Elder Su Taitong was the strongest. Thus, he led the charge in the battles against the Pang family, repeatedly taking matters into his own hands to eliminate their strong practitioners. Over the course of several days, a significant number of Pang family members fell to his prowess. If one were to assess the outcomes, the losses incurred by the Pang family in these 7 days far exceeded those of the Su family, even resulting in the death of a pinnacle Hua Hai practitioner. Second elder, another individual approached him. Su Xin? Su Taitong finally halted, scrutinizing the newcomer. How's your injury? Are you fully recovered? I am nearly healed, Su Xin replied with a slight smile. Previously, he had been grievously wounded by the assassin's dagger, a severe injury that would typically confine an ordinary person to bed for at least half a month. However, perhaps due to his bloodline, his recovery was far superior to that of an average individual. In just 3 days, he was already able to rise and walk. After 7 days, his condition had completely returned to its peak. Second elder, I have heard that the family has been engaged in battles with the Pang family's strong practitioners these past few days. If possible, I would like to join the fight. Su Xin statif. You? Foolish. Su Taitong frowned and began to chastise him. Su Xin, you must understand that this conflict with the Pang family originated because of you. The Pang family spared no expense to hire assassins to eliminate you precisely because they recognize your talent and potential. Unfortunately for them, they failed. At this juncture, your focus should be on elevating your cultivation and strength. The Pang family would relish the opportunity for you to engage them in battle now. It would provide them with the chance to eliminate you. If you wish to fight for the family and confront the Pang family's strong practitioners, you may do so, but wait until your strength has increased, until you reach the late stages of the Hua Hai realm and possess the ability to confront the pinnacle Hua Hai practitioners of the Pang family, or even hold your ground against Su realm practitioners. Then, you may come to me. Su Tai Tungis Admonition elicited a bitter smile from Su Xin. He recognized the wisdom in Su Taitong's words, yet he could not directly reveal to him that he already possessed such strength. Moreover, even if he did, Su Taitong likely would not believe him. After all, only Su Baichun and Grand Elder Su Boyong had seen the body of the female assassin Mei Ying and knew that he was the one who had killed her. Everyone else assumed it was Su Baichun who had acted. At that moment, Su Taitong approached and patted Su Xin on the shoulder, solemnly stating, Su Xin, remember, you are the hope of our Su family. Only when all of us older generations have perished will it be your turn, the younger generation, to fight for the family. With that, Su Taitong departed. Su Xin remained standing there, pondering. The second elder was correct. He bore the weight of the Su family's aspirations for resurgence. His vision should extend further, engaging in battle with the Pang family practitioners at this time, even if he displayed his strength and killed many of their strong members, would not significantly impact the Pang family. The true core of the Pang family lies in their Su realm practitioners. As long as he cannot eliminate those at that level, merely killing some Hua Hai realm practitioners will not shake the foundations of the Pang family. With this in mind, he resolved to go there. Su Xin clenched his fist tightly. Qilonglu, 2 towering black spires rose majestically, with throngs of Jinwu realm warriors congregating before one of them, the Jinwu Pavilion, as many ventured inside to test their mettle. In stark contrast, the imposing Xuanlong Tower attracted little interest. A young figure clad in black, adorned with a conical hat and wielding a sharp sword, approached the Xuanlong Tower, declaring his intent to conquer it. Chapter 27. The first layer of Xuanlong Tower, unlike the Jinwu Pavilion, which focuses solely on martial skills. The Xuanlong Tower evaluates overall combat prowess. Comprising 3 layers, the first layer necessitates the presence of true elites at the pinnacle of the Hua Hai stage to pass. Hence, few dare to challenge it, as the number of those reaching the Hua Hai pinnacle in Yongning County is exceedingly rare, and even fewer possess the qualifications to enter the Xuanlong Tower. Most who attempt it, even at the Hua Hai pinnacle, find themselves mercilessly defeated. Yet today, Su Xin, merely at the minor success of Hua Hai, stepped into the tower. The first layer of the Xuanlong Tower presented a vast expanse, and a man in gray gradually approached from the front. Was Su Xion's presence here a testament to confidence or ignorance? The gray-clad man scrutinized Su Xin, instantly discerning his cultivation level. Whether it was ignorance would soon be revealed through trial. Su Xian had already drawn his sword. Although he had never ventured into the Xuanlong Tower before, he was aware that each layer had a singular guardian. To pass, one must defeat this guardian. Without further ado, the gray-clad man produced a pitch-black spear, and in a flash, he lunged forward with astonishing speed. The spear struck with a venomous precision, unleashing a barrage of thrusts towards Su Xin, who was momentarily engulfed in a flurry of spear shadows. In response, Su Xin ignited over 50% of his bloodline power. His sword transformed, embodying the essence of mountains and seas, as if he were adrift in a vast ocean. The clashing sounds of their weapons resonated through the air as they collided numerous times in mere moments. In this genuine engagement, Su Xin could not help but marvel at the opponent's prowess. Every aspect of the gray-clad man's strength, speed, and spear techniques had reached the zenith of the Huahai realm. It was no wonder that numerous Huahai pinnacle warriors could not conquer the first layer of the Xianlong Tower. Su Xin pondered that to defeat this formidable guardian, he must transcend the limits of the Huahai realm in some aspect. For instance, those rare bloodline awakeners, upon reaching the Huahai pinnacle, could unleash powers far exceeding that realm through their innate abilities, easily conquering the tower. Others, like the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng he encountered in Danyang City, had unique experiences or powerful techniques that allowed them to defeat foes of equal cultivation with ease. Speed and skill, if significantly superior, could also lead to success. For Su Xin, his greatest advantage lay in his artistry. With each stroke of his sword, he executed techniques with precision. He stood resolute, akin to a grand mountain, impervious to the gray-clad man's relentless onslaught. The Guardian, despite his peak performance, could not sway Su Xin in the slightest. Impressed by Su Xin's bravery in challenging the Xianlong Tower, the gray-clad man acknowledged his strength. However, relying solely on defense would not suffice to pass this layer. With a cold snort, Su Xin altered his sword technique. Transforming from a defensive stance to an aggressive assault, he unleashed a tempest of sword strikes, each imbued with ferocity. His sword shadows, now intertwined with his intent, transformed into a unique sword will. The gray-clad man observed with astonishment. The fusion of intent and weaponry was a hallmark of a higher understanding. As Su Xin unleashed a barrage of strikes, he pressed the Guardian back, not allowing him a moment's respite. Suddenly, Su Xin shifted his technique once more, invoking the first form of his ultimate move, and Guan. The brilliance of his sword illuminated the space, moving with an astonishing swiftness. The gray-clad man recognized the technique but could not react in time. The blade passed through him, leaving a distinct mark, yet no blood was shed as the wound healed rapidly. The Guardian retreated, and the stone door leading to the second layer of the tower swung open. Elated, Su Xin realized he had succeeded. It was rumored that an ordinary Huahai pinnacle warrior could pass the first layer by merely grasping a hint of intent. Although he had only unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, his understanding of intent was profound enough to merge flawlessly with his swordplay, making him stronger than a typical Huahai pinnacle warrior who had only grasped a trace of intent. Thus, he was able to navigate the first layer with relative ease. Taking a deep breath, Su Xin ascended the stairs to the second layer. The Guardian remained the same gray-clad man. You, with minor Huahai cultivation, have passed the first layer of the Xianlong Tower. Your potential is boundless. The gray-clad man remarked with admiration. Please, I seek your guidance, Su Xin replied humbly. With a swift motion, the gray-clad man unleashed his black spear once more. This time, however, his explosive power, speed, and spear techniques had undeniably surpassed the Huahai realm, reaching the threshold of the Pasu realm, even imbued with a hint of intent. The force he exerted was at least 10 times stronger than in the first layer. Su Xin hesitated to employ his tempestuous techniques against such an opponent, relying instead on his defensive technique, the Shanhai Wan, to withstand the onslaught of the terrifying spear thrusts. The Shanhai Wan offered exceptional defense and could dissipate the force of attacks through his sword intent. Even when faced with overwhelming power, Su Xin managed to endure for a considerable time. Ultimately, however, he was defeated by the gray-clad man. Too formidable, Su Xin lamented. The Guardian in the second layer was at least 10 times stronger than in the first. Though he had navigated the first layer with ease in the second layer, even if he maximized his bloodline power, it would only prolong his struggle against the Guardian. To truly conquer him, a significant breakthrough in his swordplay or understanding of intent was necessary, or he would need to advance to the peak of the Huahai realm. Upon reaching that pinnacle, even with merely 50% of his bloodline power unleashed, he would possess strength and speed comparable to the Huahai pinnacle, making it feasible to conquer the second layer relying solely on his sword techniques. Upon exiting the Xianlong Tower, a figure awaited, none other than Yuan Qing, the overseer of the Qilong Tower. Under Yuan Qing's guidance, Su Xin entered a tea room, removing his conical hat. Indeed, Yuan Qing smiled. Having just received a message from the esteemed individual within the Su Xin Tower, stating that a swordsman of minor achievement in the Hualong realm had successfully passed the first level of the tower. I immediately surmised it was you. Esteemed individual? Su Xin's expression shifted. Yuan Qing, as the supervisor of Qilong Tower in Yongningjun and a formidable presence in the Broken Void realm, held a status and power that raised the question, who could possibly be worthy of such reverence? What? Are you still unaware of this esteemed individual's identity? Yuan Qing inquired. Truly, I do not know, Su Xin replied, shaking his head. Ha! Yuan Qing chuckled, proceeding to elucidate. Su Xin, you should be aware that Qilong Tower monitors the world, extending across 36 states and counties. The existence of Su Xin Tower and Zhenwu Pavilion is fundamentally to gather exceptional talents from around the world. And the challenges within these two towers have long been acknowledged, with no one daring to question their legitimacy. Why is this so? It is due to the unyielding strictness of both Zhenwu Pavilion and Su Xin Tower, where Zhenwu Pavilion employs battle puppets as adversaries, while Su Xin Tower has the top elites of our Qilong Tower headquarters serving as guardians. The top elites of the headquarters? Su Xin was taken aback. Yes, the opponent you faced in the Su Xin Tower was indeed one of our headquarters' top elites, though it was not their true self, but rather a fragment of their consciousness controlling the battle puppet that engaged you. Yuan Qing continued. Moreover, not just the Su Xin Tower in Yongningjun, but throughout Yinzhou and the surrounding states, countless towers have guardians all operated by this esteemed individual alone. As for the strength of this esteemed individual, Yuan Qing smirked slightly before declaring, above the Broken Void realm. Su Xin was astounded. Above the Broken Void realm. Does that not imply the Nirvana realm? The Nirvana realm represents the pinnacle of power within the Tianyin Empire, the highest echelon of existence. Within the Tianyin Empire, should any force or family produce a Nirvana realm powerhouse, that entity would rise, becoming a significant force in the empire. For instance, the Su family once ascended to prominence due to the existence of a Nirvana realm ancestor, yet upon that ancestor's demise, the family fell into decline. The adversary I faced in the Su Xin Tower was actually a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Su Xin mused internally. No wonder no one dared to raise doubts. Who would question the integrity of a challenge overseen by a genuine Nirvana realm guardian? When that esteemed individual communicated with me, they expressed considerable admiration for you and mentioned they would personally visit Tianyin Palace to recommend you. The entrance requirements for Tianyin Palace are exceedingly high. Yet you have surpassed the first level of the Su Xin Tower at the minor Hualong realm, fulfilling the criteria, and with that esteemed individual personally recommending you. It is unlikely there will be any mishap. Before long, you shall become a member of Tianyin Palace. Yuan Qing smiled, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. He understood the immense value of being a disciple of Tianyin Palace. Once one enters Tianyin Palace, barring any unforeseen demise, they are destined to become a figure of prominence within the Tianyin Empire. Even if one does not reach the Nirvana realm, they will at least stand as a top powerhouse within the Broken Void realm. Hearing this, Su Xin's heart surged with joy. He had merely achieved minor success in the Hualong realm. Why had he ventured into the Su Xin Tower? It was not for fame or fortune, but rather for a coveted opportunity to gain admission to Tianyin Palace. If I can secure this admission and become a disciple of Tianyin Palace, the attempts on my life will likely cease, and my Su family will enjoy peace. Su Xin clenched his fists tightly. Every disciple of Tianyin Palace is regarded as a treasure by the Tianyin Empire. To send assassins after a disciple of Tianyin Palace, should such actions be discovered, regardless of who is behind them, even if backed by a Nirvana realm ancestor, they would face annihilation. Take the Situ family, for example. They remain a top family within the Tianyin Empire, with a Nirvana realm ancestor backing them. Yet even they would not dare to lay a hand on a disciple of Tianyin Palace. Similarly, the families of Tianyin Palace disciples receive the Empire's protection, meaning that the Situ family would never dare to target the Su family, openly or covertly. If the Situ family behaves thus, the mere Pang family would be inconsequential. Yuan Qing, I must inquire, what is the name of that esteemed individual? Su Xin asked. The name? Yuan Qing chuckled wryly, shaking his head. As a mere district supervisor within Qilong Tower, I lack the qualification to know the esteemed individual's name. The message they conveyed to me was simply part of my duties. Otherwise, I would not even have the right to converse with that esteemed individual. As for you, there is no need to rush. Once you join Tianyin Palace and strengthen your abilities, you will naturally have the opportunity to meet that esteemed individual. Su Xin, the esteemed individual who battled with me in the Xuanlong Tower has no direct connection to me. They merely recognized my potential and chose to personally recommend me to Tianyin Palace. This favor is one I shall surely remember. Su Xin, you may now return and await news. Once the powerful individual from Tianyin Palace arrives to escort you, I will inform you immediately, Yuan Qing stated. Very well. Su Xin nodded, then added, by the way, Supervisor Yuan Qing, I currently require some elixirs to assist in my cultivation and enhance my abilities. This is simple, Yuan Qing replied with a smile. Soon, Su Xin departed from Qilong Tower, carrying 100 first-grade Hualong pills. On his return journey to the Su family, Su Xin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. My Su family is currently beset by crises. The Pang family has been scheming against us, previously sending assassins to eliminate me. And the recent clashes with my family have been extremely intense. Enmity has long been established, and a decisive battle is inevitable. Furthermore, the Sidu family has been lurking behind the Pang family, only refraining from delivering a lethal blow due to their lingering caution regarding our family's hidden strengths. However, who knows how long this caution will last? The Sidu family may strike with ferocity at any moment. Yet, if I can successfully enter Tianyin Palace and become a disciple, all these dangers will vanish. As Su Xin pondered, a sudden commotion interrupted his thoughts. Move aside. Clear the way. Horses thundered down the street, and passers-by hastily scrambled to avoid them. Riding horses in the streets? Su Xin, this is within the county city, in a bustling area. Unless there is an urgent matter, who would dare to gallop like this? As the horses approached, Su Xin caught sight of a figure, bloodied and disheveled, yet in a state of frantic urgency. Ye Luo, Su Xin exclaimed in surprise. Young master, Ye Luo spotted Su Xin and immediately halted the horse. What is happening? Su Xin Guayith. It is the second elder. He is in the East City, in the Anshui Alley, surrounded by three-peak Hualong powerhouses from the Pang family. And he can barely hold on. Ye Luo exclaimed anxiously. What did you say? Su Xin's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 28. The dragon's extinction. Su Xin dashed forward at breakneck speed towards the East City, to Anshui Alley. His heart burned with urgency. The second elder, that hot-headed man who values family honor above all else, had always insisted that only after all the elders perish should the younger generation of the Su family be allowed to fight. This retaliation against the Pang family had been led by the second elder. If he were to meet with misfortune, it would be a monumental blow to the entire Su family. I must arrive in time. Su Xin. In East City, Anshui Alley, a fierce battle had been raging for quite some time. Some houses in the alley had already collapsed from the bombardments, and walls lay shattered. At this moment, atop the eaves of a dwelling, the second elder Su Taitong, gripping a cerulean stone staff, faced the formidable onslaught of three peak-level Huahai warriors with immense difficulty. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his robe was tattered, and he bore two wounds, one a shallow knife cut at his left waist, from which blood flowed incessantly, and the other a gaping bullet hole in his right calf, inflicted by a treacherous ambush. In terms of sheer power, Su Taitong was indeed a formidable force among the peak-level Huahai, capable of slaying an average peak-level opponent in direct combat, and even contending against two in unison. However, he was now besieged by three such warriors, having been stealthily attacked from the outset, leaving him severely weakened and robbing him of any chance to escape. He could only strive to fend off their assault and buy time, hoping for the arrival of reinforcements from his Su family. Su Taitong, cease your struggles. Do you still hope to survive under our combined might? The trio attacking Su Taitong, consisting of two men and a woman, included a purple-clad man who was an elder of the Pang family, while the brown-haired elder wielding a spear and the middle-aged woman with dual swords were both guests of the Pang household. As they unleashed their full power, they noted that Su Taitong was nearing his limits, yet they still found him to be a difficult adversary. Truly, as the second elder of the Su family, his prowess had evidently reached the pinnacle of Huahai, and he was likely not far from breaching the first level of the Sunlong Tower. Despite their initial ambush wounding him, they were still unable to subdue him in a short span of time. His staff techniques were quite impressive. No matter how challenging they found him, the trio remained unperturbed. After all, they had meticulously prepared for this assault on Su Tong. From the moment they lured him to this dark water alley, the Pang family had plotted every detail. Even if someone were to rush out to send a message, the time it would take for reinforcements to arrive at the nearest Su family stronghold in return would be ample enough for them to eliminate Su Tong. Oof. After you have killed more than a dozen of our Hua Hai warriors, even slaying a peak-level Hua Hai like Su Tong, you deserve to die, sneered the elder from the Pang family. Initially, the Pang family had contemplated enduring the Su family's retaliation. After all, the two families had long-standing grievances, marked by ongoing conflict and bloodshed, and this incident was initiated by them when they attempted to assassinate a young master of the Su family, which ultimately failed. The Su family, incensed, was bound to retaliate fiercely, and they had prepared some contingency measures. However, they had not anticipated the ferocity of the Su family's revenge, especially with Su Tong personally stepping in to eliminate several of their Hua Hai warriors, including a peak level one just days prior. This prompted the Pang family to resolve that they must eliminate this reckless second elder of the Su family. As they fought, taking advantage of a momentary lapse, the brown-haired elder swiftly thrust his spear, piercing Su Tong's shoulder and creating yet another bloody wound. This injury severely compromised Su Tong's arm strength, rendering him even more vulnerable to the onslaught of the trio. The dual swords of the middle-aged woman struck relentlessly, causing Su Tong's staff to be flung from his grasp. It's over. A glimmer of despair flashed in Su Tong's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by an unprecedented frenzy. If I must die, I shall take one with me. With fierce determination, he gazed at the spear aimed at his throat, not flinching in instinctive retreat, but instead charging forward. As he approached, he gathered strength at his fingertips, intending to unleash a powerful strike at the opponent's head just as the spear would pierce his throat. Yet, at that critical moment, a sword suddenly surged forth, slicing through the air like a swift serpent. It not only deftly deflected the spear, but also thwarted the attacks of the other two assailants. The trio immediately retreated, bewildered. Reinforcements? Has the Su family S8 arrived so swiftly? Their expressions soured. According to the Pang family's calculations, it was impossible for Su family reinforcements to arrive so soon. Meanwhile, Su Tong felt a surge of hope as he turned to see a figure before him. Su Xin? His expression shifted instantly. What are you doing here? Who sent you? I happen to be nearby. When Yi Luo called for aid, I encountered him and came here, Su Xin replied, feeling a sense of relief within. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Had he been a moment later, the second elder might not have survived. Foolishness. Su Tong's demeanor turned frantic. Have you forgotten what I told you? Who asked you to come here to die? Quickly, I will find a way to hold them off. You must escape. Su Tong was genuinely anxious. Even if he perished, the Su family could withstand the loss of 2 or 3 of him. But someone like Su Xin, a prodigious talent bearing the future of the Su family, was irreplaceable. Second elder, do not worry. These individuals before me cannot kill me, Su Xin replied with a confident smile. His gaze turned icy as he focused on the trio, a profound killing intent beginning to coalesce. You three, have you contemplated how you will meet your end? A commanding shout erupted as Su Xin arrived, causing the 3 peak-level Hua Hai warriors from the Pang family to be taken aback. Yet, they quickly sensed the powerful spiritual energy radiating from him. Hua Hai minor completion? Just a Hua Hai minor completion? Yet he was able to fend off our combined assault and rescue Su Tong from the brink? The trio was astonished, followed by overwhelming joy. It's Su Xin. He is Su Xin, the young master of the Su family. Their excitement was palpable. This was akin to a fortuitous windfall, as if they had prepared a modest meal only to discover a sumptuous feast of golden dumplings. Compared to Su Xin, Su Tong was but a trifling concern, merely a relatively stronger peak-level Hua Hai, whose potential had already been exhausted. He might never break through to the Pasu realm in his lifetime. Yet Su Xin, at the martial realm, could contend with the pinnacle of Hua Hai. He was undeniably a prodigious talent, a presence that kept the Pang family awake at night. Their desperate measures to summon the elusive Mei Ying from Baishan Island were solely to eliminate Su Xin before he could become a threat. They had been troubled that Mei Ying had failed to kill him. How could they now suppress this genius? Now, the Su family's extraordinary talent had come to them. Seking to savez su tietong. Kill. No matter the cost, he must be eliminated. The trio's murderous intent surged forth. At that moment, you three, have you contemplated how you will meet your end? Su Xion's fierce proclamation rang out once more. This boy still dares to threaten us? He seeks death. The trio exchanged glances, and in an instant, they surged forward with renewed vigor, unleashing their utmost strength to swiftly eliminate Su Xin. Su Tietong Guo Tense expression, having hastily retrieved his weapon, ready to strike at a moment's notice. However, Su Xion's speed far surpassed his own. In an instant, he confronted the three adversaries, his sword already slicing through the air. Su Xin immediately unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, emanating an aura that rivaled the pinnacle of Hua Hai. Yet, what was truly terrifying was his swordsmanship. It was merciless, akin to a searing flame, and reminiscent of the ferocious, thunderous roar of a tempest. The combination of these elements created an overwhelming might. The thunder and fire surged, carrying a profound sword intent that crushed down upon them. Boom! 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 Each strike was unrestrained, each one embodying the wrath of heaven and earth. The trio, initially considering an opportunity to encircle and eliminate Su Xin, was left in a daze upon engaging him in combat. The moment they clashed, they sensed the insurmountable power contained within Su Xion's sword, an unfathomable force that they could not withstand. Layer upon layer of this might render them incapable of pursuing their intent to kill Su Xin. They could only desperately defend themselves, and it required all three of them to barely hold their ground. Yet, with each successive strike, they found themselves being pushed back relentlessly. How could three of us, fully exerting ourselves, be utterly suppressed by a mere Hua Hai minor success? The three pinnacle warriors of the Pang family felt utterly bewildered. They were aware of Su Xion's exceptional talent, which had prompted the Pang family to attempt his assassination without hesitation. They also knew that Su Xin had previously contended with pinnacle Hua Hai warriors during his Zhen Wu realm days. Yet now, they were three pinnacle Hua Hai warriors, united, and yet they were being dominated by him. Su Taitong, who had initially planned to assist Su Xin, was momentarily taken aback. Su Xin, but Su Xin paid no heed to such thoughts. In that moment, he seemed to be engulfed in an inferno of rage. The Pang family, the mortal enemies of the Su family. Over the years, countless Hua Hai realm experts, and even some talented young disciples of the Su family had perished at the hands of the Pang family. Even I, having just begun to showcase my talent, was targeted for assassination by pinnacle Hua Hai assassins sent by the Pang family. Now, they sought to encircle and kill the second elder. The Pang family must be eradicated. With each violent swing of his sword, his murderous intent and fury reached a fever pitch. As boundless anger and the will to kill surged within him, he immersed himself entirely in his swordsmanship, and a moment of enlightenment unexpectedly dawned upon him. Suddenly, as the three adversaries found themselves in retreat against his swordplay, Su Xin lifted his gaze. The secret technique of thunder and fire. Starfire incinerates heaven, dragon destruction of the sword path. As the main offensive technique of the Bait Song sword art, Lei Hua one was not merely about overpowering one's opponent. It was akin to the snowfall sword art that Su Xin had previously practiced, which contained the devastating Zhan Shui style. The Lei Hua one encompassed 4 layers of profound secret techniques. However, even the first layer of these techniques required mastery of the Lei Hua one to the minor success stage. Though Su Xin possessed extraordinary talent, he had only been studying the Lei Hua one for a little over a month. While he had grasped the form, he still fell slightly short of reaching minor success. Yet, unexpectedly, during the battle against the 3 pinnacle Hua Hai warriors of the Pang family, the interplay of his boundless fury and murderous intent led to a significant breakthrough in his swordsmanship. He directly comprehended the first layer of the Lei Hua Wan's secret technique and unleashed it with momentum. Boom! The sword intent erupted. A terrifying sword shadow emerged, seemingly capable of cleaving heaven and earth asunder. The trio, already struggling under the weight of Su Xion's swordplay, turned pale at the sight of this fearsome sword shadow. No, it's over. The 3 of them silently lamented, realizing that the overwhelming might of this sword shadow surpassed their capacity to endure. Regardless of their desperate attempts to defend themselves, the sword shadow ruthlessly swept through, completely engulfing their forms. Under the force of impact, Every bone in their bodies shattered inch by inch. With one sword strike, 3 pinnacle Hua Hai warriors met their demise. The second elder, Su Tong, stood on the eaves, witnessing Su Xin single-handedly suppress the trio with his swordsmanship. Then, he observed as Su Xin executed the secret technique, slaying the 3 adversaries. Su Tong was utterly astounded. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the eaves, the first elder, Su Yong, who had rushed over upon receiving the distress call. Upon arriving, Su Yong noticed several wounds on Su Tong, though none were fatal, and he saw Su Xin standing beside him. As for the 3 pinnacle Hua Hai warriors from the Pang family, who had originally been set to ambush Su Tong, they were already dead. What happened? How did the 3 pinnacle Hua Hai warriors from the Pang family die? Second elder, did you kill them? With only Su Tong being a pinnacle Hua Hai present, Su Yong instinctively assumed that these 3 had been slain by him. It wasn't me. Su Tong shook his head. It was Su Xin. What? Su Yong was taken aback. Elders, let us return and discuss further, Su Xin suggested. Su Yong nodded, quickly tending to Su Tong's injuries before the 3 of them promptly returned to the Su family. Although this battle erupted in a hidden alley, the commotion it caused was significant, attracting numerous martial artists who had gathered nearby to watch. They all witnessed Su Xin slay the 3 members of the Pang family. Consequently, after Su Xin and the others departed, the hidden alley erupted in a frenzy. Did you see that? The 3 who attacked from the Pang family were all pinnacle Hua Hai warriors, yet they were utterly swept aside by a young disciple of the Su family, who faced them alone with a single sword. That disciple from the Su family was evidently only at the Hua Hai minor success level. How could a Hua Hai minor success warrior overpower and even annihilate 3 pinnacle Hua Hai warriors? It is simply unbelievable. I recognize that Su family disciple. He is Su Xin, the young master of the Su family. A chorus of astonishment and shock filled the air. It was easy to imagine that it wouldn't be long before news of this battle and Su Xion's name spread throughout the entirety of Yongning County. In the main hall of the Su family, the family head, Su Chun, along with the 3 elders and several high-ranking loyal members of the Su family, gathered together. Su Tong's injuries had been managed, and, after taking some healing elixirs, his complexion had improved significantly. I consider myself fortunate to have survived this ordeal. Had it not been for Su Xion's timely arrival, I would have surely perished at the hands of those 3 pinnacle Hua Hai warriors from the Pang family. I never expected the Pang family to strike after lying in wait for so long, directly targeting you, second elder. Clearly, they understand that without the emergence of the Pasu realm, you would be the leading general of our Su family. Killing you would deal a significant blow to us. Su Tong conversed lightly with several strong members of the Su family nearby. Enough. Su Yong suddenly spoke, setting aside the matter of the second elder for the moment. What we need to discuss now is something else. The hall fell silent immediately. A myriad of gazes instinctively turned toward the young figure seated in the corner. It was none other than Su Xin. Just moments ago, the high-ranking members of the Su family had learned from the second elder that it was Su Xin who had intervened to save him from the 3 pinnacle Hua Hai warriors of the Pang family. And most importantly, that Su Xin had single-handedly slain the 3 of them. A Hua Hai minor success warrior, directly slaying 3 pinnacle Hua Hai warriors? Everyone present found it utterly inconceivable. Were it not for Su Tong's repeated confirmations and the consistent reports coming from the Darkwater Alley, they would have found it impossible to believe. It was simply too astounding. Su Yong sighed softly and began to speak. Although he had long been aware of Su Xin's extraordinary talent and unparalleled swordsmanship, even having comprehended the essence of the art, it was essential to note that this was the peak of Hua Hai, a level 3 tiers above his own. Crossing 3 tiers meant a disparity in power that was fundamentally insurmountable. Yet, Su Xin managed to slay those 3 at the pinnacle of Hua Hai, a feat not attainable by mere skill alone. Unless, Su Yong's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Xin with a hint of gravity. Su Xin, tell me honestly, have you awakened your bloodline? The numerous senior members of the Su clan present turned their attention toward Su Xin as well. Yes, Su Xin nodded in affirmation. He understood that as he gradually revealed his strength, his identity as a bloodline awakener could no longer remain concealed. In the realm of Jinwu, the differences in cultivation could be mitigated with formidable techniques or methods. However, upon reaching the Huahai realm. The gap between each tier was immense. The power disparity across 3 tiers could not be bridged by ordinary techniques. Only those who had experienced miraculous opportunities or were legendary bloodline awakeners possessed the capability to defeat opponents across 3 tiers in the Huahai realm. Indeed, upon hearing Su Xin's response, Su Boyong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The senior members of the Su clan beside him also displayed expressions of delight. Bloodline awakeners were a rare breed, emerging only among the millions. Each bloodline awakener was endowed with extraordinary potential. During the 3 years of the Su clan's decline, they had dreamt of seeing their younger generation rise, hoping for the emergence of true geniuses. Now, it had indeed come to pass, and it was a bloodline awakener at that. Su Xin, what is the tier of your awakened bloodline? Su Boyong inquired further. 2nd tier, Su Xin replied. This was a response he had considered well in advance. A 2nd-tier bloodline was neither too high nor too low, perfectly sufficient to explain his ability to challenge opponents of higher tiers, while also avoiding stirring too much commotion. After all, in the Tianyan dynasty, although bloodline awakeners were exceedingly rare, a few would still appear every few decades, and 2nd-tier bloodlines were not uncommon. A 2nd-tier bloodline. The excitement was palpable among Su Boyong and the other senior members of the Su clan. They regard a 2nd-tier bloodline as quite impressive. However, Su Xin, who had been seated in the main position, cast a peculiar glance at Su Xin. 2nd tier? Is it truly just a 2nd-tier bloodline? Su Xin silently mused, but chose not to expose the doubt. There is one more matter I must share with you all. Su Xin surveyed the gathered individuals. Today, I visited Qilong Lo and successfully cleared the 1st level of the Xuanlong Tower. What? The crowd fell silent momentarily before erupting into exclamations. The 1st level of the Xuanlong Tower? That legendary tower was said to be conquerable only by the absolute pinnacle of Huahai. Heavens! Everyone was taken aback. Elder Su Tiedong widened his eyes, fixating on Su Xin. As a peak Huahai himself, and one of the stronger among them, he had attempted to conquer the Xuanlong Tower years ago, only to be effortlessly defeated by the Guardian after a brief struggle. He understood all too well the difficulty of overcoming even the 1st level. Yet here's to the mere youth of 18 or 19 from the Su clan who had accomplished it. No wonder he was able to slay the 3 from the Pong clan. Su Tiedong sighed. A warrior capable of clearing the 1st level of the Xuanlong Tower could likely overpower not just 3, but even 4 or 5 peak Huahai opponents simultaneously. Furthermore, after I cleared the 1st level, the manager Yuan Qing of Qilong Lo informed me that the guardian of the Xuanlong Tower held my talent in high regard and is willing to personally visit Tianyan Palace to recommend me, significantly increasing my chances of being granted a special admission quota. Su Xin dropped this bombshell. Tianyan Palace? Special admission quota? The senior members of the Su clan couldn't help but gawk in astonishment. Even Su Baichun, who had been seated at the head, turned to Su Xin with intrigue. Xiner, are you truly speaking the truth? Su Baichun queried. Indeed, Su Xin affirmed with a nod. Huh. Su Baichun laughed, a hint of delight gracing his features. I have heard of the guardian of the Xuanlong Tower. He is a formidable figure at the highest level of Qilong Lo, possessing powers that have already reached the Nirvana realm, making him one of the most elite in the entire Tianyan dynasty. His personal recommendation will likely ensure that the Tianyan Palace will not dismiss his favor. Thus, the special admission quota is almost certain to be yours. Su Xin smiled, while the members of the Su clan were nearly beside themselves with joy. Excellent. Magnificent. Su Xin, I am utterly enamored with you. The Su clan had been shrouded in gloom since the demise of their Nirvana realm ancestor. Internally, there were factions led by Zhao Tianlei, creating a malignant tumor, seeking to usurp control. Externally, the Pong clan eyed them hungrily, eager to swallow the Su clan whole. Additionally, the looming threat from the prestigious Situ clan added to their woes. Under these internal and external pressures, the senior members of the Su clan felt an immense burden. It was as if a colossal mountain pressed down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, the leader of the guest faction, Zhao Tianlei, had mysteriously been slain, leading to the disbandment of that faction, alleviating some internal strife, allowing them to breathe a little easier. However, the crisis facing the Su clan remained ever present, preventing them from relaxing even slightly. Now, with the news of Su Xin's potential entrance into Tianyan Palace, They understood that should he succeed, not only would the Pong clan be insignificant, but even the Sidu clan would dare not move against the Su clan openly. Although the Su clan's crisis might not be entirely resolved, it would at least relieve a significant amount of pressure, allowing them to shed a considerable portion of their burdens. How could they not be excited? How could they not be overjoyed? Enough! Su Baichun raised his hand, and the expressions of the senior members of the Su clan gradually settled. While Shiner has the opportunity to become a disciple of Tianyan Palace, this is indeed a moment of great joy for our Su clan. However, until the envoy from Tianyan Palace arrives, anything could happen, and we must remain vigilant. Su Baichun stated. Everyone nodded in agreement. From this day forth, cease all acts of retribution against the Pong clan, Su Baichun commanded. Cease retribution? Su Qiedong frowned. Head of the clan, it would be easy for us to stop, but the Pong clan has just lost 3 peak Huahai warriors. They will undoubtedly learn of this and become even more unhinged. What then? The Pong clan's fury is of no concern, Su Baichun replied indifferently. To avoid unnecessary losses, from today onwards, our Su clan's warriors and disciples shall remain within the estate. They are not to venture outside unless absolutely necessary. Understood, the others acknowledged. If the Su clan refrained from venturing out, then no matter how enraged or frantic the Pong clan became, it would be of no consequence. Unless the Pong clan recklessly stormed the Su clan estate for a decisive confrontation. Once the envoy from Tianyan Palace arrived and Su Xin became a disciple, the Su clan would essentially be free from concern regarding the Pong clan. Let us hope everything proceeds smoothly, Su Baichun thought to himself. Although this was a moment of great joy, for reasons unknown, seeing the excitement on the faces of the Su clan warriors filled him with a sense of unease. Chapter 30. The move. The orders were swiftly given. The warriors and disciples of the Su clan stationed at various strongholds in the county were summoned back. Even some assets were directly abandoned. While most members of the Su clan were perplexed by this command, they complied and remained within the clan's confines. Meanwhile, the highest-ranking warriors of the Su clan were awaiting news from Tianyan Palace. Soon, 5 days passed. At the Pong clan estate, the members of the Su clan pondered. What exactly is the Su clan up to? The numerous elders of the Pong family, including several of the most formidable guests, gathered together, their expressions filled with perplexity. They had previously engaged in fierce battles, resulting in the deaths of numerous formidable warriors from their clan within a matter of days. Yet, suddenly, the conflict had ceased. Several strongholds, including some industries they had sought to seize, were entirely abandoned by the Su family. The members of the Su family had remained within their estate for days without venturing outside. Had the Su family succumbed to fear? Were they avoiding battle? One elder from the Pong family questioned. Fear? Pong Shaoqing, the head of the Pong family, scoffed. The Su family had once been a prestigious clan under the protection of a Nirvana realm ancestor. Although they had fallen from grace, the pride of the Su lineage remained intact. Even when aware that their upper echelons were outmatched by the Pong family, they had never retreated during their previous confrontations. How could they possibly be afraid? Moreover, during this period of bloodshed, it was the Su family that had profited immensely. The Pong family had lost over 10 warriors at the C transformation level, particularly 4 at the peak of that realm, while the Su family had only lost a few ordinary C transformation warriors, none of whom were at the pinnacle. In terms of combat strength at the C transformation level, the Su family was not significantly weaker than theirs. Thus, what was there to fear? As Pong Shaoqing spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. In truth, the loss of some C transformation warriors was not insurmountable. Even the death of 4 peak C transformation warriors could be tolerated. However, what he found unacceptable, even terrifying, was the one responsible for slaying 3 of those peak warriors, Su Xin, the young master of the Su family. Many witnesses had seen with their own eyes how Su Xin single-handedly crushed and killed 3 peak C transformation warriors from the Pong family in the dark waters of the alley. Remarkably, Su Xin had only just achieved a minor success in the C transformation realm. The power he unleashed was utterly terrifying, instilling dread throughout the entire Pong family. This heightened their urgency to eliminate Su Xin, and he had even contemplated having a void-breaking realm expert intervene personally. Yet to his surprise, not only was Su Xin absent, but the entirety of the Su family remained ensconced within their estate. Under such circumstances, attempting to assassinate Su Xin would necessitate a direct assault on the Su family's stronghold, leading to a true confrontation. The mysterious swordsman who had slain Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan remained unidentified, and it was uncertain how many other void-breaking realm experts were hidden within the Su family. To engage in a rash confrontation now would be fraught with peril, Pang Shaoqing pondered. After a moment, he lifted his head anew, sent a message to swiftly absorb all of the Su family's properties in the county, including those throughout the entire Yongning County. I refuse to believe that the Su family can forego sustenance. Surely, they will feel urgency when their properties are devoured. Additionally, we must find every means to establish contact with our informants within the Su family to ascertain what is truly occurring there. As for Su Xin and others like him, while he possesses extraordinary potential, which tops him as a genius, every top-tier expert has emerged through relentless trials. Let him remain within the Su family, untested. In time, he will become mediocre. Just as Pang Shaoqing finished speaking, a cold snort echoed unexpectedly. Who? Pang Shaoqing's gaze turned icy. The Pang family experts present all rose. On high alert, a towering figure suddenly appeared in the hall. This was a robust elder clad in a black robe, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence. Lord Ansang, Pang Shaoqing immediately bowed. The nearby elders, who recognized the visitor, hastily followed suit. Ansang hailed from the prominent Sidu family. Over the past 3 years, the Pang family had been acting under the Sidu family's directives, continually suppressing the Su family. With Ansang serving as the intermediary, Pang family head, my master is quite disappointed in you, Ansang spoke coldly. Pang Shaoqing's expression shifted as he hastily replied. Lord Ansang, my Pang family has diligently followed your instructions over the years. The Su family, under our pressure, has certainly begun to decline. I trust it will not be long before we completely eradicate them. Eradicate them? Ansang scoffed. Pang family head, you truly remain oblivious to the precipice upon which you stand. Oblivious? Pang Shaoqing's face paled. The surrounding Pang family warriors were equally astonished. Those words carried a heavy weight. Lord Ansang, from where does this assertion arise? Pang Shaoqing inquired anxiously. Do you not realize that while the Su family fought fiercely against you, they have suddenly chosen to retreat these past few days? Ansang's cold gaze remained fixed on Pang Shaoqing. This is because Su Xin has already passed the first level of the Xuanlong Tower and is on the verge of becoming a disciple of Tianyan Palace. What? Pang Shaoqing's eyes widened. A disciple of Tianyan Palace? Tianyan Palace is exceptionally unique. Even my Sidu family would hesitate to provoke a disciple of Tianyan Palace. If Su Xin indeed becomes a disciple, it would be effortless for him to deal with your insignificant Pang family. The Su family is aware of this, which is why they see no need to continue their struggle against you and have opted for temporary forbearance. Once a resolution is reached in Tianyan Palace and Su Xin's status as a disciple is confirmed, your Pang family will be nothing more than fish on a chopping block for the Su family, Ansang stated. Pang Shaoqing's heart trembled as he comprehended that a disciple of Tianyan Palace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would inevitably ascend to become a top authority within the Tianyan dynasty. During their ascent, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous powerful factions. At that time, Su Xin would not even need to exert himself. With just a few words, many great powers within the Tianyan dynasty would be eager to obliterate the Pang family. After all, the Pang family was merely a clan within a single county, insignificant compared to the true powers and grand families of the Tianyan dynasty, akin to an ant. Eliminating the Pang family to court a top genius like Su Xin was a venture many would willingly undertake. Lord Ansang, my Pang family has remained unwaveringly loyal to the Sidu family. Our relentless efforts against the Su family these past years have been under your guidance. Now that my Pang family faces peril, I implore you to rescue us out of consideration for our loyalty, Pang Shaoqing urgently beseeched. The senior experts of the Pang family, standing nearby, were equally anxious. They had not anticipated that a single Su Xin could have unwittingly pushed their family to the brink of destruction. Had it not been for Lord Ansang's visit today to enlighten them, they might have remained unaware of the gravity of their situation. Just as Ansang had stated, the Pang family truly stood at death's door, oblivious to their plight. Do not worry. Everything your family has done over the years has been noted by my master. Had he been indifferent to your fate, he would not have sent me here tonight, Ansang assured. These words brought a glimmer of hope to the hearts of the Pang family members. At least in this dire moment, the Sidu family had not abandoned them. The existence of Su Xin has come to the attention of Tianyan Palace, and discussions are already underway regarding whether to grant him a special recruitment quota. This is an unalterable reality. Once Su Xin becomes a disciple of Tianyan Palace, even my Situ family would not dare to act against him without leaving a trace. However, before the special recruitment quota is officially assigned, we still have a chance. Ansang's voice grew somber. Lord Ansang, are you suggesting we act within the next few days? Pang Shaoqing furrowed his brow, but Su Xin would remain within the Su family estate for the next few days. To act against him would necessitate a direct confrontation with the Su family. A confrontation is what we shall have. Does your Pang family fear such a thing? Ansang fixed his gaze on Pang Shaoqing. It is not fear, rather. A void-breaking realm elder from my Pang family recently perished at the hands of a mysterious swordsman, and I suspect the Su family may harbor other formidable experts. Thus Pang Shaoqing's words trailed off. Does the Su family still harbor formidable warriors? Will my Situ family be unaware of this? And Song coldly snorted and stated, I can unequivocally inform you that the Su family's Paksu realm experts, aside from the majority who departed following the demise of the Su family's ancestor, have perished in a massacre. Now, only 2 Paksu realm experts remain within the Su family. Pang Shaoqing was taken aback. A massacre? All the remaining Paksu realm experts of the Su family perished? When did this massacre occur? And Song offered no further explanation, asserting that one need not worry about the hidden experts of the Su family. As for whether the Su family's ancestor had left behind any trump cards, given the extent of the massacre and the severe pressure faced by the Su family, it was unlikely they would reveal such cards. Therefore, our only genuine concern lies with the Su family head, Su Baichen. Su Baichen? Pang Shaoqing was astonished. But Su Baichen is merely at the late stage of Paksu, comparable to me. I have fought him before, and he is only slightly stronger than I am. With your strength and Song, dealing with him should be effortless. Effortless? And Song cast a peculiar glance at Pang Shaoqing and replied, Su Baichen is not as simple as you imagine. During the time when the Su family's ancestor was still alive, Su Baichen was on par with my master, both being the most exceptional talents of the younger generation within the empire. He even had the qualifications to become a disciple of Tianyan Palace. However, due to his carefree nature, once he reached a certain level of cultivation, he chose not to enter Tianyan Palace and instead ventured into the world alone. This journey lasted over a decade. Upon his return, he brought with him a child of merely 2 or 3 years, and not long after, he ascended to the position of Su family head. It can be said that since his return, he has rarely engaged in combat, so no one truly knows the extent of his strength. However, as one of the top geniuses capable of rivaling my master and possessing the same pinnacle Paksu cultivation, my master could easily eliminate me with one hand. Su Baichen may be slightly inferior to my master, but he certainly cannot be too far behind. To deal with him, my master has expended considerable resources and efforts to enlist assistance from that esteemed individual, sending a team of Yinglong guards to aid us. Yinglong guards? Pang Shaoqing gasped in astonishment. It is said that only the Tianyan royal family has the authority to appoint such an elite guard. Indeed, thus this mission must not fail. If we cannot annihilate the Su family this time, once Su Xin becomes a disciple of Tianyan Palace, it will be exceedingly difficult to act against the Su family. And Song stated. Pang Shaoqing felt a mix of shock and elation. The shock was due to the formidable nature of Su Baichen, who could compel the Situ family to enlist the Yinglong guards. The elation stemmed from the realization that if the Yinglong guards were involved, unless Su Baichen possessed the strength of Nerva, his demise was inevitable, and the Su family would surely be eradicated. As for Su Xin, he too would perish alongside the Su family. Pang family head, the Yinglong guards will arrive in 2 days. They cannot linger, so we must strike against the Su family that very night. Prepare accordingly, and Song instructed. Understood, Pang Shaoqing nodded. Soon, Pang Shaoqing began to confer with the elders of the Pang family to make preparations. Naturally, these preparations were conducted in secrecy, as they feared that news might leak and allow the Su family to prepare defenses. Thus, only those absolutely loyal to the Pang family were privy to this matter. 2 days later, the Yinglong guards arrived as scheduled. Under the dim moonlight of night, numerous figures lurked stealthily in the streets and alleys near the Su family estate. On the rooftop of a pavilion, over 10 figures stood in a line. Remember, our objective is to completely annihilate the Su family. If that is not possible, we must ensure the deaths of Su Baichen and Su Xin. And Song's voice was solemn. Brother Longjio, your Yinglong Guard team will join forces with me and Pong family head to encircle and eliminate Su Xin. As for the remaining Paksu realm experts of the Pong family, they will charge into the Su family estate with the others and seize the opportunity to eliminate Su Xin first. Understood, Longjio, the leader of the Yinglong Guard team, slightly nodded. Mr. Chang, apart from myself, you are the only one in the Pong family with late-stage Paksu cultivation, and you are quite skilled in assassination techniques. Once we enter the Su family estate, conceal yourself and observe if any additional powerful experts emerge from the Su family. If not, you may directly eliminate Su Xin. If there are, as long as they reveal themselves first, you will certainly find an opportunity to kill Su Xin. Pong Shaoqing softly instructed the attendant beside him. Understood, Mr. Chang nodded in agreement. Gomos. Swiftly, the assault began. The over 10 figures atop the pavilion soared into the air, rushing towards the Su family estate with astounding speed. Who goes there? Within the Su family, vigilance ran high. The moment the 10 figures approached, the Su family's guards immediately detected their presence. Ha! Tonight marks the end of the Su family's lineage. A long howl reverberated throughout the night sky. The Su family trembled in an instant. Chapter 31. The Su family in peril the night, air carried a faint chill. Su Xin practiced his sword techniques alone within his residence. After executing a sword technique, Su Xin felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Having mastered the first level of the secret art, Thunderfire Vortex, my comprehension of the realm has significantly improved. Now, if I were to challenge the second level of the Dragon Seeking Tower, although I would likely still be defeated, I could at least engage in combat with the Guardian for a while. Su Xin mused with a faint smile. Suddenly, haha, tonight marks the end of the Su family's lineage. As that howl erupted throughout the Su family estate, Su Xin's expression immediately changed dramatically. This is bad. Su Xin swiftly leaped onto the roof and beheld, under the night sky, over 10 figures hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Each figure emanated an extremely terrifying aura. They charged recklessly, and the Su family's guards could neither stop them nor muster the courage to intervene. They were all Paksu realm experts. Su Xin's heart raced with trepidation. The Su family only possessed 2 Paksu realm experts, yet now over 10 were attacking simultaneously. Moreover, judging from their auras, these Paksu realm experts were far stronger than the Zhao Tianlei he had previously slain. Boom! Boom! Within the Su family estate, 2 figures shot up into the sky, Su Xin, the family head, and the great elder, Su Boyong. However, faced with the onslaught of over 10 Paksu realm experts, Su Boyong dared not even attempt to block them. Several of the assailants engaged in battle with Su Boyong, while 2 others began a thorough search within the Su family estate. The remaining complete Yinglong Guard team, comprising 9 late-stage Paksu experts and 1 peak Paksu captain, along with Song and Pong Shaoqing, both at late-stage Paksu, charged en masse toward Su Xin. Su Xin, today, you shall perish. The Su family will be annihilated. And Song's furious roar echoed through the heavens. Father! Su Xin was filled with rage and anxiety. But before he could react, whoosh, a signal arrow shot into the sky. The multitude of Pong family experts hidden outside the Su family estate received the signal and simultaneously surged into the estate from all directions and corners. At the edges of the Su family estate, Pong family members scaled walls or leaped across rooftops. Moreover, within the Su family estate, there were some Pong family members who had long been embedded as spies. At the moment the signal arrow was fired, these spies also sprang into action, launching a frenzied assault against their fellow Su family members. In an instant, chaos erupted with shouts of rage, battle cries, and screams intertwining. The entire Su family was thrown into disarray, resembling a chaotic pot of porridge. This was a battle for extermination. Su Xian's gaze was icy and his expression grim, as he had initially believed that he would soon become a disciple of Tianyan Palace. And with the protection of the palace, the Su family would be free from worries. However, before the special recruitment quota from Tianyan Palace had even been officially announced, the Pang family, lurking in the shadows, along with their allies from the Sidu family, had struck directly. Liungria. A furious roar suddenly echoed from a nearby courtyard, causing Su Xin, who was standing on the eaves, to fix his gaze in that direction. Within the courtyard, several powerful members of the Su family were hastily making their way forward, when suddenly, one of the guests at the perfected Huahai level launched a surprise attack. Caught completely off guard, the Su family members suffered grave injuries, with two of them dying on the spot. The one who had roared was Su Bohong, grievously wounded and near death from the ambush. Bohong. Su Xion's eyes reddened with anger. You scoundrel! With a leap, Su Xion was already in the courtyard. The guest named Li Hu had just prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the severely injured Su Bohong when he saw Su Xion attacking from the side. You are doomed. Su Xion had already drawn his sword. The brilliance of the sword was so swift that it was beyond the capacity of Li Hu, a mere perfected Wahai, to withstand. In an instant, Li Hu was slain. Su Xin. Su Bohong managed to raise his head slightly to glance at Su Xion, but soon his head fell and his breath ceased. Bohong. Su Xion was filled with sorrow and was about to rush forward when two figures landed on the eaves of the courtyard simultaneously, their icy gazes locking onto Su Xion. Two powerful figures at the broken void level? Su Xion was astonished. Earlier, he had noticed that among the dozen or so broken void experts who had attacked, some had split off, with one standing beside the Grand Elder and two others searching within the Su family, seemingly in pursuit of something. Now it appeared that these two were indeed the ones they were seeking. To deal with a mere Huahai minor achievement, they actually dispatched two broken void experts. They truly regard me highly. Su Xion's expression turned cold. In truth, the Sidu family held even greater regard for his father, Su Baichun. After all, the team of Yinglong guards, including in Tsang and Pang Xiaoqing, had all been dispatched to hunt down Su Baichun. Kill the two broken void experts, both from the Pang family, were acutely aware of the immense threat Su Xion posed to them. Without uttering a single word, they unleashed their full strength, aiming to eliminate Su Xion at the earliest opportunity. One wielded a long spear, while the other brandished a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. With a hiss, the spear pierced through the void like a venomous dragon. The blood-red blade surged forth with astonishing speed, targeting Su Xion's throat. When the two broken void experts attacked in unison, even a genius who had breached the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower would find it hard to survive. They were filled with confidence. However, the sound of metal clashing echoed, and the two were forced to retreat. He didn't die. Both broken void experts were taken aback. They launched another assault, this time coordinating their attacks from two directions, unleashing a relentless barrage against Su Xion. Yet, Su Xion stood firm like an unyielding rock in the ocean, his sword conjuring immense waves, repelling their onslaught with a unique force. Remarkably, he had only harnessed 50% of his bloodline power. Although they're broken void experts, they are merely at the initial stage, and their skills are rather ordinary. In terms of strength, they are significantly weaker than the Guardian of the second level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, Su Xion scoffed. The Guardian at the second level had demonstrated speed and power that barely reached the threshold of broken void. Yet even a hint of intention within his spear technique rendered it particularly formidable. In terms of overall strength, the Guardian surpassed either of the two assailants before him. Back then, Su Xin had managed to endure against the Guardian for quite some time with the aid of the Mountain and Sea Scroll, and now, with his mastery of the Thunderfire Scroll reaching minor completion, his comprehension of intent had significantly improved. Thus, when employing the Mountain and Sea Scroll, his defense was naturally stronger. Even facing two opponents, he could now manage with relative ease. These two posed no threat to him at all. Yet Su Xion's expression remained serious. Amidst the battle with the two broken void experts, he had leapt onto the eaves, witnessing the chaos unfolding within the Su family. Although the initial invasion by the Pang family's numerous experts, coupled with the sudden emergence of their hidden forces, had caught the Su family off guard, they quickly regrouped under the leadership of the elders and upper echelons, beginning to mount an effective resistance. In terms of combat power at the Huahai level, the Su family was not significantly inferior to the Pang family, so the outcome of this night's battle would ultimately hinge on the broken void experts. Currently, within the Su family, there were 3 battlefields involving broken void experts. The first battlefield was between the Grand Elder, Su Boyong, and a broken void elder from the Pang family, their strengths evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. The second battlefield was where Su Xion was besieged by 2 broken void experts. The third and most perilous battlefield involved 12 broken void experts surrounding Su Baichun alone. With so many broken void experts targeting his father, Su Xion was anxious, desperate to rush to his father's aid. But he knew he must first deal with the two broken void experts before him. Eliminating these two was normally impossible. The only option was to employ the divine annihilation forbidden technique. However, once invoked, it would only last for a few dozen breaths. I cannot afford the slightest delay. I must strike decisively at the opportune moment. Su Xin's gaze turned icy. Despite being able to easily fend off the attacks of the two broken void experts with a mountain and sea scroll sword technique, he was beginning to feel the strain. This kid is about to collapse. The two broken void experts were gleeful, having witnessed a mere Huahai minor achievement sustained against their combined efforts for so long. Their attacks intensified. Meanwhile, lurking in the nearby void was Mr. Chong, a late-stage broken void expert, who had been instructed by Pang Shaoqing to wait and observe if the Su family had any hidden strong forces. However, as the battle raged on without any new powerful figures emerging, it appeared that the Su family truly lacked reinforcements. Mr. Chong felt relieved and began to stealthily drift towards the battlefield. As Su Xin struggled under the relentless assault of the two broken void experts, he was on the verge of being completely overwhelmed and slain. At that moment, another figure suddenly appeared beside him, wielding a soft sword aimed directly at Su Xin's neck. Another insignificant pawn. Su Xin felt a surge of anger and killing intent. Since you have come, then die together. Divine annihilation technique. Chapter 32, Eruption Boom. Without warning, the aura emanating from Su Xin surged to terrifying heights. When he had initially invoked the divine annihilation technique at the pinnacle of the true martial 10th realm, his cultivation had instantly ascended to the peak of Huahai. At present, he has transcended to the minor success of Huahai, and as he unleashed the terrifying Shun Mie forbidden technique, an overwhelming aura surged, shattering the barrier and directly reaching the threshold of Pisu. What? The two individuals who were executing a lethal attack against Su Xin, along with the sudden assailant, Mr. Chong, were utterly stunned by this spectacle. In but a fleeting moment, he transitioned from minor success in Huahai to the threshold of Pisu, death. Su Xin's gaze was like lightning as he swung his long sword, and the bloodline power within him erupted at that instant. With the full might of his bloodline, he reached its zenith. The hazy sword light suddenly ignited, ethereal and dreamlike, gliding effortlessly through the void. The Baitsong sword technique's illusion unfolded. The second form, Nongying, it was astonishingly swift. After ascending to the threshold of Pisu, bolstered by the explosive bloodline inheritance and power, Su Xin's strength and speed now approached the late stage of Pisu, nearly reaching its pinnacle. As he executed this sword technique, 3 heads were severed and sent flying. This included Mr. Chong, who had ambushed him and was already at the late stage of Pisu, his face frozen in terror and disbelief as he perished. He could never have imagined that this young master of the Su family, who had previously seemed merely at the minor success of Huahai, could annihilate him with a single strike. With a swift motion, Su Xin did not pause after eliminating these 3 Pisu experts, launching himself into the air toward the grandest battlefield in the distance. Boom! Boom! Bang! A cacophony of earth-shattering roars and clashes erupted on the battlefield. A multitude of ferocious and potent auras clashed, generating waves of shock that swept outward in all directions. Surrounding structures crumbled as if they were mere paper, reduced to dust. The might was overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Even from afar, Su Xin could sense the terrifying power emanating from the battlefield. Had he not employed the Shun Mie forbidden technique, he would not have even qualified to step onto that battlefield. The residual shockwaves alone could have gravely injured him. However, with the forbidden technique activated, his combat strength surged, granting him the capability to contend against even the pinnacle of Pisu. Kill. Armed with his sword, Su Xin charged headlong into a battlefield populated entirely by opponents, at least in the late stage of Pisu. There, 12 Pisu experts were relentlessly besieging Su Baichun. Su Baichun, wielding a spear, emanated an extraordinarily terrifying aura, surrounded by a unique and profound ambience. It was evident that Su Baichun had also grasped a form of intent, his comprehension far surpassing that of Su Xin. His spear technique was exceptionally formidable. Despite being merely at the late stage of Pisu, the power he unleashed was only typical for that level. Yet, relying on his spear technique and intent, he managed to hold his own against the 12 attackers, including 2 at the pinnacle of Pisu, remaining only slightly disadvantaged for a time. The 12 Pisu experts had exerted themselves to the utmost. Particularly, the 10-member Long Wei squad, the strongest royal guard of the Tianyan dynasty, could only be summoned by the royal family. This squad coordinated with remarkable synergy and skillfully employed battle formations. Under normal circumstances, they would have easily overpowered 2 or 3 pinnacle Pisu experts. However, surrounding Su Baichun alone felt far more challenging than taking down 2 or 3 pinnacle Pisu adversaries. Truly, he was a once-in-a-lifetime genius who, in his youth, could be compared to their master. Thankfully, he was still only at the late stage of Pisu. Had he reached the pinnacle, it was doubtful that these 12 could have slain him. Dartsong marveled secretly. Though he himself was at the pinnacle of Pisu, his role in surrounding Su Baichun was primarily supportive, occasionally launching surprise attacks. How could Su Baichun be so powerful? Similarly, Pang Xiaoqing, who was also assisting the Long Wei, felt a tumultuous storm brewing within him. He had always believed that Su Baichun's strength was comparable to his own. Even if he were stronger, it couldn't be by much. Yet, in today's battle, he realized that this was not the case at all. Though both were at the late stage of Pisu, Su Baichun alone could easily sweep away 10 of him. If he was indeed this formidable, why had he previously chosen to endure, even allowing Zhao Tian Lei to grow unchecked without dealing with him personally? Pang Xiaoqing was puzzled, but suddenly, a realization struck him. Something was amiss. Su Baichun's condition appeared unusual. Not only him, but the captain of the Long Wei, Long Jiao, and Dartsong also noticed it. Throughout the battle, Su Baichun had not sustained any substantial injuries, yet his expression bore a hint of pain, with veins on his forehead visibly throbbing, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Was Su Baichun already gravely injured? Dartsong exclaimed in astonishment. Gravely injured? Pang Xiaoqing was equally taken aback. If he were indeed wounded, how could he remain engaged in combat for so long? If he were in peak condition, how powerful would he be? At that moment, a figure radiating the aura of Pisu surged into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. With a whoosh, a cold sword light ignited, and a massive sword shadow, imbued with formidable power, cleaved toward several members of the Long Wei who were relying on their battle formation to besiege Su Baichun. Not good. The Su family has Pisu experts? The expressions of the 12 Pisu experts surrounding Su Baichun shifted dramatically, and those Long Wei members caught under the sword shadow immediately shifted positions to evade its strike. That person, Pang Xiaoqing, fixed his gaze intently on the young figure charging into the battlefield. As the greatest threat to the Pang family, the very presence that had previously left him restless, he immediately recognized this figure. Su Xin. Pang Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Dartsong was equally astonished. Su Xin should only be at the minor success of Hua Hai, yet here he was, directly entering the battlefield. Was he not in Pisu? Had he perhaps utilized some special secret technique to achieve such a rapid enhancement? Dartsong narrowed his eyes. He's still alive? Pang Xiaoqing's shock and fury reached a fever pitch. Several Pisu experts from the Pang family had been dispatched to eliminate him, even sending Mr. Chang to ambush him. Now he appeared, while the Pang family's Pisu experts had not shown up. Could it be that they had all been slain by him? Pang Xiaoqing could hardly believe it. Yet, soon his figure shifted as he charged toward Su Xin. Boom! Pang Xiaoqing, clad in dark red gauntlets emanating faint flames, lunged forward, his fist striking out with ferocity, empowered by spiritual energy as if it were a colossal meteor heading straight for Su Xin's head. Su Xin, in turn, drew his sword. The sword light burst forth with the ferocity of a raging fire. The fist and sword collided head-on. Bang! In a mere instant of collision, the terrifying power contained within Su Xin's sword erupted, overwhelming Pang Xiaoqing's fist. The result was immediate. Pang Xiaoqing spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body hurtled downward like a cannonball, creating a vast crater upon impact with the ground. Struggling to rise, he found it nearly impossible. His eyes filled with terror as he fixated on Su Xin. Useless. Pang Xiaoqing and all within the Pang family, including you, are a bunch of worthless fools. Dartsong seethed with rage at this sight. Observing Su Xin's advance into the battlefield, Dartsong swiftly intervened to obstruct him. After all, Dartsong was a veritable expert at the pinnacle of Pisu, having also comprehended intent with skills that were not to be underestimated. Su Xin unleashed the forbidden technique, pushing the power of his bloodline to its utmost limits. In terms of strength and speed, he was only close to the threshold of the pinnacle of the Su realm, falling short compared to Insong. However, Su Xion's mastery of skills and his perception of the profound meaning behind them were evidently superior to Insong. As Su Xion executed the Lei Huan, his ferocious swordplay surged forth, exuding immense pressure. Insong wielded his battle blade in response. Yet after just a few clashes, he felt a profound unease in his heart. This young man, though seemingly weaker than me, was able to unleash a might greater than my own through the enhancement of his sword intent and technique. His swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Confronted with Su Xion's relentless and wildly aggressive strikes, Insong felt a surge of dread. He instantly realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match for Su Xion. Long Jiu, Insong called out urgently. Long Jiu, who was currently leading a team of Ying Long Guards in a full-on assault against Su Baichun, furrowed his brow upon hearing Insong's shout. He had also observed the unfolding scene and understood that Insong was nearing his limit. Although it seemed absurd for a formidable peak, Su realm expert to be so thoroughly suppressed by a newcomer to the realm, there was no time for him to dwell on that thought. 95, 96, 97. You three go kill that brat. Long Jiu commanded. The Ying Long Guard was an exceptionally unique unit. Aside from the team leader, the other members were identified only by numbers. Upon receiving Long Jiu's command, 3 members of Ying Long Guard immediately broke away and charged towards Su Xion. With 3 fewer members, the remaining 7 swiftly adjusted their formation. While they lacked the strength to guarantee Su Baichun's demise, they could still effectively contain him. Awaiting the opportunity for the 3 Ying Long Guards to join forces with Insong to eliminate Su Xion before returning to encircle Su Baichun. The 3 Ying Long Guards, though merely late-stage Su realm practitioners, could still form a 3-person combat formation, posing a greater threat than a single peak Su realm expert. Coupled with Insong's assistance, Su Xion found himself under immense pressure. With each clash, Su Xion's expression grew increasingly grave. I have little time left, he calculated. The duration of the Shunye forbidden technique was limited, lasting only a few dozen breaths. This was its greatest drawback. From the moment he had annihilated the 3 members of the Pang family to his entry into the battlefield and the ensuing combat, the time for which the Shunye forbidden technique had been active was already more than half over. He could only gamble everything. An unprecedented madness surged in Su Xion's gaze. Faced with the simultaneous onslaught of Insong and the 3 Ying Long Guards, he abandoned all thoughts of defense and instead opted for a frenzied assault. Sword in hand, he advanced without retreat. His swordsmanship became increasingly wild and unrestrained. Has he gone mad? Is he truly throwing caution to the wind? Insong was both astonished and enraged. He realized that Su Xion was now in a desperate struggle for survival. Suddenly, Su Xion's eyes blazed with intensity. Le Yuan est profonde secret technique. Xing Hua Fun Tian. A sword that can vanquish dragons. Boom! The sword intent erupted, cleaving through heaven and earth. This is bad. Insong and the 3 Ying Long Guards turned pale. They sensed the terrifying power contained within that sword strike and hurriedly attempted to defend themselves. But the result was a series of splatters. Blood erupted from their mouths as they were sent reeling backward. Yet Su Xion surged forward once more. Su Wan, second form. Nangying. Buzz. The hazy sword shadows flared to life, racing towards the 2 closest Ying Long Guards with astonishing speed. The 2 Ying Long Guards, still in the midst of their retreat and unable to regain their footing, could only watch helplessly as the sword light swept past them. Puchi, Puchi, under the night sky, 2 lifeless bodies fell to the ground. At this point, Su Xion trembled violently. An unprecedented fatigue and weakness enveloped him, rendering his grip on the sword feeble. His form also began to plummet from the air. Father, I have done my best. A hint of a bitter smile graced Su Xion's lips. Chapter 33, Zimu. Zimu. Su Xion had indeed pushed himself to the limit. From the moment he unleashed the Shunye forbidden technique to now, in a mere few dozen breaths, he had obliterated the 3 members of the Pang family with overwhelming force, immediately stormed the battlefield, severely injuring Pang Shaoqing. and subsequently compelled the peak Su realm and Song and the 3 Ying Long Guards to confront him. He had also gravely wounded Song and slain 2 of the Ying Long Guards. In this brief span of time, he had accomplished all that he was capable of. Thud! The bodies of Su Xin and the 2 fallen Ying Long Guards hit the ground. Su Xin had completely expended his strength. The consequences of using the forbidden technique had left him unable to even rise. 2 Ying Long Guards dead? Long Jiao, the leader of the Ying Long Guard team, darkened as he beheld the lifeless forms on the ground. The Ying Long Guards were the most formidable unit under the Tianyan royal family, and the birth of each member was a rare occurrence. The death of 2 Ying Long Guards at once was a significant loss for the royal family. What are you waiting for? Hurry and kill that brat, Long Jiao barked, and Song noted Long Jiao's growing anger. It had taken considerable effort and persuasion for his master to request the dispatch of a squad of Ying Long Guards, and now 2 had perished. Even that individual would find it difficult to explain. This brat, and Song's eyes simmered with murderous intent as he gazed down at the motionless Su Xin, preparing to strike him down. But suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the center of the battlefield. This presence was cold, chilling, and suffocating. The space within a 100-foot radius seemed to freeze entirely. What? The Ying Long Guards, who had been surrounding Su Baichun, looked up in astonishment. They witnessed Su Baichun, who had been barely holding on amidst their assault, his hair and robes billowing as he stood there, his gaze icy and fixed upon them, as if he were the Grim Reaper. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, they felt their hearts tremble, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. You have forced me to unseal the first layer of my seal. You shall pay for this. Su Baichun's voice was frigid. With a sweep of his foot, he moved like a streak of light. The Ying Long Guards, including the strongest among them, Long Jiao, had no time to discern Su Baichun's form. An overwhelming aura of death surged forth, as if a primordial giant beast were opening its gaping maw to devour them. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as 4 figures were sent hurtling backward, including Long Jiao, all spitting blood during their retreat. The other 3 had already become lifeless corpses, falling mercilessly to the ground. How is this possible? Long Jiao was horrified. Even with 3 of their number dispatched to deal with Su Xin, they still had 7 Ying Long Guards left, capable of forming a battle formation. Even some stronger peak Su realm experts could be contained. Yet now, in a single strike, 3 of their members had perished, and 4 were gravely injured. Is he truly invincible in the Su realm? Or is it the power of the Nirvana realm? Long Jiao stared incredulously at Su Baichun. The next moment, he issued a retreat command without hesitation. Faced with Su Baichun at this moment, there was no choice. If they did not flee, they would surely perish here. Can you escape? Su Baichun's voice remained cold and fierce, laced with a terrifying killing intent, as if he were a hellish demon. He stood in that void, not moving an inch, yet his spear slowly thrust forward. This thrust clearly pierced the air, but at that instant, whoosh, 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 as the frantic Long Jiao and Song, the 4 surviving Ying Long Guards, and even the severely injured Pang Shaoqing, who had yet to rise from the ground, faced an apparition that seemed to materialize from thin air. It was none other than Su Baichun. His spear thrust forth simultaneously, although he had not moved an inch. An image of Su Baichun appeared before each of them. With a series of piercing sounds, the spear penetrated their bodies. Long Jiao and Song, Pang Shaoqing, and the 4 Ying Long Guards were all engulfed in terror and disbelief as they collapsed helplessly. Witnessing this scene, Su Xin felt a profound shock within. In an instant, all the warriors of the Su realm present had perished. What kind of power was this? After vanquishing all these Su warriors, Su Baichun seemed poised to approach and assess Su Xion's condition. But as he took a step forward, he abruptly halted. A spurt of black blood erupted from Su Baichun's mouth, distorting his face horrifically. Countless dark, eerie secret patterns spread like a spider's web from his heart, swiftly enveloping his entire body, including his face, rendering him a ghastly figure. His form now hunched, his eyes turned crimson, and though he emitted heart-wrenching cries, not a sound escaped his lips. The most terrifying aspect was that Su Baichun's hands desperately clawed at his own flesh and blood. What kind of excruciating agony must he be enduring to think that inflicting pain upon himself would alleviate his suffering? Father, though Su Xin lay there, he could still witness his father's frantic, twisted, yet helpless visage, his heart aching with despair, yet feeling utterly powerless to act. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept over Su Xin, the overwhelming fatigue finally pushing his consciousness into oblivion. When Su Xin awoke, it was already the following day. Father. He opened his eyes to find himself in a room, attended by the maid Hong Shan. Young master, you are awake, Hong Shan exclaimed with delight, assisting him to rise. However, as he stood, Su Xin realized his body felt utterly empty, devoid of any spiritual power, and he could scarcely sense any strength within. He was in a state of extreme weakness. The side effects of employing the forbidden technique were far greater than I had anticipated, Su Xin thought. He had previously utilized the Shun Mie forbidden technique to slay Zhao Tianlei, and that experience, while taxing, had not drained him to this extent. This time, he had truly pushed the forbidden technique to its limits, exhausting himself completely. The repercussions of the two instances were naturally different. Su Xin surmised that his body would require several days to recover. Hong Shan, how is the family faring? Su Xin. Rest assured, young master. Although the Pang family's intruders arrived unexpectedly last night, our Su family reacted swiftly. Under the guidance of several elders, we gradually repelled the Pang family's offensive and even mounted a counterattack. By dawn, the intruders had already been driven back, Hong Shan reported. Well, my father. Su Xin pressed further. The family head seems to have been injured. After repelling the Pang family, he returned to his residence and has not emerged since, Hong Shan replied. Hong Shan, assist main rising, Su Xin commanded. Hong Shan promptly helped him to his feet, guiding him toward the door. Upon stepping outside, several guards outside the door immediately bowed in greeting. These guards possessed formidable strength, with Yi Luo among them. Clearly, the Su family was concerned about any remaining schemes from the Pang family, and with Su Xin unconscious, they had dispatched strong protectors for his safety. Hong Shan, take me to my father, Su Xin instructed. Hong Shan assisted him to the courtyard where Su Baichun resided. Before the study, several guards stood watch. I wish to see my father, Su Xin stated directly. Young master, the family head has ordered that no one disturb him, the leading guard interjected. Allow him to enter, came Su Baichun's voice from within. The guards ceased their obstruction, and Su Xin, with the aid of Hong Shan, entered the study. Upon closing the door, the study remained shrouded in gloom. A solitary figure sat despondently at the desk, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that obscured his features. Father, Su Xin spoke softly. Su Baichun raised his head slightly, allowing Su Xin to discern his father's current visage. Su Baichun's once handsome and refined features had now turned yellow and withered. His face sunken and gaunt, his hair disheveled, with strands turning white. He appeared to have aged decades in an instant. Father, what has happened? Su Xin et in shock, preparing to approach. Stop, Su Baichun barked. Do not come closer, stay right there. Su Xin halted, anxiety igniting within him. He recalled witnessing his father's unimaginable suffering before losing consciousness, and now seeing him in this state raised countless questions. Xiner, I must ask you, why did your cultivation soar from the minor success of Hua Hai to the threshold of Pisu last night? Did you employ some special secret technique? Su Baichun's once clear gaze now seemed clouded as it fell upon Su Xin. Jis, Su Xin Nadif. You have been cultivating within the family, with little exposure to the outside world. Logically, you would not have had the opportunity to acquire such a technique unless it pertains to your bloodline, Su Baichun stated. Indeed, Su Xin affirmed again. It seems your bloodline is indeed remarkable, Su Baichun remarked, examining Su Xin intently. Bloodlines of the third and second tiers are considered commonplace, while first-tier bloodlines can awaken innate abilities at certain cultivation levels, making them noteworthy. As you have just awakened your bloodline, obtaining a technique that significantly enhances cultivation in a short time suggests your bloodline may surpass even the first tier belonging to the divine tier. Su Xin Biman Saident. Offering no reply, the study fell into a momentary silence. Su Baichun spoke again. Listen carefully. From now on, unless you're truly in a desperate situation, you must never employ that secret technique in any circumstance. Understood, Su Xin Nadif. He recognized that his father, having witnessed him utilize the technique, could deduce its connection to his bloodline, thus inferring that his bloodline was at least divine tier. Others could likely make the same conjecture. Therefore, Su Xin had always intended to treat the Shun Mie forbidden technique as his ultimate trump card, which came with significant side effects. He had no intention of resorting to it unless absolutely necessary. "Father, about last night," Su Xin began, but Su Bai-chun interrupted him with a wave. "I know what you wish to ask. Do not inquire, for I will not reveal anything. Your current strength is still too weak. You only possess Su combat capability by relying on that technique. Without it, you would not even be the strongest among the Huahai realm. You are not yet qualified to know these matters. However, your talent is extraordinary, and your bloodline is astonishing. Your potential far exceeds that of your father. You will soon have the opportunity to cultivate in Tianyin Palace, and your progress will be swift. When your strength is sufficient, I will certainly disclose everything to you." "Father, what do you mean by sufficient strength? To what extent must one reach?" Su Xin could not help but inquire. "When one day you can single-handedly trample the entire C2 family underfoot, then you shall be worthy of knowing all of this," Su Bai replied solemnly. "Single-handedly trampling the entire C2 family?" Su Xin was taken aback. The C2 family is home to an ancestor of the Nirvana realm. After all, I understand. Su Xin's gaze became resolute once more. "Go now," Su Bai waved his hand. Su Xin promptly exited the study. Divine bloodline? Can a divine bloodline truly grant one such extraordinary secret techniques? Su Bai pondered, yet suddenly his gaunt features twisted in agony once more. He hastily retrieved several pills from his sleeve and swallowed them all at once, his expression of pain easing slightly thereafter. Purple eyes, Su Bai oath, madness and resentment flickering in his gaze. Chapter 34. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Upon leaving the study, Su Xin felt a heavy weight in his heart. He was unaware of what had transpired with his father, but from the visible changes, it was evident that his father was not in good condition. Recalling the previous night, when his father unleashed such overwhelming power to annihilate numerous experts of the broken void realm in an instant, it was a terrifying might that surpassed the very confines of the broken void realm. If his father could exhibit such formidable combat strength at any moment, how could he have tolerated the Pang family until now? And what of Zhao Tianlei? His father could have easily killed him, yet he chose not to act. All of this made Su Xin realize that his father harbored great secrets. Must he wait until he can single-handedly trample the entire C2 family before his father is willing to share them with him? Su Xin's gaze sharpened. The C2 family is a top-tier aristocratic family within the Tianyin dynasty, guarded by ancestors of the Nirvana realm. For an ordinary person to aspire to trample the C2 family underfoot alone is a sheer folly. Yet for Su Xin, having awakened his supreme bloodline, infinite possibilities lay before him. Given time, the C2 family would be nothing to him. "Father, I shall soon meet your expectations." Su Xin clenched his fists, silently resolving himself. Within the Su family estate, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Although the assault from the previous night had ultimately been repelled by the Su family, the losses were staggering. So many lives have been lost. Young master. Su Xin arrived at the largest martial arts arena in the Su family, where a multitude of family members had gathered, and the cold bodies of the deceased were covered with white cloth on the ground. At a glance, there were over 100 corpses. "Su Xin, you have arrived." Su Baihu, who stood nearby, glanced over. Second uncle, Su Xin approached and greeted him, but suddenly his expression shifted. He noticed that Su Baihu's face was deathly pale, and at such close range, he felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Normally, only top-tier experts who could completely conceal their spiritual aura would exhibit such a phenomenon at this proximity, yet Su Baihu was evidently far from that level. "Second uncle, what has happened?" Su Xin wanted to inquire. However, Su Baihu waved his hand and said, "Last night's battle left my Dantian devastated." "Your Dantian is ruined?" Su Xin was taken aback. A ruined Dantian equates to the loss of one's cultivation, rendering one a cripple from this point onward, although one can still move freely. The second elder has both legs broken, and even walking will be a challenge for him. Su Baihu sighed. "The second elder's legs are broken?" Su Xin shut Jimbo. The one who was robust and regarded family honor above all else, leading the charge for the family, has lost his legs? In truth, we are both fortunate to be alive, yet those family members lying before us will never awaken again. Su Baihu expressed with sorrow. Su Xin clenched his fists tightly, and at that moment, his gaze shifted to a figure kneeling before a corpse, weeping. "Ningye." Su Xin approached, gently patting Su Ning's shoulder, then crouched down to unveil the white cloth covering the body before him. Su Qingon? Su Xian's hand trembled inexplicably, followed by a slow shake of his head. Su Qingon, the most outstanding talent among the younger generation of the Su family, second only to Su Xian. During the sword order competition, when Su Xian had not yet revealed his true strength, Su Qinghong was regarded as the hope of the entire Su family. After Su Xian had slain Zhao Ling and regained prestige for the family, Su Qinghong often came to the martial arts arena to spar with Su Xian. Their relationship was quite amicable. Yet now, Su Qinghong is dead, according to family members nearby. Su Qinghong sacrificed his life to save Su Yuning and several other young family members, bravely confronting two experts of the Pang family who had reached the Minor Sea realm. It is known that Su Qinghong had yet to break through to the Minor Sea realm, so how could he possibly fend off two such experts alone? By the time reinforcements from the Su family arrived, Su Qinghong had already been slain, yet his final strike had severely injured one of the Pang family's Minor Sea experts, leading to their eventual demise at the hands of the Su family's reinforcements. Su Xian wandered among the corpses, unraveling the white cloth to reveal many familiar faces. There were elders and strong warriors of the Su family, loyal retainers, as well as younger members who frequently sought his guidance in martial arts. Su Xian's heart was filled with profound sorrow. However, beyond sorrow, a greater sentiment of rage surged within him. The Pang family. No, it should be the C2 family. Su Xian clenched his hands tightly, fully aware that the Pang family was merely a pawn, while the true puppeteer behind all of this was the C2 family. They had previously forced the Su family into dire straits. Last night, a multitude of powerful foes had stormed their doors, aiming to annihilate the Su family. The bloodshed of so many lives constituted a blood debt. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Young master, a hurried servant approached, informing him that the Grand Elder requested his immediate presence in the front hall, as Lord Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Qilong Tower, had arrived. Lord Yuan Qing has arrived? Su Xin stizet. It pertains to that matter. Su Baihu nearby also turned his attention. Su Xian dared not delay and swiftly made his way to the front hall. Su Xian, upon seeing him enter, Yuan Qing rose to greet him, stating, "I have heard about last night's events. Fortunately, you are unharmed. Supervisor Yuan Qing, you have come today. I presume there is news from the Tianyan Palace?" Su Xin directly inquired. Indeed, Yuan Qing nodded, though his expression bore an unsettling demeanor. "I regret to inform you that it is bad news." Bad news? Su Xian's brow furrowed immediately. The esteemed individual guarding the Sunlong Tower did indeed make a personal visit to recommend you to the Tianyan Palace. Initially, the process went smoothly, as your talent in overcoming the first level of the Sunlong Tower with your Minor Sea realm prowess met the requirements for special recruitment. However, just as the final decision was to be made, unexpected resistance emerged, seemingly due to external interference, Yuan Qing explained. External interference? Is it the C2 family? Su Xian's gaze turned icy. In his view, he had enmity solely with the C2 family within the entire Tianyan dynasty, not the C2 family. Yuan Qing shook his head. Su Xian, you must understand that the Tianyan Palace holds an exceptionally transcendent position within the Tianyan dynasty. While the C2 family is a top-tier aristocratic clan, they lack the qualifications to meddle in the affairs of the Tianyan Palace. Only members of the royal family possess the authority to intervene, and they wield considerable power. The royal family? Su Xian was taken aback. Among the dozen or so experts from the Broken Void realm who had attacked last night, there was a remarkably powerful 10-person team that exhibited seamless coordination. If I'm not mistaken, this team is the legendary Yinglong Wei. Only those of royal blood are qualified to summon the Yinglong Wei. When did our Su family provoke anyone from the royal family? Su Xian's eyes narrowed. Yuan Qing continued, external forces have intervened. And coupled with the fact that you angered His Majesty over 3 years ago, this matter has undoubtedly influenced the decisions of the upper echelons of Tianyan Palace. Therefore, your special recruitment quota has been temporarily shelved. The higher-ups of Tianyan Palace intend to wait and observe for a while longer. If your subsequent performance continues to be as astounding, they will reconsider your special recruitment. Is that so? Su Xian understood that he had indeed angered the Tianyan Emperor 3 years prior, to the extent that the Emperor had ordered his imprisonment in the Demon Sealing Prison. It is only natural for Tianyan Palace to deliberate over this matter. After all, Tianyin Palace is dedicated to nurturing the finest talents for the Tianyin dynasty. And any talent cultivated must possess loyalty to the dynasty, even if not absolute loyalty, at the very least. They should harbor no animosity or hostility towards the Tianyin dynasty or the Tianyin emperor. Su Xin, the lord guarding the Xuanlong Tower, has conveyed that he will visit Tianyin Palace again shortly to advocate on your behalf, Yuan Qing said. No need for that. Su Xin waved his hand. Yuan Qing, please extend my heartfelt gratitude to that lord. Let him know that I, Su Xin, will remember this favor and will repay it in the future. However, Yuan Qing frowned. While Tianyin Palace has indeed been beneficial to my cultivation, I will not force my entry if it is not meant to be, nor will I beg repeatedly. Su Xin smiled. Moreover, there are other avenues to enter Tianyin Palace for cultivation besides special recruitment. The Royal City Hunt is about to commence, is it not? The Royal City Hunt? Yuan Qing was taken aback and said, Su Xin, while participating in the Royal City Hunt, can indeed grant entry into Tianyin Palace. Do you comprehend the sheer number of geniuses that converge from various states and counties during each event? Ultimately, only the top 10 strongest who reach the end are qualified for admission into Tianyin Palace. Although you have successfully passed the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, you are still quite young and your cultivation is merely at the minor completion stage of the Transformation Sea. If you enter the Royal City Hunt, reaching the final stages will be exceedingly difficult. Difficult. Yuan Qing reiterated the word thrice. Su Xin was not surprised. Indeed, at present, he could not even breach the second level of the Xuanlong Tower. With such strength, he would not rank among the top 10, even in Yinzhou. Yet, he was not anxious, for there remained a full 2 months until the preliminaries of the Royal City Hunt. 2 months may seem brief to others, but for him, it is ample time to achieve a tremendous enhancement in strength. Not to mention, in terms of cultivation, with his bloodline legacy technique and the aid of first-grade transformation C-pill, he could undoubtedly elevate from the minor completion to the major completion stage within 2 months. This elevation in cultivation would signify a qualitative transformation in his strength. Su Xin, are you truly resolved to participate in this year as Royal City Hunt? Yuan Qing looked back at Su Xin. Yes, Su Xin nodded solemnly and then suddenly inquired, by the way, C2, you should also be participating in this Royal City Hunt, correct? C2 you? Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow. Knowing Su Xin's past well, he was aware of the enmity between Su Xin and C2U. Indeed, C2U is the foremost genius of the C2 family. Though he possesses remarkable talent, he is unable to directly obtain a special recruitment quota from Tianyin Palace. Thus his only means to enter is through the Royal City Hunt. Yuan Qing explained. Excellent. Su Xin's lips curled into a smirk, a fierce glimmer flashing in his eyes. C2U. This time I shall not flee from the long overdue confrontation. 3 years ago, the elder of the Su family sought a marriage alliance with the Tianyin emperor, granting the opportunity to wed the 9th princess. At that time, it was I, the foremost genius of the Su family, who was to duel with C2U of the C2 family. Chapter 35. One man, one sword in a single battle, over 100 clansmen perished. The entire Su family was engulfed in profound sorrow. Soon, 7 days passed. The Pang family was annihilated. It is said that the Grand Elder personally took action to eradicate the remaining high-ranking members of the Pang family, with only a few young clansmen managing to escape by a stroke of luck. Well done. That wretched Pang family has finally been dealt with. Upon receiving this news, the members of the Su family felt a surge of relief. The Su family suffered heavy casualties in the battle 7 days prior. Yet the losses incurred by the Pang family were even greater, especially the Pang family's upper echelon of those in the Broken Void realm, who were entirely eradicated that night. Without the presence of Broken Void experts, the Pang family was no longer qualified to contest against the Su family. Just yesterday, Grand Elder Su Boyong took matters into his own hands to eliminate the remaining high-ranking members of the Pang family, leading to their complete obliteration. Such is the state of affairs. Had the Su family failed to withstand the Pang family's assault that night, it would have been the Su family facing annihilation. Su Xin walked through the Su family estate, hearing many of his kin rejoicing over this event, and could not help but sigh inwardly. The Pang family has been destroyed, and the C2 family will likely refrain from attacking the Su family in the near future. I must prepare for the impending Royal City Hunt. That night, the C2 family had mobilized considerable forces, even dispatching a squad of Longwei to the Su estate. Yet all were thoroughly captured within. This incident will certainly rekindle the C2 family's wariness towards the Su family, and they will think twice before making another move. Furthermore, the loss of an entire squad of Longwei will likely impose a burden upon the C2 family for some time. With this, Su Xin could temporarily set his mind at ease and prepare for the upcoming royal city hunt. On this day, Su Xin set out alone, departing the Su family for the purpose of training. This marked his first genuine venture into the world since his birth. In less than 2 months, he intended to explore the Yongning County thoroughly on his own. Beihan City, one of the more renowned cities within Yongning County. The reputation of Beihan City is largely attributed to its elderly city lord. This venerable city lord has surpassed a century in age and has held his position for a full 60 years. He is highly esteemed and, most importantly, possesses extraordinary strength, with very few able to rival him beneath the broken void realm throughout the entire Yongning County. Within the city lord's estate, on a spacious open ground, a robust and burly elder wielded a blade, wholly absorbed in practicing a particular sword technique. His swordsmanship was remarkably profound and expansive, exuding an impressive aura. After a considerable time had passed, he finally completed his practice. Sitting on a stone bench at the edge of the open space was a graceful lady, the city lord's granddaughter. Seeing the elder approach, she smiled and said, "Grandfather, you are over 100 years old, yet still as vigorous as ever." "Huh." The city lord laughed heartily. "What of being over 100? With my vitality, living another 30 or 40 years is no challenge at all." He was not boasting. In this world, people cultivate martial arts to strengthen themselves. The higher the cultivation, the longer one lives. It is quite normal for those at the Transformation Sea realm to live over 100 years. And since the city lord has already reached the pinnacle of that realm and remains in such robust health, he could indeed live to be 130 or 40 years old. As for those in the broken void realm, reaching 160 or 70 is also common. Many who surpass the Nirvana realm can live beyond 200 years. Unfortunately, it seems I shall never progress further in my lifetime, the city lord sighed. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea, and advancing further would mean entering the broken void realm. Yet, this one step remained as insurmountable as a chasm. He had been stuck at this threshold for the better part of his life, unable to cross it. "My lord, someone seeks an audience outside," an elderly servant approached. "Who is it?" the city lord inquired. He introduced himself as Jian, a remarkably youthful individual, remarked the old servant. "Xin." The old city lord expressed his confusion, but smiled nonetheless, instructing to let him in. The old servant nodded and departed. "Very young? It is highly likely that he is here to seek a master." The graceful woman frowned and said, "Grandfather, during your 60 years as city lord, countless young aspirants have sought you as a mentor. Of those you accepted as disciples, there are perhaps only 2 or 3 who truly excel, while most remain obscure, and a few have even tarnished your esteemed reputation through nefarious deeds. Henceforth, if you decide to take on disciples again, do ensure to keep a discerning eye." The old city lord chuckled. "I understand. Do I need you, my dear girl, to oversee my affairs?" Yet, he did not take her words to heart. He was a magnanimous man. As long as a potential disciple did not possess a malevolent heart and demonstrated a modicum of talent, he was willing to accept them. Furthermore, he devoted himself to teaching his disciples wholeheartedly, without reservation. However, this world is exceedingly complex, and some disciples, initially of good character, may change during their external experiences. Over the decades, he had indeed accepted numerous disciples, among whom a few had strayed into misconduct. Nevertheless, this did not deter his desire to continue accepting disciples. Soon, under the guidance of the old servant, a young man clad in black robes and wielding a sword entered. "So young? Is he not yet 20? The graceful woman's expression shifted oddly upon seeing the black-robed youth. "Junior Jian, I pay my respects to the old city lord," Su Xin said with a slight bow. Having traveled thus far, he had heard many tales about this formidable old city lord and held great respect for such a powerful and virtuous figure willing to mentor the younger generation. "Young lad, what brings you to me?" the old city lord inquired. "I have heard of your exceptional swordsmanship, and I wish to experience it firsthand," Su Xin replied. "If you seek to be my disciple, then simply state that there is no need for pretense." The graceful woman expressed her dissatisfaction. Su Xin was momentarily taken aback. To be a disciple? Is she referring to me? However, the old city lord laughed heartily. Very well. I have just finished practicing my swordplay, young lad. Feel free to make your move. You must be cautious, senior. Su Xin unsheathed his sword. Come fort. The old city lord gripped his sword with one hand, smiling, while the other rested behind his back. He had already discerned that Su Xin possessed merely the cultivation of minor success in the Transformation Sea realm, akin to his granddaughter, and believed Su Xin was there to seek mentorship. Thus, at first, he did not regard Su Xion's prowess seriously and treated him just as he would any other aspiring disciple. However, once Su Xin unleashed his sword, the blurring sword light surged forth with unparalleled speed, accompanied by an inexplicable aura. Is this sword intent? The old city lord was taken aback. The understanding of intent requires one to reach a certain level before it can harmonize perfectly with weaponry, forming sword intent. The young lad before him, merely at the minor success level of the Transformation Sea realm, startled him with his initial attack. The old city lord immediately countered. The clashing sounds of their fierce engagement resonated as the old city lord transitioned from a casual demeanor to one of utmost seriousness, gradually unleashing his full strength. Yet, after their initial exchange, he found himself being forced to retreat step by step. I, the old man, have been completely suppressed? The old city lord stared in disbelief. Good lad, come again. The two resumed their fierce battle, with the old city lord unleashing his might to its fullest, while Su Xin activated 50% of his bloodline power and began employing the Thunder Fire Sword technique. After a brief tea session, they paused. Senior, I am grateful for your guidance, Su Xin said with a humble smile. I have been defeated? The old city lord was still in shock, but soon regained his composure. Laughing heartily, good lad, my cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea long ago. I traversed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower decades past, and I would wager that only 2 or 3 individuals in the entirety of Yongning County could surpass me. Yet today, I find myself bested by you. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older, as the tides of time bring forth new waves. The old city lord expressed his admiration. Meanwhile, his granddaughter, the graceful woman, was utterly astonished. Initially, she believed this remarkably young Jian had come to seek mentorship. However, now, young friend Jian, our recent duel has sparked many insights in my swordsmanship. If you have no pressing matters, would you consider staying at my city lord's residence for a night to engage in further sparring? The old city lord proposed. Of course, Su Xin replied with a smile. This venerable city lord possessed immense strength, having barely managed to defeat him while unleashing 50% of his bloodline power. Su Xin realized that this battle had also significantly enlightened him. He was more than willing to engage in further bouts with the old city lord to exchange insights. That day, Su Xin and the old city lord engaged in numerous battles. By nightfall, they continued their discussions by candlelight. It was not until the following morning that Su Xin took his leave. So young, yet possessing such extraordinary strength, traversing the world alone with a sword, challenging formidable foes, it is truly enviable, the old city lord remarked as he watched Su Xion's retreating figure. Grandfather, although Jian is formidable, you are not far behind him. The graceful woman commented. That is not the same. The old city lord shook his head, sighing, in comparison to him, I am like the setting sun, while he is the rising sun, full of vitality. Youth is indeed wonderful. In a village at the foot of a mountain, Su Xin had just arrived. Ha! Kill them all. No, spare us. We are willing to offer riches. Mother, a band of robbers rode through the village, wreaking havoc as they slaughtered indiscriminately. In this world, martial arts flourished yet were beset by chaos, with bandits proliferating. While cities were relatively safe due to the presence of imperial troops, those living in towns outside, reliant on the mountains for sustenance, faced constant threats from bandits. The imperial court could do little to intervene. Witnessing this scene, Su Xion's eyes reddened, and he immediately took action. Just ordinary bandits, with their leader merely at the minor success level of the Transformation Sea, posed no resistance against Su Xin. In a matter of moments, dozens of bandits who had plundered the village were completely vanquished by him. As a result, this village was spared from massacre. Within a magnificent manner, Lord Tang, I am Jian. I have heard that the steward of your esteemed residence single-handedly defeated several peak transformation sea experts in the past. and I have come to seek your guidance. Another martial enthusiast, Lord Tang, waved his hand. Seventh Elder, since this young brother sincerely seeks instruction, please feel free to offer him some pointers. Yes. The old steward quickly made his move. Mr. Song, I am GNE, and I wish to request your guidance. A mere minor success in the transformation, C dares to spar with me? Mr. Song waved his sleeve and departed, too disinterested to engage. Very well, let it be. Su Xin was not offended and turned to leave. Su Xin, with sword in hand, traversed the cities and mountains of Yongning County. Wherever he roamed, upon hearing of individuals of exceptional strength or skill, he would seek them out for a challenge. Much like his earlier encounter with the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng in Danyang City, he traversed the world, challenging formidable foes. However, unlike Duan Yunfeng's reckless abandon, Su Xion's confrontations were purely for the sake of sparring. He would not genuinely seek to kill. Moreover, if his opponents declined, he would not press the matter, nor would he be tyrannically insistent. Should he encounter injustices during his travels, he would unhesitatingly intervene. Time passed as he journeyed. Soon, the day of the initial selection for the Imperial City Hunt arrived. Chapter 36, Seeking Guidance. The Imperial City Hunt, although conducted within the confines of the Imperial City, initially commences with a preliminary selection held across various states and counties. This preliminary assessment, however, is not without its own prerequisites. First, one must possess the strength of the Huahai realm. Second, candidates must be below the age of 40. Given that individuals in the Huahai realm typically live to be around 120 to 130 years old, being 40 is considered relatively youthful. In Yongning Jun, within the stronghold of the county governor, an expansive training ground is bustling with dozens of formidable Huahai realm practitioners who meet the requirements. Among them, some familiar faces engage in cordial conversations. Brother Kong Jing, it has been a long time. This young man beside you must be your brother Kong Xian, correct? I have heard he is a prodigy in his own right, having reached the pinnacle of the Huahai realm. Should both of you succeed in this preliminary selection, it would be a remarkable tale indeed. Not at all, replied Kong Jing modestly. There are many powerful practitioners in Yongning Jun. Ultimately, only 10 will pass the preliminary assessment. Even I do not possess absolute confidence in my success, and as for my brother, he is still far from ready. He has merely come to enjoy the atmosphere. The two brothers stood at the center, surrounded by many onlookers. They were of similar height, though the elder brother, Kong Jing, had a more robust build, while Kong Xian appeared somewhat slender. This duo had made quite a name for themselves in Yongning Jun, especially Kong Jing, who was rumored to have conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. It is worth noting that among the Huahai realm practitioners in Yongning Jun, fewer than 10 had successfully passed the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, most of whom were over 40, such as the former city lord of Beihancheng. Those under 40 who had achieved this feat were exceedingly rare. If Kong Jing truly had the strength to conquer the first level, he would undoubtedly be among the 10 who would pass the preliminary assessment. Brother, you are too humble. Your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the Huahai realm, and you recently grasped a hint of intent. If you were to challenge the Seeking Dragon Tower, you would surely surpass the first level. Among the 10 who will pass the preliminary assessment, you will undoubtedly be one of them, perhaps even the strongest, Kong Xian whispered earnestly. Let's remain modest. Kong Jing replied with a smile, then turned serious. Xiao Xian, do not underestimate the upcoming preliminary assessment. With your strength, if you give it your all and fortune favors you, you should secure a hunting quota. Understood. Kong Xian nodded earnestly, eager to pass the preliminary selection and join his elder brother in the Imperial City Hunt. After all, his brother was already 37 years old. If he participated this year, the next opportunity would not arise for another 5 years, by which time Kong Jing would be over 40 and ineligible. At that moment, a figure entered the governor's residence. Long Dao. The gathered practitioners in the training ground turned their attention to the newcomer. Long Dao. Kong Jing's gaze sharpened. Among the Huahai realm practitioners under 40 in Yongning Jun, only a select few could evoke his apprehension, and Long Dao was undoubtedly the strongest among them. 7 years ago, he had already conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, making him the most formidable practitioner under 40 in Yongning Jun. As Long Dao stepped onto the training ground, he was promptly escorted into the inner courtyard. Why is he not standing with us? Kong Xian asked, puzzled. That is expected. Kong Jing replied. In the past, only 56 individuals from Yongning Jun have participated in the preliminary assessment for the Imperial City Hunt, and among them, only a handful have successfully conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. Given Long Dao's prowess, he is certain to pass the preliminary assessment and secure a hunting quota. His arrival is merely a formality, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He will not even need to participate in the assessment. Is it truly so? Kong Xian marveled, but quickly grasped the situation. The credibility of the Seeking Dragon Tower was beyond reproach. Since Long Dao had conquered the first level, his strength was unquestionable, and it was only fitting for him to receive a quota directly. As the crowd awaited further developments, soon 2 more individuals arrived and were invited inside. Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and the matriarch of the Ling family, Ling Yu, were all proven conquerors of the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, their strength beyond doubt. Apart from these 3, it seemed no one else would be invited in. Kong Jing mused to himself. Suddenly, a young figure entered the training ground, instantly capturing the attention of all present. How young is he? Is he not barely 20? This young fellow is here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt? Many faces shifted to expressions of disbelief. Generally, those daring enough to enter the Imperial City Hunt were confident in their abilities, having nearly reached the pinnacle of the Hua Hai realm. Transitioning from the early stages of martial arts to the pinnacle of the Hua Hai realm requires a lengthy period of accumulation and progress. Most individuals achieve this status in their 30s, and nearly all present were over 30. Those under 30 participating in the Imperial City Hunt were already rare, while those below 20 were virtually non-existent. It was likely that this time there would be scarcely a few under 20 even attempting to join the Imperial City Hunt. As the young figure drew closer, the crowd discerned his cultivation level, which was merely that of the Hua Hai Great Completion realm. Is a Hua Hai Great Completion practitioner really here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt? How overconfident! Kong Xian scoffed. Perhaps he is momentarily misguided or lacks understanding of the Imperial City Hunt, mistakenly viewing it as an opportunity to showcase his talents. Such individuals are not uncommon. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. The preliminary assessment will naturally eliminate him, Kong Jing remarked with a faint smile. The gathered elite practitioners, all at the pinnacle of the Hua Hai realm, also regarded the young figure with amused expressions. However, as soon as the young man reached the center of the training ground, a servant from the governor's residence approached him. Young Master Su Xin, please follow me. The governor is waiting for you in the main hall. Very well, Su Xin nodded, following the servant into the inner courtyard. Upon witnessing this exchange, the crowd was taken aback. What is happening? How does this Hua Hai Great Completion practitioner have the privilege to be invited inside? Young Master Su Xin? Which Su Xin is that? I know him. He is the young master of the Su family. Not long ago, the Su family clashed with the Pang family, and it is said that Su Xin has slain a pinnacle Hua Hai practitioner from the Pang family. As the crowd pondered, Su Xin's identity was revealed, prompting a wave of discontent among those present. Clearly, Su Xin, like them, was here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt. In contrast, the 3 individuals invited into the inner courtyard were all conquerors of the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, their hunting quotas already assured. However, Su Xin, a mere Hua Hai Great Completion practitioner who appeared to be under 20, was being granted preferential treatment based solely on his status as a young master of the Su family. What is the governor thinking? We are left waiting here while that Su Xin is ushered in ahead of us. The Su family wields considerable influence, it seems, Kong Xian remarked with evident dissatisfaction. They claim he has slain a pinnacle Hua Hai practitioner, but honestly, how could a Hua Hai Great Completion practitioner achieve such a feat? It is utterly laughable. Unbeknownst to them, Su Xin had indeed conquered the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. However, he had used a pseudonym at the time and had not publicized his achievement shortly thereafter. Even among the Su family, only a select few at the highest levels were aware. Most members of the Su family were completely oblivious. Naturally, outside the family, no one had any knowledge of it. And as for his alleged slaying of a pinnacle Hua Hai practitioner, no one had witnessed it firsthand. Who would believe such a tale? Keep your voice down. Do not let anyone hear you, Kong Jing cautioned. Kong Jing reprimanded. The Su family is, after all, the foremost family of Yongning Jun, with a profound heritage. It is only natural that the governor treats Su Xin differently. Although he scolded, Kong Jing furrowed his brows, evidently harboring some dissatisfaction within. Yet, the discontent stemmed merely from a difference in status. Despite their grievances, none dared to voice their complaints. At that moment, a steward from the governor's office approached. With the attendees gathered, the preliminary selection was set to commence. The rules for the preliminary assessment were quite simple. As the governor's strongman announced the regulations, the curtain was drawn on the selection for the Royal City Hunt in Yongningjun. However, this assessment was only applicable to the few dozen individuals gathered in the martial arts arena, including the Kong brothers, Kong Jing, and Kong Xian. The 4 Su family members, who had already been invited into the inner courtyard, were exempt from participation as their hunting quotas had been secured in advance. In the inner courtyard of the governor's office, in the East Hall, Su Xin was led by a servant to the room where several individuals awaited. Young Master Su Xin, this is the governor. The servant indicated a middle-aged man seated at the front. I have the honor of meeting the governor, Su Xin replied, bowing, though he had never met the governor before. He knew the governor's surname was Wang. No need for such formality. Governor Wang waved his hand. Su Xin, I'm quite familiar with your father. I never expected that, even after the decline of the Su family, a talent like you would emerge. Su Xin Ismail Fantli. The 3 beside you, like yourself, have also passed the first level of the Xuanlong Tower and are exempt from the preliminary assessment. So please do get acquainted, Governor Wang continued. I have met the 3 of you, Su Xin said, slightly cupping his hands to the 3 individuals sitting nearby. Among them, the honest-looking Xiu Zhe and the head of the Ling family, Ling Yu, exchanged peculiar glances with Su Xin. They had inferred from Governor Wang's words that Su Xin had also passed the first level of the Xuanlong Tower. Yet, the young man before them appeared to be under 20 years old and seemed to be merely at the peak of the Huahai stage. A Huahai stage cultivator had conquered the first level of the Xuanlong Tower? It is you. It was the gentleman known as Long Dao, who, upon recognizing Su Xion's face, stood up in astonishment. Long brother, it has been a while, Su Xian smiled. You know this young brother, Su Xian? Ling Yu inquired. Of course, Long Dao nodded. Half a month ago, I encountered brother Su Xian, and we sparred. That battle was immensely beneficial to me. Beneficial? Xiu Zhe and Ling Yu were both taken aback. Although they had also passed the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, Long Dao had done so 7 years prior, making him undoubtedly the strongest among the 3. The notion that he had gained from his battle with Su Xian implied that Long Dao had lost. I merely had the upper hand, Su Xian said with a smile, clearly being modest. Over the past 2 months, he had roamed Yongningjun, challenging various strong opponents. However, not everyone had the privilege to warrant his challenge. Only those of remarkable strength, who had also passed the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, could inspire him to seek a duel. Such individuals included the old city lord of Beihan City and the aged steward of the Tang family estate. As for Long Dao, having passed the first level of the Xuanlong Tower 7 years ago, Su Xian naturally engaged him in a match half a month ago, at which point Su Xian had already advanced to the peak of the Huahai stage. By slightly invoking his bloodline power, his strength could rival that of the pinnacle of Huahai. Thus, the encounter had resulted in a decisive victory for Su Xian. Brother Su Xian, after our battle, I reflected deeply and have made some progress in my strength over the past half month. Since we meet again today, I would like to seek your guidance once more. If you would permit, Long Dao inquired. Certainly, Su Xian replied with a smile. The astonishment of Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu was palpable. Seek guidance? Not merely for a spar. Ling Yu was acutely aware of the distinction between the 2 phrases. Seeking guidance implied placing oneself at a lower tier, while sparring suggested parity in strength and humility. This realization made it clear that Su Xian was even stronger than Long Dao. Indeed, considerably so. Understanding this, Ling Yu could no longer remain seated. Young brother Su Xian, since even Long brother wishes to seek your guidance, might you also deign to share your insights with me? Ling Yu asked. The honest-looking Xiu Zhe similarly rose to his feet. No problem. If that's the case, let us engage in a proper exchange later, Su Xian replied, smiling. Over the past 2 months, he had greatly enhanced his own capabilities through battles with various formidable opponents. As both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were experts who had passed the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, Su Xian was more than willing to spar with them. Chapter 37. 1 against 3, a stunning display. In the martial arts arena of the governor's office, the preliminary assessment was nearing its conclusion. The dozens of peak Huahai participants had already showcased their utmost prowess. Kong Jing and Kong Xian stood together. Xian, you did well, Kong Jing remarked. Among those participating in the preliminary assessment, Only 6 individuals performed better than me, including you, my elder brother. Adding the 3 who had already passed the first level of the Qilong Tower and secure their quotas, there are only 9 of us in total. I happen to be the 10th, although he was at the bottom. As long as he could pass the preliminary assessment and join his elder brother for the Royal City Hunt, he would be content. At that moment, the steward from the governor's office began announcing the results. The names of Kong Jing, Tang Feng, and Guan Yu were called one after another. These 6 names represented the most outstanding performances in the recent preliminary assessment. Next, it would be my turn, Kong Xian thought eagerly. However, after announcing 6 names, the steward paused before continuing. Congratulations to the 6 of you for securing your places in the Royal City Hunt. As for the rest present, please return in 5 years. What? Kong Xian's expression changed instantly, while the others in attendance remained unfazed, as their performances were unlikely to place them in the top 10. Kong Xian had anticipated being the 10th, and thus qualifying for a spot. What was happening? Why were there only 6 names, including Long Dao and the 3 others? That made only 9. Who claimed the last quota? Could it be Su Xin? Gang Xuan immediately called Su Xin, who had been invited into the inner courtyard in front of them all, much like Long Dao. Moreover, Su Xin had not participated in the preliminary assessment. It had to be him. A flash of anger crossed Kong Xian's eyes. Sir, this is unfair. Kong Xian stepped forward, speaking in a low tone. What did you say? The steward presiding over the preliminary assessment was the governor's chief steward, a close and trusted aide of Governor Wang. In terms of strength, he was a genuine expert at the Broken Void stage. Hearing Kong Xian's words, the steward's expression darkened. Young master, if I'm not mistaken, the Su Xin who was invited into the inner courtyard has also secured a preliminary quota, correct? Kong Xian asked. Indeed, the steward nodded. Upon the steward's confirmation, Kong Xian's fury ignited. It was absurd. That Su Xin was merely at the Huahai stage. What qualifications did he possess to earn a hunting quota? His remarks immediately garnered the agreement of most present. They had already felt some discontent at seeing Su Xin invited into the inner courtyard ahead of them. Who would have thought that not only did he receive a different treatment, but also secured a hunting quota, just like Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu? How could they accept this? Are you questioning the fairness of my governor's office? The steward's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Kong Xian. Under the steward's scrutiny, Kong Xian felt a twinge of apprehension. Oomph. A cold snort suddenly echoed as a figure landed next to the steward. Lord Yuanqing. The chief steward immediately bowed to the newcomer, acknowledging Lord Yuanqing. The crowd gathered in the training arena followed suit. However, Yuanqing cast a cold glance at Kong Xian and remarked, every time the royal city holds a hunt, the preliminary assessments to determine the hunting quotas are always under the supervision of my Qilong Lu. If you find this unfair, feel free to leave. You need not participate in future hunts. Kong Xian trembled slightly, struggling to articulate a response. Silence, interjected Kong Jing, standing beside him. With Qilong Lu's oversight, no one dares to act recklessly. If Su Xin acquired a hunting quota ahead of time, there must be a reason behind it. Do not speak further. Kong Xian dared not utter another word. At that moment, Su Xin and a few others, having learned that the preliminary assessments had concluded, emerged from the inner courtyard. Young friend Su Xin, Yuanqing greeted with a smile upon seeing him. Yuanqing, the supervisor, Su Xin replied amicably. The trio accompanying Su Xin, Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu immediately bowed to Yuanqing, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Although the 3 had passed the first level of the Seek Dragon Tower before the age of 40, in Yuanqing's eyes, their collective significance paled in comparison to a single finger of Su Xin. Brother Su Xin, let us spar here in the training arena. Long Dao proposed. Certainly, Su Xin nodded in agreement. Soon, all 4 found themselves on the training ground, and the peak experts gathered there instinctively clear to space. What is happening? Is Long Dao and his companions about to spar? It seems Su Xin is involved as well. Observing their positions, it became evident that Long Dao and his companions intended to challenge Su Xin. The peak experts present, who had come for the preliminary assessments, grew intrigued by Su Xin's ability to secure a hunting quota despite only having reached the pinnacle of the high transformation. Initially, they presumed Su Xin would duel one of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, or Ling Yu. However, as the trio brandished their weapons, the onlookers were astonished. It was not a one-on-one match, but a 3-on-1. Su Xin was to face Long Dao, Qiu and Ling Yu simultaneously. What a joke. The brothers Kong Jing and Kong Xian widened their eyes in disbelief. Kong Xian even questioned Su Xin's sanity. How could a mere pinnacle high transformation warrior contend against three top-tier experts who had surpassed the first level of the Seek Dragon Tower? In truth, the reason for this 3-against-1 scenario was not Su Xin's arrogance, but rather Long Dao's initiative. 2 weeks prior, during their previous duel, the disparity in strength had been overwhelming. Although Long Dao had made some progress in the interim, he knew he was still far from Su Xin's match. Thus, upon learning that Qiu and Ling Yu also wished to challenge Su Xin, he quickly proposed that all three of them join forces. Su Xin did not decline, resulting in the current scene. Brother Su Xin, be cautious. After all, it is 3 against 1, Long Dao said, exuding a newfound confidence. Then, with a swift motion, the three of them unleashed their attacks simultaneously. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, and each of their presences surpassed that of a typical pinnacle high transformation warrior. Moreover, the techniques they employed were formidable. Among the trio, Long Dao wielded a pair of battle blades, leaping forth like a dart, his weapons slicing through the air without a sound, infused with an aura of intent. The moment one blade was swung, the other followed suit in rapid succession. Qiu, robust as a small mountain, swung a massive axe weighing several hundred pounds, its arc resembling a force capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, marked by its own aura of intent. As for Ling Yu, ethereal like a specter, he wielded a soft sword as delicate as a cicada's wing, darting towards Su Xin with lightning speed, enhanced by the aura of intent. Impressive. Each of these three surpasses my strength, Kong Jing thought, astonished. Though he had performed admirably in the preliminary assessments, showcasing the capability to conquer the first level of the Seek Dragon Tower, he now realized that Long Dao, Qiu and Ling Yu had all surpassed him, especially with Long Dao's dual blades striking in rapid succession. Kong Jing felt that if he were to engage him, he would likely be defeated in mere moments. In stark contrast, Su Xin, facing the onslaught of Long Dao, Qiu and Ling Yu, appeared composed and unfazed. Holding his sword with one hand, he casually waved it, creating a flurry of blossoms, effortlessly dismantling their combined assaults, no matter how fiercely the trio attacked. Even when employing their ultimate moves, Su Xin countered them with ease. Is he truly this powerful? Both Qiu and Ling Yu, having exerted their utmost, were deeply shaken. They had initially doubted Long Dao's claim that even their combined efforts might not match Su Xin's strength. However, witnessing the current display, their disbelief faded. Suddenly, Su Xin took a swift step forward, swinging his sword with momentum. Phantom Sweep, first form, Dark Light. It seemed as if only Su Xin's sword remained in the world. A singular glimmer of brilliance. Guided by his sword intent, this light moved with astonishing speed, leaving Long Dao and his companions no time to react. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons fell to the ground under the force of the impact. You three, I thank you for the match, Su Xin said with a faint smile. Defeated, we were bested so easily while joining forces. Long Dao and his companions were momentarily dazed. Observing from the sidelines, Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Xin had demonstrated the strength to surpass the second level of the Seek Dragon Tower, and even among the geniuses who had conquered that level, he was undoubtedly exceptional. Not only had he broken through in cultivation, but his swordsmanship and comprehension of sword intent had also seen tremendous advancement. To witness such remarkable growth in just 2 months was astonishing to Yuanqing. He even believed it was blind folly for Tianyan Palace to overlook Su Xin's exceptional talent. As the battle concluded, Long Dao and his companions gradually regained their composure. Yuanqing announced, "The 10 individuals who have secured hunting quotas, please step forward. I shall brief you on the details of this hunt. Those who receive quotas, move forward." Xin, wait for me here for a moment, Kong Jing instructed before stepping up. At that moment, Kong Xian stood with vacant eyes, his mind blank. He was utterly stunned. To face 3 opponents and win so effortlessly, Su Xin had grown to such an extent. How could he have doubted Su Xin's qualification for a hunting quota? Kong Xian found himself at a loss for words. He could only be grateful that Su Xin had not overheard his earlier remarks. Otherwise, judging by the power Su Xin had just displayed, Even 10 of them combined would likely fall short against Su Xin single-hand. After Yuan Qing provided his instructions, the crowd dispersed. Su Xin returned to the Su family. As the foremost family in Yongningjun, the Su family was well informed and had already learned that Su Xin had secured a spot in the royal city hunt. Instantly, the entire Su family erupted with excitement. The young master is truly remarkable. He is only 19 this year. At the tender age of 19, one can partake in the hunting expedition of the imperial city, with the prospect of entering the legendary Tianyin Palace. It is said that the young master has shown brilliantly in today's preliminary assessment, vanquishing several formidable opponents who had previously conquered the first level of the Xuanlong Tower. The Su family is abuzz with discussions, and the younger members are particularly fervent in their adoration for Su Xin. Upon his return to the family, Su Xin promptly sought out his father. In the study, there was little change in Su Baichun compared to 2 months prior. He still appeared as aged, frail, and haggard as ever. You wish to enter Tianyin Palace through the imperial city hunt? Su Baichun fixed his gaze upon Su Xin. Yes, Su Xin affirmed with a nod. Are you confident? Su Baichining Guiyuth. Indeed, Su Xin replied, nodding once more. Over the past 2 months, he had not only broken through in cultivation, but had also significantly enhanced his swordsmanship and comprehension of intent. Now, even the second level of the Xuanlong Tower posed little challenge for him, should he exert his utmost effort. Securing a place among the top 10 in this imperial city hunt would not be a mere fantasy. If you truly manage to enter Tianyin Palace, you will spend a considerable time studying there. You need not worry about the family. With your identity as a disciple of Tianyin Palace, no one would dare to act against the family. As long as I am alive, no one can harm our clan. Su Baichen's voice was somewhat hoarse. Go forth with assurance. How far you can venture and what steps you can take are entirely up to you. Remember what I told you before. When you can trample the entire Sidu family beneath your feet, you will have the right to know the true secrets of the Su family. Additionally, when you reach the breakthrough to the Pisu realm, remember to return to the family. After finishing, Su Baichun waved his hand and turned to resume his painting. Son, I take my leave. Su Xin bowed and promptly departed. Chapter 38. A gathering of talents. The following morning, the 10 prodigies who secured hunting quotas had already gathered at the governor's mansion. Is that the Zifeng beast? The crowd gazed at the 10 or so demonic beasts before them. The Zifeng beast, while relatively low tier among demonic creatures, is renowned for its swift flying speed and docile nature, making it a favored mount for many within the Tianyin dynasty. Let us set forth, commanded Yuan Qing, the head of the Qilong Tower, personally leading the expedition. Within just 2 hours, the group arrived at the Yuzhou governor's mansion. At that moment, a multitude of prodigies selected from various counties had also converged there. Yuan Qing. As soon as Su Xin and his companions alighted, someone stepped forward to greet them. Tying, you rascal. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yuan Qing broke into a smile, clearly familiar with him. The individual behind, you must be the prodigy selected from Sisui County, right? I heard there is even a genius who has conquered the second level of the Jilin Tower. Who is it? Yuan Qing inquired, pulling Tying closer. Yes, right there. Tying pointed to a stern figure clad in black robes. The man exuded an icy demeanor, standing there like a sharp blade, exuding an air of unparalleled sharpness. He appears to be quite the expert, Yuan Qing nodded. What about your Yongning County? It seems there are no particularly remarkable individuals there. Is that a Huahai de Shang mingling among them? Tai Ying remarked, observing the 10 prodigies selected from Yongning County. Upon spotting Su Xin, he displayed a peculiar expression. Do not underestimate this young man, though he is merely at the Huahai de Shang level. In terms of actual strength, he is indeed the strongest among this cohort from Yongning County, certainly on par with your finest from Sisui County, Yuan Qing stated. Oh, now you've piqued my interest. A Huahai de Shang being the strongest from your Yongning County? Pray, elaborate, Tying urged. Both Yuan Qing and Tying, being supervisors of the Jilin Tower from their respective counties and friends, engaged in light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, Su Xin and the other 9 prodigies gazed ahead in astonishment. Before them, a throng of talents from various counties amassed together. There must be at least 2,000 here, Long Dao exclaimed. Within Yuzhou, there are a total of 206 counties, and with 10 prodigies selected from each, that amounts to 2,060 prodigies. Su Xin remarked with a grave expression. The Tianyin dynasty comprises 36 states, assuming an average of 200 counties per state, with 2,000 prodigies. That equates to 72,000 prodigies. This does not even account for the prominent families, powerful factions, and numerous independent sects within the Tianyin dynasty that do not require preliminary assessments but receive hunting quotas directly at the onset of each hunt. If all are included, nearly 100,000 prodigies will participate in this imperial city hunt. Having once been a scion of a prestigious family, Su Xin possessed a deeper understanding of the imperial city hunt. It was indeed true that renowned families and powerful factions, as well as independent sects, were allocated fixed hunting quotas. In the past, when the Su family as patriarch was alive, being a significant power within the Tianyin dynasty, they possessed ample resources to nurture disciples, securing numerous hunting quotas whenever the imperial city hunt commenced. However, following the family's decline, such quotas had inevitably vanished. Nearly 100,000 prodigies, Long Dao and the others felt somewhat dazed. In Yongning County, they were indeed the pinnacle of talents. Yet within the vast expanse of Yuzhou, they could only be considered among the more exceptional. In the grand assembly of nearly 100,000 talents from across 36 counties of the dynasty, they were merely ordinary. With so many prodigies gathered, Su Xin clenched his fists, a surge of ambition igniting within him. Among these nearly 100,000 talents, the most average were individuals like Kong Jing, who barely managed to conquer the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, or those approaching its standards. The slightly stronger ones included figures like Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu. The truly formidable were those who had conquered the second level of the Xuanlong Tower, and it was likely that there would be over 1,000 such elite prodigies participating in this imperial city hunt. This was a genuine convergence of brilliance. In comparison to the entirety of the Tianyin dynasty, the mere Yongning County was exceedingly minuscule. Suddenly, dozens of figures burst forth from the governor's mansion, led by a venerable elder, the governor of Yuzhou. Yuzhou is one of the 36 states of the Tianyin dynasty, and the governor is a powerful official. To govern a state, the strength of this governor is formidable, having already reached the pinnacle of the Pasu realm. All prodigies from the counties have arrived. Then, let's depart. With the governor's command, the 206 counties of Yuzhou, comprising 2,060 prodigies, mounted their Zifeng beasts and set forth towards the imperial city in a grand procession. The Zifeng beasts are swift. What would usually take over half a month was accomplished in merely 2 days. The group arrived at a vast plain several dozen miles from the imperial city, where they could catch a distant glimpse of the magnificent city. However, instead of entering, they proceeded to a vast camp on the plain, which had been prepared for the many prodigies participating in the imperial city hunt, under the direct guidance of the Yuzhou governor. The prodigies from Yuzhou entered the camp in an orderly fashion, where they underwent identity registration and receive an identity token, along with their allocated accommodations. Once everything was arranged, the prodigies were free to engage in activities. As night fell, the camp was alive with excitement. With less than 2 days remaining until the hunt commenced, nearly 90,000 prodigies selected from across the Tianyin dynasty had arrived at the camp. With so many talents gathered, it was impossible for it not to be lively. Within the camp, there were over 100 arenas designated for duels and sparring, nearly all of which were already occupied. Haha, exhilarating. Keep going. Oomph. You're no match for me. Take this strike. Su Xin wandered casually within the camp, passing by various arenas where prodigies were engaged in combat. These individuals, who usually dispersed across different states, found it challenging to locate suitable opponents. However, at this imperial city hunt, the abundance of challengers was overwhelming, prompting them to engage without hesitation. Those with a more combative spirit flitted from one arena to another, continuously battling other talents. Even Su Xin felt an urge to join the fray, yet he restrained himself. After all, he had only attained the pinnacle of the Huahai realm. If he were to consecutively defeat prodigies who had surpassed the first or even the second level of the Xuanlong Tower, it would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention, especially with enemies lurking around him. It was wiser to refrain from being too ostentatious. He planned to reveal his exceptional talents and prowess only after the first round of the hunt, and once all the elite forces of the Tianyin dynasty had gathered. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "Ha, big fool, your attack methods are rather clumsy. Come, let us clash blades again." Su Xin turned to see a disheveled youth with a long blade, grinning mischievously from one of the arenas. It was him. Elated, Su Xin made his way toward the arena. The individual referred to as the Big Fool was a robust man nearing 2 meters tall, wielding a hefty battle knife with tremendous force and an imposing aura. In terms of strength, this formidable man could undoubtedly conquer the second level of the Su Xin Tower. Yet, before the scruffy youth, he appeared undeniably foolish. Despite the man's powerful techniques, he could not even graze the youth's clothing edge, while the scruffy youth effortlessly evaded and countered, leaving the man in a state of utter disarray. Moments later, the robust man conceded defeat, having been thoroughly dominated throughout the exchange without a hint of struggle. A crowd of prodigies had gathered around the arena, and upon witnessing the man's surrender, they could not help but sigh. Another one lost. Is this the 11th? Indeed, it is the 11th. Among these 11, only 4 have passed the first level of the Su Xin Tower, while the other 7 have surpassed the second level. Yet they were all effortlessly defeated by this scruffy youth. Who on earth is he, and how can his strength be so formidable? I know this youth. His name is Duan Yinfeng, a rather eccentric genius. It is said he roams the imperial dynasty, challenging various formidable opponents. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in this hunt, he undoubtedly qualifies to contend for a spot in the top 10. Eligible for the top 10? No wonder he is so impressive. The crowd buzzed with discussions and admiration. After defeating the robust man, the scruffy youth lingered on the arena for a while, but no one dared to challenge him further. How boring, he muttered before stepping down from the stage. Duan Yinfeng. Just as he descended, a voice called out to him, and he turned in the direction of the sound. Su Xin? His eyes brightened. In his escapades within the Tianyin dynasty, he had encountered numerous prodigies, but only a select few had made a lasting impression on him, with Su Xin being the most memorable. Previously, in Danyang City, Duan Yinfeng had already reached the pinnacle of the Huahai realm, while Su Xin was merely at the Zhenwu realm. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, Duan Yinfeng found himself utterly unable to best Su Xin in pure skill, even when employing his strongest techniques. Such a prodigy was certainly worthy of remembrance. Within the camp, not only were there arenas for combat, but also taverns for relaxation. At that moment, Su Xin and Duan Yinfeng sat face to face in one of the taverns. Su Xin, you mentioned in Danyang City that you would come to the Imperial City for a hunt, and I am pleasantly surprised to see you here, Duan Yinfeng expressed, astonished that Su Xin had progressed from the Zhenwu realm to the Huahai realm in such a short span of time. I promised I would come. Su Xin replied with a smile. Duan Yinfeng, it seems your cultivation has also advanced since we last met. You are definitely on track to secure a spot in the top 10 this time. Haha, I can confidently say I have a good chance at the top 10. Duan Yinfeng remarked with self-assurance. Su Xin nodded discreetly, having noted that Duan Yinfeng's cultivation had risen from the pinnacle of Huahai to its zenith. Previously, Duan Yinfeng's strength in the Huahai realm had already rivaled that of the peak, and now, having broken through to the pinnacle, his power was indeed astonishing. Even a few prodigies who had surpassed the second level of the Su Xin Tower would likely find it challenging to match him, even if they teamed up. And what about you? What level do you aim to reach in this hunt? Duan Yinfeng inquired. If you are confident in reaching the top 10, I surely must be close behind, Su Xin replied with a grin. You also aim for the top 10? Are you confident? Duan Yinfeng scrutinized him closely. Absolutely. Su Xin affirmed. Splendid. Back in Danyang City, your cultivation was too low for me to truly engage with you. While the competition in the first phase of the hunt may be negligible, when we reach the final stage, if we cross paths, I shall fight you with all my might, Duan Yinfeng declared. It's a promise. Su Xin eagerly anticipated the opportunity to duel with him. At that moment, a voice broke through. Sister, look, it's Duan Yinfeng. A few figures passed by, one of whom pointed in Duan Yinfeng's direction. The leading lady among them glanced over, contemplated for a moment, and then cupped her hands in greeting before departing. Duan Yinfeng, do you know those people? Su Xin asked. Not personally, but I am aware of them, Duan Yinfeng replied with a faint smile. The first prodigy of the Ziyun sect, Luo Xianzi, is also aiming for a spot in the top 20 in this hunt. Ziyun sect, Luo Xianzi. Su Xin he had heard of the Ziyun sect, a deeply rooted sect within the Tianyin dynasty. Su Xin, you and the prodigies from Yinzhou must have just arrived at the camp today, Duan Yinfeng remarked. Indeed. Su Xin nodded. No wonder you are unfamiliar with Luo Xianzi, Duan Yinfeng chuckled. In addition to the prodigies participating in the hunt, there are also merchants selling information about these talents. They keep records of the top prodigies participating in this hunt. Information, you say? Su Xin inquired, understanding the situation. Before long, Su Xin spotted a merchant and purchased a piece of information from him. A thick notebook was laid before him, and he began to peruse its contents. The first name that caught his eye was Xiamang. Xiamang? Su Xin read the detailed introduction about him. The current top prodigy of the Tian Yin royal family, 34 years old, has reached the pinnacle of the Huahai realm and has cultivated the unique Di Yuanju of the Tian Yin royal family. His spiritual power is stronger than that of typical early-stage Su realm experts, and his comprehension of the concept has reached the first level. The dragon spear technique he practices has also reached its consummate state, showcasing a domineering and fierce style. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies in this hunt, he will undoubtedly rank among the top 3 super prodigies. This Xiamang is formidable. Su Xin couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, he is quite powerful. Beside him, Duan Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Although both of them had reached the pinnacle of the Huahai stage, Duan Yunfeng practiced the Emperor Yuanju, a unique and powerful technique exclusive to the Tianyin royal family, which boasted remarkable explosive strength, surpassing my own martial arts. In terms of sheer power, he held a considerable advantage over me. Furthermore, in aspects such as comprehension of the realm and spear techniques, he was no less adept than I. When facing him, I could only summon every ounce of my strength to unleash my most potent skills. Perhaps then I might stand a chance. Despite his immense confidence in his own abilities, Duan Yunfeng harbored a deep-seated wariness towards Xiamang. It was said that Xiamang had long secured a special recruitment slot from the Tianyin Palace. However, as a royal offspring, he was reluctant to let others perceive him as leveraging his status to gain entry into the palace, which was why he had chosen to participate in this hunt. Duan Yunfeng continued, noting that among the nearly 100,000 talented individuals participating in this hunt, the most formidable and tenacious of them all was indeed Xiamang. Consequently, he was widely regarded as a strong contender for a top 3 finish in the hunt. As for the rest, including myself, we were merely considered capable of vying for a position within the top 10. Su Xin continued to peruse the profiles of various prodigies and soon stumbled upon Duan Yunfeng's information. The beggar boy Duan Yunfeng was described as having a peculiar temperament and a mysterious origin. For years, he had traversed the various states of the Tianyin Empire, challenging numerous formidable opponents. His swordsmanship was exceptionally strong, and his comprehension of the realm was remarkably high. To date, no one had compelled him to showcase his full strength, earning him the recognition of being qualified to contend for a top 10 spot. Upon reading this intelligence, Su Xion's expression turned peculiar. He noted 2 key points. First, the mysterious background of Duan Yunfeng, and second, the fact that he had yet to reveal his true capabilities. The idea that someone could be deemed worthy of a top 10 challenge without having displayed their utmost strength, coupled with his evident confidence, prompted Su Xian to ponder deeply as he continued to read on. Tusan. Su Xion's attention was drawn to another name. Tusan was similarly recognized as a contender for the top 10 and was a prodigy on par with Duan Yunfeng. However, Su Xion's interest was not solely due to his strength, but rather his background. According to the information, Tu San hailed from the Qi Wangfu, having emerged from a group of orphans adopted by the Qi Wang. The Qi Wang? Su Xian narrowed his eyes. As far as he was aware, this Qi Wang was the younger brother of the current emperor and had once contended for the throne. Although he had ultimately failed, he still wielded significant power within the Tianyin Empire, maintaining intricate connections with many prominent families. The Sidu family, in particular, had a very close relationship with the Qi Wang. Previously, during a night raid on my Su family, a small team of Yinglong guards had been involved, and only royal family members with substantial authority could deploy them. The Qi Wang was indeed one of those qualified to command the Yinglong guards. Su Xian pondered silently, harboring suspicions yet lacking definitive proof. Is this the information regarding the recently encountered Luo Xinzi? Su Xian's gaze landed on a profile that belonged to the girl from Ziyun's sect. Although Luo Xinzi could not match the likes of Duan Yunfeng or Tu San, her strength was still formidable enough to qualify for a position within the top 20. Moreover, she was revealed to be a bloodline awakener, having awakened a 3rd-tier bloodline. Su Xian swiftly scanned through the profiles of numerous prodigies. Finally, he laid eyes on the name he sought. Situ family. Situ Yu. This Situ Yu was not particularly outstanding. As Su Xin reviewed the information about Situ, he noted that while he was indeed one of the top talents within the Tianyan Empire and qualified to enter the top 20, it was evident that his strength and accomplishments paled in comparison to Duan Yunfeng and Tu San. Given my current abilities, defeating him should pose no challenge. Su Xin clenched his fists. Of course, this was merely what was visible, already exposed. But who could ascertain whether Situ had concealed strength? Furthermore, this hunt had gathered nearly 100,000 prodigies. While most had already showcased their abilities, many truly formidable talents remained undiscovered, possessing immense strength yet choosing to act discreetly. For instance, Su Xin himself had advanced so rapidly that he had rarely revealed his prowess. Only a handful, like Long Dao, who had crossed blades with him, were aware of his true strength, and even then, he had not fought with full intensity. Thus, his name was absent from the intelligence report. Among those publicly recorded, there were dozens of talents deemed capable of vying for a top 20 position, including several bloodline awakeners, alongside countless others who had yet to reveal their capabilities. Su Xin tightened his grip, feeling a sense of pressure building within him. Nevertheless, the slot for disciples of the Tianyan Palace is mine for the taking. Then, we shall see how far I can go. As Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng enjoyed drinks in the tavern, discussing the information on various prodigies, a commotion erupted from the arena. Someone was challenging Xiao Mo. Xiao family S. Xiao Mo, the one qualified to contend for the top 20? Quickly, let's take a look. The tavern buzzed with excitement as numerous prodigies rose to head towards the arena. Xiao Montak. Su Xin quickly recalled the information he had on this individual. Su Xin, shall we go see? Duan Yunfeng inquired. Certainly, Su Xin nodded, and the two promptly set off. Soon, they arrived at the arena, where two figures were engaged in a swift and fierce battle. HM, a prodigy from Yunzhou. Su Xin raised an eyebrow. As one of the 36 states, the talents from Yunzhou participating in this hunt were not particularly remarkable. Although a few had managed to conquer the second level of the Xuanlong Tower, only two had truly qualified for a top 100 position recorded in the intelligence report. The one currently facing Xiao Mo was one of them. He's going to lose, Duan Yunfeng remarked. Indeed, as Xiao Mo made his move, it seemed as though dozens of icy glimmers appeared simultaneously on the arena, and the Yunzhou prodigy standing amidst them was swiftly defeated. I concede. After vanquishing his opponent, Xiao Mo flashed a bright smile, prepared to turn away, but as he did, his gaze landed on Duan Yunfeng in the crowd below. Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo's expression contorted in an instant, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Yet, he did not act further, merely snorting coldly as he departed. Duan Yunfeng. It seems that Xiao Mo harbors a grudge against you? Su Xin inquired with interest. It was merely a matter of snatching away his bride on the day of his wedding and teaching him a lesson. Nothing of great significance. Xiao Mo is just a tad too petty, Duan Yunfeng responded nonchalantly. Quite ruthless of you. Su Xin gave Duan Yunfeng a thumbs up, understanding now why Xiao Mo had looked at him with such venomous eyes. Having shared little more, Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng soon returned to their respective lodgings to rest. The next 2 days passed in a flurry of excitement at the camp. Duan Yunfeng, unable to contain his impatience, frequently took to the arena to challenge others, while Su Xin remained remarkably low profile. Finally, the day of the hunt arrived. On that clear morning, as the sun rose, nearly 100,000 prodigies gathered upon the vast and boundless plain. Su Xin stood alongside Long Dao and 9 other talented individuals from Yongning County. Brother Long Dao, what is the matter? Why do you all look so grim? Su Xin asked, having noticed the frowns on Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, Ling Yu, and others. Su Xin, during these days of the camp, we have all taken to the arena to engage in combat, but the outcome became clear with Long Dao's words. Long Dao and his companions, the strongest among them, had merely managed to breach the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, rendering them rather ordinary among the multitude of prodigies participating in this hunt. Their attempts to challenge others in the arena only led to disappointment. The fighters on the arena were predominantly those who had conquered the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, with many more who had surpassed the second level. After several days of confrontation, they suffered far more defeats than victories, at times facing rather devastating losses. The sheer number of talented individuals was overwhelming, and our presence felt like a mere formality, We were ill-equipped to navigate even the initial phase of the hunt. Long Dao sighed, expressing that among the 10 prodigies selected from Yongning Jun, perhaps only you might have a chance to venture through the first phase of the hunt. Do not lose heart. With so many talented individuals competing, if fortune favors you, perhaps you too could prevail, Su Xin reassured. Yet, Long Dao and the others could only manage a bitter smile in response. Suddenly, the fabric of space began to collapse. In mere moments, dozens of spatial passages leading to the royal hunting grounds materialized before the astonished prodigies. Amidst the awe, an aged elder presiding over the hunt waved his hand. Enter. Instantly, nearly 100,000 prodigies surged into the spatial passages like a swarm of hornets. In no time, they all found themselves within the hunting grounds. The royal city hunt had officially commenced. Chapter 40. The initial battle, the royal hunting grounds, was an expansive and independent realm. Within this vast space, mountains and rivers flourished, resembling the outside world in every aspect. The nearly 100,000 prodigies participating in the hunt now found themselves simultaneously appearing within the hunting grounds. Upon his arrival, Su Xin immediately surveyed his surroundings. Although he could see a few individuals nearby, Long Dao and Xiao Zhe, who had stood with him moments before, were nowhere to be found. Had everyone dispersed? Su Xin pondered. Young ones, a resounding voice echoed from above, resonating throughout every corner of the hunting grounds. All the prodigies within the hunting grounds focused intently on the speaker. The rules for the first phase of the hunt are quite simple. Upon your arrival at the camp to register your identities, each of you received a token representing your identity. Your task is to devise ways to eliminate those you encounter and seize their tokens. After 5 days, the 1,000 individuals possessing the most tokens will be deemed successful. Furthermore, the tokens contain a special restriction that will protect your lives in critical moments, allowing you to engage freely, even if you slay another. They shall not truly perish, but rather be eliminated. Let the frenzy begin, young ones. The grand voice gradually faded. In an instant, the multitude of prodigies grasped the essence of the hunting rules. It was a chaotic melee, a slaughter fest gathering nearly 100,000 prodigies. Only 1,000 would remain from this sea of talent. Su Xin narrowed his eyes, realizing that upon entering the hunting grounds, he could sense the precise locations of nearby prodigies through his token. This meant that as long as someone was in proximity, he would detect their presence, regardless of how adept their stealth techniques might be. Consequently, even individuals who had acquired ample tokens would find it impossible to conceal themselves, forcing them into a frenzied battle. Su Xin froned inwardly. In that moment of realization, several prodigies, sensing his presence through their tokens, rapidly surged toward him. Among them, 4 individuals raced forward with remarkable speed. Are they coming for me? Do they consider me an easy target merely because I have reached the great ocean stage? Su Xion's gaze turned icy as he swiftly unsheathed his longsword. The first 4 to reach him comprised 3 men and 1 woman, with a strikingly sinister youth in purple at the forefront, brandishing a war spear. His aura surged with power, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he thought. A mere great ocean stage dares to partake in the royal hunt? If not you, then who shall I slay? With nearly 100,000 participants, the elimination of one would reduce the competition. Even if one were to be killed, the presence of the token ensured they would not truly die, leaving no room for mercy among these prodigies. The purple-clad youth lunged first, his spear slicing through the air like a tempest towards Su Xin. Su Xin, gripping his sword with one hand, thrust it forward. It appeared casual, yet the sword intent propelled it to deflect the spear aside, and in a swift motion, the blade arced toward the youth's throat. What? The purple youth's eyes widened in shock. However, the restriction within his token activated, enveloping him in a flash of white light and sending him out of the hunting grounds, while his token drifted in the air. Su Xin swiftly retrieved the token. Just as he concluded this action, the assault from the other 3 arrived. Get lost, Su Xin bellowed, his sword transforming into a streak of lightning. The first move of his swordplay, Shadow Light, shone like the sole beacon amid endless darkness, the profundity of its essence surpassing the imagination of the 3 prodigies. Clang, clang, clang. As the metallic clashes echoed, the attacks of the 3 prodigies were promptly dismantled, and the weakest among them, a woman, was swiftly slain by Su Xin. How is this possible? So powerful? The two remaining prodigies, who had narrowly escaped, were struck with terror and wasted no time fleeing. Su Xin chose not to pursue, but instead moved to collect the token left by the slain woman. These four must have barely managed to breach the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, Su Xin mused. Those capable of overcoming the first level were indeed prodigies. Ordinarily, one could easily dispatch several at the peak of the Great Ocean stage. In any county, they would undoubtedly rank among the strongest. Yet just 2 months prior, when Su Xin was merely at the minor completion stage of the Great Ocean, he had navigated through the first level of the Xuanlong Tower with relative ease. After 2 months of rigorous training, he had not only advanced to the Great Ocean stage, but also significantly enhanced his swordplay and comprehension of sword intent. Now, he felt confident in his ability to contend for a place among the top 10 in this hunt. Faced with prodigies who had merely scraped through the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, he found the encounters exceedingly effortless. Even his bloodline power was only slightly invoked, and he hardly needed to unleash his full sword techniques. As Su Xin reflected on the weakness of the 4 prodigies, others began to approach him. They had initially been some distance away and had not arrived immediately. However, as they hastened toward him, they observed 4 prodigies at the peak of the Great Ocean stage attempting to eliminate a Great Ocean stage individual, only to witness 2 of them fall in an instant, with the remaining 2 fleeing in panic. These approaching prodigies halted in their tracks. This Great Ocean stage is incredibly formidable. The display of strength, with 2 out of 4 eliminated in seconds, indicated prowess beyond the second level of the Xuanlong Tower. Without hesitation, those who had witnessed Su Xin's might swiftly change course, fleeing in fear of becoming his next targets. Within the royal hunting grounds, battles erupted everywhere due to the rules of the first phase. Nearly 100,000 prodigies engaged in frenzied combat to claim each other's tokens. As the chaos unfolded, many prodigies were eliminated and expelled from the hunting grounds. Outside the hunting grounds, on the vast plains, prodigies continued to emerge from the spatial passages one after another. Kong Jing, have you been eliminated so soon? A few geniuses, already eliminated, gathered together in Yongningjun. It is unfortunate. Although my strength surpasses yours by a slight margin, I barely reached the first level of the Xuanlong Tower. Among the numerous talents in this hunt, I still find myself at the bottom. Just moments ago in the hunting ground, as I grasped the rules, a genius approached and, with just 2 moves, dispatched me. That individual is undoubtedly a top talent who has conquered the second level of the Xuanlong Tower, and I had no means to resist against him. Kong Jing's expression was one of bitterness. He had hoped to showcase his prowess in this hunt, yet he was swiftly eliminated as he was barely beginning to comprehend the rules. In one corner of the plain, a newly eliminated genius looked at the dazed figure of a young man in purple. Brother Chu, how is it that you too were eliminated at the outset? With your strength, you could have lingered in the hunting ground longer, defeating a few geniuses and obtaining several talismans. After a brief moment, the young man in purple regained his composure and replied, Ling brother, I fear this will amuse you, but I encountered a master of the Huahai stage. I thought I could easily overpower him and acquire a talisman, yet to my surprise, he killed me with just a glance. A master of the Huahai stage killed you with a mere glance? The young man's revelation astonished the other geniuses from the same region. I too did not expect such an outcome, the young man in purple said with a wry smile. As time passed, the number of eliminated geniuses continued to rise. Within just half a day, over half of the nearly 100,000 talents who entered the hunting ground had been eliminated. Before long, a day of carnage came to an end. As night fell, the remaining talents in the hunting ground tacitly chose to rest, needing time to recover their spiritual energy and replenish their sustenance. It was not until the following morning that the slaughter resumed. In the hunting ground, the clash of swords resonated as if a spirit serpent glided along the opponent's weapon, aiming for their neck. The astonished genius was enveloped in a white light. The 14th, Su Xin observed calmly as this genius was expelled from the hunting ground. In terms of strength, this genius was nearly at the second level of the Xuanlong Tower. Regrettably, they had no room to struggle before him. This marked the 14th genius he had eliminated in the hunt. Although he had personally dispatched only 14 geniuses, he had acquired over 30 talismans. After all, some of these geniuses had previously eliminated others and claimed their talismans, which remained with Su Xin upon their defeat. After a day of slaughter, the number of geniuses he encountered dwindled. Following his 13th kill, It took more than an hour to encounter this 14th genius. Su Xin murmured to himself. He understood that initially, when nearly 100,000 talents appeared in the hunting ground, they were densely packed, leading to the most intense and frenzied battles. However, as time passed and more geniuses were eliminated, the remaining talents grew increasingly sparse, naturally reducing the chances of encounter. Yet, those who endured the entire day of slaughter to remain in the hunting ground were undoubtedly experts, likely possessing numerous talismans. Eliminating one would be equivalent to vanquishing several earlier talents. Su Xin thought to himself. For instance, the 14th genius he had just slain left behind a total of 8 talismans. At noon, under the scorching sun, Su Xin walked slowly through a forest, sword in hand. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in his expression. Through the talismans, he could detect 3 geniuses approaching nearby. Clearly, they too had sensed him through their talismans and were hastening towards his location. Were they collaborating? Su Xin was not taken aback. After all, only 1,000 would remain by the end of this first phase of the hunt. Due to the rules, luck played little role to succeed in this phase. One must rely on formidable strength to eliminate other geniuses and seize their talismans. Those at the pinnacle of strength, such as Xiaomeng, Duan Yunfeng, and Tu San, could easily dispatch their opponents and acquire ample talismans. Meanwhile, those with slightly weaker capabilities who could not rely solely on their own strength to survive the first phase had no choice but to join forces. In a mere moment, the 3 geniuses appeared before Su Xin. Just a master of the Huahai stage? Through the talismans, he must have sensed the 3 of us approaching. Yet he does not flee? The 3 figures stood side by side before Su Xin, regarding him as though he were a lamb to the slaughter. Among them, the leader was a defiant young man with hawk-like eyes, piercingly fixed on Su Xin. A Huahai master who has survived this long in the hunting ground cannot be too weak. Boy, you have 2 choices. 1. Surrender all the talismans you have acquired so far and join our ranks. We will share the talismans we acquire from hunting other geniuses, granting you a chance to pass this first phase. The second option is simple. We will kill you now, and your talismans will belong to us. Kill me? Just the 3 of you? Su Xin scoffed. You seek death. The defiant young man shouted in anger. Attack him. The 3 figures moved simultaneously. They did not underestimate Su Xin simply because he was a master of the Huahai stage. With a whoosh, 2 of them wielded blades while the 3rd swung a massive hammer. Their strikes, infused with formidable intent, were incredibly powerful. 2 were at the pinnacle of the first level of the Xuanlong Tower, while 1 had reached the 2nd level. Su Xin raised an eyebrow. As their attack commenced, he quickly assessed their power. In an instant, his sword swept forth, transforming into a force of mountains and seas. The trio exerted their utmost effort, their speed and strength extraordinarily fierce. However, upon colliding with Su Xion's sword, they felt as if they were striking a cloud of cotton. They could find no flaws from top to bottom. Such defense, how absurd! This sword technique employs an uncanny method of neutralizing force. Even if our power were doubled, it would be effortlessly deflected by his swordsmanship. The 3 were internally astounded. With such an astonishing defensive sword technique, it was impossible for the 3 of them to defeat him. We must retreat. At the leader's command, the trio wasted no time and swiftly withdrew. These 3 were indeed cautious. Su Xin calmly observed their retreat. He had just deployed his mountains and seas technique to counter their initial assault and gain some understanding of their strength when they chose to retreat before he could counterattack. Had he reacted just a fraction slower, he could have ensured that at least 2 of them would remain. Shaking his head, Su Xin continued on his path. Half an hour later, he sensed another shift. Through the talismans, he detected 4 geniuses gathered ahead, seemingly engaged in battle. He promptly made his way there. Could it be them? Upon reaching the edge of the battlefield, Su Xin immediately recognized that among those fighting were the 3 defiant individuals he had just encountered. Now, they faced a towering, golden-haired giant. The golden-haired, muscular man donned a pair of golden gauntlets, his fists gathering a furious surge of spiritual energy, resembling 2 golden meteors as they ruthlessly struck out time and again, wielding an almost inconceivable might. The 3 defiant men were exerting their utmost efforts, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the golden-haired giant, yet their struggle was increasingly arduous. Song Su Xin recognized the golden-haired man, his expression revealing a curious perplexity. How could these 3, who had previously been so cautious, dared to engage in combat with Song Yin. Shouldn't they have fled the moment they caught sight of him? Song Yin was a talent documented in intelligence reports, deemed qualified to contend for a spot among the top 20 in this hunting expedition. Such a prodigy, even if alone, should naturally dominate the hunting grounds. Although the trio of defiant men was formidable together, confronting Song Yin head-on was tantamount to courting death. In truth, the three men were feeling quite bitter. Their tokens could only sense the presence of talent nearby, but they could not discern the identity of their opponent. Upon sensing a genius in the vicinity, they had approached without hesitation, only to encounter Song Yin. Upon recognizing him, they dared not engage and prepared to retreat, but Song Yin would not allow them to escape. Instead, he surged towards them with incredible speed. One among the trio was caught by Song Yin, and left with no choice, they had to join forces, resulting in the current predicament. Song Yin, we have already made concessions and are willing to offer you 10 tokens. Do not overstep. One of the defiant men shouted amidst the fray. Overstep? And what of it? Song Yin retorted with a sinister grin, the power of his fists surging once more. In the span of moments, one of the trio, overwhelmed, fell victim to Song Yin's lethal strike. Scatter and flee. The remaining two immediately dashed in different directions, yet Song Yin pursued one, swiftly dispatching him as well. Ultimately, only the defiant man managed to escape, while the other two were eliminated, their tokens falling into Song Yin's possession. One managed to slip away, Song Yin scoffed, feeling disgruntled yet powerless. Those who had survived in the hunting grounds were all genuine prodigies, immensely powerful. For him to have slain two of them in direct confrontation was already quite impressive. At that moment, Song Yin's cold, beast-like gaze fixed on Su Xin at the edge of the battlefield. Those who encountered him and did not flee immediately, but instead dared to stay and witness the demise of other talents, were either arrogant fools or true strongmen. Which category did you belong to? Song Yin's voice echoed chillingly through the forest. Whether I am a fool or a strongman, you shall find out, Su Xin replied with a faint smile. Song Yin fell silent, his cold stare locked on Su Xin. After 3 breaths, he lunged forward like a living beast, his fists clenched like 2 massive golden suns, exuding a terrifying, suffocating power as they surged towards Su Xin. Both speed and strength soared to their utmost extremes. According to the intelligence reports, Song Yin was astonishing in both speed and strength, his offensive techniques remarkably ferocious, truly a genius strongman who relied on sheer force. Thus, Su Xin was eager to ascertain whose might surpassed the other. With a spark of excitement in his eyes, Su Xin unleashed his swordsmanship, igniting a tempest of astonishing sword intent. The power of his bloodline surged forth, coalescing with the transformative spiritual energy of his inherited techniques, resulting in an explosive force that reached the pinnacle of the Haihua realm. The golden fists of Song Yin collided with Su Xion's frenzied sword again and again, producing violent booms and terrifying shockwaves that spread through the forest, causing numerous trees to shatter and collapse under the strain. The ground itself trembled violently with each impact. In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed over 100 times, and the forest around them lay in ruin from the residual force of their encounters. Such formidable swordsmanship, Song Yin thought to himself, recognizing that in their direct confrontations, Su Xion's power was not inferior to his own. Indeed, it was even slightly stronger. Song Yin regarded Su Xin with an unprecedented seriousness. He had not underestimated him, due to his cultivation level. From the outset, he had given his all, but after nearly 100 exchanges, it was evident that he was somewhat at a disadvantage. You possess great strength, surely not beneath me. Let's cease this battle. For victory cannot be determined, Song Yin proposed. Cannot determine victory? I beg to differ, Su Xin replied with a light chuckle, wielding his sword with renewed ferocity. Are you intent on wasting time? Song Yin asked, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Yet, before he could finish his words, his expression changed dramatically. He realized that while Su Xion's swordsmanship appeared unchanged, the sword intent imbued within it had significantly intensified since their first engagement. Under the guidance of this heightened sword intent, the might of Su Xion's swordsmanship surged accordingly. If his previous strikes had been akin to a searing inferno, now they resembled a volcano erupting with relentless fury. Song Yin hastily swung his fists, unleashing his ultimate techniques in response. However, after merely 3 collisions, he felt a numbing sensation in his hands, his form repeatedly forced back. Stronger than I. Song Yan's eyes widened in shock. He was also a genius hailing from the state, having faced countless strong opponents since his rise. Yet never had he encountered anyone in the Haihua realm who could overpower him in a direct clash of pure strength, until this hunting expedition led him to Su Xin, the sword-wielding prodigy before him. 30 tokens, allow me to leave, Song Yin called out as he retreated. Su Xin paused in surprise before nodding in agreement. Song Yin wasted no time, swiftly retrieving a pouch from his waist and producing 30 tokens, which he tossed to Su Xin. Upon receiving them, Su Xin promptly halted his assault. May I inquire your esteemed name? Song Yin gazed intently at Su Xin. Zhongning Jun, Su Xin Ziplit. Song Yin, your strength exceeds mine. You shall undoubtedly reach the end of this hunting expedition. Should our paths cross again in the final stages, let us battle once more. Song Yin stated. Agreed, Su Xin Nadith. Song Yin clasped his hands in salute before turning away. The hunting grounds were teeming with talent, beyond those documented in intelligence. Many others remained undiscovered. Today, he had encountered one such individual. Song Yin thought to himself as he swiftly vanished from Su Xin's sight. Indeed, Song Yin is decisive and a man of character, Su Xin mused, weighing the 30 tokens he had just acquired. In truth, had he chosen to continue his assault, he could have likely eliminated Song Yin entirely, garnering even more tokens. However, such an action was unnecessary. After all, Song Yin had already conceded and offered 30 tokens. Should Su Xin have pressed further, he would have irreparably offended a talent capable of contending for a spot among the top 20. In the hunting grounds, one could not truly eliminate a rival without consequences. To antagonize a prodigy for the sake of a few tokens could lead to repercussions not only for himself, but potentially for his family as well. According to the intelligence reports, Song Yin is also capable of breaking into the top 20 of this hunting competition, comparable to C2U. After all, C2U hails from a prominent family and has access to more resources, perhaps making him slightly stronger than Song Yin, but not by much. I defeated Song Yin with remarkable ease, Su Xin pondered. It was indeed effortless. He had merely activated 50% of his bloodline power, utilized only a fraction of his swordsmanship, and had not even unleashed his ultimate techniques, yet Song Yin was unable to withstand him. C2U, do not let me encounter you in this hunting ground, or I shall ensure that you do not even pass the first phase of the hunt. Su Xin thought to himself. Chapter 42. The birth of the strongest combination. The battle raged on. In the mountains, a barefoot monk with a plump face stood there, a string of black prayer beads hanging from his neck, resting on his round belly. In front of the monk stood a red-robed man who had already passed the second level of the Sun Long Tower, now trembling in fear. Just moments ago, this red-robed man and his team of 4 had encountered the monk, and they immediately attempted to seize the talisman from him. However, in the blink of an eye, with a single move, the monk had eliminated 3 of them, leaving only the red-robed man alive for the moment. Benefactor, have you encountered C2U in this hunting ground? The monk suddenly inquired. C2U? The one reported to have the qualifications to break into the top 20? The red-robed man was taken aback, instinctively shaking his head. His team had encountered 3 successive groups without finding C2U. Was he not in this area? The monk muttered to himself, then disregarded the red-robed man and turned to leave. Half a day later, the barefoot monk arrived in another area of the hunting ground. This monk is extraordinary. A man and a woman, both prodigies recorded in the talent intelligence, gazed at the monk before them. They were both deemed qualified to vie for a position in the top 50, yet the mere presence of the monk exerted an unspoken pressure upon them. Clearly, the monk's strength was exceptional. Have you two encountered C2U in this area? The monk inquired. Not at all, both responded, shaking their heads. Not in this area either? The monk appeared somewhat disappointed, but suddenly his eyes flashed with intensity as he focused on a young woman in green. If I am not mistaken, you must be the young lady of the Song family. The Song family has always maintained close ties with the C2 family. Your relationship with C2U must be quite good. And what of it? The young woman in green replied coldly. Indeed, her friendship with C2U is significant. In that case, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Just as the monk finished speaking, he seemed to teleport directly in front of the young woman, swinging a stone staff towards her. What incredible speed! The young woman was startled, but as a prodigy capable of contending for a spot in the top 50, she quickly reacted, brandishing her sword to defend herself. However, with a resounding crack, the overwhelming force shattered her sword, and the stone staff continued its relentless assault. Buzzing white light enveloped her as she was eliminated on the spot. How is this possible? The prodigy accompanying her finally reacted and saw that she had been defeated. After eliminating the young woman, the monk turned his stone staff towards him as well. Once again, with a single strike, this top prodigy vying for the top 50 was likewise eliminated. The monk merely glanced at the talismans left behind by the two before tossing them into his cloth bag. No luck in this area. I must seek another location. With 3 days remaining until the first phase of the hunt concludes, I hope to find C2U. Otherwise, I will have to wait for the next phase of the hunt, wasting considerable time. Alas, what a tedious task. The monk shook his large head and muttered a few complaints before taking a couple of strides and vanishing into the mountains. Outside the hunting ground on the vast plains, the young woman in green and her companion were expelled one after the other. A crowd of already eliminated prodigies gathered around, instantly recognizing them. It's the young lady of the Song family and the first prodigy of the Fan Yin sect. According to the reports, both of them are qualified to contend for a position in the top 50. How could they be eliminated? And in succession, no less. What happened? Who defeated them? Many prodigies were astonished. Logically, those recorded in the intelligence reports, as long as they were not exceptionally unfortunate and exercised a little caution, should easily clear the first phase of the hunt. The elimination of 2 prodigies capable of contending for the top 50 was indeed surprising. At that moment, the 2 eliminated prodigies stood together, their minds still somewhat dazed. That one strike shattered my weapon? How is that possible? Who is that monk? They could hardly believe they had been eliminated so effortlessly. The display of strength from the monk left them utterly shocked. He was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond any other in the Huahai realm I have encountered. Even the one recognized to be among the top 3 of the hunt, Xiaomeng, likely pales in comparison. One strike, without the slightest opportunity for resistance. This power made their hearts tremble. Most importantly, they had no idea who the monk was. He was not mentioned in the talent intelligence, nor had they ever heard of him, yet he had suddenly appeared. The monk is searching for C2U? The young woman in green narrowed her eyes slightly. Su Xin continued to wander through the hunting ground alone. Suddenly, he sensed a movement. Through the talisman, he perceived a prodigy approaching an astonishing speed, and upon realizing he was detected, the prodigy rushed in his direction. What incredible speed! Su Xin noted that this individual was approaching with remarkable swiftness. Alone, they must be a genuine powerhouse. Su Xin mused. From the skirmishes over the past 2 days, he understood that most who formed teams did not possess particularly strong abilities. Even several working together did not concern him. Conversely, those who acted alone often turn out to be the true strong ones. Like Song Yin, who had the strength to contend for the top 20, he dared to roam the hunting ground alone. Su Xin, too, was solitary. Any small team that dared to attempt to seize his talisman would be courting death. Before long, the other party drew near. Su Xin had prepared for battle, but upon seeing the figure clearly, he couldn't help but smile. Duan Yinfeng. Su Xin called out with a grin. Su Xin? Duan Yinfeng was initially taken aback, then smiled in return. The two sheathed their weapons, having no intention of engaging in combat. They were both extraordinary prodigies of comparable strength, sharing a mutual respect and a strong bond. Even if they were to clash, it would be reserved for the final stages of the hunt. Haha, Su Xin, it seems we are quite fated. Amidst such a vast hunting ground, we managed to encounter each other early on. Duan Yinfeng chuckled. Please, if you were a woman, I might find that acceptable, Su Xin quipped playfully. Their camaraderie allowed for such banter, and Duan Yinfeng, being straightforward, took it in good humor. How many talismans do you have? Have you gathered enough? Duan Yinfeng inquired. A total of nearly 100,000 prodigies participated in the hunt, with only the 1,000 holding the most talismans able to pass the first phase. On average, as long as one possesses more than 100 talismans, success is assured. Just a little more to go. What about you? Su Xin Weiyev. I still have quite a way to go. Duan Yinfeng shrugged. Unfortunately, during my earlier adventures, I acted too recklessly, causing my name to be recorded in the intelligence reports too early. The geniuses participating in the hunt all recognize me, and upon seeing me, they immediately flee or evade. At first, it was manageable. The geniuses were densely distributed, and I easily hunted some of them to seize their talismans. However, as more and more geniuses are eliminated, acquiring talismans has become increasingly challenging. Fortunately, there are still 3 days left in this first phase of the hunt, so gathering talismans should not be too difficult. Su Xin nodded in understanding. Like him, he remained anonymous, with no one knowing his true capabilities. Thus, whenever he encountered others, those geniuses, whether alone or in groups, would instinctively seek to eliminate him first. In contrast, Duan Yinfeng was seen as a formidable figure. Others would avoid him from a distance, naturally granting him fewer opportunities to obtain talismans. By the way, Su Xin, since the first phase of the hunt began, many geniuses have chosen to team up, including some recorded in the intelligence reports. Why don't we join forces as well? Duan Yinfeng suggested suddenly. Join forces? Su Xin widened his eyes. Wouldn't that be overly oppressive? Indeed, it would be unfair. Duan Yinfeng needn't elaborate. The reports deemed him capable of breaking into the top 10, and crucially, he had never revealed his full strength. As for Su Xin, his prowess was certainly on par with Duan Yinfeng's. Previously, he had not fought at full strength yet had managed to subdue the qualified contender, Zhang Yan, compelling him to surrender 30 talismans and retreat. Either of them could effortlessly slaughter the geniuses in the hunting grounds. If these two were to join forces, would it truly matter if they were seen as oppressive? Duan Yinfeng laughed, adding that given Su Xin's cultivation was only at the peak of the Huahai stage, very few knew his true strength. Even if they teamed up, who would truly comprehend the might of their combined forces? Moreover, with their collaboration, they could rampage freely through the hunting grounds, even when encountering those equally qualified to challenge the top 10, including the reputedly strongest, Xiaomeng. They could devise strategies to eliminate them, thus clearing obstacles for their subsequent hunts. Su Xin felt somewhat tempted. Duan Yinfeng was right. This hunt featured numerous elite geniuses, and if he encountered them alone, even if he could defeat them, it was unlikely he could eliminate them, as they could always escape. However, if he allied with Duan Yinfeng, very few would manage to slip away from them. They could systematically eliminate the top contenders they encountered, preventing future confrontations. Even against the strongest Xiaomeng, while formidable, they could certainly inflict significant losses if they worked together. Should fortune favor them, perhaps they could even eliminate Xiaomeng early on. All right, let us join forces, Su Xin agreed. Haha, splendid. Duan Yinfeng laughed heartily. With their alliance, the strongest combination for the hunt was born. Chapter 43. Tang Xian in the hunting grounds, they spotted a person. Only one. The opponent has also noticed us, and, knowing they cannot win, has begun to flee. Haha, let us pursue. A team of 4 geniuses, having sensed the fleeing individual through talismans, immediately gave chase. Soon, they caught up with the target. Just a peek Huahai? The 4 geniuses were taken aback, but the Huahai individual had stopped fleeing and turned to reveal a playful smile. Something feels off. The 4 immediately sensed something was amiss, and at the same time, they noticed another person approaching rapidly, soon appearing in their line of sight. It was Duan Yinfeng, the Duan Yinfeng who undoubtedly qualified for the top 10 in this hunt. A trap. This is a trap. The expressions of the 4 geniuses changed. They were not foolish. They recognized that the Huahai individual before them was merely bait intended to draw them in. Although their team was not weak, with 2 having passed the 2nd level of the Xuanlong Tower, they had no confidence against Duan Yinfeng. Let us get out of here. The 4 immediately began to flee. Yet, to their astonishment, the Huahai individual, initially meant to be bait, charged directly at them. Seeking death, Duan Yinfeng was one thing, but a mere Huahai dared to block their path. Kill him. The 4 attacked simultaneously, unleashing their lethal techniques. However, Su Xin appeared quite relaxed, his sword flashing forth. His form was as steadfast as a mountain, and the sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Clang, 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 clang. A series of collisions rang out as the 4 attacks were effortlessly deflected by Su Xin, who did not retreat a single step but instead continued to counterattack. The overwhelming tide of his sword forcing the 4 to defend desperately. Impossible? The 4 were momentarily bewildered. Logically, with their full strength unleashed. Even a genius capable of breaking into the top 50, according to the reports, should not be so easily thwarted. Yet this Huahai individual not only blocked their attacks with ease, but also compelled them into a hasty defense with his sword techniques, with Su Xin serving as an obstacle. The four could not escape immediately, and Duan Yunfeng soon arrived. In mere moments, the four were eliminated by the combined efforts of Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng. Now this feels satisfying, Duan Yunfeng exclaimed joyfully as he counted the talismans left by the four. If I were alone, the moment they saw me, they would have fled immediately. Even if I exerted myself to the utmost to pursue, they could scatter, and I would be lucky to kill one. But now, with you as bait, I could intercept them, and none could escape. Su Xin nodded in agreement, sharing in the laughter. Had he been alone, even if the four had attacked him, he could have only hoped to eliminate one or two at most. Capturing all four would have been exceedingly difficult. Before long, they completed their tally of talismans, dividing them equally. Subsequently, they replicated their strategy. Su Xin continued to act as bait, drawing in other genius teams. Then Duan Yunfeng would step in for the joint assault. It's a trap. Duan Yunfeng is deliberately using a peak Huahai to set a trap. One thing is Duan Yunfeng, but this peak Huahai is incredibly strong as well. And they're working together? This is utterly oppressive. The geniuses lured in and ultimately eliminated by Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng felt a deep sense of resentment, but had no recourse. Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng paid them no mind. After several successful attempts, the process remained smooth, with very few escaping their grasp. They had already accrued over 100 talismans, meaning, as long as they were not killed or eliminated midway, they would surely pass this first phase of the hunt. Of course, both were indifferent to the quantity of talismans. They did not regard this first phase of the hunt as significant. Their only expectation was to encounter some worthy top-tier opponents during this initial phase and find a way to eliminate them. Su Xin, why have you consistently employed your defensive sword techniques in your recent encounters? Duan Yunfeng suddenly asked. He had noticed that Su Xin had used the Shanhai wand to obstruct the fleeing genius teams. Duan Yunfeng had previously clashed with Su Xin and was well aware that Su Xin possessed a superior mastery of Lei Hua Wand. He could have easily unleashed Lei Hua Wand from the outset to eliminate those prodigies. I shall not conceal it from you. My comprehension of the defensive sword technique, Shanhai Wand, has reached a bottleneck, and I sense that a breakthrough is imminent. If I were to engage in a few battles with some truly top-tier experts, I might very well achieve that breakthrough, Su Xin stated. Is that so? Duan Yunfeng responded, understanding the situation. A sword technique encountering a bottleneck, indeed, requires rigorous practice to transcend it. The duo of Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng continued to rampage through the hunting grounds with impunity. On the afternoon of the third day of this initial phase of the hunt, they finally encountered a genuine top-tier talent, Tang Xian. This hunt presented an opportunity to contend for a position in the top 10, and in terms of strength, he was very close to Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian's gaze was heavy as he fixed his attention on a tall, austere man wielding a spear. According to the information, Tang Xian indeed had the qualifications to vie for the top 10. However, the report suggested that nearly 20 talents were also deemed capable of breaking into the top 10. And ultimately, no one could predict who would succeed. The report merely provided a rough gauge of their strength. Among those qualified for the top 10, Duan Yunfeng and Tu San from the Qi Wangfu stood out as the most formidable and credible. Thus, it could be concluded that Duan Yunfeng was slightly stronger than Tang Xian. Tang Xian, I did not expect to encounter you in this initial phase of the hunt. Your luck appears to be rather unfortunate, Duan Yunfeng grinned. The spear-wielding Tang Xian narrowed his eyes at Duan Yunfeng. As for Su Xin, a fully-fledged Huahai expert who was not mentioned in the report, he was entirely disregarded. Duan Yunfeng, do you wish to battle me? Dan Suan snot gon li. While he acknowledged that Duan Yunfeng might hold a slight edge in strength, the gap between them was minimal, and he was not intimidated by a direct confrontation. To battle you? No, no, no. I desire not merely to fight you, but to eliminate you from the competition, Duan Yunfeng declared. Eliminate me? You? Dan Suan scalp? Alone. I may not be able to do so, but before Duan Yunfeng could finish his sentence, he had already launched himself forward. With a dazzling flash of his blade, he struck. Do you think I fear you? Tang Xian, undeterred, charged forward. The spear he wielded, though it appeared to be a mere weapon, struck with the ferocity of a colossal hammer, unleashing a barrage of overwhelming force. Duan Yunfeng's spiritual power surged. reaching the threshold of Su realm as he swung his long knife, its brilliance equally formidable and intricate. The two engaged in fierce combat, with Tang Xian slightly at a disadvantage. However, at that moment, a sword light suddenly flared to life. What? Tang Xian exclaimed in shock. The sword light had appeared too abruptly, and its speed was astonishing. The profound essence contained within it was unfathomable. Even in a direct confrontation, he would have to exert himself fully to fend it off. Yet he was currently engrossed in his battle with Duan Yunfeng. With a sudden explosion of terrifying might, Tang Xian unleashed his ultimate technique to block Duan Yunfeng's blade while straining to evade the silent sword light. Although he succeeded in dodging, he was still shaken. It was him. That sword just now was executed by him. Tang Xian finally recognized that the one who executed that sword was the very Hua Hai expert he had previously dismissed and ignored. You managed to evade it. Su Xin remarked coldly. Indeed, Tang Xian, you have underestimated him, Duan Yunfeng laughed. Let us join forces to eliminate this prodigy who is qualified to contend for the top 10 in the hunt. Agreed. Su Xin nodded, and the two moved as one. Tang Xian could no longer maintain his composure, pouring every ounce of his strength into battling both Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng. Yet, as the battle raged on, his anxiety only intensified. While he was not afraid of Duan Yunfeng in a one-on-one encounter, the presence of Su Xin, who, despite being merely a Hua Hai expert, wielded such formidable swordsmanship, was terrifying. Tang Xian realized that the depth of Su Xin's comprehension of the essence of swordsmanship was likely far superior to his own. Despite being at the Hua Hai level, Su Xin's power was not inferior to any peak Hua Hai expert. He must have awakened his bloodline. Faced with either of them, he found no chance of victory, and against their combined might, escape seemed impossible. Panic set in. He had never anticipated that his prowess would be so severely challenged in this Imperial City hunt, merely in the first phase, where he was on the brink of elimination. Duan Yunfeng, and you, the swordsman, both of you possess the strength to contend for the top 10 in this hunt. Alone, you could dominate this hunting ground, yet you choose to join forces. How shameless. You are utterly shameless. Tang Xian could only scream in frustration, as he had no other recourse. Shameless? Duan Yunfeng scoffed. What of it? He was eccentric and acted according to his whims, paying no mind to the opinions of others. At that moment, Su Xin suddenly halted his onslaught. Tang Xian, I can offer you a chance, he proposed. I possess a defensive sword technique. If you can break through it, I shall allow you to leave. Really? Dan Suan Inquit Aving Su Xin. Of course, Su Xin affirmed. Tang Xian then turned to Duan Yunfeng. Do not look to me. If he has made such a proposal, I certainly will not oppose it, Duan Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. He had already discerned that Su Xin's defensive sword technique was at a bottleneck and was clearly intent on using Tang Xian to refine it. He held no regard for Tang Xian, believing that even if he let him go, Tang Xian posed no threat in the subsequent stages of the hunt. Proceed. Su Xin gestured with his sword. I wish to see the strength of your defensive sword technique. Tang Xian's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, transforming his spear into a striking dragon. With a thunderous roar, a chilling brilliance erupted, unleashing a terrifying force. Tang Xian excelled in offense and was confident in his assault, yet he could not believe that Su Xin's defensive sword technique could withstand his spear's fury. However, the outcome revealed that no matter how frenzied and powerful Tang Xian's strikes were, he could not breach Su Xin's sword defense. Su Xin's swordsmanship resembled a towering mountain. Even with his strongest techniques, he could not shake it in the slightest. After a brief moment, Su Xin's voice rang out coldly. That will suffice. He gazed at Tang Xian, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Tang Xian's abilities were considerably weaker than he had anticipated, despite his overwhelming spear techniques. His comprehension of essence was insufficient to exert any real pressure on Su Xin. With barely any pressure to speak of, the intended training effect was nullified, and his swordsmanship remained unbroken. Soon, Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng simultaneously struck, eliminating the so-called prodigy who was qualified to contend for the top 10 in the hunt. Outside the hunting grounds, as a figure was sent away, the previously eliminated talents turned to look. It's Tang Xian, the one reported to have the qualifications to contend for the top 10. How could he be eliminated? Was it due to encountering Xiaomeng? Many of these talents wore expressions of disbelief. A prodigious talent like Tang Xian, who is eminently qualified to vie for a position among the top 10 hunters, would logically stride through the hunting grounds even when alone. To eliminate him? In the eyes of these geniuses, only the universally acknowledged contender for the top 3, Xiaomeng, possesses the capability to achieve such a feat. After his elimination, Tang Xian did not linger on the plains, but returned directly to the imperial city. The Tang family, a prominent clan within the Tianyan Empire, is equally formidable, with a foundation and strength that rivals the renowned Sidu family. Young master, young master. Upon his return to the Tang residence, those he passed greeted him with utmost respect. What was amiss? Wasn't the young master supposed to be engaged in the hunt? It was said that 2 days remained until the conclusion of the first phase of the hunt. How could he have emerged so soon? Could it be that he was eliminated? Impossible. With the young master's prowess, who could possibly eliminate him in the first phase? Within the Tang family, whispers of speculation arose. Get lost. All of you leave. Tang Xian rebuked the servants who came to attend to him, subsequently isolating himself in his chamber. He sat in meditation for a considerable time before finally reopening his eyes. With a breath of relief, Tang Xian's emotions began to settle. I knew all too well that in the Tianyan Empire, among its 36 states and millions of citizens, countless geniuses abound. Given my strength, penetrating the top 10 of the hunt would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, I never anticipated that I would be eliminated in merely the first phase. Duan Yinfeng, along with that swordsman who has reached the realm of transformation, Tang Xian clenched his fists, feelings of discontent swirling within him. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Both Duan Yinfeng and Su Xin are, in fact, considerably stronger than he. Moreover, as a duo, their combined strength is formidable. This year's hunt for him has reached its conclusion. I now face 2 choices. First, to break through to the void-breaking realm, leveraging the resources of the Tang family to enhance my strength, and then venture out for further training. Second, to wait another 5 years until the next hunt, by which time my abilities will have significantly improved, thereby increasing my chances of entering the top 10. Dan Suan Bonde. At only 34 this year, in 5 years he would merely be 39, still eligible to participate in the imperial hunt. As a genius capable of breaking through to the void-breaking realm, he already meets the necessary conditions. With just a little time, the breakthrough would be effortless. Yet, the thought of merely breaking through leaves him unsatisfied. Despite the Tang family status as a top-tier clan with ample resources, they pale in comparison to the Tianyan Palace, the true sanctuary of cultivation within the Tianyan Empire. Those who enter the Tianyan Palace for training, as long as they do not falter midway, are destined to become peak powerhouses within the void-breaking realm, each possessing extraordinary strength, with a significant likelihood of advancing to the Nirvana realm, relying solely on the resources of the Tang family and his own efforts. His chances of reaching the Nirvana realm are minuscule. Thus I shall wait. I will endure for another 5 years. Dan Suan Zi Sun Vet, Duan Yinfeng, and that swordsman who has attained transformation will undoubtedly secure a spot among the top 10 in this hunt, subsequently entering the Tianyan Palace for training. Their head start will surpass mine, yet the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and anything can happen. Though they may currently surpass me, their future achievements are not guaranteed to exceed my own. Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds, Su Xin and Duan Yinfeng were in high spirits. Su Xin, our brotherhood is invincible in this hunting ground. Although Tang Xian lacks our strength, encountering him in the subsequent phases would have posed a challenge. But now he has been eliminated ahead of time. Duan Yinfeng grinned, referring to Su Xin as brother. Su Xin welcome dis kamadi. Though Duan Yinfeng has a peculiar temperament and is somewhat capricious, he is straightforward and sincere, making him an ideal companion. I genuinely look forward to encountering Xiaomeng in this hunting ground. Together, we must eliminate him as well, Duan Yinfeng declared. Given their strength, few pose a genuine threat in this hunt. Yet Xiaomeng undoubtedly stands as the strongest contender. The hunting ground is vast, and with 2 days remaining, encountering him will be challenging, Su Xin noted. Let's take our chances, Duan Yinfeng chuckled. The two continued their quest for prey. Unbeknownst to them, as they eliminated Tang Xian, a stout monk with bare feet, a round face, and adorned with large prayer beads, had already arrived in the vicinity. It has been nearly 3 days. I have scoured most of this hunting ground, yet still have not encountered Situ. My luck is exceedingly poor. Alas, this task is too arduous, the monk lamented while meandering through the area. Before long, he sensed the presence of two individuals through his talisman. Two more benefactors have arrived. I hope they can shed light on Situ Yu's whereabouts. The monk promptly approached them. Su Xin, someone is coming. One person? Both Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng sensed the presence and immediately advanced. Soon, they came face to face. Oh, monk? Duan Yunfeng chuckled. This monk, seeing you, did not flee at the first opportunity? Su Yin's brow purrut. Previously, they had merely sensed each other, but now that they were face to face, the monk clearly recognized Duan Yunfeng, yet showed no intention of retreating. Indeed, Su Xin detected no hint of anxiety on the monk's countenance. Moreover, as they drew closer, Su Xin instinctively felt an imposing pressure emanating from the monk. Duan Yunfeng, be cautious. This monk's strength is likely formidable, Su Xin advised. Regardless of his strength, we shall deal with him as we see fit. Duan Yunfeng remained unfazed. With his power, the only geniuses he truly regards with caution, including Xiao Meng, are but a handful, and with Su Xin at his side, he felt invincible. In a flash, Duan Yunfeng leapt forward, his long blade tracing a brilliant arc through the air. The radiant blade, imbued with astonishing might and intent, cleaved directly toward the monk's head. The monk, wearing a warm and welcoming smile, remained unperturbed as he observed the descending blade, and with a lightning-fast motion, his stone staff swung forth. There was no flourish. It was merely a casual strike, akin to swatting a fly. Yet in the next instant, boom, the terrifying force erupted, dispersing Duan Yunfeng's blade light, and he was sent hurtling like a meteor into the surrounding forest. Crash, crash, crash. The sound of multiple impacts rang out, each collision accompanied by the splintering of trees and a billowing cloud of dust, engulfing Duan Yunfeng entirely. Impossible. Su Xin was astounded. That was Duan Yunfeng, undeniably a top 10 contender in this hunt, a living embodiment of destruction. Yet now, he had been casually swatted away like an insect. Whoosh! In a movement akin to teleportation, the burly monk appeared before Su Xin without a sound. Once again wielding the same stone staff, he swung it nonchalantly towards Su Xin. Su Xin reacted with haste. With the ferocity of thunder and fire, he unleashed a savage sword strike, infused with potent sword intent, colliding head-on with the descending staff. Clang! In an instant, Su Xin felt a numbing sensation in his arm as a tremendous force coursed through his sword, and he too was sent flying. Bang! Su Xin crashed into a massive tree. Though the trunk splintered, it did not collapse. As he felt the pain radiating from his back, due to the impact, tumultuous waves surged within him. So powerful, this power has not only transcended the realm of Huahai, but even many early-stage Su practitioners are far inferior in strength. In terms of pure power, it can indeed rival that of a mid-stage Su expert. Su Xin fixed his gaze on the large monk ahead, who still wore a friendly smile. He had once clashed with Zhao Tianlei, a mid-stage Su warrior, and was acutely aware of the strength possessed by such a formidable opponent. Regardless of whether it was him or Duan Yunfeng, when they unleashed their full power, they could barely reach the threshold of Su, clearly falling short compared to this monk. Duan Yunfeng, are you all right? Su Xin glanced at his companion. At that moment, Duan Yunfeng struggled to rise again. Upon hearing Su Xin's words, he turned to look at him, his expression one of utter astonishment. Clearly, the earlier blow had left him a bit dazed. Brother, who have we encountered? Is it Xiao Meng? Duan Yunfeng inquired. It's not Xiao Meng, but perhaps even stronger. Su Xin's expression grew unusually grave as he fixed his gaze on the large monk. You two possess considerable strength, the monk remarked with a smile. This was not mere mockery. Over the past 3 days, he had encountered countless prodigies in this hunting ground, yet none had managed to withstand his strike without being eliminated. But both Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng had endured. In this battle, we must give it our all, Su Xin declared solemnly. Agreed, Duan Yunfeng nodded earnestly, clearly regaining his focus. I will engage him directly, and you provide support, seeking opportunities to strike at his weaknesses, Su Xin instructed. You plan to confront him directly? Are you certain? Duan Yunfeng gazed at Su Xin incredulously. Given the monk's earlier display of power, Duan Yunfeng was terrified at the prospect of facing him head-on. It should be manageable, Su Xin responded. Very well, Duan Yunfeng acquiesced with a nod. With a thunderous roar, Su Xin made his move. In that instant, The power of his bloodline surged, which he had only previously activated to 50% since the beginning of the hunt, now skyrocketing to 70%. Given his cultivation and the unique nature of his bloodline technique, the power unleashed at 50% was already comparable to that of a peak Huahai warrior. And once he activated 70%, his explosive strength reached the threshold of Pisu. In terms of swordsmanship, Su Xin pushed his might and intent to the utmost. The sword technique, akin to a tempestuous blaze, struck fiercely at the monk. Meanwhile, Duan Yunfeng moved like a shadow, a layer of crimson aura enveloping him, indicating he had also employed some means to dramatically enhance his strength, though he had yet to fully unleash the potential of his bloodline. Both Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng had exerted themselves to the fullest. The monk, however, remained smiling, wielding his stone staff with simplicity and precision. With a resounding clash, the monk's stone staff collided with Su Xion's long sword once more. This time, Su Xion's body merely trembled slightly before he struck again. The first layer of sword intent? A flicker of surprise crossed the monk's eyes. The comprehension of intent is categorized into 3 levels, and even within the Pisu realm, only the most elite among the strongest can attain the first level. Among the nearly 100,000 prodigies in this hunting expedition, only Xiamang had achieved the first level of intent. Yet now, as Su Xian unleashed his technique, it was evident that the swordsmanship contained within had indeed reached that first tier. Ha! The monk laughed, and the speed of his stone staff increased dramatically, engaging in a frenzied exchange with Su Xian, who showed no fear. At that moment, Duan Yunfeng erupted. He swung his long knife, its light sharp and cunning, overwhelming in its ferocity. Initially, the monk was able to parry, but Duan Yunfeng's technique grew increasingly swift and unpredictable. Gradually, the monk could no longer withstand the onslaught. Finally, Duan Yunfeng seized the opportunity. "Monk, allow me to escort you," he declared coldly, a brilliant flash of his blade aimed directly at the monk's head. However, encountering Su Xion's swordplay, the monk could not swing his stone staff to deflect the incoming strike. Just then, a hazy golden light suddenly enveloped the monk's body. Clang! Duan Yunfeng's long knife struck the golden aura, producing a sound akin to metal colliding, as the monk turned his head and playfully winked at Duan Yunfeng. "What the hell?" Duan Yunfeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 45. The monster Duan Yunfeng was utterly stunned, so much so that he let out a curse. His full-force strike had failed to breach the monk's golden light? Even a genuine mid-stage Pisu warrior should not be able to block such a blow solely with surface defenses, right? Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the monk's eyes, and he swung his stone staff with great force. Once again, the movement was devoid of extravagance, yet its might was evidently stronger than before. Su Xion's gaze sharpened as he immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. Un defies secret technique. Starfire burning heaven, one sword dragon annihilation. A terrifying sword shadow howled through the air. Boom! The void trembled violently. The stone staff descended like an immovable mountain, and even with Su Xion's ultimate technique, he was still sent flying. Duan Yunfeng, alarmed, quickly retreated. With Su Xian being thrown back, he had no courage to confront the monk directly. Su Xian regained his footing, his sword hand still tingling. Truly, this was an abnormal strength, he thought, unable to suppress his inner curses. In their direct confrontation, even with 70% of his bloodline power activated and the Thunderfire technique pushed to its limits, alongside Duan Yunfeng's assistance, they had gained no advantage. If he were to face the monk alone, he would surely be overwhelmed. He had just witnessed that moment when Duan Yunfeng exerted his full strength, and the monk had effortlessly blocked it with mere surface defenses. What kind of entity was this? The power was extraordinarily abnormal, and the defense was utterly despairing. The monk's seemingly simple stone staff embodied profound intent, wielded with such mastery that it could deflect even his ultimate technique. In every aspect, there were no flaws to exploit. It was as if he were confronting a living monstrosity. Yes, a monster. No other term could encapsulate the essence of the large monk before them. The strength of both of you is indeed formidable. This humble monk cannot contend with you, but if you seek to seize the talisman from me, it will be equally challenging. Perhaps it is best to cease this endeavor, the monk said with a smile. Cease? Su Xion's expression shifted as he glanced at Duan Yunfeng. I have no objections. Duan Yinfeng nodded repeatedly. Though their encounter had been brief, both he and Su Xin still had hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. However, it was clear that the monk had already employed his hidden skills. The monk's earlier strikes had been casual, but that last one had likely been his true technique. Undoubtedly, he had not exerted his full capabilities. Most importantly, the blow Duan Yinfeng had dealt had severely shaken his confidence. While he usually acted with reckless abandon, he now felt a twinge of trepidation toward the monk. In that case, let us cease. Su Xin sheathed his sword. The monk continued to smile, fastening his stone staff at his waist before asking, "Have either of you encountered Situyu during this hunt?" "Not at all," Duan Yinfeng replied, shaking his head. "Situyu?" Su Xion's heart stirred. He wondered what the monk sought from Situyu. "There is indeed a matter at hand. Since you have not encountered him, I shall not intrude further. Alas, I must change locations once more. This truly is a tiresome task." With that, the monk turned and began to walk towards the nearby forest. Su Xin and Duan Yinfeng dared not impede the great monk, who swiftly vanished before their eyes. Once the monk departed, Duan Yinfeng could no longer maintain his composure. "Brother, what sort of monster did we just encounter? Even with our combined efforts, not only could we not defeat him, but we also saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Even that Xiao Meng pales in comparison, does he not? Furthermore, that layer of golden light surrounding him. Despite unleashing my full strength in a single strike, I could not breach it. Does this not imply that, even if he stood there motionless, I would have no means to harm him?" Duan Yinfeng exclaimed repeatedly. The number of prodigies participating in the Tianyin dynasty's imperial city hunt was staggering, far exceeding what was documented in prior intelligence reports. With a multitude of hidden talents who had yet to reveal their true capabilities, even someone as formidable as Xiao Meng was merely presumed to be within the top 3. Yet no one dared assert he was the strongest, and rightly so. Now, we have encountered an individual whose power is on par with, or perhaps even surpasses that of Xiao Meng, Su Xin remarked. Although Xiao Meng is strong, if the information is accurate, he would surely suffer greatly against the combined might of Duan Yinfeng and myself. However, that great monk, who casually departed while facing both of us, evidently exceeds Xiao Meng in strength. Let us hope we can avoid this great monk in the subsequent stages of the hunt. Su Xin said, his expression grave. Faced with such a formidable opponent, possessing an unparalleled combination of strength, speed, defense, and skill, devoid of any apparent weaknesses, anyone would find the encounter daunting. Is that great monk still searching for Situyu? What could he possibly want with Situyu? Su Xin pondered, noting that the monk had been searching for Situyu for quite some time and had traversed numerous locations. He had also mentioned it as a laborious task. Who had assigned him such a burden? Shaking his head, Su Xin dismissed the thought. Continuing their journey through the hunting grounds, Su Xin and Duan Yinfeng found their spirits dampened by their encounter with the monk, with Duan Yinfeng losing some of his earlier fervor. As time passed, the final day of the hunt arrived. Night fell. In contrast to the previous nights, when many prodigies would rest harmoniously to recover their strength and spiritual energy, this final night saw those who lacked sufficient talismans for promotion unable to sleep. Instead of resting, they engaged in even more frenzied battles. Having obtained ample talismans early on, Su Xin and Duan Yinfeng felt no need to engage in further combat and sought a relatively secluded spot. Without delay, even during their rest in the hunting grounds, Su Xin diligently practiced his swordsmanship, while Duan Yinfeng casually perched atop a large tree. Perhaps feeling inspired by Su Xion's sword practice, Duan Yinfeng leaped down. "Su Xin, your defensive sword technique is evidently far superior to what you displayed during our previous encounter in Donyang City. Now that we have the time, shall we spar once more?" Duan Yinfeng proposed. "Certainly," Su Xin replied, his eyes brightening. His Shanghai scroll had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to hone his skills against a stronger opponent. His previous encounter with Tang Xian had left him disappointed, as Tang Xian's abilities were somewhat lacking. Duan Yinfeng, however, was considerably stronger. Before long, the two began their sparring. The hunting grounds spanned over 100 miles, encompassing mountains, forests, and lakes. At that moment, by the edge of a breathtaking lake, a young man clad in luxurious robes sat, with 5 others standing behind him. "Xiaomo, I have arrived. Speak. Whom do you wish me to assist you in dealing with?" A wild-looking man with disheveled hair and a scruffy beard inquired. Xiao Mo was regarded in intelligence reports as a prodigy with a chance to break into the top 20 of the hunt and held considerable influence within the Tianyan dynasty. The wild man, known as Ba Jiao, was also a contender for the top 20. Do not rush. Let us wait for everyone to gather, the elegantly attired young man. Xiao Montak replied. Is there someone else? Ba Jiao asked, astonished. The six waited by the lake for a brief moment before a stunning woman in azure robes approached gracefully. Lady Luo. Upon seeing her, Ba Jiao and the other prodigies were taken aback. Lady Luo, the foremost prodigy of the Ziyun sect, was also a contender for the top 20. As a bloodline awakener endowed with bloodline powers, her strength surpassed that of Xiao Mo and Ba Jiao. Some speculated that the intelligence report had underestimated her potential, asserting she was worthy of contention for the top 10. Xiao Montak, what grand scheme have you devised that requires so many of us? Ba Jiao's demeanor grew serious. With Lady Luo, Xiao Mo, and himself, 3 top-tier prodigies could contend for the top 20, accompanied by 3 others listed in the intelligence reports. Such a powerful ensemble could likely suffice to confront even the mightiest Xiaomeng. Since everyone has gathered, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. Xiao Mo finally stood, speaking in a hushed tone. The person I wish to deal with is Duan Yunfeng. Is it him? Lady Luo and Ba Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. Duan Yunfeng, based on his displayed strength, although not surpassing Xiaomeng, was nonetheless one of the most formidable prodigies in the hunt. It was no wonder Xiao Mo had summoned so many powerful allies. Xiao Mo, do you harbor a grudge against Duan Yunfeng? Ba Zu Yinguit? Grudge? Absolutely. Xiao Mo's gaze darkened with resentment. He would never forget what Duan Yunfeng had done to him. On the day of his wedding, before the bride had even set foot outside, Duan Yunfeng stormed into the bride's home and abducted her. When Xiao Mo pursued, Duan Yunfeng retaliated fiercely, humiliating him. That day marked the most disgraceful moment of his life, a humiliation he had never endured before. Most importantly, when he sought to take revenge using his background, his allies declined to provoke Duan Yunfeng. This indicated that, in terms of influence, Duan Yunfeng surpassed him. In terms of background and personal strength, he had been thoroughly outmatched by Duan Yunfeng, and he had never found an opportunity to retaliate. Only during this Imperial City hunt, in the initial stage, could he seek his revenge. Duan Yunfeng, while I cannot confront you in daily life, nor can I slay you during this hunt, I can devise a plan to eliminate you beforehand, extinguishing your hopes of entering Tianyan Palace. Xiao Mo thought malevolently. Xiao Montak, even if you wish to avenge yourself against Duan Yunfeng, the hunting grounds are vast, and this is the final night. How can you ensure you find Duan Yunfeng tonight? Lady Luo inquired. Rest assured, since I have invited you all, I certainly possess the means to locate Duan Yunfeng's whereabouts, Xiao Mo replied. Glancing at the most inconspicuous of the group, the frail young girl, the girl stepped forward and said, Esteemed guests, I hail from the Yuling sect. The Yuling sect? The expressions of Lady Luo, Ba Jiao, and the others shifted. The Yuling sect was merely a minor sect within the Tianyan dynasty, lacking the deep roots of the Ziyun sect. However, their beast-taming techniques were quite exceptional. Many of the purple wind beasts they had ridden from various states to the Imperial City were tamed by the Yuling sect. During my time in the hunting grounds, I encountered Duan Yunfeng once. At that time, I instructed my tamed beast to leave a trace of scent on him, which will not dissipate for several days. I can have my beast track that scent to locate him, the frail girl explained. Is that so? The group understood immediately. There's one more thing. The delicate maiden continued. When I encountered Duan Yunfeng, there was another companion with him. Another companion? With such formidable strength, did he truly require an ally? Ba Jiao and the others were utterly astonished. The companion was a sword-wielding genius, possessing only the cultivation of the great perfection of the transformation sea. Yet his prowess was not to be underestimated, as the delicate maiden recounted. She would never forget the earlier encounter when she and her companions attempted to eliminate that great perfection of the transformation sea, only to discover that he could simultaneously parry their assaults. Eventually, Duan Yunfeng arrived, and her team was ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving her as the sole survivor by sheer luck. Merely a great perfection of the transformation sea. How formidable can he truly be? Any one of us could easily vanquish him, remarked a nearby genius with a laugh. Xiao Mo, Luo Xianzi, and Ba Jiao paid no heed. After all, what significance did a mere great perfection of the transformation sea hold? If that is the case, let us depart, Xiao Mo declared. Soon, a group of 7, led by the delicate maiden, hastened towards the location of Duan Yunfeng and Su Xin. Chapter 46. Great Perfection of the Transformation Sea. In the secluded mountains, the sound of clashing echoed intensely. Duan Yunfeng's swordplay reached near perfection, each stroke a dazzling display of brilliance, executed with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Su Xin wielded the mountain and sea scroll, transforming into a landscape of mountains and seas. His sword sweeping forth with an overwhelming intent, successfully deflecting the relentless onslaught of blade light. Compared to before, Su Xin's swordsmanship now exuded an even greater steadiness and weightiness. He had only casually summoned half of his bloodline power. Despite Duan Yunfeng unleashing his full strength, he still could not breach Su Xin's defenses. No more fighting, Duan Yunfeng declared, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Unless I resort to my ultimate technique, even if my speed were to increase by 30 to 40%, I could not pose any threat to you. After this exchange, Duan Yunfeng appeared quite vexed. Su Xin's defensive swordplay was exceedingly peculiar, particularly the method of gradually dissipating force, which caused him considerable discomfort. Su Xin exhaled softly. In terms of strength, Duan Yunfeng far surpassed Tang Xian, and the pressure from his swordplay was greater. But this spar had deepened Su Xin's understanding of the mountain and sea scroll without achieving a true breakthrough. Suddenly, both Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng looked up simultaneously, their gazes directed towards a nearby direction. Someone is approaching, and there are quite a few of them, Su Xin remarked, his focus sharpening. Our duo is nearly invincible in this hunting ground. Even if we encounter that perverse monk, it would be a stalemate. On this final night, it would suffice for us not to seek trouble with others, yet someone dares to come and provoke us? A flicker of hostility flashed in Duan Yunfeng's eyes. He was no benevolent soul, but rather a true harbinger of calamity. Now, they had chosen not to provoke anyone, yet someone had the audacity to seek him out. Before long, a group of 7 appeared before Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng. It's him? Su Xin's brow arched as he recognized the leader and understood why they had come seeking him. Xiao Montak, a genius qualified to contend for a spot in the top 20 of this hunt. Su Xin recalled that Duan Yunfeng had stolen Xiao Mo's bride on his wedding day and had humiliated him severely. Haha, I thought it was someone of note. But it is merely you, a waste who cannot even protect his own wife. Duan Yunfeng scoffed derisively. He had always disdained Xiao Mo, having taken his wife only because she had been coerced by him, not of her own volition. After taking her, he had released her. Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo glared at him with seething resentment. Though I do not know your background, which has my family reluctant to act against you, today I shall sever your hopes of entering the Tianyan Palace. Attack! With Xiao Mo's command, one of the talented individuals behind him stepped forward, casting a talisman into the air. Buzz! Instantly, a tremendous force surged forth. A formation? Su Xin's expression shifted. It was merely a low-level trapping formation. As for high-level killing formations, or those that significantly enhanced one's strength, unless personally created, they were prohibited in the hunt. After all, this hunt relied on one's own ability. They came prepared. It seems they are serious, Su Xin remarked with a faint smile. Apologies, Su Xin, but it seems you'll be implicated this time. Duan Yunfeng glanced at Su Xin. Su Xin shrugged, indifferent. He was unconcerned about being dragged into trouble during the hunt. Moreover, although this group of 7 appeared powerful, they likely lacked the capability to handle both him and Duan Yunfeng simultaneously. Let us strike together. Duan Yunfeng will have no opportunity. Be wary of his counterattack in dire straits. Do not let him take down 1 or 2 of us. Xiao Montak instructed. Understood. The genius named Luo Xiao nodded. And immediately, 5 of the 7, excluding the delicate maiden who had led them, charged towards Duan Yunfeng. Luo Xiao then darted towards Su Xin with lightning speed. Only one is coming for me, and it's the weakest among them. They truly underestimate me. Su Xin chuckled softly. Among the 7 who had come to attack, aside from the delicate maiden, the other 6 were all top-tier geniuses noted in the intelligence reports. However, Xiao Mo, Luo Xinzi, and Ba Jiao were the most renowned and powerful, while the remaining 3 ranked lower in that report. Su Xin had merely skimmed the intelligence earlier, and it was evident that Luo Xiao was the weakest among them. Despite being underestimated, Su Xin paid it no mind and advanced to meet the challenge. Duan Yunfeng, you cannot escape. Today, you are destined to be eliminated. Xiao Mo's icy voice echoed through the forest as Luo Xinzi, Bajio, and the other two geniuses launched their attacks. Humph, do you think I fear you? Duan Yunfeng remained undaunted. A crimson glow enveloped him, his gaze tinged with bloodlust. The fearsome blade technique erupted forth. The sword light shimmered like a galaxy, dazzling against the night sky. With but a single individual wielding his swordplay, he effortlessly countered the collective onslaught of five. No wonder he was recognized as an unparalleled genius capable of breaking into the top 10 of this hunt. Luo Xinzi thought to herself, acknowledging the gap in strength between herself and Duan Yunfeng. Had the five not joined forces, she would never have dared to provoke him. After a round of exchanges, the five prepared to strike again, but suddenly an exclamation rang out. Impossible! The five surrounding Duan Yunfeng instinctively turned to see Luo Xiao, who had charged towards Su Xin, standing there with wide eyes, enveloped in a radiant white light before being expelled from the hunting ground. Xiao Montak, Luo Xianzi, Biayu, and the others were momentarily stunned. Though Luo Xiao was the weakest among their attacking group, he was still recorded in the intelligence as a top-tier genius qualified to contend for a position in the top 100 of this hunt. Yet, how long had it been since they began their offensive? Their confrontation with Duan Yunfeng had merely been a brief exchange, and Luo Xiao had engaged them simultaneously, both only having a fleeting encounter. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Luo Xiao had been annihilated and eliminated in the realm of Huahai Deshang. The five individuals instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Xin, who wielded a sword with one hand. They discerned that the aura of spiritual power emanating from him was indeed at the level of Huahai Deshang. Yet in a mere exchange, he had the capacity to eliminate Luo Xinzi. Was this truly the extent of Huahai Deshang? Such prowess, even the mightiest among them, Luo Xinzi, might not possess, let alone the weakest among them. Ha! To send the least formidable to confront my brother, Xiao Mo, you truly are a fool. Duan Yunfeng laughed heartily, calling out, brother, come quickly. Let us join forces and eliminate all five of them. No problem, Su Xin replied with a smile, stepping forward. Luo Xinzi, stay here and entangle with Duan Yunfeng. Bajio, the three of you should team up and take down that Huahai Deshang. Xiao Montak commanded. The original plan was for all six to collaborate, ensuring Duan Yunfeng's complete defeat. Who could have anticipated that the Huahai Deshang they had previously dismissed would possess such formidable strength, compelling them to alter their strategy immediately? With a swoosh, Bajio and the other two geniuses from the intel rushed towards Su Xin. They recognized his immense power and dared not underestimate him any further, unleashing their full strength in their assault. Among them was Bajio, a talent recognized as capable of breaking into the top 20. Su Xin raised an eyebrow. His Shanghai Wan, a defensive technique, was indeed remarkable. One-on-one, even Duan Yunfeng could not exert significant pressure on him without resorting to his ultimate moves. However, facing three opponents in unison was a different matter altogether. Su Xin promptly employed his swordsmanship to counter their onslaught. Xiao Mo is targeting Duan Yunfeng. I am merely collateral damage. I have already eliminated one for him and am now stalling three, which is quite sufficient, Su Xin thought to himself, feeling justified. Of course, this was also due to his understanding of Duan Yunfeng's terrifying strength, which far exceeded the information they had received. The combined efforts of Luo Xinzi and Xiao Mo would not suffice to contend with Duan Yunfeng. Su Xin even anticipated that their alliance might force Duan Yunfeng to reveal his true capabilities, such as the ultimate technique he had previously mentioned. He was eager to witness it firsthand. Boom! Boom! Clang! The forest reverberated with the cacophony of fierce clashes and the sounds of weapons colliding. The prowess of Xiao Mo and Luo Xinzi was indeed exceptional. Particularly, as a bloodline awakener, Luo Xinzi's bloodline power, once unleashed, rendered her every move awe-inspiring and formidable. Together with Xiao Mo, they managed to temporarily suppress Duan Yunfeng. Yet, this was merely suppression. To truly eliminate Duan Yunfeng and ensure his defeat, the two of them alone were insufficient. Xiao Mo could only hope that Ba Jiao and his companions would swiftly deal with Su Xin and come to their aid. But the outcome was dire. Damn it, where did such an abominable Hua Haideshang come from? Ba Jiao and the others, even in unison, cannot contend with him. Xiao Mo observed with clarity. Ba Jiao and his companions had exerted every effort, especially Ba Jiao, who was fearsome and relentless. Yet, against the tempest of Su Xin's assault, the Hua Haideshang appeared utterly unfazed. His swordsmanship was exceedingly enigmatic, akin to a vast ocean embracing all within its depths. The attacks from Ba Jiao and his companions merely stirred ripples across this ocean. It was evident that they could not overcome the Hua Haideshang. Simultaneously, his alliance with Luo Xinzi could not bring down Duan Yunfeng. Was it true that he could not seize even a single opportunity for revenge? Xiao Mo gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, without warning, Duan Yunfeng, who had been suppressed by Luo Xinzi and Xiao Mo, erupted with formidable force. A blinding crimson light flared up abruptly, illuminating the night with a haunting beauty, yet accompanied by terrifying speed and overwhelming might. With this strike, Su Xin, who had been entangled in combat with Ba Jiao and the others, felt his gaze fixate on the radiant bloodlight at that moment. Xiao Mo and Luo Xinzi, upon seeing the bloodlight, were filled with shock and fury. The speed of this bloodlight was unfathomable. They could not hope to defend against it. Chapter 47. The first phase concludes with a swish. The ethereal bloodlight swept through, and Luo Xinzi, being the stronger of the two, was the first to be enveloped by the white glow, thus eliminated from the hunt. Luo Xinzi, eliminated? Xiao Mo was momentarily stunned before hastily retreating. Duan Yunfeng, his eyes aglow with fury, pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Ba Jiao and his companions, who were desperately assaulting Su Xin, were struck with horror upon witnessing Luo Xinzi's elimination and Xiao Mo's pursuit. "We must flee," Ba Jiao barked, urging his companions to escape. However, to escape, Su Xin smiled, and would have been merely a defensive sword technique transformed into a flurry of sword shadows that spread across the battlefield. It resembled colossal waves rising from the heart of the ocean. These surging waves enveloped the three adversaries entirely. Shanhai Wan, although primarily a defensive sword technique, also excelled in entangling opponents. The essence of the swordsmanship was exceptionally subtle and relentless, rendering the three unable to break free. Ba Jiao and his companions exerted every ounce of strength in their attempt to escape, yet found themselves ensnared in the relentless tide of sword intent. To force their way out could result in being severely injured by the very sword intent they sought to evade. In this hunting ground, the restrictions placed by their talismans were intricately nuanced. They could activate not only in life-threatening situations, but even upon severe injury, leading to elimination. This was a serious predicament. How could this Hua Haideshang be so troublesome? The expressions of Ba Jiao and his companions shifted dramatically. In a matter of moments, Duan Yunfeng returned to confront them, while Xiao Mo was evidently already eliminated. Upon his return to the battlefield, Duan Yunfeng did not strike immediately, but instead regarded Su Xin with a peculiar expression. "Brother, what are you still playing at? Why not quickly strike and eliminate the three of them?" "Playing?" Ba Jiao and his companions were taken aback. The Hua Haideshang they perceived as exceedingly troublesome had merely been toying with them all along. Indeed, after a light chuckle, Su Xin decisively took action. The intent of his sword transformed instantaneously. Previously characterized by its gentle and relentless flow, it now became wildly tempestuous and searing. The sword technique surged forth with ferocious intensity, enveloping the three adversaries. The might of this onslaught was staggering. Ba Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The trio endeavored with all their might to withstand this terrifying assault of sword shadows. Yet, within mere moments, two of them fell victim to elimination, leaving even the strongest among them, Ba Jiao, ultimately defeated. Among the 7 individuals who had come specifically to confront Duan Yunfeng, only the seemingly frail girl who had initially led them managed to escape unscathed, while the other 6, including Luo Xinzi, Xiao Mo, and Ba Jiao, all of whom were qualified to contend for the top 20 in the hunt, met their demise at the hands of Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng. "Duan Yunfeng, your sword technique was quite impressive just now," Su Xin remarked as he approached. "That was my ultimate move. I had intended to reveal it in the final stage of the hunt. Now, you've seen it ahead of time. If we encounter each other in the last phase, it could spell disaster for me, Duan Yinfeng replied. Ultimate techniques, when executed unexpectedly, yield the best results. However, now that Su Xin had witnessed his move, he would be prepared, putting Duan Yinfeng at a disadvantage in genuine combat. Do not deceive me. That strike may be one of your ultimate techniques, but it cannot possibly encompass all you possess, Su Xin responded. Duan Yinfeng chuckled, brushing his nose, evidently acquiescing. Su Xin, on the other hand, was astounded. Merely one of his ultimate techniques, yet it had effortlessly vanquished that Luo Xinzi under the combined efforts of the two. The concealed strength of Duan Yinfeng was indeed formidable. The technique he had just executed bore a striking resemblance to the shadow scroll that I had been practicing. Both were astonishingly swift, though I could not discern whose was superior. Su Xin ponder deeply. Of course, the answer would only reveal itself when they encountered one another in the final stages of the hunt, engaging in a true battle. The clash had not affected Su Xin or Duan Yinfeng, and the two continued to rest, awaiting the dawn of the next day. Outside the hunting grounds, those eliminated, including Xiao Mo and Luo Xinzi, gathered once more. Xiao Mo's expression was grim, filled with fury. Damn it, I expended such great effort to enlist so many talented warriors. Yet we failed to eliminate Duan Yinfeng and instead allowed him to eliminate us. Cursed be this fate. His heart was ablaze with indignation and resentment. Yet he found himself powerless. This was the sole opportunity he had to seek revenge on Duan Yinfeng, and he had squandered it. Luo Xinzi, standing beside him, appeared remarkably composed. My master sent me to participate in this imperial city hunt to strive for an opportunity to enter the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. However, this year's hunt is evidently more exceptional than in the past, with a greater number of top-tier talents. Given my current abilities, it seems nearly impossible to break into the top 10. Ultimately, I shall not reach the Tianyin Palace. Being eliminated early is of little consequence. Moreover, I have gained considerable benefits from Xiao Mo, and most importantly, through him, I might establish a connection with that esteemed duke. If I could leverage this to foster a relationship between the Ziyun sect and that duke, it would be a significant gain. While the Ziyun sect possesses some foundation and is considered a major sect within the Tianyin dynasty, the imperial authority of the Tianyin dynasty completely overshadows these sections. The duke, holding a position of great power, is undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures within the dynasty. Cultivating a good rapport with such a high-ranking individual is something the Ziyun sect ardently desires. The night swiftly passed, as dawn broke on the following day. The first phase of the hunt, which had lasted a full 5 days, finally concluded. The surviving talents were escorted out of the hunting grounds, and based on the tokens each bore, the 1,000 exceptional individuals who would enter the second phase were swiftly determined. Naturally, both Su Xin and Duan Yinfeng were among those 1,000. The group returned to the camp, where a 3-day respite would follow the conclusion of the first phase before the second phase of the hunt commenced. Within the camp, Su Xin addressed Long Dao, Qiuzhe, and Ling Yu, who had come to bid farewell. Are you 3 truly returning to Yongning County? What else can we do? Long Dao replied, visibly disheartened. Among the 10 talents selected from Yongning County, aside from you, Su Xin, all others were eliminated in the first phase, and their elimination was rather brutal. Indeed, Qiuzhe nodded gravely. The Tianyin dynasty is teeming with prodigies. We who barely passed the first level of the Seek Dragon Tower are considered the pinnacle in Yongning County. But in the vast expanse of the Tianyin dynasty, we are nothing. This hunt has truly struck us hard. Leaving now may lessen the impact of our defeat. Ling Yu added, if we remained, witnessing you true top-tier talents continue the hunt, our disappointment would likely deepen. Among the 10 talents from Yongning County, you're the only one who advanced past the first phase. We merely wish to break through to the void-breaking realm as swiftly as possible. As for the Tianyin Palace, we no longer harbor any illusions. Long Dao smiled. Su Xin, I hope you genuinely achieve your wish of entering the Tianyin Palace. When you return to Yongning County, do come find us for a drink. Very well, Su Xin affirmed with a nod. Soon, Long Dao and the others departed on the Zifeng beast. Not only they, but most of the other eliminated talents also chose to leave. Upon their arrival, these prodigies were filled with fervor, eager to break into the top 10 and enter the sacred cultivation ground of the Tianyin Palace. Yet, as they departed, many wore expressions of deep despondency. Numerous talents had faced setbacks during this hunt. However, Such challenges bore both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lay in the realization that setbacks prompt one to awaken and recognize their limitations, leading to smoother cultivation in the future. Conversely, there was the risk of succumbing to despair. Out of nearly 100,000 talents, nearly 99% were eliminated in just the first phase, leaving only 1,000 behind. Su Xin could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Nevertheless, the 1,000 who remained were all exceptional, with even the weakest likely possessing the strength to conquer the second level of the Seek Dragon Tower. The competition in the upcoming hunt would undoubtedly intensify. Su Xin clenched his fists. In those hunting grounds, he had encountered many top-tier talents, such as the initial Zhang Yin, Tang Xian, and later, the formidable monk who had left him in awe. There were also individuals like Xiao Meng and Su Xin, already recognized as possessing extraordinary prowess. Yet, regardless of who they were, none could obstruct his path. The Tianyin Palace was his unequivocal goal. As night fell, the camp was ablaze with lights. Although a significant number of prodigies had departed, the camp remained lively. At its center stood the imposing black tower known as the Qihong Tower. The Qihong Tower oversaw the world. This imperial city hunt was likewise under the Qihong Tower's scrutiny, with many aspects of the hunt orchestrated by it. For instance, the widely circulated intelligence regarding talents within the camp had originated from the Qihong Tower itself. A delicate girl approached the Qihong Tower. "Young lady, do you require assistance?" inquired a steward responsible for reception. "I have come to sell intelligence regarding a prodigy from this hunt," she replied. "Sell intelligence on talents?" The steward's expression shifted. The information on the talents participating in the hunt was collected by the Qihong Tower, which utilized various means, including prior performances during the Seek Dragon Tower trials and subsequent public achievements of these talents. Given the intensity of the first phase of the hunt, with so many prodigies clashing within the hunting grounds, it was impossible for the Qihong Tower to monitor every individual. Thus, the tower would offer incentives for talents to voluntarily disclose information that remained unknown to it. The price would vary according to the significance of the information provided. The delicate girl quickly recounted all that she knew about the prodigy in question. "You mean to say that among the 1,000 talents who passed the first phase of the hunt, there is one who, despite only being at the Great Sea stage, possesses the combat strength to compete for a place in the top 10? The steward rose, incredulity etched on his face as he regarded the girl. After thorough questioning, the steward assured her, "We at the Qihong Tower will promptly send someone to verify your claims. Should your assertions prove true, we shall compensate you accordingly." "Understood." The girl nodded before turning to leave. The Qihong Tower acted swiftly. Within an hour, they had verified the girl's information. In a tavern within the camp, Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng sat together. "Esteemed guests, this is the latest intelligence from the Qihong Tower, containing records of many emerging talents from the first phase of the hunt. Why not procure a copy for your perusal?" Surrounding them, merchants were selling the newest talent intelligence. Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng soon acquired a copy for themselves. As they perused the initial pages of the intelligence report, the names recorded were still those of renowned prodigies such as Xiao Meng, Su Xin, and Duan Yunfeng. However, they soon encountered a new name, Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao, of unknown origin, possessed the pinnacle of Huahai cultivation and wielded a stone staff. During the first phase of the hunt, he had struck multiple times, and no one could withstand his blow, undoubtedly ranking among the top 10 in combat prowess. It was he, the great monk. Upon seeing this introduction, Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng immediately understood that Wu Zhao must be the formidable monk they had encountered in the hunting grounds. The report noted that even those previously deemed qualified to challenge the top 50 had been eliminated by this monk's single strike, highlighting his extraordinary strength. That monster. Just the thought of the monk sent a shiver down Duan Yunfeng's spine. In terms of power, perhaps even Xiao Meng could not rival this Wu Zhao. Su Xin used. The report only classified Wu Zhao as possessing top 10 combat strength, which was evidently an understatement. This was likely due to the external world's limited understanding of Wu Zhao's capabilities, while he and Duan Yunfeng had actually engaged him in combat, even forcing Wu Zhao to showcase his impressive techniques. They continued to delve deeper into the report. Duan Yunfeng turned to a new page and was momentarily stunned by the names listed there. "Brother, take a look." Su Xin immediately leaned in, and upon seeing it, his expression mirrored Duan Yunfeng's astonishment. The page revealed Su Xin, hailing from Yunzhou, Yongning County, age 19, with mastery at the Huahai level, suspected to possess top 10 combat strength in this hunt. Chapter 48. Doubts my name? Su Xin was quite taken aback. He had made several notable contributions during the first phase of the hunt, showcasing his considerable strength, so it was understandable that he was recorded in this intelligence report. However, he had not anticipated his ranking to be so high. Suspected top 10 combat strength? Su Xin murmured. Of course, he had the strength to be among the top 10. It was just that during the first phase of the hunt, he had not revealed his full prowess most of the time. The Red Dragon Tower only stated suspected, indicating there was no absolute certainty. Su Xin, this report mentions that you killed Luo Xiao with a single strike, and then single-handedly contended against 3 top prodigies, including Bajio, without losing ground, which is why they believe you should possess top 10 combat strength. As for the rest, there is nothing more. Duan Yunfeng remarked. Su Xin smiled. Indeed, the accomplishments listed in this report were rather scant. It merely recounted the last night's battle, where he defeated Luo Xiao and held off Bajio and his companions. Yet it only stated that he contended equally with them, while in truth, he had single-handedly eliminated all 3. In that battle, 7 had come at him, and his achievements were likely derived from the accounts of those eliminated first, like Luo Xianzi, Xiao Mo, or the girl who fled early. Su Xin speculative. Regardless of whether it was Luo Xianzi, Xiao Mo, or the timid girl who had slipped away, they had only witnessed him kill Luo Xiao and engage Bajio's trio in stalemate. But they had not seen him ultimately decimate Bajio and his companions. Afterward, even if the Red Dragon Tower sought verification, those 3, being proud geniuses, would likely refuse to admit that they had been eliminated by a single Huahai master and would assert that Su Xin and Duan Yunfeng had jointly defeated them. Such a record might suffice to claim that Su Xin could contend for a spot in the top 20, but asserting he had top 10 strength was indeed difficult to validate. Nevertheless, Su Xin was unconcerned and continued to examine the intelligence on other prodigies. Within the camp, following the release of the latest intelligence from the Red Dragon Tower, the prodigies erupted into fervent discussions. This Wu Zhao, where did he come from? There was no introduction to his background, yet his strength was undeniably formidable. He was indeed powerful. According to the report, few could withstand his blow. Even a young lady from the Song family, who might have contended for a spot in the top 50, had been slain by him in a single strike, which was terrifying. In terms of combat prowess, Wu Zhao undoubtedly qualified for the top 10 in the hunt, but who was this Su Xin? How could a Huahai master possibly be in the top 10? To eliminate Luo Xiao with a single strike and simultaneously contend against 3 prodigies, including Bajio, without faltering was impressive, and claiming he could vie for a position in the top 20 was entirely reasonable. However, to place him in the top 10 seemed a stretch. Indeed, top 20 was sufficient. Many believed to be contenders for the top 10 had far more impressive records than his. It was unclear how the Red Dragon Tower ranked them, but perhaps Su Xin truly possessed some hidden prowess. What hidden prowess could a Huahai master have? I truly do not believe he has the strength for the top 10 in the hunt. Throughout the camp, discussions flourished, predominantly focusing on Wu Zhao and Su Xin. Following the first phase of the hunt, many prodigies had emerged, with Wu Zhao and Su Xin ranking at the top. Wu Zhao's combat strength was undeniably fierce, and his achievements were compelling, prompting awe among the prodigies discussing him. However, although they marveled at Su Xion's remarkable strength for a Huahai master, many felt that the Red Dragon Tower had ranked him too highly. Su Xin did not genuinely merit a spot in the top 10 and seemed to fall short of challenging for such a position. These fools. In a corner of the camp, a burly blond man stood, listening to the discussions around him, particularly the disparagement directed at Su Xin, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. They had no understanding of Su Xion's true strength, yet believed he was unworthy of the top 10? Truly laughable. Song Yin scoffed. When the next hunt commenced, those who belittled Su Xin would come to realize the truth upon encountering him. Unlike others, he had faced Su Xin within the hunting grounds and had genuinely engaged in combat. The result had compelled him to surrender 30 tokens, allowing him to escape. He was acutely aware that Su Xion's strength surpassed that of even those qualified to vie for the top 20, undoubtedly placing him firmly within the top 10. Of course, he knew this, but would not speak of it. Then there was Tang Xian. Even if the Red Dragon Tower inquired about his elimination, He would assert that it was due to the combined efforts of Duan Yinfeng and Su Xin, at most offering a few compliments to Su Xin's strength. But he would never admit to being outclassed by a Huahai master. Within a beautiful manor in the imperial city, there lay a serene lake. A man clad in gray, wearing a bamboo hat, quietly fished with a rod. The surface of the lake was tranquil, devoid of any ripples, and the entire manor was enveloped in silence. The gray-clad man's gaze was clear as he patiently fished, remaining still for over half an hour without any sign of movement. The scene appeared frozen in time. Suddenly, from the distance, a figure dashed through the air and landed behind the gray-clad man. With a gust of wind, the surrounding trees swayed, and the lake began to ripple gently under the wind's influence. The gray-clad man slightly shifted his gaze, breaking free from his previous stillness. My lord, a frail elder, who had suddenly appeared, bowed respectfully to the gray-clad man. This elder bore a weathered visage, indicating his advanced age, and possessed formidable cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Yet, before the gray-clad man, he appeared exceedingly humble and respectful. Is there something amiss? The gray-clad man turned his head slightly. My lord, this is the latest intelligence returned from a hunt. The frail elder reverently presented a slip of paper. The hunt? The gray-clad man's brow furrowed slightly. The royal city hunt, a mere competition among some little fellows. When would it ever stir him? The man in gray waved his hand slightly, and a paper floated into his grasp. A cursory glance was enough to elicit a smile. The little fellow I previously praised is actually qualified to vie for a spot in the top 10 in this year's hunt. However, why the uncertainty? The man in gray turned to look. Reporting to you, my lord, the records verified by the Qilong Lu indicate he still falls short of the top 10. Yet, during the verification process, we noticed that Ba Jio and several other prodigies who had battled him appeared somewhat unsettled. They admitted that their combined efforts were merely a match for Su Xin, but they were reluctant to elaborate on the final elimination process, giving the impression that Su Xin single-handedly eliminated the three of them. Later, we received additional information from Tang Xian, which led us to conclude that Su Xin possesses combat prowess sufficient for the top 10. It is merely due to the absence of publicly verifiable records that we use the term suspected, the frail elder explained. Is that so? The man in gray nodded. The Qilong Lu has always been meticulous in their operations. Their findings already suggest that Su Xin's strength is indeed within the top 10. The hesitation stems from concerns over potential skepticism due to the lack of incontrovertible evidence. Remarkable. Only a little over 2 months have passed, hasn't it? The man in gray recalled that he became aware of Su Xin when this little fellow ventured into the Sun Long Tower over 2 months ago. He was the guardian of that tower. At that time, he was quite astonished by Su Xin's displayed prowess. As a mere minor success in the transformation stage could so effortlessly conquer the first level of the Sun Long Tower. Consequently, he personally visited the Tianyin Palace, eager to recommend this young talent for a special admission quota. Now, merely 2 months later, this young man is directly participating in the Royal City Hunt and is even eligible to contend for a place in the top 10. Such tremendous progress in such a brief span. That old fool Qing Yang, who previously went to great lengths to prevent this young fellow from entering the Tianyin Palace, must be utterly flabbergasted upon witnessing his performance in the hunt. Humph. The man in gray snorted coldly. That obstinate old fellow has been in the Tianyin Palace for years, still clinging to the past. If this continues, I fear he may soon find himself at the end of his tenure as palace master. The man in gray was quite displeased that Su Xin did not secure the special admission quota to the Tianyin Palace. After all, with his esteemed status as a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm and one of the highest echelons of the Qilong Lu, he personally made the recommendation only to be rebuffed, which naturally left him dissatisfied. He was aware that the majority of the high-ranking members within the Tianyin Palace praised Su Xin's talent and supported his special admission. Except for that old coot Qing Yang. There are 3 palace masters in the Tianyin Palace, and Qing Yang is one of them, wielding considerable power. His vehement opposition even invoked the incident from over 3 years prior, when Su Xin was personally punished by the Tianyin Emperor, which ultimately led to the shelving of Su Xin's special admission quota. Yet, the man in gray understood that Qing Yang's fervent efforts to thwart were merely the result of orders from his former master. Not granting a special admission quota from the Tianyin Palace means that this young fellow must rely on his absolute strength to seize a disciple's spot in the royal city hunt. Such ambition, I admire it. The man in gray chuckled, then rose to his feet, resting the bamboo pole on his shoulder. When does the next hunt commence? He inquired. The second phase of the hunt will take place 3 days hence within the royal city, followed by the final phase 3 days after that, the frail elder replied. Very well, keep a close watch. Should that young fellow reach the final phase of the hunt, inform me, and I shall also make my way to witness it. The man in gray smiled. This statement startled the frail elder. Given the status of this esteemed individual, the fact that he intends to personally observe signifies that he holds Su Xin in considerable regard. Indeed, the frail elder respectfully nodded before turning to leave. The estate, including the tranquil lake before them, fell silent once more. Chapter 49. A twisted heart in a tavern within the camp, in a private room. What a pity! If I hadn't encountered a prodigy qualified to compete for the top 100 right from the start. This young lord still might have had a chance in the first phase of the hunt. A young man clad in an opulent golden robe sat there, flanked by 2 attendants. One of them was Situ Yu, while the other was Tu San, a genius from the Chiwang Fu, recognized as a contender for the top 10 in the hunt. In the presence of this young man, both Tu San and Situ Yu displayed utmost respect. Your Highness, the orders have been issued. Within 3 days, the family of that prodigy you wish to eliminate, along with those closely associated with him, will all be exterminated. Tu San reported respectfully. Do not be so ruthless. Just killing his family will suffice. The young man waved his hand dismissively, his tone detached, as if the act of annihilating an entire family were as trivial as squashing a bunch of ants. Situ Yu, standing by respectfully, couldn't help but inwardly gasp. The royal city hunt was intended to allow the talents within the Tianyin dynasty to compete fairly based on their abilities. Even if eliminated during the hunt, one could only blame their lack of strength. Yet, this young lord, merely due to being eliminated, sought to vent his ire by annihilating the entire family of the prodigy responsible for his downfall. The rumors were indeed true, Situ Yu thought to himself. He had heard whispers suggesting that the Chiwang Fu's young lord, Xia Yuanji, was an illegitimate child raised in an exceedingly unconventional environment, resulting in a profoundly twisted psyche. Since becoming the young lord, he had acted with impunity, often resorting to execution or even extermination of entire clans over trivial matters. Within the royal city alone, several families have been obliterated by this young lord, often for reasons that seemed inconsequential. I must tread carefully around such a harbinger of doom. Otherwise, should I provoke him, my family may not be able to protect me. Situ Yu mused, genuinely reluctant to serve a young lord whose temperament had become so warped and even mad. Yet, this was a task assigned by his family, requiring him to forge a favorable relationship with this young lord. Situ Yu, have you seen the latest talent intelligence released by the Qilong Lu? Xia Yuanji suddenly inquired. I have, Situ Yu nodded vigorously. According to the information gathered by my subordinates, it appears that the 2 newly emerged prodigies vying for a spot in the top 10 are somewhat connected to you, Xia Yuanji remarked, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest with a smile. Yes, Situ Yu nodded again. As for one of them, named Wu Zhao, I do not know him at all. I have never interacted with him, nor do I understand why he would seek me out, especially with such animosity. After the first phase of the hunt, Situ Yu learned from the eliminated Miss Song that a formidable monk had been searching for him throughout the first phase. Miss Song mentioned that the monk had acted to eliminate her because he knew they shared a good rapport. Clearly, that monk was out to bring him misfortune. According to the intelligence provided by the Qilong Lu, this Wu Zhao possesses immense strength. Even I might not emerge victorious against him, Tu San remarked. You mean to say that even you, Tu San, lack confidence in defeating him? Xia Yuanji laughed in surprise. Situ Yu, to be targeted by such a person. You are indeed quite unfortunate. Situ Yu could only offer a bitter smile. He had no idea why Wu Zhao was after him. In addition to Wu Zhao, there was also Su Xin from his Su family. Xia Yuanji's gaze suddenly turned icy. The Su family, a once thriving clan now in decline. Their ancestor in the Nirvana realm has already passed away. Yet not long ago, a squad of Yinglong Wei sent at your family's request was entirely lost there. That was a complete Yinglong Wei squad. The tone of Xia Yuanji was clearly tinged with fury. Upon hearing this, Situ Yu could not help but tremble. That Yinglong Wei squad was appointed by the Qi Wang, and they all perished at the Su family, which infuriated the Qi Wang and consequently implicated the Sidu family. The reason he was sent by his clan to stand before this young lord was to curry favor with him, thus attempting to alleviate the wrath of the Qi Wang as much as possible. Moreover, that Su Xin, merely at the pinnacle of the Huahai realm, even somewhat inferior to the cultivation of this young lord, yet the Qiang Tower deemed him worthy of ranking in the top 10 for this hunt? What a farce. This young lord could not even advance past the first phase of the hunt. By what right does he qualify to vie for a spot in the top 10? Su Xin growled. His childhood experiences had twisted his heart beyond repair. He considered himself a genius and could not tolerate those whose talents surpassed his own. He was at the peak of the Huahai realm, having received abundant resources for cultivation at the Qi Wang's residence. Yet he was eliminated in the first phase of the hunt. This alone fueled his rage, driving him to contemplate annihilating the entire family of the genius who had eliminated him. And Su Xin, a mere Huahai pinnacle, whose cultivation was even lower than his own, managed to pass the first phase of the hunt and was deemed eligible to challenge the top 10? By what right? Kill him. You two from now on. Whoever encounters Su Xin, kill him on sight. It seemed a ridiculous order, yet Su Xin issued it without hesitation. Yes, Su Xin nodded, his expression unchanged. However, Situ wore a look of horror. Young lord, this imperial city hunt has long-standing regulations against lethal force. If one violates, Situ's words were cut short as Su Xin's icy gaze swept over him. Regulations? Whose regulations? The Tianyan Emperor's? Even if this young lord defies them. What of it? Su Xin's voice was frigid, his gaze feral. Situ was rendered speechless, fully aware of the madness and unrestrained nature of this young lord. Yet he indeed possessed the qualifications to act without restraint. The Qi Wang had once contended fiercely for the throne against the current emperor, maintaining a balance of power for a considerable time. Despite ultimately losing, the Qi Wang still commanded immense power. So much so that the Tianyan emperor dared not act against him throughout his reign. Su Xin, previously so unbridled and violent, had been tolerated by the Tianyan emperor. Should he slay a genius during the hunt, the emperor would likely turn a blind eye. Understanding this, Situ could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Su Xin, you are truly unfortunate to be targeted by the Qi Wang's young lord. You are far worse off than I. He was also unfortunate, being targeted by an unknown force, the Wu Zhao. Yet at least the Wu Zhao adhered to the rules of the hunt. However, the one now fixated on Su Xin was a genuine madman who disregarded all regulations. Soon, 3 days passed. Early one morning, the 1,000 geniuses who had passed the first phase of the hunt, under guidance, entered the Tianyan imperial city. The grand imperial city was far more bustling and magnificent than any place within the 36 states of the Tianyan Empire. Countless exquisite houses and pavilions crowded the area. The streets were teeming with people, many of whom were formidable cultivators. Within the Xuanwu Gate lay a vast training ground, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people at once. When a multitude of geniuses arrived, many figures were already present on the training ground. These individuals wore differing attire. Some gathered in small groups, while others stood alone, yet each radiated an overwhelming aura, clearly having entered the broken void realm. The 1,000 geniuses, just arriving at the training ground, looked at these figures with confusion. They were likely the powerful figures from the great forces and sects within the Tianyan Empire. Duan Yinfeng stood beside Su Xin and remarked, "Every imperial city hunt undoubtedly attracts the top 10 geniuses to the Tianyan Palace. But aside from these 10, there are also many other geniuses with immense potential and talent, competing for attention from the great forces and sects of the Tianyan Empire." Su Xin nodded slightly, understanding that the imperial city hunt was the grandest gathering of geniuses in the Tianyan Empire. The allure of this event lay in its ability to draw the attention of all factions within the empire. Through the hunt, those geniuses already affiliated with various forces could establish their reputation, while those unassociated could prove themselves and join these great powers. The major forces and sects within the Tianyan Empire possessed ample resources, and joining them would yield significant benefits. For instance, the Su family, to which Su Xin belonged, had previously dispatched powerful individuals to these hunts, seeking to recruit true geniuses. Even if they failed to recruit, forging early connections was still a prudent choice. You will have 1 hour to prepare. The second phase of the hunt will commence in 1 hour. A resounding voice echoed throughout the training ground. 1 hour to prepare? Su Xin's heart stirred, realizing that this hour was intended for those forces to recruit geniuses. Although the first phase of the hunt had not been publicly announced, with nearly 10,000 geniuses reduced to only 1,000, most of the notable talents had already emerged. Even those who were hiding their strength would not be many. These forces could already act based on the information provided by the Qihong Tower to scout for talents. Indeed, the numerous powerful figures had begun to mobilize. In one corner of the training ground, Elder Mo, I did not expect you to personally attend this year's Imperial City Hunt. There was no choice. The talents in this year's hunt are evidently more exceptional than in previous years, so our sect is naturally placing greater emphasis on it. Two acquaintances engaged in casual conversation. How about it? Have you spotted any promising talents? One of them inquired. It is certain that the very top will join the Tianyin Palace, but among the other geniuses, there are a few good prospects. A white-robed elder, known as Elder Mo, smiled as he held a detailed report on the talents provided by the Qihong Tower, compared to the information circulating among the talents. The data obtained by these powerful figures was much more detailed. At that moment, Elder Mo's gaze was fixated on a name within the report. Su Xin. Elder Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity. According to the information provided by the Qihong Tower, this Su Xin was only 19 years old and had merely reached the pinnacle of the Huahai realm. Yet his combat prowess qualified him to challenge the top 10 in the hunt. Truly monstrous. He must have awakened his bloodline. In comparison to the strongest talents in this hunt, Su Xin's innate abilities were even more remarkable. Elder Mo pondered for a moment before making his way towards Su Xin's location. Chapter 50, the second phase of the hunt. On the training ground, Su Xin stood alongside Duan Yunfeng, observing the flurry of activity among the powerful figures of various forces. Two young friends, an elder in white robes, approached them. I am Elder Mo, a member of the Tianyi sect. He introduced himself. Tianyi sect. Su Xin et Hut Stizet. The Tianyin Empire, vast in its territory, is home to numerous sects and forces. Among the most illustrious and universally acknowledged as the mightiest, there exist three prominent sections. The Tianyi Zone is one such sect. It is said that the Tianyi Zone has existed for several centuries, possessing profound heritage. In the current era, the sect boasts no fewer than 4 formidable practitioners at the Nirvana stage. It is noteworthy that within the Tianyin dynasty, a family is considered a top-tier power if it has even a single elder at the Nirvana stage overseeing it. To possess 4 such individuals, alongside an extensive foundation, renders the Tianyi Zone an undeniable colossus within the Tianyin dynasty, as long as they do not rebel or provoke the royal family into action. The Tianyi Zone can navigate the dynasty with absolute authority. Young friend Su Xin, I have come to inquire whether you would be willing to join our Tianyi Zone, Elder Mo said with a smile. Should you accept, you would immediately become a core disciple of our sect, receiving resources and training second only to those afforded to the disciples of the Tianyin Palace and the royal family. Furthermore, our sect currently has 4 esteemed elders at the Nirvana stage, and I can assure you that one of them will take you under their wing to personally guide your cultivation. Additionally, I have heard of the recent challenges faced by your Su family. If you become a disciple of the Tianyi Zone, I guarantee that no one shall lay a finger on your family. Elder Mo wasted no time in laying out his terms, which were indeed generous. The prospect of receiving training comparable to that of the Tianyin Palace and royal disciples, coupled with the opportunity to be mentored by a Nirvana stage elder while ensuring the safety of the Su family, left Su Xin momentarily speechless. It was Duan Yunfeng who first regained his composure, expressing his discontent. Old man, what do you mean by this? You invite Su Xin alone while disregarding my presence? Do you look down upon me? Su Xin was taken aback. Here stood a venerable elder of the Tianyi Zone, a peak practitioner of the void-breaking stage. Yet Duan Yunfeng audaciously addressed him as old man, showing no concern for the elder's potential wrath. However, Elder Mo remained unfazed, responding with a smile. If you, young friend Duan, wish to join our Tianyi Zone, I would certainly welcome you. I only fear that our humble sect may not meet your expectations. You guessed correctly. I indeed do not hold your Tianyi Zone in high regard, Duan Yunfeng retorted dismissively. Su Xin understood the underlying dynamics. Duan Yunfeng hailed from a prestigious lineage, and it was clear that Elder Mo was well aware of this. Even with Duan Yunfeng's remarkable talent, Elder Mo had no intention of extending an invitation to him. In truth, many other prodigies also participated in this hunt, such as Xiameng and Su Xin, both well-known figures, one a royal scion and the other from the Qi royal house. Regardless of their formidable strength, it was unlikely they would join any other faction, rendering it unnecessary for these sects to expend their efforts in courting them. At most, they would seek to establish cordial relations. Elder Mo, I appreciate your kindness, but I would prefer to test my abilities in securing a place among the top 10 and entering the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. If that proves unattainable, I shall then consider the Tianyi Zone, Su Xin replied. That is only natural, Elder Mo smiled. In that case, let us await the conclusion of this hunt, and you may make your decision then. With that, Elder Mo took his leave. Following Elder Mo's departure, a number of other sects and powerful factions approached Su Xin, including another of the three strongest sects, which presented equally enticing offers. Naturally, these factions understood that Su Xin would not immediately acquiesce, as he would first strive to enter the Tianyin Palace. Thus, they were merely extending a friendly invitation in advance. The final decision regarding Su Xin's allegiance would be postponed until after the hunt. These invitations from various factions and sects were, in fact, advantageous for Su Xin. Even if fortune did not favor him, and he failed to secure a spot among the top 10, he could still opt to join one of these groups, thereby ensuring a measure of safety for his family. As time swiftly passed, 1 hour elapsed, and the 1,000 talented individuals reconvened. The overseer of the second phase of the hunt held an enigmatic white orb in his hand. He tossed the orb into the air, and it expanded while emitting a radiant white light that enveloped all 1,000 talents in the training ground. Subsequently, they all vanished from the arena. Tian Xinzi, is this the trial space designated by the Tian Yin royal family for their science? Several powerful individuals from various factions recognized the origin of the white orb. Tian Xinjia is a specialized trial space for royal disciples. The white orb serves as a conduit, transporting the 1,000 talents into Tian Xinjia. Once all the talents were transported, the white orb began to emanate beams of light, creating a series of mirrored images that materialized in the air above the training ground, depicting the scenes occurring within Tian Xinjia, albeit only a fraction of them. Utilizing Tian Xinjia as the second phase of the hunt is quite intriguing. Elder Mo stood in a corner of the training ground, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the unfolding images with a smile. The trial space was vast. The ground composed of blue stone, measuring nearly 100 feet in both length and width. At the edges of the blue stone, white light curtains enveloped the surroundings. Su Xin found himself positioned in the very center of this trial space. A grand voice resonated in the ears of the 1,000 talents scattered across the various trial spaces. After 10 breaths, your opponents will emerge from the white light curtains surrounding you, one after another, launching attacks at you. These adversaries will vary in form and quantity, and your task is to withstand their onslaught. The more opponents you can endure, the greater your chances of succeeding in this second phase of the hunt. This was merely a simple narration, devoid of detailed rules. Unlike the first phase of the hunt, which had clearly outlined the rules and specified that only 1,000 would pass, the second phase provided no indication of how many would ultimately remain, only instructing them to withstand as many attacks as possible. Su Xin furrowed his brow slightly. As the 10 breaths passed swiftly, 2 shadowy figures burst forth from the white light curtains. Swish! Swish! The 2 shadows moved with incredible speed, resembling twin whirlwinds, charging towards Su Xin from opposite directions. As they drew near, Su Xin discerned their true nature. They were not human, but rather demonic beasts. His pupils contracted in shock. These 2 figures were, in fact, 2 towering black wolves, each over 2 meters in length. Their crimson eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty aura as they lunged towards him. In an instant, Su Xin unsheathed his sword. With a swift flash, the blade sang as it cut through the air, and before the 2 wolves could reach him, their heads were severed cleanly. They let out a mournful howl before dissolving into white light, vanishing within the trial space. These are not true demonic beasts, but rather manifestations created through some extraordinary means. Su Xin marveled at the remarkable skill of the trial space's creator. As the 2 giant wolves dissipated, several more figures emerged from the surrounding white light curtains. This time, for avian creatures appeared, their beaks sharp as swords. In terms of speed, these four creatures surpassed the previous wolves. Su Xin continued to act decisively, swiftly dispatching the four avian creatures, causing them to vanish as well. Subsequently, waves of peculiar adversaries emerged from the surrounding white light, including monstrous beasts, bizarre birds, and flying insects. Although these foes possessed formidable strength, they posed little threat to Su Xin. Swiftly, he dispatched 5 rounds of challengers and now found himself in the 6th round, facing 2 human assassins, clad in black robes. These individuals moved with remarkable speed, but it was their elusive techniques that truly unnerved him. Their terrifying speed, combined with their uncanny agility, made it exceedingly difficult for Su Xin to perceive their movements. Their attacks, executed silently and unexpectedly, left him on high alert. Had he chosen to employ his swordsmanship earnestly, he could have eliminated them. However, after 6 rounds of relentless combat, Su Xin sensed something amiss. The continuous onslaught of adversaries had drained his spiritual energy without any opportunity for replenishment. Furrowing his brow, Su Xin recalled that he had relied solely on his strength to vanquish the previous 5 rounds, leading to significant expenditure of his spiritual power. The 5th round, which involved hundreds of flying insects, had particularly depleted his reserves. The trial space offered no reprieve, presenting adversaries in rapid succession, leaving him no time to recover. The 2 assassins in the 6th round were especially challenging. Should he resort to genuine tactics, the consumption of spiritual energy would escalate further. Yet, he was unaware of how many more rounds awaited him or what conditions would signify his success in this second phase of the hunt. The rules previously announced indicated that the objective was to endure the relentless waves of attacks. The more rounds he survived, the greater his chances of advancement, rather than eliminating foes at an accelerated pace. A sudden clarity struck Su Xin as he halted in his tracks, choosing to stand his ground rather than pursue the 2 assassins. As they lunged at him with their cold daggers, he drew his sword, channeling his sword intent into a formidable force that effortlessly deflected their strikes. Despite their continued assaults, he merely stood there, and within moments, the 2 assassins dissipated into white light. Indeed, witnessing their vanishing act elicited a smile from Su Xin. He had discerned the true nature of the second phase of the hunt. It was not about engaging in brutal combat with these adversaries, but rather about surviving their frenzied attacks. As long as he could endure their onslaught for a period, they would eventually disappear. This phase of the hunt relied not only on individual strength, but also on endurance and perception. Failing to recognize the traps within this stage and blindly relying on brute force would lead to excessive depletion of spiritual energy, resulting in potential elimination despite possessing the capability to surpass this phase. With this newfound understanding of the rules, Su Xin found the subsequent challenges to be considerably simpler. In the training ground, following the entrance of 1,000 prodigies into the Tenshin realm, many had already been sent out after a brief period. Have I been eliminated? One might ponder, for their strength should have been sufficient to withstand the rounds of attacks. Yet their spiritual energy was exhausted. How many rounds did you survive? 8 rounds. The prodigies that had been expelled gathered and discussed amongst themselves, their expressions largely somber. Before long, more than half of those who entered the Tenshin realm had been sent out. At that moment, a burly golden-haired man appeared, instantly capturing the attention of all present. It was Su Xin. His early exit surprised many, for he was a top contender for the top 20 in the hunt, and his prowess should have kept him in the Tenshin realm longer, especially with over 100 prodigies still remaining inside. Damn it! Su Xin gritted his teeth, his expression dark. I was too reckless. I should have been more cautious and conserved my spiritual energy. Otherwise, I could have withstood the 10th round. He had relied on sheer strength from the onset, obliterating his opponents with brute force. Although this approach allowed him to swiftly clear the 8th round, it drained his spiritual energy significantly. By the time he realized the mistake, it was too late. He barely made it through the 9th round, but in the 10th, the opponent's strength surged, and with his dwindling energy, he was eliminated. In the Tenshin realm, the 9th round served as a threshold. Upon reaching the 10th, the difficulty escalated dramatically. If too much spiritual energy was depleted in the earlier rounds, the increased challenge of the 10th round could easily lead to elimination. Elder Mo of the Tianai sect observed the expulsion of prodigies with a knowing shake of his head. He understood that the Tianyin dynasty intended the Tianxin realm to assess not just talent, but also the ability to make sound judgments in critical situations. As time passed, more prodigies were expelled from the Tianxin realm. After a brief while, Duan Yunfeng was sent out as well. What a pity. I knew I should have conserved my energy. Yet I couldn't resist showcasing my skills against those opponents, he lamented. If only I had a bit more energy to unleash my ultimate techniques. I could have withstood the 13th round, and perhaps even held my ground in the 14th. Having endured 12 rounds, and almost completing the 13th, he was among the few to achieve such a feat before being eliminated. Now, only 4 images remained suspended in the air above the training ground, indicating that merely 4 prodigies continued to navigate the Tianxin realm. These 4 were none other than the widely acknowledged strongest Xiaomeng, the enigmatic figure from the Qi Wangfu, Su Xin, the mysterious monk Wu Zhao, and finally, Su Xin, suspected of possessing top 10 combat prowess, yet doubted by many to have only reached the realm of Huahai Deshang. Within the trial space of the Tianxin realm, the 13th round commenced, featuring 10 formidable black-armored soldiers wielding long spears. Each soldier exuded terrifying strength, and the monk Wu Zhao, adorned with prayer beads, stood at the center of the trial space, casually wielding a stone staff. With each strike, a black-armored soldier was sent flying, as the simultaneous assault of 10 soldiers resulted in their collective defeat. Simple and brutal, devoid of any embellishment. In the eyes of many, these 10 formidable black-armored soldiers were akin to mere sandbags before Wu Zhao, being sent flying time and again. How incredibly powerful! That great monk! What is the true extent of his strength wielding that stone staff? This was the 13th round's adversary, after all. Each of those 10 black-armored soldiers could effortlessly trample any ordinary genius who had merely passed the 2nd level of the Xuanlong Tower. The talented individuals standing on the training ground, along with the mighty figures from various factions and sects, watched in sheer astonishment as the great monk Wu Zhao easily sent one black-armored soldier after another soaring through the air. That monstrous being, Duan Yunfeng, silently gritted his teeth, recalling how he had been dazed by that monk's strike, a chill creeping into his heart. The 13th round was swiftly navigated. Upon reaching the 14th round, the adversaries revealed themselves as 10 silver-armored soldiers, their combat prowess evidently heightened. Almost there, the great monk Wu Zhao calmly observed the approaching silver-armored soldiers. Having endured 13 rounds of assault, he should surely be able to pass this 2nd stage of the hunt. The monk had come for the hunt, not for fame. This was sufficient. With a hearty smile, he merely waved his stone staff symbolically a couple of times amidst the onslaught of the 10 silver-armored soldiers before being eliminated and sent away. Observing Wu Zhao's appearance on the training ground, the talented individuals present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. How could this be? He had breezed through the 13th round with such ease, yet in the 14th round, he was eliminated in an instant? Was it perhaps due to the depletion of his spiritual energy? How could that be? Look at how relaxed he appeared earlier. There was no sign of energy depletion. In my view, he deliberately chose to lose. Most of the geniuses grasped the situation clearly. Wu Zhao clearly had no intention of continuing. Thus he intentionally allowed himself to be eliminated. His strength, previously acknowledged by the Qilong Tower to possess a top 10 combat ability in the hunt, was no longer in doubt. Now, many believed that Wu Zhao's true prowess might even rival that of Xiaomeng. Situ, it is said that during the 1st stage of the hunt, Wu Zhao was constantly searching for your whereabouts. You ought to be cautious. Someone nearby cautioned. Situ Yu's expression darkened like water. He knew the great monk was strong, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Where did this monster emerge from? Situ Yu glared, his teeth clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, within the 13th round of the Tianxin realm, the prince commanded me to enter the Tianyin palace for cultivation. I must fulfill the prince's command, even if it costs me everything. The tall and stoic figure, Su Xin, surveyed the surrounding 10 black-armored soldiers with eyes like blades. He moved like a specter, weaving through the ranks of the black-armored soldiers, his strength fully unleashed. With swift strikes, one by one, he dispatched the black-armored soldiers into oblivion. He was originally a servant. His life, his everything, was granted by the Qi Wang. From a young age, the ideology instilled in him was that the Qi Wang transcended all. Everything he did was for the sake of the Qi Wang's house. This hunt was also a command from the Qi Wang, requiring him to participate and entered the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. In his eyes, he held no sense of self. After unleashing his fullest potential, exhausting a significant amount of spiritual energy, Su Xin finally passed through the 13th round. In the 14th round, he continued to exert himself, clashing fiercely with the 10 silver-armored soldiers until he exhausted his spiritual energy and was ultimately eliminated. Once ejected from the Tianxin realm, Su Xin stood alone in a corner of the training ground, facing the occasional astonished gazes around him, his expression remaining unchanged, as if he were a machine devoid of emotion. In another trial space, Xiaomeng had likewise advanced to the 14th round. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. "I'm a royal scion. I represent the dignity of the royal family. I will enter the Tianyin Palace, and I must do so as the first in this hunt. Not only will I achieve the top rank overall, but I will also secure first place in this second stage of the hunt." The robust and proud Xiaomeng stood at the center, exuding an aura of dominance. Born into royalty, he had not lived a life of luxury, but had instead thrived in the fiercest and most brutal competition. In this environment, his unwavering pursuit was to be the strongest. "I have traversed the Tianxin realm many times before, always stopping at the 14th round. But this time I will prevail." Xiaomeng roared, his weapon resembling a dragon. Dominant, fierce, the might he wielded was utterly terrifying. The 10 silver-armored soldiers, each formidable, were no match for Xiaomeng's overwhelming prowess. In a short span, he eliminated 3 of them in rapid succession. Following that, boom, 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 a series of intense clashes erupted. Ultimately, every one of the 10 silver-armored soldiers fell before Xiaomeng's relentless assault. The 14th round was conquered. So powerful, incredibly powerful. The training ground erupted in exclamations. Until now, even top-tier geniuses like Su Xin and Wu Zhao had only managed to pass the 13th round and were swiftly eliminated in the 14th. Yet Xiaomeng had decisively conquered the 14th round, not merely surviving the onslaught of 10 silver-armored soldiers, but obliterating them with sheer strength. This level of power was astonishing, terrifying, unbelievably strong. This was the individual previously recognized as the mightiest in this hunt. The entire training ground was in a frenzy. No one had anticipated that Xiaomeng's strength would be so extraordinary. The 3rd level, Xiaomeng undoubtedly possessed the capability to breach the 3rd level of the Xuanlong Tower. The top-tier powerhouses from various factions and sects were similarly shaken. They understood that anyone who could surpass the 14th round of the Tianxin realm, especially through absolute strength, must possess the ability to breach the 3rd level of the Xuanlong Tower. To conquer the 3rd level of the Xuanlong Tower signified the pinnacle of genius within the Tianyin dynasty. Such talents were rare, even across multiple generations of royal hunts. Yet here one emerged. After surpassing the 14th round, Xiaomeng encountered his adversary for the 15th round, 10 gold-armored soldiers. These gold-armored soldiers were evidently stronger than their silver counterparts. Xiaomeng managed to hold his ground against them for a brief period before ultimately succumbing. Following his defeat, among the 1,000 geniuses participating in the second stage of the hunt, only one remained in the Tianxin realm, Su Xin. In Chapter 52, a remarkable appearance was made. The training ground, filled with eliminated geniuses and top-tier powerhouses from various factions, focused intently on the final image suspended in the void. Within the image, a young man clad in black was executing sword techniques, constantly fending off the attacks of nearby adversaries. This Su Xin, astonishingly, was still advancing. Among the 1,000 geniuses in the second stage of the hunt, the strongest, Xiaomeng, had passed through the 14th round but was defeated in the 15th. Yet, Su Xin leisurely continued through the 12th round. Many geniuses wore expressions of intrigue. Progressing through the Tianxin realm was not necessarily determined by duration or the number of rounds surpassed. After all, one could swiftly eliminate opponents in each round, advancing rapidly. Conversely, one could also choose a more cautious approach, finding ways to stall until the time limit expired, allowing the opponents to dissipate on their own. Clearly, Su Xin belonged to the latter category. Upon discerning the true rules of the second phase of the hunt after the 6th wave of attacks, Su Xin ceased his proactive efforts to eliminate his adversaries. Instead, he focused on conserving his spiritual energy to the utmost, employing solely defensive sword techniques to withstand the onslaught of his opponents. By utilizing the Shanhai Wan, he merely defended, resulting in minimal consumption of his spiritual energy. Each time, He awaited the expiration of his foe's attack time, allowing their energies to dissipate naturally. Consequently, when all others had completed their trials and faced elimination, including Xiaomeng, who fell during the 15th wave, Su Xin had only just reached the end of the 12th. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of collisions, the time for the 12th round's adversaries concluded, and they dissipated seamlessly. Su Xin smoothly advanced to the 13th round, finding the experience quite leisurely. With an exclusive focus on defense, his spiritual energy expenditure was exceedingly low. He was employing the Bei Song sword technique, recognized as the foremost swordsmanship of the Tian Yin dynasty. Many talented individuals in the training grounds were discussing this. Although Su Xin had maintained a defensive posture, none found fault with him. For in the Tian Xin realm, one need only endure the successive attacks of opponents, regardless of the methods employed. In the 13th wave, Su Xin encountered 10 black-armored soldiers wielding spears. The combined efforts of these 10 soldiers resulted in relentless assaults. And while Su Xin could not maintain the same ease as before, he felt only a slight increase in pressure. Utilizing the Bei Song sword technique and his understanding of the realm, Su Xin invoked the Shanhai Wan, generating waves that effectively countered the attacks of the 10 black-armored soldiers. Before long, he successfully passed through the 13th round and entered the 14th. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears surged forth like dragons, their speed and power astonishing. Su Xion's pressure escalated dramatically. The 10 silver-armored soldiers in this 14th round proved significantly stronger than their black-armored counterparts from the 13th. A flicker of excitement flashed in Su Xion's eyes. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of bloodline power erupted forth. Since entering this trial space, from his first adversary to the 13th, he had only unleashed 50% of his bloodline potential. However, now he could summon 70%. This newfound power intensified his strength dramatically. Comme fort. Su Xin uttered a low exclamation as his swordsmanship erupted entirely. The endless waves stirred, intertwining with profound sword intent, immersing the 10 silver-armored soldiers as though they were caught within a tempestuous sea. Meanwhile, Su Xin stood resolute at the center like an unyielding rock. Faced with the relentless thrusts of the spears, he wielded his sword with precision, executing sweeping strikes, fierce cleaves, and agile thrusts, each movement perfectly countering or deflecting the incoming spears. Clang, clang, clang. The trial space resonated with a cacophony of metallic clashes. Remarkable. The numerous talents observing from the training grounds expressed astonishment. They recognized Su Xion's defensive sword technique as extraordinary, showcasing an exceptionally high level of comprehension of the realm, clearly reaching the first level of insight. Among the nearly 100,000 talents in this hunt, only Xiaomeng, Tu San, and Duan Yinfeng had truly attained and demonstrated the first level of comprehension, while Wu Zhao possessed formidable staff techniques and a high level of understanding. He had yet to fully exhibit it. Thus, in terms of comprehension of the realm, Su Xian undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 in this hunt. The first level of comprehension, combined with the Bei Song sword technique's Shanhai Wan, rendered his swordplay akin to mountains and seas, with a crucial ability to dissipate force. Even if his opponent's attacks far exceeded his own strength, he could still withstand them head-on. His cultivation remained somewhat lacking, despite practicing a unique technique and unleashing his bloodline power. He had barely reached the threshold of the Pasu realm. In this hunt, there existed several who could rival or even surpass his explosive strength. Yet aside from Xiaomeng, none had surpassed the 14th round. Su Xin will undoubtedly progress through the 14th round. Elder Mo of the Tian Yi sect proclaimed solemnly. The 14th round had, thus far, only seen Xiaomeng succeed. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that while the 10 silver-armored soldiers exerted immense pressure on Su Xin, he could still withstand their assaults. As long as he could endure, he would inevitably pass through the 14th wave once the time limit was reached. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the 10 silver-armored soldiers dissipated. Su Xin successfully stepped into the 15th round. In this round, he faced 10 golden-armored soldiers. Previously, Xiaomeng had reached this 15th round and engaged these soldiers, but barely managed to hold on for a moment before being decisively defeated. Now, as Su Xin confronted the 10 golden-armored soldiers, a resounding crash echoed as the spears thrust forth with astonishing speed and a peculiar, spiraling force, creating a piercing sound as if the very air was being rent apart. Su Xin continued to wield the Shanhai sword technique with all his might to defend himself. Clang! A powerful impact reverberated through him. Although he successfully blocked the spear, his arm felt a jolt of numbness. Such terrifying strength. This force rivaled that of the formidable monk Wu Zhao. Su Xin recalled their previous encounter in the hunting grounds when Wu Zhao's casual swing of his staff had left a lasting impression on him. One strike had rendered Duan Yunfeng utterly dazed. Now, Su Xin could perceive that the strength within the spear thrusts of the golden-armored soldiers was no less than that of Wu Zhao's staff. The critical factor was that while Wu Zhao's strength was formidable, he was but a single individual. In this 15th round, however, he faced a full 10 golden-armored soldiers. Boom! 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 The 10 golden-armored soldiers charged simultaneously, their spears either crashing down or stabbing forward, cleaving through the air with astonishing force. Su Xin, still relying on 70% of his bloodline power, could only exhaust his efforts to withstand these terrifying attacks with the Shanhai sword technique. This is the end. The spectators in the training grounds sighed inwardly. They could see that under the relentless assault of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, Su Xin had already been pushed to his limits from the outset. It was likely that he could only hold on for a brief moment before being utterly defeated. In the Tian Xin realm, the challenges intensified with each passing round. For one in the Huahai realm to surpass the 14th round was already an exceptional feat. The 15th round was simply beyond their reach. More importantly, Su Xin was merely at the great completion stage of Huahai. If he were to cultivate to the perfected or pinnacle stage, perhaps he might have a chance. Elda Emo smiled faintly. The 15th round of the Tian Xin realm is indeed formidable. The royal hunting event of the Tian Yin dynasty, held every 5 years, attracts numerous talents. Yet among the many generations, only a handful have qualified to surpass the 14th round. Not a single individual has emerged who has passed the 15th round in at least the last 20 events, spanning over a century. He is destined to fail. Elder Mo observed the mirrored image above, noting the expressions of the many talented individuals and the powerful figures from various factions and sects, all convinced that Su Xin was on the verge of defeat. However, suddenly, Elder Mo's expression shifted. He observed that within the trial space, although Su Xin had indeed reached the utmost limit under the onslaught of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, this very pressure afforded him a newfound understanding of his swordsmanship. Insights began to naturally coalesce in his mind. The Shanhai Wan, founded upon the essence of the mountains. What constitutes a mountain? Amidst the relentless assault of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, Su Xin pondered this profound query. The terrifying might surged forth repeatedly, with each collision causing his form to tremble. To stabilize himself, he sank his feet heavily into the earth beneath him, while it appeared to be merely an act of securing his stance. The moment his feet became entrenched in the ground, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. The ground, the earth, he understood. The reason mountains and rivers are so resilient is due to the solid foundation of the earth beneath them, connecting them to their roots. Even amidst the vast ocean, the reason a stubborn rock can stand proudly is because it is anchored to the seabed. The earth is the bedrock of mountains, trees, stubborn stones, and all things in existence. Su Xin continued to wield his sword, yet he naturally merged with the very essence of the earth. It was as if he were a nail firmly embedded in the ground. The 10 armored soldiers still wielded their weapons with terrifying precision, each strike imbued with astonishing power. However, as Su Xin countered with his sword, his movements flowed more harmoniously than before, blending seamlessly with the rhythm of the earth. Despite the overwhelming force of each strike from the armored soldiers, which would typically leave his arms trembling, he now felt a remarkable ease in his defense. What had transpired? The numerous geniuses observing the battle, including the formidable figures from various sects and factions, displayed expressions of astonishment. They could all sense that Su Xin's swordsmanship had undergone a complete transformation. He had broken through. Elder Mo of the Tian Yi sect gazed incredulously at Su Xin on the screen. To merge with the earth and achieve such naturalness signified the culmination of the Shanhai Wan as the most renowned swordsmanship within the Tian Yin dynasty. Reaching a consummate state in the Shanhai, one requires not only profound comprehension of its essence, but also an extraordinary grasp of sword techniques and unparalleled talent. Even among the peak practitioners of the Pasu realm who trained in the Baitsong sword techniques, few had managed to master the Shanhai wand to such a degree. Yet, Su Xin had accomplished it. A true genius, an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of swordsmanship. Elder Mo's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if gazing upon a priceless treasure. Within the trial space, with the Shanhai wand's sword technique reaching its pinnacle, Su Xin found it significantly easier to contend with the 10 armored soldiers. Soon, he surpassed the attack limit of these soldiers, successfully navigating through the 15th round. In the 16th round, his opponents were again 10 soldiers, but this time clad in blood-red armor and wielding crimson spears. Boom! 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 The 10 soldiers launched a coordinated assault, their power markedly heightened. Su Xin, like a nail driven deep into the ground, channeled the profound essence of the Shanhai wand sword technique to its utmost potential, fiercely fending off the onslaught of these soldiers. With each clash, he felt an exhilarating rush. This was the pressure his swordsmanship yearned to endure. Su Xin was filled with fervor. Despite the overwhelming strength of these 10 blood-armored soldiers, he managed to withstand their relentless assault with the Shanhai wand sword technique, albeit with great difficulty. Even while only utilizing 70% of his bloodline's potential, he fought valiantly to the very end. Ultimately, just as his spiritual energy was about to be completely depleted and his sword technique on the brink of collapse, he narrowly held on until the attack limit of the blood-armored soldiers was reached. The 16th round of attacks was successfully surpassed. Su Xin, a mere youth with a cultivation level of Hua Haida Cheng, previously considered by many to be inexperienced and young, had once been doubted by numerous individuals despite being regarded as a contender for the top 10 combatants by the Qilong Lu. Yet today, he had astonished everyone. He was silent until now, but when he spoke, he did so with resounding impact,